several years ago when they were unhappy with his work at the club. When Kira got a phone call from a moving company because their house had been put up for sale without their knowledge, and when Tails called to say that someone had placed an announcement of Peter's death in the paper. There's a difference between forgiving and forgetting. Perhaps Kira could lower herself to accept a truce with someone like Timu, but what Peter is doing now is very different. He's turned Timu into an ally. Sooner or later, a person has to ask himself, if the person I used to fear is now my protector, which of us has changed sides? When the congregation begins to pour into the church, Peter feels like a wasp in a beer glass. He's standing next to Timu, and one by one men and women come over and shake his hand, the way they used to when he was general manager. Some of them cast nervous glances at the company he's keeping, but plenty of them don't. Some of them shake Timu by the hand as well, out of respect for Ramona perhaps, but also out of an appreciation of the political situation in the town right now. Everyone has heard about the trouble at the rink, and no one imagines that's the end of anything. Everyone knows it's only the beginning. In a week's time, Beartown and Hid's A teams will meet in the first game of the season. There may be times when you might want to mark your distance from men like Timu, but this isn't one of them. It takes 20 minutes to fill the church, and twice as long to explain to everyone left outside why they can't come inside. Ramona's funeral is conducted with open doors. Maya sits next to Anna in the pew behind her mother and younger brother. When they see how slowly Peter walks toward the microphone at the front, they realize that his legs are so unsteady that he's afraid of stumbling. He's played hundreds of hockey games in front of thousands of people, but nothing on the ice could scare the life out of him as much as having to give a speech. He adjusts his white tie, as uncomfortable as if it were a medal he hadn't deserved. The church falls silent, and when he clears his throat it sounds much louder than he expected. It even makes him start, and the ripple of laughter from the congregation and the new silence that immediately follows leave him paralyzed. But then, eventually, he manages to unfold a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket and say, I'll keep this short. I couldn't decide what to say today. I don't want to stand here and pretend that I knew Ramona better than any of you. The truth is that I hardly knew her at all. Even so, I miss her the way you miss, well, like you miss a parent. Sorry. He looks down at the sheet of paper. It's shaking so hard that the rustle can be heard all the way to the back row. He breathes in through his mouth, out through his nose, then tries stiffly to remember his speech. The only thing we could really talk about without falling out was hockey. One time I said to her that this sport is so strange. We devote all our lives to it, and what's the best we can hope for, really? A few moments, that's all. A few victories, a few seconds when we feel bigger than we really are. A few isolated occasions when we can convince ourselves that we're immortal. He pulls himself together and folds the sheet of paper up and presses it into his pocket, because he's shaking so much that he realizes it's becoming a joke. He doesn't know if it's the audience in the church or the one in heaven that's worse, but he just does what he used to do in the locker room. Bites his lips so hard that the pain and the taste of blood force his mind to focus. A few moments, I said to her, that's all this sport gives us. And then Ramona poured a large shot of whiskey and laughed at me and said, so what the hell is life then, Peter? More than moments. Timu is sitting in the front row, his face motionless but with his fists quivering on his knees. Benji is standing alone right at the back of the church, as close to the door as possible, his tears dripping softly onto the stone floor. Peter tries to steady his voice. 3 boys without dads. If you want to know who Ramona was and what she really meant to this part of the world, you only have to look at the desolation in their faces. Peter looks up and forces himself to say, that's what you left us with, Ramona, moments, stories, anecdotes. No one could tell them like you. You were this town. You were this town. The whole of Beartown misses you now. Say hi to Halger. Goodbye. He bows to the coffin and tries to walk back to his place without stumbling. He almost succeeds. As he sinks down next to Kira, she reaches for his fingers gently. But just as she almost touches his skin, Timu's mournful grunt breaks the silence. Bloody hell. Now the beer in heaven's going to be really expensive. The laughter that explodes then, from hundreds of bodies, but just as suddenly as if from a single mouth, is so loud and communal and liberating that it lifts every single person in there. It straightens their backs, drags them back up to the surface, like the intake of breath just before a goal and the roar immediately after. Peter laughs so much that Kira's hand just misses his when he raises it to wipe his tears. She sits there unmoved. After the funeral, as hundreds of smiles stream out between the tears through the church door, Maya sits on the wall outside with her guitar on her lap, noting down all her feelings on her phone. One day it might become a song, but never one that she can bear to sing. You said life was simpler here. Maybe it is. It isn't clear. If only it wasn't so isolated, if only it wasn't so complicated, or complicated in the right way, who can say? If you love just as hard and hate just as hard, if you pretend you can bear the load and secretly live by a different code, then maybe life is simpler here. Maybe it is. To me, it isn't clear. Then she sees her mother come out of the church alone. Her dad is still in there, surrounded by people who want to shake his hand. And Maya writes, I'm a romantic who's never been in love because children become all the things that they see. I've always believed in everlasting love, which never happens. Yet it happened to you and he, but now, what to do? Is it still he and you? Mom, both of you are so weary now. Dad, both of you are so sad now. Such brittle and delicate and fragile dreams worn down so the wind can destroy you. It seems when all that needs saying is, I'll never get over you. 3 small words of salvation. I need you. She's interrupted by Anna coming around the corner with a beer in each hand. Maya has no idea where she got them. But if there's anyone who can find alcohol in a churchyard, then obviously it's Anna. Who are you writing to? Your best friend, Anna grins. Yes, but your fat head is blocking the signal, Maya retorts and slips her phone into her pocket. Then the 2 young women sit on the wall and drink beer and insult each other, and on one side of them sit the 2 invisible girls they used to be, and almost certainly on the other side of them sits Ramona. 51 truths. The concept of truth is hard to come to terms with, but for a local newspaper it's all but impossible. The editor-in-chief notes with a degree of reluctance that she's thinking more and more about something her dad taught her as a child. The classical philosophical principle. The simplest explanation is often the truth. She doesn't attend the funeral. She wouldn't be welcome. Journalists are tolerated around here, but no more than that. In Beartown, people complain that the paper supports Hidi because that's where its offices are. In Hidi, people complain that all the paper does is fawn over Beartown. There's no neutral ground. You're either for or against these people. There's no way to win, so she reminds herself that it isn't an editor-in-chief's job to do that. Her dad suggested that he attend the funeral because no one knows who he is, and after a lot of hesitation she eventually agreed. But don't talk to anyone, just take pictures, she demanded, and he promised a little too readily. She looked at him suspiciously, because he didn't look stressed and angry like he usually does. He was calm, the way he always was when she was growing up and he had made a breakthrough in his investigation into some politician or celebrity, and knew that he had the bastard now. What have you found? She wondered curiously, and only then did his face crack into a happy smile as he dropped a bundle of papers on her desk. Copies of contracts she's never seen before. Now he's at the funeral and she's sitting here reading them in astonishment, thinking that you could lock the old man up in an empty room and he'd still emerge with state secrets. At first glance, the contracts at the top of the pile look innocent enough. They concern the sale of some land 2 years ago. The seller was the council, the buyer the local factory. Nothing odd about that. The factory wants to expand and the council wants more jobs. The price was in line with the market value. Nothing for anyone to complain about. But beneath that contract, her dad has placed copies of other contracts he's found. One concerns the sale of the same piece of land a short time later, this time sold by the factory and bought by Beartown Hockey. The sale price was considerably lower this time, so low in fact that if it was correct, the market must have collapsed in value by over 90%. It appears to be a terrible piece of business for the factory until the editor-in-chief sees the next contract. A couple of days later, the factory buys another piece of land, right next to the factory, which everyone knows they've wanted to buy for years. The seller, the council. So that was the condition, the editor-in-chief concludes. The council couldn't sell the land cheap to the hockey club without someone noticing, so the factory agreed to act as a middleman in exchange for being allowed to buy the piece of land they really wanted. That's bad enough, but that isn't the end of it. The next contract in the pile shows how, sometime later, the council bought back the same piece of land next to the ice rink, the land they sold in the first instance from Beartown Hockey. But for much more money, because now the contract doesn't just say land, but also building, because this exchange suddenly involves the hockey club's training facility. The cost is divided into many small amounts over a long period of time, but in total amounts to millions. And that's not all. The next contract in the pile is signed on the same date by the same people, and commits the council to allowing Beartown Hockey to rent back the training facility it had just sold and carry on using it, almost for free. The editor-in-chief sighs bitterly, because although she can hardly think of a more obvious way for the council to channel taxpayers' money into the hockey club, she knows it isn't a big enough scandal for anyone to be held to account. It's too complicated for most of her readers to understand, not exciting enough, not enough of a good story, as her dad usually says. So why did he look so happy when he gave her the pile of papers? She has to leaf through them all the way to the bottom to find out. There she finds not contracts but a printout of a photograph. It's fuzzy, but she can still see that it shows the parking lot down by the ice rink. Her dad has written the day's date at the top, and on the back he has written, "There is no training facility." She just stares at the photograph. Millions of taxpayers' money, but there's nothing there, not a single construction crane or barrier. They haven't even tried to make it look real, so confident were they that they'd never be found out. Because why would they? They've gotten away with everything so easily up to now. The editor-in-chief leans back in her chair and tries to deploy all her journalist's training to question herself now. Is she being objective? Is she being fair? Because she can see Peter Anderson's signature all over this chain of documents, but could he really be the brains behind all this? It happened after he resigned as general manager, so why was he even signing these papers? Maybe he signed them without understanding the consequences. Maybe he was tricked into it. No, she already knows what her dad would say to that. Fish rot from the head down, kid. This is financial doping, and it's been going on for years, and it started at the top. Peter probably resigned as general manager right before the deal with the training facility precisely to cover their tracks. What have I always taught you? If there seems to be several different explanations, choose the simplest. 52 moments everyone needs to feel needed. For some people, that's as important as desire and admiration and love. For others, particularly those who have devoted their whole lives to a team sport, it's more important than anything. "Nice speech," the old man says, shaking Peter's hand after the funeral. There's a long line of other old men behind him who want to say the same thing. Everyone wants to shake hands, wants to talk a bit of hockey. Several of them want to tell him that they miss him on the management team at Beartown Hockey and hope he can take Ramona's seat on the committee now. Peter doesn't know how to laugh that off. It's such a ridiculous idea. But like all ridiculous ideas, it has a tendency to seem less ridiculous the more times you hear it. There's only number crunchers and analysts and nonsense like that everywhere in hockey these days. Without people like you and Ramona, there won't be any heart left in it. You win hockey on the ice, the way it was in your day, not by looking at data like they do now. One of the last old men declares, and when Peter is left alone afterward, he has trouble stopping himself from longing to get back in. Not the way you long for the future, for the summer, or for a holiday, but the way you long to get back to yourself, to how it was in our day, even though that time never really existed except in our filtered memories. You long to be the person you think you were during some sort of youth when you tell yourself that life was uncomplicated, or the man you imagine you could have been if only you had the chance to do everything again. Not longing for that is difficult for most people, and for some it is all but impossible. The church is almost empty now. Peter gathers together his few belongings and his many emotions and touches his fingers to Ramona's photograph one last time. It was taken by someone without her knowledge, because no one ever dared to try when she was aware of it. She's young, standing behind the bar with Halger with her arms up in the air, so someone has evidently scored a goal on television. Possibly even Peter. Only moments, eh, Ramona? Was that it? I reckon you could have given us a few more. Who am I going to talk hockey with now? His voice grows thick and his eyes prick with that last sentence, and shortly afterward his whole face is burning with embarrassment when he turns around and realizes he isn't alone. Elizabeth Zackel is still sitting in her place 10 rows back in the church, as if she's waiting her turn. The hockey coach and bar owner may not have shared anything that could be called a friendship, but for Zackel it was probably as close as she got. She used to eat boiled potatoes and drink lukewarm beer in the bearskin, and insofar as it could be called conversation, she probably shared more conversation with Ramona than anyone else in the town. Ramona, of course, thought Zackel was a bloody woman, a vegan, a teetotaler, and God knows what else. And even if she did manage to teach her to drink a bit of beer, she could never cure her of the rest. But Zackel was good at two things, winning and keeping her mouth shut, and that went a long way. So when the old men in the bar tried to tell her how to train the hockey team, Ramona always snapped. Do you want to learn about hockey? Really learn something? Then you shouldn't talk to Zackel, because you're too stupid to understand anything she knows. No one knows anything about Zackel's feelings, perhaps because she doesn't have as many as the rest of us, or perhaps because she doesn't see the point in showing them. But when the bearskin burned down 2 years ago, she was the one who ran inside to rescue Ramona. She ate her potatoes for free after that, but she still had to pay for her beer. After all, there had to be some sort of limit to charity. Sorry. I'll leave you two in peace, Peter says apologetically, and starts to walk down the aisle between the pews. Who? Zackel wonders, genuinely taken aback and looking around her as Peter approaches. You and I thought you were waiting too, Peter begins, but the hockey coach's face is as impassive as the lake. A lot of people seem to like your speech, she says instead, looking as if she's really trying to find something to talk to him about, like an adult talking to a child when that adult really doesn't like children. Thanks, Peter says, then realizes that's the wrong word because she never said that she liked it. He's never figured out how to talk to her, not even when he worked at the club, but he learned to respect her determination. Ramona once told him that Zackel might not fit in Beartown, but there probably wasn't anywhere on the whole damn planet where she would fit in better, because where the hell else would you put a coach like her? On a team in one of those towns where people try to convince themselves that there are more important things in life than hockey. I heard you'd resigned as general manager, Zakel suddenly says. Peter can't help but burst out with laughter, and it echoes around the church. Yes, 2 years ago. Oh. Comes the reply. Are you serious? You've only just heard. I was actually your boss, Elizabeth, he smiles. She replies, completely untroubled. I usually notice if someone leaves because they get replaced, but they haven't replaced you. I thought you were on holiday. Peter's laughter dies quickly and awkwardly away. The club no longer has a general manager. The committee and Zakel herself share his former responsibilities, and considering that Zakel ignored every opinion Peter ever had about her job, he presumes that his absence must have been easy to miss. In an attempt to change the subject, he says, I heard you signed an extension to your contract as coach. Congratulations. For all the good that'll do. All coaches get fired, Zakel replies, and if she was the sort of person who made jokes, he would have assumed she was joking. Interesting reaction to a new contract, Peter smiles. A few young men in black jackets have started gathering up the chairs at the back of the church, but Zakel shows no sign of moving. What's the best job you can imagine as a hockey coach, she asks, and if she was the sort of person who teased people, he would have assumed she was teasing him. Coaching an NHL team, he replies. And which team in the NHL is the best? The team that wins the Stanley Cup, he replies a little more warily. Zakel nods, showing a degree of patience that's uncharacteristic. In the past 20 years, 16 different coaches have won the Stanley Cup. Of those 16, 3 still had their job 5 years later. 2 left of their own accord, 1 retired, 1 got ill. The other 9 were fired, 5 of those within 2 years. So out of the best coaches in the world, only 3 of 16 managed to hold on to their job for 5 years after winning the biggest title in the world. Do you know how long I'll have been at Beartown if I stay for the length of the contract I've just signed? 5 years, Peter guesses. 5 years. So obviously I'm going to get fired. Either we won't win the league this year and then I'll get fired, or we'll win and get promoted to a higher league and then not win that and I'll get fired for that instead. There's always a reason to fire the coach. You should know that. You fired Soon so you could employ me just because I am a woman. That was, hang on a minute, that isn't what? Peter starts to protest, but she just shrugs her shoulders. That was a mistake. Because the problem with employing a woman because it's politically correct is that it's extremely politically incorrect to fire a woman. Fire you. The club hasn't been this successful for years. Peter groans, starting to understand why Ramona was always so drunk when she talked with Zakel in the bearskin. Then Zakel suddenly stands up and gets ready to leave and says in passing, I'm going to look at a player tomorrow. Do you want to come? Peter tries to digest all this information at once. What, tomorrow? Haven't you got training with the team tomorrow? They can cope. Coaches are overrated. All teams will win a third of their games and lose a third of their games. It's the team that wins the remaining third that wins the league, and you know which team that is. No, the team with the best players, so I'm going to look at a player. Besides, I'm banned at the moment, so I can't attend the training session. Sorry, banned. The committee received a complaint. I've broken one of the rules in that new declaration of values. If the players do that, they have to miss 1 training session, so I insisted that the same thing should apply to me. Do you want to come tomorrow or not? What? Hang on a minute. What were you reported for? Zakel sighs wearily. A woman contacted me to complain that one of the boys' coaches had said all the players on her son's team were useless, but that could possibly have been excused if there had been any attractive mothers among the parents, only they were all ugly. And I replied that he definitely shouldn't have said that because not all the players are useless. And she didn't take that the way you intended, I imagine, Peter concludes glumly. No, she got very angry. And then she said that the boys' coach had said she was only angry because she hadn't had relations for so long because she was so ugly. So I said maybe that wasn't only because of her appearance but also her personality. So now I'm under investigation by the committee because apparently that contravened the club's values. It would have been different if I was a man, of course. Peter wishes he had an aspirin. Hang on. Do you mean that you wouldn't be under investigation if you were a man? I mean that if I were a man, I'd already have been fired. They fired the coach of the boys' team instantly. I don't know what to say. Shall I take that as a yes? To what? To you coming with me tomorrow to look at that player? She looks at the time impatiently like someone who has to be somewhere. Why me? You've got Bobo and Peter wonders, and then she says something that would be hard for most people to argue against and impossible for him. I need your help. If you could choose, would you rather be important or loved? The psychologist asked Kira not that long ago, and it's still nagging away at her, driving her mad. She's sitting in the car in the church parking lot thinking that she should have replied. If you could choose, would you rather I paid your invoice or shoved it where the sun doesn't shine? Leo is cycling home from the funeral. Maya is walking with Anna. So Kira is sitting here alone waiting for Peter while the whole town wants to talk to him inside the church. It feels like she's stumbled into a wormhole and gone back in time, because now he's someone again and she's the one who just has to wait. She'd forgotten how much she used to hate herself for hating that so much. She watches the people outside the car, many of them in Beartown hockey tops as if this were a rally rather than a funeral, and thinks, stupid rednecks. She feels instantly ashamed, even though she doesn't say it out loud, because she knows this is what her mom always called the worst kind of sickness, jealousy. Incurable. Kira wishes she could be happy as quickly as these people. Explode with joy because someone manages to poke a puck into a goal in a game where all the rules are made up. She's always wished she loved something so unthinkingly. It looks like such a wonderful little bubble to live in. That belief that you're part of something much bigger than yourself. As if hockey cared. It doesn't give a damn about us, about anyone, it just is. She envies hockey supporters the way she envies deeply religious people for their blind faith. She will never be as important to anything as these people are to one another every time they're packed together in the stands. Kira. The man outside the car suddenly calling her name makes her jump so badly that she hits her head on the side window. Tails. What the? She snaps back and he takes that as an invitation to squeeze into the passenger seat. Hello, he says as if this were perfectly normal behavior. Hello, she says as he closes the door and glances warily in the rearview mirror to see if anyone has seen him. It's such a shame, he says sadly, and she misunderstands and says solemnly, Yes, sorry, I'm sorry, Tails. He looks at her in surprise. Sorry about what? She blinks, feeling a little frustrated. I'm sorry about Ramona. I know you were close. Tails's head wobbles from side to side. Oh, I don't know about that. She probably mostly thought I was just a clown who never stopped talking. Kira can't help smiling. We all think that, Tailcoat, but that doesn't mean we aren't close. He brightens up so much that he could probably replace at least 100 of those wind turbines the government wants to put up on every little hill around here. No one calls him by his real name. Everyone calls him Tails, but very few are allowed to call him Tailcoat. He likes that best of all, as if there's only ever been one guy with a tailcoat. Yes, well, I'd like to talk to you. He goes on in a tone somewhere between all the worries of the world and not a single worry in the world. Is it about that new office you offered us? I don't feel like talking about that, Tailcoat God. My partner hates the fact that we don't have an office in a bigger town farther away, and Peter hates the fact that we don't have an office in Beartown. He was a compromise, and I really. But Tails is already shaking his head defensively. No, it isn't about the office. I mean, obviously the offer of the office is still open. It's all sorted. But that isn't what I want to talk about. This is about, Well, it's rather sensitive, you know. I don't want to sound cold. But Ramona was on the committee of Beartown hockey and, well, you know. Kira sighs so deeply that her rib cage never quite seems to settle again. Of course, of course. It's always about the hockey club even now. Before Ramona has even been laid to rest, she has to be replaced. I see, but if you want Peter to take her place, you shouldn't be talking to me. You'll have to talk to him yourself. I can't. So many images flit through her mind as she speaks, 1,000 photographs of small moments, a whole life together with her husband. Her husband, how much of him is there left to share? If she gives him back to hockey, will there be anything left for her? Can a marriage survive that one more time? She feels like screaming out loud, venting all her frustration, but Tails merely shakes his head again. No, no, it isn't about that. Actually, yes, maybe it is about that, but not in that way. Okay, we have a spare place on the committee, but we don't want it to go to Peter. We want you to take it. At first, there's silence. Then the shock hits Kira so strongly that she almost slaps Tails across the face. Then she screams. What, seriously, what the F, what are you talking about? Why would you put me on the committee? He's desperately trying to hush her, and that rouses her suspicions, which aren't exactly calmed when he says, why not? Who knows this town and this club better than you? She stares at him for a long time, feeling confused, until the penny finally drops and she just feels stupid. You've done something stupid. You need a lawyer, that's why you've come to me. Tails's chin swings left and right in agitation as he retorts. Don't insult me, and above all, don't insult yourself, Kira. A lawyer. Couldn't I get hold of 100 lawyers if I needed to? But we don't need them. We need the best lawyer, and I don't know anyone better than you. Flattery is harder to withstand than a storm. Kira blushes when, instead of telling him to shut up, she hears herself say, why? The media are poking about in our accounts, he admits quietly, glancing in the rearview mirror again. The media, what for? Nothing, nothing. It's just the local paper, that new editor-in-chief. She's full of big city attitude, probably thinks she'll get some damn prize or something if she uncovers the hockey town secrets. You know how it is. He falls silent and looks embarrassed, just for a moment, but Kira can still hear what he's almost saying. She heard it for years after she moved here with Peter, the way all the old men in the town wanted to know why the local paper only writes negative stories about hockey, when it was almost always cheering the team on. Why is hockey always treated worst? The old men would still complain, as if they were a persecuted minority. Horse riding has fatal accidents, gymnastics has pedophile scandals, soccer clubs are owned by dictators, but in the eyes of the media, hockey is still always worst. They're forever the victims, those old men, always persecuted, always the victims of conspiracies. As if they themselves didn't make the rules of this game, everywhere and always. Tails stopped saying things like that 2 years ago, or rather he stopped saying them in front of Kira, but he probably still complains when there are only old men in the room, and the members of the club are preventing the sponsors from doing whatever they want. They'd probably prefer the league table at the end of the season to be decided by bank transactions. You have to hit people like that where it hurts. In their wallet, Ramona always said. That was actually one of the last things Kira remembers her saying. So it should be easy for her to despise Tails now, to dismiss him. But then he says, Kira, please, a lawyer on the committee would be good for us, that's all I'm saying. We haven't got problems, but now that the council is talking about merging the clubs or setting up an entirely new one, those damn journalists have started digging. And you know what it's like. If they find the tiniest little lead, they'll concoct an entire labyrinth. We just think it would be good to have a lawyer on the committee, to have you look through the paperwork, just to be on the safe side. The club can't employ you directly, that wouldn't look good, but if money's an issue, I've already agreed with the other sponsors that your firm would deal with all the legal work related to the construction of Beartown Business Park over the next few years. That's going to be lucrative, I promise. but perhaps we could meet at yours tomorrow, at your home. That would be better than your office, me coming to your house. Then we'd just be two friends talking, so to speak. If anyone sees us. Kira doesn't meet his gaze because she's too ashamed that she's actually trying to persuade herself that she's interested in what he's saying because there might be a lucrative contract for the firm at the other end of it. Because that isn't true. What gets her interested is what he says next. Obviously, this has to stay between us, Kira. Don't tell anyone, not even Peter. Kira is ashamed, of course, but it's a bit intoxicating, the thought of knowing the innermost workings of the hockey club. For once, finding out the town's secrets before everyone else. Perhaps she only wants to enjoy that for a very short while. Is that so wrong? Is she so terrible she doesn't even want to think about that? So she asks instead, if anyone sees us. What do you mean by that? Who would see us? 53 pictures the cell phone on the editor-in-chief's desk vibrates as a message arrives from her dad. She leans forward and sees that he hasn't written anything, just sent 3 photographs from the funeral. The first shows Peter Anderson going into the church with Beartown hockey's most notorious hooligan. The second is of Peter Anderson coming out of the church with the coach of Beartown hockey. The third shows Tails getting out of Kira Anderson's car. Her dad didn't need to write anything beneath the pictures, because his daughter already knows what he's trying to say. How could the Anderson family claim not to have anything to do with Beartown hockey now? The Anderson family is Beartown hockey. 54 lies. Are you going to be at home tomorrow? Kira asks innocently. In hindsight, she'll think that her and Peter's biggest mistake when they argue is always the same, that they pull away when they ought to be reaching out. They raise their voices instead of lowering their guard, that they hold grudges rather than keep their ears open. But their worst sin, the very cruelest of all, is when they don't tell the whole truth and then convince themselves that this isn't the same as lying. How do you mean? Have you got something planned? Peter asks, just as innocently. They drove home from the funeral in silence, without holding each other's hands. He kept all 10 fingers on the wheel, and she made herself busy with her phone. Now she's made herself busy repotting the plants in the living room, and he's baking bread in the kitchen. And if she told her psychologist that, he'd probably have a stroke from the excitement. Peter is obsessed with creating something. Kira is desperately trying to keep something alive. When she comes into the kitchen to get water, they pass each other near the sink. He has flour on his fingers, she has soil on hers. They ask innocent questions and receive innocent replies. That's how easily one lie gets laid upon another. No, I was just wondering. I thought I'd work from home, so I can drive Leo to school if you're busy, she says. Really? Well, yes, that would be good. I have actually got something to do. I was going to say no, but... Well, it's so stupid, no big deal, but Elizabeth Zackel asked if I'd like to go and look at a player with her, he says tentatively, glancing at her. Really? Yes, is that stupid? No, I didn't mean that at all. I was just surprised, that's all. Peter strews some more flour across the counter. Like I said, it's just nonsense. It isn't even the club asking, just Zackel herself, almost as if we were friends. Kira holds a potted plant under the tap. She's so good at acting nonchalant. Well, in that case, I think you should go. He needs his dough, is almost as good at it himself. You think? Well, if she needs your help, you don't mind doing it, do you? Yes, maybe. We'll be driving there and back in a day, that's all, so I'd be back again tomorrow evening. Is that okay, or do you need me in the office? He's a bit too eager to get her approval. She's a bit too quick to grant it. No, we'll manage. Go ahead. No worries. He nods hesitantly. Well then, she nods. Peter convinces himself that he's telling the truth, even though he isn't telling the whole truth, because he hasn't said how much he's hoping that this might be a way back into the club. Hasn't said that he's dreaming of hockey again because this, whatever it is that they have, isn't enough for him. Hasn't admitted that he needs to be needed, that it's important for him to be important. So he bakes his bread in silence and slides the trays into the oven. Bang, 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 and they go. In turn, Kira probably knows that she ought to tell him everything Tails said, that she's been offered the seat on the committee, but she convinces herself that she's a lawyer first and foremost in this instance, not a wife. So she just looks at the compost being washed down the drain before she picks up another pot, empties it, then refills it once more, digging, saying nothing. 55 howls everyone is connected around here, and connected most tightly by the threads we never see. When we remember these days in hindsight, we might perhaps note the dark irony in the fact that Ramona, who knew and influenced so many people when she was alive, had, through her funeral, a profound impact on people she never even met. Because everyone in Beartown is there mourning her loss today, so no one is at work, which means that the factory has to call all the employees who live over in Hidi to cover the shift. One of them, a young woman who only finished her own shift a few hours earlier, goes in at once. Her mother tells her not to, but the extra money and the Sunday work supplement are too good to turn down. Especially now, when there's so much to buy, the young woman says. Just be careful, don't wear yourself out. It's even more important that you look after your body now, her mother insists, and the young woman rolls her eyes but still promises. The machine she's in charge of today in the factory is old. The shift before hers reported a fault this morning, but no one had time to tell her. She's tired, feels sick, and perhaps her head is a little dizzy. The investigators at the factory will ask thousands of questions about this afterward to try to make it look like it was her own fault. But the truth is that the mechanics couldn't get here because of the storm, and management didn't dare risk disrupting production, so they faked the repair form and let the machine run. There should always be 2 people operating it, but because they're short of staff today, the young woman ends up there on her own. The health and safety officer is already arguing with the factory's management about so many other things that no one had spared any thought for the fact that the emergency stop button is too far away if you're on your own, and something gets trapped. No one who hears the howl will ever forget it. 56 teammates after the funeral, 2 hockey players who didn't attend it, are hanging around on the other side of the road. They both wanted to pay their respects to Ramona somehow, but one is shy and the other ashamed, so neither of them managed to persuade themselves to go inside the church. It isn't until the door opens again and people are coming out that the ashamed player notices the shy player standing 20 yards away and goes over to him. "Hello," Amat says. Mumble nods gently in response. His lips move to form a reply, but nothing comes out. They stand next to each other with their hands in their pockets, looking at the church. "I couldn't bring myself to go in. Everyone just wants to ask if I'm going to play hockey again," Amat says quietly, because with Mumble he suddenly feels he can speak freely. Mumble just nods slowly, but the look in his eyes shows that he really does understand, so Amat doesn't feel too ashamed to ask. "Maybe we could train together one day, like we used to last year. I need to get in shape. I don't know if Zaka will take me back on the team, but I need to find somewhere to play. I need to play again, if you get me." Mumble nods, both because he gets it and because he really would like to train with Amat again. He used to hate those darting wristers and the skates that could change direction in the air, the shots that seemed to come out of nowhere, but now he misses the challenge. Hockey needs to be difficult. "Maybe we could ask the caretaker if we could use the rink one evening, or we could just play on the lake if it freezes soon," Amat says. Mumble's nods are more eager now. That also counts as a language. Benji takes the back route around the church with his jacket pulled up over his head, like a cat padding as quickly as it dares to avoid being seen, in the hope that no one will stop him and want to talk about hockey. In the middle of the low rumble of hundreds of mourners, subdued conversation, it's lucky that he recognizes the sound of size 14 sneakers running. because at least then, he has time to brace his knees and dig his heels in to save his back from breaking when Bobo throws himself at him in a hug like a fully grown dog who thinks he's still a puppy. Benji, Benji, shit, I didn't even know you were home. How are you? The delighted lummox manages to blurt out before they've even finished hugging. Benji slips nimbly out of his embrace and hushes him at first, then laughs. Seriously, Bobo, have you done anything except eat since I left? Have you been eating at all? Wasn't there any food in Asia or something? Bobo grins, so happy that he's skipping about on tiptoe until he can no longer resist throwing himself into another hug. I've missed you too, Benji sighs. Maybe it sounds sarcastic, but it's true. There's a special sort of love that you can't get from your mates, only from teammates. Amat, mumble, look who's here. Bobo's voice carries high above the crowd when he catches sight of his two teammates on the other side of the road and immediately starts dragging Benji over there. Benji, Amat, and Mumble unite in directing a shared SHHH at him, seeing as the last thing any of them wants is to attract attention, and the last thing you ought to do if you don't want to attract attention is be in Bobo's company. Bloody hell, Bobo, do you want a megaphone? I don't think all the dead heard you, Benji sighs, and Bobo looks at him the way you do when you don't understand a word of what's being said, but are still just as delighted. Maybe we could go somewhere else, Amat suggests when he sees people in the churchyard starting to glance curiously in their direction. Benji nods quickly, just as keen to get away from there, so they start walking, and it only takes a few hundred yards for everything to feel the same as normal. Four guys of roughly the same age talking about hockey. Benji nods toward Amat's stomach and asks if he's been training hard lately. Amat smiles and says, "It's complicated," then asks if Benji has been doing any training, and Benji says, "You know me. I get into shape by resting." All four of them laugh, and then Bobo gets a text message, and then two more. And when Benji and Amat start teasing him that maybe he's got a girlfriend now, they aren't prepared for the fact that that's exactly what he's gone and done. Tess texts that her parents aren't home if Bobo wants to see her. "We need to come up with a plan that keeps my brothers busy," she says, so Bobo turns to Amat, Benji, and Mumble and asks, with the biggest, most naive eyes in the entire forest, "Can you do me a favor?" What teammates could say no to that? When Bobo says he's going to get some wheels, Benji, Amat, and Mumble are expecting something normal, so when he returns to pick them up they can barely contain themselves. "What's that?" "A camper van." Amat wonders, looking from one end of the ridiculously long vehicle to the other. It looks about 100 years old. Bobo nods happily. "Yes, I got it from Dad. He got it from his hunting team. They all thought it was a write-off, but I've been fixing it up one bit at a time." "One bit at a time. You've got quite a lot of bits left, haven't you?" Benji smiles as he gets in. The camper van is so rusty and buckled that he and Amat entertain themselves for the whole trip finding things that are actually in one piece. For a very short while they think that the door to the glove compartment is intact, but a moment later Benji is sitting with both it and half the dashboard in his lap. "Your dad didn't have anything a bit more stable to give you? Like a skateboard with 3 wheels or something?" Benji grins. "Seriously, Bobo, did you do something bad to your dad? Is he angry with you?" Amat laughs, then tells Benji and Mumble about the time Bobo drank some of Hog's vodka, and had heard that you should top it up with water afterwards so it didn't show. It was all fine until Bobo put the bottle back in the freezer where Hog kept it, and the following morning he had to explain to his dad how vodka was able to freeze solid. Everyone laughs except Bobo. He looks so deep in thought that in the end Benji has to ask something you hardly ever want to know the answer to. "What are you thinking about, Bobo?" Bobo gives him an honest reply because he can't do otherwise. "I was thinking how crazy freezers are. Just think if you put a piece of meat with a best before date of tomorrow in the freezer, then leave it for a month, then when you take it out it's still okay to eat. It's like you've stopped time. Freezers are time machines. Benji's eyebrows disappear beneath his hair. Out of all the things you could be thinking about, that's the sort of thing you go and pick, don't you? I don't understand why everyone isn't thinking about things like that the whole time, Bobo replies very seriously. Benji and Amat laugh. Mumble stays quiet, not because he doesn't appreciate the humor, but because he's the only one thinking about where they're going. Bobo is in love. Amat probably hasn't realized how serious the conflict between the towns is. And Benji, of course, is the same as always, not afraid of anyone. But Mumble is weighed down with anxiety, because they're heading straight toward Hidi, and he knows what's going to happen when these guys show themselves there. There's going to be trouble. 57 different hells. Johnny and Hannah are having one of those rare moments when they both finish work at almost the same time. They really ought to buy a lottery ticket every time that happens. He picks her up at the hospital. They kiss in the car like two teenagers, and Hannah laughs out loud at how silly he is when he tries to go further. She tells him to take her home first, like a damn grown-up. But then the van won't start, and then it's lucky for him that she loves him so much, because otherwise he'd have heard a few things considerably worse than silly. He gets out to check what might be wrong, and only then does he notice that he's got 4 missed calls on his phone. In just a few minutes, just as he raises it to his ear to call the station, he hears the car door open and Hannah's voice calling, "Darling, they've just called me. I have to go back in. Johnny, we need you at work." A voice yells at the same time from the fireman's phone. Johnny sighs, as does Hannah. They smile at each other across the hood of the van. At least they got a few minutes together, like silly teenagers. That's something. Then they run. The production floor at the factory in Beartown has always been political dynamite. It can determine the outcome of an entire council election. 2 years ago, one local politician, Richard Theo, ran a campaign based, at least on the surface, on unemployment, but it was really intended to implant the words Beartown jobs for Beartown people in people's consciousness. Obviously, that was when the factory in Beartown was short of jobs. Now there's more like a shortage of workers, but a good slogan is hard to shift. The staff who come from Hidi are still prone to suspect favoritism every time a management position or a better shift is given to someone from Beartown rather than one of them. Under those circumstances, it's even easier to interpret what happens to the young woman today as something other than an accident. The young woman is from Hidi. The woman who normally works that machine is from Beartown. She's on maternity leave at the moment, but her replacement is also from Beartown, so he was at Ramona's funeral. So the young woman from Hidi was a replacement for a replacement, and the machine has been reported as faulty but cleared by a stressed manager, who by coincidence also happens to come from Beartown. Richard Theo's words are easy to remember then. Beartown jobs, Beartown people. When the machine seizes up, the young woman doesn't know why. She calls for help from her workmates to clear the blockage, but none of them has time. She's worried about messing up her own productivity figures in the factory's new digital monitoring system if she waits too long. So she tries to sort it out on her own. The machine splutters, then starts up again when she isn't expecting it, and in one horrible breath she's sucked in under iron and cog wheels and hears bones being crushed. Only then, when her lungs finally find some air, do the screams make their way out of her. It feels like they're never going to stop. Afterward, we'll talk more about the trouble than about the accident, more about what the men did afterward than about what happened to the young woman. The fire brigade has to cut her out of the machine. She's almost unconscious with pain, but her injuries don't appear to be life-threatening. It isn't until her brothers, who also work at the factory, manage to force their way through the crowd to Johnny that he realizes why Hannah was called back into the hospital again. She's pregnant. She's pregnant. The brothers are howling hysterically. The ambulance doesn't stop for anything along the way, the fire engine right behind it, followed by the brothers' car. The sirens sweep deafeningly through the forest. When they thunder into Hidi, the entire community stops. Out of the way, out of the way, make space. Hannah yells as she rushes out of the hospital entrance and clears a path for the paramedics from the ambulance. Johnny has to throw himself out of the fire engine and literally grab hold of the brothers to stop them getting in the way. When the stretcher bearing the young woman is wheeled in and all the staff rush after it, there's a patch of blood left on the pavement. The brothers are left standing there, staring at it impotently. At roughly the same time, two young men roll into the parking lot in a small car. They're hardly more than boys, with naive expressions and facial hair that wouldn't hold up against a decent towel, and they have no idea what's happened. They don't even work at the hospital but on a building site right next to it, but they're playing music that's a bit too happy, and they have a little bear in a green hockey sweater hanging from the rearview mirror. That's enough. The brothers take this as a provocation. They need one desperately, anything at all. The fight breaks out so quickly that not even Johnny has time to throw himself between them. Before the other firemen get there, the two young construction workers from Beartown are lying on the ground beside their car, battered and terrified. The firemen pick them up and brush them down, but it's too late to calm them down. They jump into their car and drive away from there in panic. And on the way to Beartown, they call their friends and tell them what the brothers did. A couple of their friends work at the factory. A short while later, one of the brothers' girlfriends has her car vandalized in the parking lot there. She has a small Hidi hockey sticker in the rear windshield. Things always happen quickly when everything goes to hell. The world never feels bigger than when you're holding the smallest person. You never feel more incompetent than when you realize that you're suddenly someone's parent and that no one is planning on stopping you. Me. You blurt out when the midwife says you can go home, but I've got no idea what I'm doing. You're going to let me look after a human being. If you're a parent, you probably remember how you carried your first child at the start, how carefully you drove home, how incomprehensible everything was when you sat motionless in the dark to make absolutely certain that that tiny, wrinkled creature was still breathing. A minuscule rib cage rising and falling, and every so often a little whimper from the horizon of dreams, or just a whistling sigh that had you performing lonely little pirouettes on tiptoe around the crib. The way your heart reflexively grabbed hold of your lungs when 5 tiny fingers took hold of one of yours and didn't let go. Being a midwife is strange, because if you do your job perfectly, you have to start again almost immediately, waving off one family and welcoming another at once, without ever getting to know anyone. Perhaps that's the deepest injustice of the job, that the children and mothers who take the longest time and who you really get to know are the tragedies. What was it Hannah said to Anna in the forest a few days ago? You have to make the most of the happy endings whenever you get the chance. Hannah hopes that she does this herself, that her soul has bathed in tears of joy and the breaths of newborns enough times, because otherwise she doesn't know how she's going to get through today. There are 2 women lying in beds at opposite ends of the hospital. One gave birth in the forest during the storm and will soon be able to take her little son, Vidar, home to their little house in Beartown. The house he'll remember as his childhood home, the lawn he played on, the little roads he learned to ride a bike on. His snowball fights, his hockey games, his first broken heart, and his first great love. His whole life. The other woman will be flown to a larger hospital where she will need operations for several broken bones, and when she does eventually come home to her little house in Hidi, it will be without the child she was expecting. The carriage her partner thought was way too expensive, but which she thought she could pay off with the extra money for working a Sunday shift, is sitting in the hall of their home, and she will crumble in despair. In a few weeks her partner will find the box containing the crib in the storeroom. the one she kept nagging at him to put together, and he'll sob so hard that it feels like his ribs will break. For the rest of their lives, they will always walk past the display windows of the sports shop and think that there's one bicycle too many in there, a pair of skates too many, 100,000 adventures and trees to climb and puddles to jump in too many, a million uneaten ice creams. They will never be woken too early on holiday mornings, never whisper shout quiet. When they're talking on the phone, never put small gloves on the radiator. The greatest fear, the tiniest human being, will never be theirs. The factory will make the mistake of calling the whole incident an accident in the paper tomorrow, but everyone in Hindi will say that's what it's called over there. In Hindi, it is called what it was, the fatal accident. Soon there will be muttering around breakfast tables and in staff rooms that if it had been the woman from Beartown, the one who should have been standing at the machine, the one who gave birth to a healthy and happy baby, and named him after one of Beartown hockey's worst hooligans. Then the politicians would have turned the factory upside down in their hunt to find the guilty parties. Perhaps it isn't true. It's just so easy to agree with. Hannah and Johnny are still at work today, so Tess picks up her youngest brother Thure from his friend's house. At first he runs on non-stop about the differences between various superheroes. Then he quickly moves on to the philosophical question. Why do people think you're naked if you're only wearing socks but not naked if you're wearing underpants? Because you have the same amount of fabric on your body. She's too distracted by her phone to listen. Tobias and Ted meet up with them along the way, and all four siblings start planning dinner. Their dad told Tobias that they could order pizza, which he'll get told off for by their mother, seeing as she's already told Tess that they can't. But Tess said that Ted had said that Tobias had said that Dad said that they could. Their mother was too tired to argue about second and third-hand sources, so now it's going to be pizza. Sometimes it's good that there are four of you, because you can use each other in diversionary maneuvers. Are you listening, or what? Tobias wonders, seeing as Tess is writing on her phone but doesn't appear to be taking notes about his extremely specific order for extra cheese and deep pan base, but no olives and only red peppers and definitely no yellow, and so on and so on. She says, but Thure manages to sneak a look at her screen and exclaims, "You're sending a text. Who are you texting? Why are you sending love hearts?" Tobias's and Ted's eyes open wide, as if their sister's lizard skin had slipped out by mistake from beneath her human disguise. "Are you sending love hearts? Who the hell to?" Ted says. Tess, who isn't exactly known for sending the most emotional text messages in the family, turns bright red from equal measures of embarrassment and fury. "If you want a long life, you'll mind your own business." If Tobias and Ted had dared, they would have tried to snatch the phone from her hand, but even Tobias isn't that careless with his health. Thure, on the other hand, isn't old enough to have understood how angry his big sister can get when she actually gets angry. So he clambers up on her back via her legs and manages to catch a glimpse of the screen and blurts out, "Bobo. She's sending love hearts to him, Bobo." Ted manages to stop his little brother from being thrown into some bushes when Tess shrugs him off her, and Tobias jumps out of the way when it looks like she's about to start kicking out at random. She's hyperventilating, and all three brothers back away with their hands in the air. "Sorry, sorry," Thure is whispering. "We were only joking," Tobias and Ted agree. Her phone vibrates in her hand, once, twice, until she looks down and sees what Bobo has written. Even then, despite the fact that she's so angry she could hide snakes in her brother's underwear drawers, she can't help smiling. "Can you keep a secret?" she asks them. Of course they can't, but they promise to try really, really hard, because somewhere deep beneath all the mischief and misbehavior they love their big sister, and this is the first time they've seen her in love. 58 shots. Bobo stops the campervan outside Tess's family's house, and is so nervous that he manages to blow the horn when he's trying to turn the engine off. "Nice, Bobo, really discreet." Benji smiles and Bobo blushes. The residential area is unusually quiet for a Sunday. The temperature is too low for anyone to be cutting grass, but no one has pulled out their snowblower yet. Most people are indoors preparing for the elk hunt. Even the dogs seem to have taken the day off. Ted and Tobias are standing in the small yard next to the house, firing pucks on a practice ramp they built with their dad when they were little. Ted is playing as if he's in the final of the World Championship. Tobias as if he's too tired for this shit, but can't just let his younger brother win. Ted doesn't even notice the camper van, but his big brother saw it in the distance from the corner of his eye. When Benji is the first to get out, Tobias stiffens, stops holding the stick as a tool and starts holding it as a weapon. "What the hell is he doing here?" he splutters, first angry, then scared. He agreed to let his sister invite Bobo, but she didn't mention anyone else, especially not that psycho, Benjamin Ovich. Tobias always stands with the Hidi supporters during all the A-team's games, so he knows all too well who he is. He used to be known only as number 16 here in Hidi, as if he were a genetic experiment. Everyone in Hidi was delighted when he abandoned hockey and moved away 2 years ago, Tobias included, because they hated him the way hockey supporters can only hate psychopaths they'd have loved to have on their own team. The first thing Tobias thinks now is that this is a trap, that Benji is here to beat him to death, as revenge for the fight in Beartown's ice rink yesterday. Benji is wearing just a t-shirt. He took his white shirt off after the funeral, and the only top Bobo had in the car was obviously a green one with a bear on it. So that's the first thing Tobias sees. He's only 15 and Benji is 20, but Benji recognizes his body language and how prepared he is for trouble. For a few moments, man and boy evaluate each other, and even if Tobias is tall and muscular for his age, he grips his stick in a way that says he knows perfectly well what little chance he has. Then Bobo unfolds himself from the driver's seat, and Tess lets out a yelp of delight from the kitchen window, in a way Tobias has never heard his sister do before. His grip on the stick relaxes slightly. Then Mumble and Amat get out of the side door of the camper van, and only then does Ted look up with eyes radiant with giddy admiration. Toby, that's, do you see? He's Amat, it's Amat, he whispers, just loud enough for absolutely everyone to hear how embarrassing he is. Tobias breathes out in a long groan toward his brother and feels his heart rate slow down a little, but he doesn't take his eyes off Benji. Benji just looks amused and lights a cigarette. Bobo pulls a large wicker picnic basket out of the back of the ramshackle camper van, then can't get the door to close. This doesn't appear to bother him. Tess comes out of the house as if she's having to force her feet not to leave the ground and fly off with her. They do try their hardest, their very hardest, not to wrap themselves around each other's necks in front of his friends and her brothers. She invites him into the kitchen and he immediately starts asking thousands of questions about her and the house and the family. She isn't used to that. She's used to boys only wanting one thing, so in the end she asks what he's got in the basket. He shows her. Pasta and meat and vegetables and stock and cream. She laughs and thinks that she was right after all. Boys really do only want one thing. They want to make dinner. Of course, Amat can see the way Ted is looking at him, like a child who's caught sight of his idol. Usually Amat hates that. Not long ago he'd have gone straight back to the car and demanded to be taken home at once, but he isn't a superstar anymore. Arrogance is a luxury, so instead he asks, "Do you want to play?" He'll persuade himself it was for the 13-year-old's sake, but if he's honest, he just wants to play. Sooner that than talk. Ted can't manage more than a nod, so they play, he and his idol. Mumble silently shows little Ture what to do when he stands on goal, because that's the good thing about 7-year-olds, they don't require any dialogue. Ted tries a wrist flick and Amat gently corrects the way he angles his knee and how to put more force into the shot. When he tries a shot himself, Ted, Ture, and Mumble just stand and stare. "How do you do that? That's like a bolt of lightning," Ted gasps. Amat can't look him in the eye and mutters, "It's just training. Your shot right now is better than mine was at your age." Dear Lord, it's a miracle that Ted's chest doesn't explode at that. He spent so many hours on this practice ramp that once a nosy neighbor on the street threatened to report Johnny to social services because she was annoyed by the noise and because she thought the boy's parents were forcing him to go outside and fire pucks at the wall all one June evening when it was pouring with rain. Hannah had to go around and explain that she wished Johnny could force the kid to do something, because then maybe it would force him to come inside and eat. But Ted's obsession comes from within, and nothing can be done about that. If that neighbor had looked out of her window now, perhaps she would have changed her mind, because one day she'll boast about who her neighbor was. Ted and Amat are laughing loudly as they challenge each other. Amat wins most rounds, but when Ted wins one, he races around the yard with his arms in the air and Ture on his back, as if he's won the whole world. Amat gives Ted a high five when he comes back. Maybe one day the two of them will play in the NHL together. In the kitchen, Tess and Bobo are giggling and a love story begins. Out here others begin. None of them are such a bad idea. While the others are firing off shots on the practice area, Benji leans against the camper van and lights his second cigarette in 5 minutes. "Are you going to hit me with that stick then? Because if you're not, you might as well put it down, or I won't stop worrying that you're going to poke yourself in the eye." He calls across to Tobias in a tone that isn't remotely unfriendly. The 15-year-old realizes he's still holding the stick like a weapon in his hands and quickly lowers it and looks down apologetically. Sorry. There's just so much trouble with people from Beartown recently. When you got out of the car with that top on, I just thought, shit, here we go." "I feel too sick to fight," Benji confesses. "Hungover," Tobias wonders tentatively, because Benji is sweating even though he's standing there in just a t-shirt when the temperature is below freezing. "I don't have a problem fighting when I'm hungover. Only when I'm sober," Benji chuckles. He hasn't had a drink since he got home to Beartown and is starting to feel the whole of his body cry out in protest. As he says this, Tess's laughter rings out through the kitchen window and Tobias raises his head in surprise like a meerkat emerging from a hole. "Is my sister laughing? Doesn't she normally do that?" Benji wonders. "Only when Ted or I hurt ourselves." When Tess bursts into another fit of giggling, Benji smiles. "I think maybe Bobo has just told her that he spends a lot of time thinking about how freezers are like time machines. You can choose whether to laugh with him or at him, but you can't help laughing." "Time machines," Tobias repeats. Benji shakes his head in resignation. "Forget it, it's far too complicated. How old's your brother?" He nods over at Ted. 2 years younger, 13, Tobias replies. 13, what do you feed him?" "Rottweilers, he's the size of a bloody house," Tobias nods proudly. "He's hot shit at hockey, he's gonna be better than Amat." "Better than his big brother then," Benji teases and is taken aback when Tobias replies instantly. "He already is, he just doesn't know it yet." Benji taps the ash from his cigarette and almost looks like he wants to pat the boy on the shoulder. "You should play for Zakel, our trainer over in Beartown. Ted should be playing for her, not me." "No, you should be. She likes players who know their own limitations." Tobias realizes this is a compliment. He's just too much of a Beartown hater and too much of a 15-year-old to be able to accept it. "Shame your team's full of sons of bitches and faggots," he blurts out from pure instinct, then feels like knocking every last tooth out of his own mouth afterward, assuming Benji doesn't do it for him. But Benji's expression barely changes as he replies, "We aren't sons of bitches, but you might be right about the rest." "Sorry, I didn't mean that," Tobias mumbles awkwardly. 2 years ago, when everyone in both Beartown and Hidi had just found out what Benji was, Tobias was standing among the Hidi supporters when the teams met. He remembers what they screamed at Benji. The way they threw dildos onto the ice. It had been so easy for Tobias and all the others to explain it away afterward. That's just what hockey is like. You look for your opponent's weakest point. It's never really personal. Not racist, not sexist, not homophobic. You're just trying to win. But that explanation feels much thinner now that the man he was screaming at is standing in front of him. The 15-year-old feels himself shrinking with shame. Benji, however, just grins and replies, "You're sons of bitches and faggots too. You just don't know it yet." Tobias laughs in relief, grateful that he still has all his teeth left when he plucks up courage to ask, "Is it true that you knocked down 4 players on the other team once?" "Who told you that, Dad? I think you're the only Beartown player he's ever liked, but he'd never admit it." Benji lights another cigarette. "It was probably only 3, and none of them knew how to fight on the ice, so it doesn't really count. Can you teach me how to do that? How to fight on the ice?" Benji smokes his cigarette, and for a few moments he hates himself for coming back to the forest where this is all he is. Someone capable of violence, someone to fear. "So you think your brother can go as far as aim at? What about you, how far can you go?" he asks, to avoid having to answer Tobias's question. "Not that far. Hidi's A-team maybe, unless they get promoted, because then there wouldn't be room for me. And if they don't, shut down the whole club." "Why wouldn't you be able to get further than that?" "Because I'm not like Ted, I'm like you." "Like me?" Tobias's neck flushes from the sudden rush of blood. "Not like gay, I mean I'm not like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I mean as a player. I don't want hockey enough to become as good as it demands. I don't live for it, not like Ted." Benji laughs and the smoke catches in his throat. "Is that what you think it was like for me?" Tobias nods, still feeling embarrassed but with total conviction. "If it wasn't, then you'd still be playing. No matter what we yelled at you from the stands. If you'd really loved hockey, nothing would have stopped you." Benji rolls his eyes, stubs his cigarette out, and starts patting his pockets to find more. "Bloody hell. Zakel really would have loved you." Tobias tries to take this as a compliment. He really does. In the kitchen, Bobo is making dinner and asking questions, because his mother taught him that those are the 2 best ways of courting a girl. Because girls aren't used to either of them. Bobo knows he doesn't have much else to offer Tess, so he's hoping it will be enough. It is. When Tess's laughter reaches across the yard again, Tobias stares at Benji's face for a long time, still slightly wary. Then he asks very seriously, "Is he okay? That Bobo, I know he's your friend, but is he an okay guy?" Benji has big sisters too, so he understands the question, so he replies, "You could probably find better, but you could definitely find a hell of a lot who are worse. He's the kindest, most loyal person I know, but seriously, what your sister sees in him, God only knows." Tobias thinks for a long, long time before he looks down and answers, "She can probably see that he's friendly." "Is that good?" Benji asks honestly. Breathing through his nose, Tobias pokes around his shoelaces with the stick. "She doesn't want a remarkable life, just a normal one. Our dad's a fireman, our mom's a midwife. We've spent our whole childhoods getting told we're being raised by heroes. The sort of people who run toward fire. But Bobo isn't a hero, and my sister can probably see that. He wouldn't run toward fire, he'd run toward her." Tobias falls silent with embarrassment when he realizes how silly that might sound. Benji runs his fingers through his long, messy hair and smiles uncomfortably. Neither of them can relax in the lack of words that follows, so Benji looks around and catches sight of a patch of ground on the drive where water has leaked out of a split hose pipe, freezing an area of about 1 square yard. He goes over, followed by Tobias, and when they get there, out of nowhere Benji grabs hold of Tobias's top and jerks so hard that Tobias loses his balance and falls to the ground. Benji catches him at the last moment and says, "You need to think about where you place your feet. Then use my own weight against me." Then Benji teaches him how to fight on the ice. You couldn't find a better teacher. Over on the practice ramp, Ted finally plucks up the courage to ask Amat, "What was the NHL draft like?" Mumble is showing Tuur how to move if he wants to be a goalkeeper, but glances anxiously at Amat when he hears the question. He's pretty certain no one else has dared to ask straight out like that, like a 13-year-old with dreams too big to be contained by his chest. Amat fires off another shot, then replies thoughtfully, "Everyone was the best. You encounter good players here at home, in the league, at training camps, wherever, but everyone you meet over there is the best where they come from. They've been ready for the draft all their lives. It's pressure, a hell of a lot of pressure. That's the only way I can describe it, heavier than I've ever felt, like being suffocated." Ted fires a puck, leans on his stick. "My dad says pressure is a privilege. If you don't feel pressure, that's just because you've never done anything valuable enough for people to have expectations of you. Can I recruit you as my agent if I get to the next draft?" Amat smiles. "In a few years' time you can be my agent," Ted blurts out, and never in his entire life has he said anything so cocky to another person. He feels ridiculously ashamed, and Amat can't help admiring that, because he can hear himself in the boy. He remembers the way he used to play hockey before he only played hockey for everyone else's sake. The next shot he fires off whistles through the air and almost tears the net to pieces. "I'll never be able to shoot that hard, no matter how much I practice," Ted whispers, impressed. "You don't need to practice more, you just need to think less," Amat replies. The teammates from Beartown are in a good mood when they leave the house, and Bobo kisses Tess so cautiously on the cheek that Benji mutters, "I've seen people be more sensual when they seal an envelope, Bobo." Bobo's face turns dark pink, and even Mumble laughs out loud. He's never had a gang of friends, has never experienced a day like this, when you just hang out with each other for hours without really doing anything at all. This lack of expectations is new for him, as is the laughter, which is why he drops his guard enough to nod in agreement when Bobo offers to give him a lift home. "See you at training tomorrow," Bobo calls out as they drive off, unfortunately so loudly that the lights go on in every house along the street. The campervan drives off toward Beartown, and Mumble goes inside his house, but it's too late. Everyone has already seen who dropped him off. A short while later, someone throws a stone through the window of the apartment he shares with his mom. A message from the hockey fans in the area is written on it in red ink, and it is as unimaginative as it is effective. "Judas, die. 59, youth, a child died in the hospital today." There are always people who claim it isn't a child until it's born, but Hannah has never been able to get her head around that line of reasoning. The grief is the same, and the guilt. If all children are your children, then everything is always your fault. Late in the evening, she's sitting at her kitchen table at home in Hidi, exhausted and worn out from crying, until in the end she's just empty. One of her colleagues drove her home from the hospital, and they didn't say a word to each other. The only thing Hannah could think about was something Tuur asked when he was 4 or 5 years old. "Do you get old in heaven, Mommy?" Hannah didn't understand the question, so her youngest son reformulated it in frustration. "Do you still have birthdays when you're dead?" When Hannah admitted that she didn't know, he whispered disconsolately, "So what happens to the babies who die in their mommies' tummies if they never get big? Aren't they allowed to play? Not even in heaven?" It was one of those moments that hit her extra hard because everything with Tuur was the last time. The last child. She's the mother of 4 children, and that's enough. Oh my, it really is more than enough, but still. Something happens to you when you realize that it isn't a choice anymore. Children never let you forget that you're growing older. Tuur is 7 now, Tess 17. With him, everything is things Hannah won't do as a mom again. And with her daughter, everything is things she's never done as a mom before. Small children, small problems, big children, big problems. One of her colleagues said just after Tess was born, but of course that isn't true. It's the mistakes that get bigger. Hannah's own mistakes. She rests her forehead on the table. She's had such a long day, but sadly that's no excuse because, as she's always telling the children, we don't make excuses for our behavior in this family. Our own orders are always the hardest to follow. Several hours have passed since Tess slammed the front door behind her and disappeared. The argument went so fast, and it was all Hannah's fault. She knows that. She arrived home exhausted from the hospital, her feet and lungs aching. Even her skin hurt, so she was already close to exploding. It started with her finding a piece of rubber trim on the drive that looked like it had fallen off a car. She might not have thought any more about it if one of the neighbors, the nosy cow who's always complaining about Ted practicing his shots, hadn't marched over from her yard to announce that Hannah's children had had a party all afternoon. She might have let that go too, because of course Tobias and Ted denied everything. But even if Ture was old enough to know that you don't tell tales, he was still young enough to be bribed with chocolate. By the time Hannah had found out from him precisely who had been here and why, and that Tess now had a boyfriend, and that they had been alone in the house while her brothers had been in the yard, she was already on her way up the stairs, blinded by anger and fear, and the illusion of betrayal. A long day, no excuse, but one of the most unfair things about having 3 younger siblings is that the way you're raised will always be based on expectations. So Tess was punished because she has gotten her parents used to expecting her to be the sensible, reliable one, the one her mother never had to worry about. So Hannah stormed into her room with the very worst of all things a parent can say. "I expected better from you, Tess." That's really just another way of telling a teenager that she ought to make more of an effort to lower expectations for next time. Hannah knows that deep down, but this was one of those occasions that almost all parents experience at some point, when we start shouting and can't stop. Disappointment with our children is always just disappointment with ourselves, and nothing has a longer breaking distance than that. So Hannah yelled at her daughter and was totally unprepared for being yelled at in return. "You haven't even asked what happened." Her daughter shouted and instantly regretted not saying what she meant, that her mother hadn't asked how she felt, because her mother ought to know. Everything the daughter has learned about real love has been learned here at home. "I shouldn't have to ask. You were supposed to look after your brothers and instead you brought a boy home, and a boy from Beartown at that. Do you even know what happened today? There was a full-blown fight at the hospital you could have." The mother yelled, and the daughter shot back instantly. "If Ted and Tobias brought girls home, you'd just be happy, but you're shouting at me. Do you think you own me or something?" Hannah will claim that she was too exhausted to back down and apologize then, but sadly the truth is that she was simply too proud. Mothers and daughters know how to wound each other in totally unique ways, possibly because daughters often carry the guilt of their mothers' consciences, until they end up arguing about sins that they haven't even committed. "Tobias and Ted can't get pregnant," Hannah snapped. That's how little time it takes to create one of those moments that mothers collect and wake up regretting in the middle of the night. Children's screams aren't their best weapon. Silence is. The only advantage parents have is that it takes kids years to realize that. "Do you really have such low expectations of me?" Tess whispered. Then she strode past her mother and walked downstairs, and her mother is so used to this child being the one she doesn't have to worry about that she didn't even react at first when the front door slammed shut. She didn't comprehend what had just happened. But it didn't open again, her daughter didn't come back, and by the time Hannah rushed downstairs and out onto the drive, she was gone. So now Hannah is sitting alone in the kitchen with all her regrets. Johnny hasn't come home yet, Ted and Ture daren't even come downstairs, so Tobias ends up doing that. Of course. The child she's always worried about most has always had the lowest expectations of. Have you called Dad and told him Tess has gone? With her forehead still pressed to the table, Hannah mutters, "No, no, are you crazy? If she's at Bobo's, he might go over there," and she stops herself before she says something stupid, but her son knows exactly what she means anyway. He says nothing for a long while, then sighs. "That Bobo's okay, Mom. He's kind. He adores her." "That isn't what this is about," his mother says defensively, but the words dry up in her throat when she hears how much she sounds like her own mother. Tobias doesn't sit down at the kitchen table. He just touches her shoulder with his fingertips and says, "What's that thing Dad always says about hockey players? That stuff about the leash." Hannah bites the inside of her cheek and mutters, "You have to trust the best ones and let go of them, because if you resist they'll just chew through their leash and then they're gone forever." "That's how it is with Tess," her son says. Hannah puts her hand over his fingers and makes him squeeze her shoulder tightly before she whispers, "Is this when I lose my daughter? Is that what you're saying?" Tobias isn't smart enough to know the answer, but he is smart enough not to lie. So the only response his mother gets is silence, and his nose pressed against her neck. There's no life like the life of young people. No love like first love. The camper van rolls into the hollow and Bobo and Benji drop Amat off outside his apartment. In every locker room they have grown up in, they have been told how important it is to play your own game and to direct the match. Not stand around waiting for something to happen, but do something yourself. Amat is all too aware that he ought to apply that to his pride now. He stands there in the parking lot, waiting and hoping for Bobo to ask if he'd like to come and train with the team, instead of simply asking himself. It goes too quickly, like the first kiss or the last sorry, said to who or whatever you are about to lose. And if you don't seize the opportunity, perhaps you'll end up spending your whole life wondering what might have been. But Amat can't get the words out, and Bobo is looking at him with eyes that steadily get more nostalgic and less hopeful. They'll soon be grown men, and all they will talk about then as each year passes will be more about memories and less about dreams. This is the end of the age when everything is still possible. Bobo raises his hand in a sad farewell. Benji touches 2 fingers to one eyebrow in salute. Amat gives a brief nod. It's been a fun day, a really fun day, one of the last truly carefree days. The campervan turns and drives away. Some kids are running around the yard playing with sticks and a tennis ball, and as Bobo drives past they wave and call out to him, "Are you selling ice cream? Get a real car, you loser." Even child molesters don't have cars as ugly as that. Bobo just laughs. The kids in the hollow have always been a bit more loudmouthed than everywhere else, but Benji rolls down the window on his side and sticks his head out, and that shuts the children up at once. He jerks the door handle hard, as if he's about to leap out, making them jump. It takes a moment before their little hearts start beating again, and Benji and Bobo laugh as they drive away. The mouths of the kids behind them start up again at once, all of them arguing with each other. "I wasn't frightened, you were frightened." "Do you remember when we were that small?" Bobo grins. "You were never that fucking small," Benji grins back. Bobo has to concede that there's a degree of truth in that. When he pulls out onto the main road his phone rings, and even if he tries to hide it, his face lights up so much when he sees the name on the screen that he almost drives into a ditch. "Hi. Hi." "No, nothing. Now, come to mine." "Yes, of course, but what about your parents?" "No, I'm coming, I'm on my way," he chatters. Benji sighs when he ends the call. "If you're going to get Tess, I'm coming with you. You probably shouldn't be in Hd on your own if you're planning to cause trouble there." "How did you know it was her?" Bobo wonders, and Benji laughs so hard that the whole car rocks. "It's good to see you in love, Bobo. Really good. You deserve it." "Seriously?" Bobo whispers uncertainly. "Seriously," Benji assures him. They set off along the road between the 2 towns and pick Tess up. She's waiting where the forest ends and the houses haven't yet started. She couldn't wait to get out of Hd. She just says she's had an argument with her mom and Bobo. doesn't ask any questions, and she loves him for that. The way he always lets her explain what she wants to explain, no more, no less. Benji drives the campervan back. Bobo sits in the back with Tess's head on his shoulder, his creaking skeleton trying to contain feelings that are far too big for it. "Is this going too fast for you?" she whispers. "Everything has always gone too fast for me. I'm not very quick," he whispers. "Will you forgive me when I get really angry with you?" she asks. "What have I done?" he asks anxiously. "Nothing, yet, but sooner or later you'll do something if it's going to be you and me now." She feels his heart pound like a jackhammer beneath her cheek. "You can get as angry as you like as long as you don't leave me." "Deal," she whispers. Then they head into that very first, best silence of a relationship, when everything is safe, when everything is us. One day they will get married and have kids of their own, and Tess will say the same thing to Bobo then that she once heard her mom say to her dad. "If we get divorced, I hope we don't part as friends. I hate it when people say that. If we get divorced as friends, that means we don't love each other enough to be able to hurt each other anymore. So if you love me, really love me, you need to love me so much that it drives you mad. He will never stop." "Bobo," Benji asks from the driver's seat as they pass the Beartown town sign. "Yes. Can I buy this campervan off you?" "No. What? It's completely broken down, but hell, I'm starting to like it. It feels like me." Tess laughs. Bobo smiles and replies, "You can't buy it, Benji. But I can give it to you. Seriously, seriously. There's no life like youth, no love like first love, no friends like teammates." 60 talent Zakel picks Peter up early on Monday morning. Her Jeep is rusty, his old tracksuit top has grown tight, the whole world has gotten older since he was last on his way to watch hockey. "What's that?" Zakel asks, nodding at the bag in his hand. "Bread. Bread," she says, as if the word were particularly exotic. He offers her some, but she lights a cigar instead. He waits for her to explain where they're going, but evidently she can't see any reason to say. They drive for 1.5 cigars until he finally loses patience. "Seriously, Elizabeth, do you want me to just sit here without you even telling me which player we're going to look at? If I'm going to be any use, I need to be prepared." "Don't worry, you won't be much use," she replies bluntly between 2 long puffs. He frowns. "You said you needed my help. Did I? Maybe I did, but I don't. It's enough for you to be here. You can sleep now. The drive's going to take 6 hours. 6 hours, one way. But I'm in a hurry to get home." Peter lies and feels ashamed because if he was, he wouldn't be here in the first place. "The papers are in the back if you feel like having a look," Zakel offers without giving the slightest indication that his opinion will make any difference. Peter considers trying to pretend that he has enough ego left to ask her to turn the car around, but that would be pointless. So he sighs and reaches for a folder on the back seat, opens it, sees a picture, and raises his eyebrows. "Hang on, I recognize this guy. I went to look at him a few years ago. He was no, hang on, this guy's name is Alexander, so it can't be him. The other guy's name was." "It's the same guy. He's changed his name," Zakel informs him. Peter leafs through the folder. She's right, it is the same guy. 5 years ago, when he was 15 years old, he was one of the brightest talents in the whole country. He was the same age as Beartown's golden generation, led by Kevin, so Peter kept a close eye on all the competition back then. He and Tails even had a grand plan to try to persuade the kid and his dad to move to Beartown, so they traveled to a tournament to watch him play. That turned out to be a waste of time because the boy never showed up. His team said he was injured, but Peter heard from the general manager of another club that that was a lie. They left him at home. A God-given talent, strong as an ox, can take any amount of beating, but he can't be coached, that one. Bit of a diva, discipline problems too. Misses training, argues with his coaches, refuses to pass the puck, won't take instruction, can't play on a team. Huge shame, he's going to throw away his entire career. The general manager was proved right. During the years that followed, the boy was thrown out of 3 different junior teams. and he argued and moaned his way out of every opportunity until the phone stopped ringing. He's 20 years old now and already a has-been. Sadly, there are a number of players like that in every generation. Peter knows that from experience. They live off their innate talent until they hit their teens, but as soon as demands start to be made of them, they kick back. I remember him as something of a troublemaker, Peter says cautiously to Zakel. The season starts 1 week from now. If he wasn't a troublemaker, he wouldn't still be available, she replies. Zakel never builds teams, she builds gangs of bandits. Peter recognizes the headache he's starting to get now, because he had it every day when he was general manager. I wouldn't advise you to recruit him, but you won't pay any attention to that, so perhaps you can tell me what you see in him. He therefore says wearily, expecting Zakel to fire back some sort of pithy retort as usual, so her reply surprises him. There's a common misconception that hockey players follow leaders. They don't. They follow winners. And this, Alexander, is he a winner? Has he even been in a club long enough to win anything? He seems to have been thrown out of every club he's been in, but you think we can change him? Peter feels ashamed of saying we, because he can hear the hopefulness in his own voice. No. Players can't change. But there's nothing wrong with Alexander. He's just misunderstood, Zakel replies. In what way? All his coaches have tried to fool him into thinking that hockey is a team sport. Tails takes great care to make sure that all his staff see him arrive at work each morning. He walks through the storeroom, asking questions and making jokes, shaking hands and slapping backs, talking loudly and laughing louder. He may be the boss, but he's never been the sort of man people naturally follow. Hockey was merciless when it taught him that lesson. He became the team captain's best friend, but never team captain himself. So he has to fight for his authority, has to be seen and heard and remind everyone who he is, even if some of his employees maybe laugh behind his back when he leaves. What matters is that they know who he is. He goes to his office and waits an hour. When he finally sets off for his meeting, he sneaks out the back way. The light in his office is still on. His jacket is hanging from its hook. His phone is still on his desk, as if he's just popped out to the bathroom. His car is still in the parking lot, the window still smashed above its Beartown hockey sticker. He's still hoping, with increasing desperation, that this will provide a topic of conversation for the locals, as well as a distraction for the newspaper. If he can just get everyone talking about Hid's hooligans instead of Beartown's accounts, maybe there's a chance that he can sort out all his problems. He rolls his shirt sleeves up and sets off on his old bicycle toward the smart houses. The supermarket and warehouse have grown so much in recent years that it takes him several minutes to escape their shadow. He used to take pleasure in that, but for a while now he hasn't been able to see his life's work for what it is, only for what it could become. And more than anything, how quickly it could be lost. The only business secret he has ever possessed is his optimism, but that's looking pretty shaky right now. One of his contacts in the council has called to tell him which documents the editor-in-chief's father has gotten hold of. Tails isn't an idiot. He was aware that this might happen, but he wasn't prepared that a local reporter would be so smart or so persistent. Hardly anyone really knows what the word corruption means, but Tails has actually looked it up. Abuse of public influence for private gain. He's often repeated that silently to himself. People often accuse him of not having a conscience, but he can't help thinking that he's nothing but conscience. Sure, maybe he has abused public influence and massaged a few rules, but has he gotten any private gain from it? No, quite the opposite. He loses money every day by sponsoring Beartown hockey. Everything he does is for the good of the club and the community. His moral disclaimer is as simple and effective as that. Hardly anyone knows what the word success means either. They think it's a mountain summit, but Tails knows better. There's no summit, just a never-ending climb. Either you continue to claw your way upward, or you get dragged or kicked down. If you stop for a moment to enjoy the view, Someone stronger and hungrier will appear from below and take your place. That's how the world of business works, that's how communities work, and that's how hockey works. A new match, a new season, a new battle for promotion or relegation. The fight never ends. You always have to find thousands of little ways to stay ahead of everyone else. So when is it enough? When do you finish? Why do you keep going? Possibly never. Possibly not before your own funeral. Possibly just because you want your life to have had some meaning. And this is the only thing in the world you have ever felt you could influence. Those bastards, they've never loved anything, Ramona once said when they saw the supporters of the big city teams on television, clearly more interested in eating hot dogs and popcorn than in the hockey game down on the ice. They don't care. They never lose control of themselves because nothing means that much to them. They don't hold anything sacred except their own reflection, she said. And obviously Tails knows that plenty of people in Beartown regard him the same way. Perhaps Ramona did too. Most days he just accepts that. Someone has to take on the role of bad guy, just like when he used to play hockey and would scrap by the boards so that Peter and the other stars could shine out on the open ice. But some days, when he feels that all he gets for all his work is ingratitude, he wishes that someone would ask what he personally has risked to save Beartown hockey, so he could answer, everything. He has the 2 sets of the hockey club's accounts on the back of his bicycle, the one that was handed in to the tax office and the other one, the one that only Tails and a few other people know exists. Now, for the first time, he's going to show it to an outsider, and once she's seen everything she could make all the politicians unemployed, put the club on the brink of bankruptcy, and send powerful men to prison. Her own husband first and foremost. Okay, we've got plenty of time. Explain to me why hockey isn't a team sport, Peter chuckles. Zacho lights another cigar and replies as if she can't believe he doesn't already understand. It isn't a team sport until a player is grown up and plays in an A-team, because that's when games mean something. But up until then, in the junior team, who cares who wins those games? The only thing that matters at that age is that the best players become as good as possible. Alexander has had coaches who yelled at him not to be selfish, to pass the puck, but what for? So that a mediocre teammate could score a goal, so that a mediocre coach could win some meaningless tournament. Peter has to admit to himself that he's never even thought of hockey in that way. So you mean, if there's a star on a junior team, the coach and all the other players should only exist to serve him so that he can become as good as possible, even if that means they lose games? Of course, Peter laughs. He doesn't know how to tell her that she's simultaneously the least empathetic and the most empathetic coach he's ever met. Why did the kid change his name to Alexander? I didn't even know he was Russian. Half Russian. That means that one of his parents is, Zacho begins, as if Peter were a very young and very foolish child. Thanks, I know what half Russian means, Peter sighs. First you want me to explain everything, now you don't want me to explain anything, Zacho mutters in surprise. Peter rubs his eyebrows. So if Alexander doesn't want to play for anyone, what makes you think he'll want to play in Beartown? You, me, I thought you said you didn't need my help. I didn't say that, did I? I said I didn't need your advice. Peter groans so loudly that some saliva ends up on the windshield. It's as if my mom has been reincarnated as a hockey coach. What does that mean? She wonders. He rolls his eyes. Oh, nothing. You speak in riddles sometimes. Has anyone ever told you that? She points out. I speak in riddles. Bloody hell. Are you serious? So what were you thinking I might say that would make this guy want to play in Beartown? Instead of replying, Zacho merely says, things must be going very badly between you and your wife at home. Sorry, she nods. The fact that you haven't asked that question before now suggests that you were really looking for a reason to get away from home. Peter loses his temper and snaps. Why did you actually ask me to come with you? She replies, as if the answer was obvious. Because you aren't a winner. He stares at her for half a cigar. So why am I here then? With all the patience she can summon up, Zakel replies, I need to recruit a winner because hockey players follow winners. But do you know what winners do? No, winners follow leaders. That's why you're here. Kira has compost on her fingers when she opens the terrace door. Peter has gone off with Zakel. Leo is at school. Maya evidently has more days off from college for the funeral, seeing as the dean down there appears to think that Beartown is in another country, so she's off somewhere with Anna. The house is empty. Even so, Tails makes his way through the yard instead of coming to the front of the house, and they eat Peter's freshly baked bread in the kitchen with the blinds drawn. How are things otherwise? How are the children? Tails begins, and Kira rolls her eyes. Please, Tails, you crept in here like a spy. We've known each other long enough for you not to have to start this conversation by lying that you care about the children. Lying? When have I ever lied to you? He exclaims, horrified. Only all the time, nonstop, every time we've met since the very first time I met you around 20 years ago. She smiles, and he starts to laugh. This is his greatest asset. He laughs easily, loudly, and infectiously, always pushing forward. Okay, Kira. No bullshit, like I said. We need a lawyer on the committee. We've got a few problems with the local paper. I don't know how much they've uncovered so far, but we should be prepared for the worst. I need to know how deeply we're in the shit if certain things come to light. She shakes her head wearily and pours coffee. Do you want an honest response, Tails? You don't represent the club, you're not on the committee, you're just a sponsor. You can't commission me on their behalf. He waves his fingers dismissively, almost knocking his cup over without realizing. Let me worry about that. Just take a look at what I want to show you, okay? He dumps the accounts down on the table, and Kira can't help feeling worried. At the start of the conversation, she's angry about how differently she and Tails see the world. But at the end, she's going to hate herself because of how little difference there is between them. 61. Smoke, the editor-in-chief, and her father are shivering as they sit on cheap folding chairs on the dirty roof of the building that houses the newspaper's office. It isn't a very tall building, but it's located on a hill, so you get an unexpectedly good view of the town. The day is barely halfway through, but the daylight is already starting to fade, and the cold is determinedly gnawing away at whatever warmth anyone may have absorbed from the sun. What are you laughing at? The editor-in-chief wonders. When you were little and I asked where you wanted to live, you said New York. This isn't exactly New York, kid, her dad replies. Lights are starting to go on in the buildings. A few cars are rolling through the streets. They can hear chainsaws in the forest as a memory of the storm. But nature has started to recover, the people too, and the editor-in-chief has difficulty suppressing her curiosity at the resilience of both of those. She glances at her dad, he's smoking his pipe. She remembers that smell from when she was young, always a sign that it was a good day. He only smoked his pipe when he wasn't planning to drink. Thanks for not drinking, Dad, she says quietly. The corners of his mouth twitch, not without some effort. I can't drink and work at the same time anymore. Not well anyway. I'm too old to go into a fight drunk, you know. She smiles. I know you think I inherited all my worst characteristics from you. That's certainly what your mother thinks, he mutters. No, she knows I inherited some of the good ones as well. He lets out a hoarse laugh. You're a damn good editor-in-chief, kid. I'd never have been any good. You have to care about people to do that job. You've got all that from her. She closes her eyes and breathes in the pipe smoke. He missed large parts of her childhood. They never understood each other back then, but they do now. As a child, she missed her dad, but as an adult, she has gained a friend. A comrade. She wonders if she would have exchanged one for the other if she could do it all again. He shuffles irritably on the folding chair. What's making that banging noise? Sounds like a damn gull has gotten caught in an air vent. He mutters and half stands to see, but the chair is too unsteady and his body too old to allow that sort of nonsense, so he sinks back down again resignedly. "It's just the kids down in the street firing balls at the garage," his daughter replies, well used to this. He pricks up his ears and listens, guesses that they're of middle school age. One of them yells 4-4 and another shouts furiously, "No, it's not, you're cheating, it's 4-3. The next bang is the sound of them fighting and their small bodies crashing into the garage door. "This place, I don't know if I've ever been anywhere where everyone competes the whole time the way they do here," he says with a grunt. His daughter smiles. "That's what I said. The people around here are like you. You can't live without a fight either." He coughs to hide a laugh of agreement. "No idea what you mean. I'm the embodiment of peace and calm." She reaches over and pats his arm very briefly, but that means everything to someone who thought he had burned all his chances of being a dad again. Then she gestures toward the community below the building and explains sadly, "It was you who taught me this, do you remember? To seek out the highest point in a town, because you learned something from seeing the whole place at the same time." "And what have you learned about Hidi?" she points. "There's a school over there. I walk past it each morning. It reminds me of the one I went to, do you remember? In the middle of town, kids from McMansions mixed with children from public housing. Some turn up on ramshackle bicycles, others get dropped off by parents in expensive subs. Are you trying to say you were poor because you cycled to school? We lived 5 minutes away from—" "No, no, be quiet. You've got the wrong end of the stick. I'm trying to say that you and Mom did a good thing. My friends came from all different parts of society. It's not like that anymore. The rich parents saw to that. Now my old school is full of kids in designer clothing who go on skiing holidays. And they're trying to do the same thing here. There's a smart residential area in Beartown called the Heights, with the most expensive houses in the whole area. And the parents up there are trying to set up their own school so their kids won't have to socialize with the poor kids. If they succeed, it won't be long before the same thing happens here in Hidi. What are you getting at?" "You asked what I'd learned about Hidi. I read recently that the big hockey clubs are trying to make the top league in the country a closed shop. The income from the television rights is huge, and they can't risk getting demoted. So they want to stop all the smaller clubs, all the heads and Beartowns, from getting all the way to the top. The rich want to shut out the poor. Same thing everywhere always. It's no excuse, but, well, sometimes I can't help thinking that's why people are the way they are in these towns. They have to fight the whole time, maybe even cheat. Otherwise they don't stand a chance." The pipe smoke curls around her dad. "It's a nice view, but don't let your conscience get in the way of your intellect, kid. When you publish everything we've found out about the training facility in Beartown, someone there will dig up the same sort of crap about Hidi. When this is all over, you could very well have killed off both clubs. But that's your job." His daughter doesn't open her eyes. She asks the question even though she doesn't want to hear the answer. "What makes you think Hidi has fiddled with the books as much as Beartown?" His reply is more sad than cynical. "Everyone fiddles with the books these days, kid. Have you seen the players' wages now? And the tax rules in this country? If everything was done properly, no one would stand a chance. When a hockey club down south came close to bankruptcy, the council bought the inventory of the stadium for several million to prop up the accounts. The inventory of a stadium that the council already owned. If those politicians had 9 backsides each, they still wouldn't have had enough for all the different seats they're trying to sit on. One of the biggest clubs in the whole country calls the local bus company the bank, because the club never pays for transport to away games. But the bus company never demands payment because they know that at the end of the year the council will step in and pay for everything so the club doesn't go bankrupt. There are elite clubs whose finances are so weak that they're in bankruptcy, so all the wages are paid by the state's wage guarantee, but they carry on recruiting players by getting a sponsor to pay and sign all the paperwork, and they're allowed to carry on playing games. How is anyone who follows the rules supposed to compete with that?" She slowly breathes in the last of the smoke from his dying pipe. Now it sounds like you're on their side, Dad, he sighs. Damn right I am. I'm old and sentimental and I don't drink anywhere near enough anymore, so I'm no longer mean. But you can't back down now. We need to tell the truth about Beartown hockey, even if it crushes everything and everyone out here. His daughter breathes the way you do when you're getting ready to jump off a cliff. Do you think my conscience is making me a bad journalist? Her dad struggles up from his chair. No, your conscience is what makes you the best sort of journalist, kid. Okay, let's go inside. It's bloody cold out here and that damn banging is driving me mad. Next time you're going to have to find a hockey club in Hawaii for us to kill off. 62, idiots, what's the hardest thing about ice hockey? If you ask 100 coaches, you'll get 100 different answers, all just as confident, all just as unwilling even to contemplate that they might be wrong. That's because they're all wrong. Because the hardest thing about hockey, the very hardest of all, is changing your mind. Tails' expensive white shirt is transparent with sweat, and his watch, the size of a teacup, clatters against the edge of the table. His shoes are so expensive that it would have been cheaper to buy the whole alligator. Kira knows that because the only recycling Tails understands is recycling jokes. Every time Peter has had a barbecue in the past 20 years and asks how Tails would like his steak, Tails replies, "Just frighten it a bit with your headlights and put it on the plate." And Peter laughs every time. Could there be a lower threshold for friendship? One of Tails' alligator shoes has no lace because it got caught in the bicycle chain on the way here. His fingers are black and cut from when he tried to disentangle it. He's always been a real dolt. When Kira was little, she always laughed when her mother used that word as an insult. But when she grew up and met Tails, she realized exactly what it meant. He's a genuine, pure-blooded dolt. But he isn't stupid. Unfortunately. So when he's drunk his coffee and Kira asks him to explain why they had to meet in secret, he pulls his laptop from his bag and plays a video. He filmed it himself in the stadium. It shows preschool children being interviewed after their coaching session. Tails' voice comes from off-screen, and Kira is reluctantly impressed by how good he is with the children. Adults always think of him as bullish and pushy, but children often interpret those characteristics as straightforward and honest. "What do you like best about hockey?" he asks a gang of boys, and they offer different versions of the same thing: scoring goals, being with your friends, skating really fast, winning. But then a girl of around 6 or 7 appears on the screen. Her body is slighter than all the others, but the look in her eyes is bigger. And when Tails asks her the same thing, she looks totally uncomprehending. "What do you mean, like best?" she wonders with her training top hanging around her knees. Tails pauses the video and smiles proudly at Kira. "That girl's so good that we let her play with the boys, you know. But we had to stop because the parents got so angry that she was destroying their sons." "Destroying them, Kira. She's a phenomenon, a cherry tree. You know, that's what we usually call the brightest talents around here. Like Peter was at her age." He presses play once more. His voice asks, "Can you say your name for the camera?" The girl on the ice replies as if she were laying siege to an enemy fortress. "Alicia," Tails' voice replies. "Okay, Alicia, I'm just wondering what you like best about hockey. It could be anything at all. What do you like best?" The girl stares into the camera for a long, long time before she replies, in a very weak voice and with scorching honesty. "Everything. I like everything best." Kira doesn't know how the mother of any child could look at that little girl and not want to step through the screen and take her in their arms and promise that everything is going to be okay. Especially when Tails goes on to ask, "So what do you like least about hockey?" And the girl replies with sudden tears in her eyes, "When you have to go home." Tails switches the video off. Kira is rocking on the kitchen chair beside him and snaps, "I've got 2 teenage children and I'm on my goddamn way into menopause, Tails. Don't you think I'm emotional enough as it is?" Tails mumbles an apology and surprises her by actually sounding completely genuine when he replies, "Sorry. I just wanted, before I show you all the club's problems, to remind us both about what we're fighting for here. What's at risk? He's a dolt, but he's not stupid." It's a small ice rink next to an empty parking lot. Peter has never been there before, but that doesn't matter. He still feels at home. He recognizes all the sounds, every echo and smell, even the light. But above all, he recognizes the feeling of now. In every part of life out there in reality, he is conscious at every moment of the past and the future, but ice rinks leave no space for that. In here, everything is now, now, now. "Are you ready?" Zakel asks. "For what?" Peter asks and soon wishes that he hadn't. Down on the ice he sees Alexander, built as if someone had designed a hockey player in a laboratory. Tall, broad shoulders, clearly incredibly strong, yet still very supple in his movements. Every muscle moves correctly, his skating technique is perfect. Even his wavy shoulder-length hair is annoyingly fault-free. Yet there's still something not quite right. He looks older than 20, both in his eyes and in the way he moves. He's skating in a figure eight, and every glide is practiced and perfect, yet lacks the keenness of youth. He's like a circus horse running in rings, tied by a rope. His dad is standing in the middle of the ice yelling instructions. Alexander hardly seems to hear. When Peter approaches the boards, the dad yells louder and more intently, but the 20-year-old doesn't raise his tempo at all. "He got nervous when he saw you. You're his idol," Zakel points out. "Stop that, Elizabeth. That boy isn't old enough to know who I am." Peter smiles modestly. Her eyelids flutter as if the fact that he's so slow-witted physically hurts her. Not him. The father. Only then does Peter understand, because he really isn't smarter than that. He isn't here because Zakel needs help persuading Alexander to move to Beartown. She needs help persuading the dad. Peter recognizes the man, even if they never met. He's in every ice rink. Didn't quite make it as a player himself, but every day he convinces himself that was only because he didn't get the right coaching. So now he's living vicariously through his son, a spoiled and bored talent who has had everything served up to him on a silver platter, but who can't even be bothered to reach out and take it. Alexander has probably had private tuition since primary school. His dad probably sponsored his junior team and traveled the length and breadth of the country, taking him to expensive training camps and prestigious tournaments. But what happened? The boy didn't have the desire. All teenagers have a window when they have the chance to fulfill their potential, but no one is ever prepared for how quickly that window closes. I'm guessing Beartown wasn't their first choice. How many clubs have been here before us? Peter asks quietly. "At least 10, Zakel replies blithely. "And none of them wanted to recruit him. Isn't that a warning sign for you? Who says they didn't want to? Maybe that wasn't what he wanted. Why wouldn't he want it? None of them offered him the chance to play against an NHL pro." "What?" Zakel is carrying a bag on her shoulder, and she opens it and pulls out a pair of gloves and skates in Peter's size. "You're joking," he says. "I'm not very fond of jokes," Zakel informs him and walks toward the boards. Alexander's dad comes over at once, wide-eyed and enthusiastic, but Alexander doesn't even bother to say hello. "Hi, hello, big fan, big fan." The dad calls to Peter and Peter nods back, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. "Peter wants to join in," Zakel announces. "Wow, what an honor. Did you hear that?" The dad calls back to his son, who could hardly look less honored. "So maybe you could take a break for a while," Zakel suggests. At first the dad doesn't seem to understand, then he looks affronted, then resigned. "I'm normally always on the ice, but you could make an exception for an old NHL pro," Zakel declares without a trace of a question mark. The dad glances sheepishly at Peter, still unwilling to give way. He tries to sound annoyed when he's really just feeling humiliated. Of course, but my son's physical game is his real strength. Have you seen how big and strong he is? He's fantastic in front of goal, no fear at all. And I've taught him to play just like the elite clubs play. I have a whole system for how I set up the cones out here. How will you be able to see that if I'm not there to demonstrate? I think, like all dads, he isn't at all prepared for how little Zacco cares about what he thinks. A system. I'm not here to look at a system. The dad opens his mouth to protest, but she's already turned away. In the end, he moves very reluctantly toward the stands. In the meantime, Peter is just as reluctantly putting on the skates, so slowly that if Zacco hadn't disliked touching other people so much, she'd probably have kicked him onto the ice herself. Alexander, this is Peter Anderson. He's played in the NHL and is your dad's idol. If you can get past him, you can have my car, she calls to the 20-year-old. Peter and the dad just laugh. But Alexander turns around for the first time and looks more interested. Are you joking? I hardly ever joke, she assures him and puts the car keys on the top of the boards. The 20-year-old has had 100 coaches. Very rarely does any of them surprise him. What happens if I fail? He wonders suspiciously. Why would you fail? Zacco wonders genuinely. Alexander smiles warily as if he's forgotten how to do it. His dad is sitting slouched in the stands, looking 10 years older than he did on the ice. When their eyes meet, there's no love in the 20-year-old's, as if the circus horse has just realized that the rope has been cut. Peter sets out hesitantly onto the ice behind him, and can already feel that this is going to end with groin strain and a couple of seriously painful visits to the bathroom tomorrow. Alexander fetches an extra stick for him. When he sees the older man take a couple of shaky warm-up circuits, as if that was likely to make any difference, he asks, "How long is it since you played in the NHL?" It isn't mocking, just genuine curiosity, but the situation alone rouses something inside Peter, something he isn't proud of. So he snaps back, "If you get past me, I'll tell you." The corners of the 20-year-old's mouth twitch. Then he turns effortlessly as if he steers his skates by the power of thought alone, while Peter hears his own back make a noise like bubble wrap when he leans forward. The old NHL player doesn't look prepared when the 20-year-old sets off from the center circle. It should only have ended one way. But when he reaches the blue line, Peter suddenly bursts into life so quickly that even he is surprised when he knocks the puck away. He may be old and awkward, but some instincts never leave you. Alexander stops abruptly in astonishment. His eyes darken, as do Peter's. Alexander fetches the puck and sets off again, just as arrogant but considerably angrier now. This time he approaches with such speed and force that he's convinced he's already got past when Peter's stick appears out of nowhere and knocks the puck away again. He starts again, but Peter reads his movements, and when he gets close he can feel Alexander flinch. The 20-year-old has all the technique, all the training, but he's afraid of getting hit. When his father's voice roars from the stands, Peter has heard it 1,000 times before in 1,000 other ice rinks. Don't flinch, stand your ground, take the tackle like a man, for God's sake. Alexander adjusts his helmet and sets off again, but Peter steps in easily and knocks the puck away. This gets repeated 3 more times before Zacco calls from the boards, "Alexander, do you know that you're stupid?" The 20-year-old stops abruptly. That gives Peter a chance to catch his breath with his hands on his knees and sweat stinging his eyes, convinced that this is what a heart attack feels like. Alexander glides toward Zacco. "What the fuck did you say? Do you know what a mongoose is?" she asks. "What the fuck did you call me?" Zacco sighs as if she had just shown him a library and he was trying to eat the books. "It's an animal. It hunts cobras. Can you see how stupid that is?" The cobra is faster and its venom can kill any animal, but the mongoose still attacks the cobra because it's a complete idiot. And do you know what happens? The mongoose wins. Do you know why? Are you a biology teacher or a hockey coach? Alexander snorts. "This isn't biology, it's physics," Zacco points out. Alexander adjusts his helmet, fighting to hold on to his arrogance, but it isn't going well. He glances up toward his dad, but Zakel goes on. Don't look at your dad, he isn't here. This is our world now, yours and mine. The 20-year-old breathes out. It's barely noticeable, but the skin around his jaw relaxes slightly. Okay, tell me, why does the mongoose or whatever it's called win? Zakel taps her temple. The mongoose wins because it adapts. The snake lunges the same way every time without thinking, without learning anything. But the mongoose bases its attack on all previous attacks. It tests and evaluates, jumps back, entices the snake to attack farther and farther away. Because when the snake is completely stretched out, it's at its slowest and most defenseless. So the mongoose bides its time, feints, then counters the snake's lunge with a single bite right through the snake's brain. It looks like luck every time, but it isn't luck. Do you understand? Well, no, Alexander begins, scratching his forehead. Zakel shapes her fingers and palm into a little snapping mouth in the air. You play like a cobra, you're predictable, but all your coaches have made you believe that you're dependable. But no one can depend on you. I wouldn't let you watch my beer, even if there was none left. So there's no point putting you in a system and talking to you about position, because you're far too stupid for that. That's why you fall out with all your coaches and get thrown off of every team. But that's also what makes you brilliant, because you're so stupid that no one can actually imagine what you're capable of. If you play like a cobra, Peter will take the puck off you every time. So you need to play like a mongoose, play like a total idiot. Alexander doesn't look entirely convinced. At times during her explanation, he actually looked at her as if she was trying to get him to smell a fart she was particularly proud of. But he goes back out onto the ice, fetches the puck, and skates back to the center circle, more slowly this time, thoughtfully. The hardest thing in hockey is to change your perception. The hardest thing to change your perception about is yourself. He sets off. Peter is waiting by the blue line, and afterward the former general manager will say it felt like Zakel had brought on a different player. Just as they meet and Peter is prepared for the collision, Alexander vanishes into thin air. It looks like he takes the puck with him as he stumbles. It looks like luck. Peter flails in the air before collapsing onto his backside, yelling at the pain in his groin, and ends up lying in an embarrassing heap for several minutes. When Alexander has fired the puck into the goal, he turns around and hears a clattering sound on the ice. The car keys. Zakel is already walking toward the door of the ice rink. For the first time in a very long time, Alexander loves something about hockey again. 63 Abattoirs Tales pushes the 2 sets of accounts across the kitchen table and says, with a degree of uncertainty that he usually tries to hide with stupid jokes, I'm trusting you here, Kira. If you're going to sit on the committee, you don't appoint the committee, Tales, the club's members do that, she interrupts. Don't worry about the members, I'll take care of that, he interrupts in turn. Is that why you're here, sweaty and scared, because you've taken care of everything so well so far? She wonders derisively, shaking his self-confidence so much that the ceiling lamp sways in the draft. I just need to know that you're a lawyer first and foremost right now, that everything is confidential. Kira looks at him for a long time. Are you worried I'm going to talk about what I see in these files to someone outside this house or someone inside it? Both. Okay, so let me ask as a lawyer, once you've shown me all the problems and I get to work, what do you want to happen then? Tales instantly gives a practiced response. I want to make Beartown Hockey an elite club again. The most logical way to do that is to get the council to shut down HD Hockey, pull their old ice rink down and invest in Beartown instead. We're going to build a state-of-the-art training facility here as part of Beartown Business Park. Twice the income and half the costs. The council gets 1 A-team instead of 2, 1 junior team, 1 administrative team. Kira nods slowly and thinks bitterly. And 1 general manager instead of 2, and 1 caretaker, and 1 cleaner. Because that's typical of men like Tales, they'll exchange anything for growth without sparing a thought for what happens if their dreams come true. Fire staff if necessary, recruit stars from outside so there's no longer space on the team for local boys. Raise ticket prices so that the most faithful supporters can't afford to attend games. Without realizing that one day the club will be so successful that Tails himself will be left out in the cold. But she replies like a lawyer. And to achieve that, you need to prove to the council that Beartown is superior in terms of both sports and finances. That the brand is so strong that it would be madness to try to start a new club under a new name. Tails grins and exclaims, "See, didn't I say? I could have got other lawyers, but I need the best." The compliment passes her by and she leans forward and fixes her eyes on him. "What have you done, Tails?" His grin is working on autopilot. "Well, I haven't murdered anyone, but you know what journalists are like. They've done some digging in our accounts, and who has spotless accounts? I bet not even you do." That hurts, even though he doesn't realize it. She hasn't told anyone about her financial problems with her own business. Not even Peter. Her eyes waver as she repeats, "What have you done, Tails?" The grin vanishes. He nods toward the files. She opens the top one and only has to read a few pages before she looks up and shakes her head, half in sympathy and half in accusation. "Dear God, is this really right? You're on the brink of collapse. I mean, I knew things were tough financially while Peter was general manager, but didn't the factory step in as sponsor and solve all this?" Tails nods disconsolately. "Yes, but their money came with conditions. We were supposed to be good for their brand. And do you know how much it costs to run a hockey club, above all a hockey club like ours?" "What does that mean?" He throws his arms out, working himself up. "The girls' team like you saw on the video. The breadth of our investment in our Equal Opportunities Youth Program. Our new Declaration of Values and the cost of developing those. All our social projects. Everyone only sees the A-team, but we've even got a preschool in the ice rink, Kira. The whole district's kids learn to skate with us. The media who are scrutinizing us now are the same media who pressed us to develop the whole of this politically correct castle in the air. All they write about is how we aren't inclusive enough. But who's going to pay if everyone's going to have access to everything? No one wants to admit that everything we do beyond the A-team is a luxury. And if we're going to be able to afford a girls' team, the A-team needs to win games first. We need to bring in money from sponsors. That's what makes the whole thing work. It's like my dad used to say, everyone wants to eat meat, but no one wants to work in an abattoir. Kira looks over at the folder closest to Tails. "What's in that one?" He clears his throat. "All the things no one else is allowed to see." "The abattoir." "Yes. Show me everything." So he does. Peter doesn't see the woman until he's dragging himself off the ice. She's sitting on her own at the very top of the stands. Alexander sees her as well and suddenly smiles a smile that probably only she ever sees. "Mom," he mumbles in surprise. She waves half-heartedly and he waves back as if it's unusual, them waving to each other in this setting. As for his dad, he glares at her with a mixture of shock and anger. Peter has seen this before. The ice rink so easily becomes the preserve of just one parent. The other is at best left to spectate, and at worst ends up as an intruder. It actually takes Peter a little longer than it should to understand that if both the father and Alexander are surprised to see his mother here, then there's only one person who could have invited her. The mother gestures to her son that she'll see him outside. Alexander nods and sets off toward the locker room at once. His dad calls after him, but in his eagerness to recapture his authority, he ends up shouting the wrong name, his old name, so his son pretends not to hear. His dad shouts louder and starts to follow him, but Peter takes his arm. "Let me sorry, can I speak to him?" The dad snaps, half in anger and half in despair. Sure, you try, but no one can reason with him. No one, especially not when his mom's here." He stomps off toward the stands like an aggrieved child. "Alexander." Peter calls when they're alone in the players' corridor. The 20-year-old turns around with soft, almost fragile movements. "Yes." Good session, Peter says, holding out his glove. Alexander clenches his fist and taps it to Peter's. Thanks, you too. I'm too old for this sort of thing. I won't be able to walk for weeks, Peter smiles. Alexander's tongue probes the inside of his cheek nervously. I didn't know I was so easy to read. You took the puck so easily. Not that last time. I didn't stand a chance. Alexander looks almost embarrassed. I was testing a new thing, didn't know if it was going to work. My old coach hated it when I tried new things, but that one out there said a load of stuff about a freaking mongoose. I don't even know what that is. A bit like a meerkat, I think. What the heck's a meerkat? Peter bursts out laughing. He looks back toward the ice and the stands. How many clubs have been here to look at you? 15, maybe. So why aren't you playing for any of them then? They don't want me, Alexander mumbles awkwardly. Peter smiles. You're being easy to read again now. I think you said no to them, unless your mom said no. The 20-year-old's tongue wanders around his mouth. Okay, honestly, I only do these tryouts because she wanted me to. I wanted to give up hockey. But Dad's decided everything I've ever done in my life, and Mom asked me to give her the chance to decide for once. And you'd do anything for your mom, Alexander nods. She's done everything for me. But she doesn't usually come to the rink. The 20-year-old shakes his head, looking down at the floor. No, this is kind of mine and my dad's world. Well, it used to be. Is it your mom who's Russian? Is that why you changed your name? The answer is defiant but brittle. My name was always Alexander, but Dad only let her give me that as a middle name. He didn't want people to think I was foreign. Peter leans on his stick, longing to take his skates off. What did he do to your mom? He asks quietly. He had an affair. Alexander replies so quickly that it seems to shock even him. Peter nods sympathetically. Then I can understand why you're angry. Angry. He was with a horrible woman who was 7 years older than me. She could have been my big sister. He broke Mom's heart. Peter nods, more sadly than with any confidence. Do you know what, Alexander? I think you used to like playing hockey when you were little because it made your dad proud. And I think you enjoyed humiliating me out on the ice today because you were humiliating him at the same time. But I think you should find some other reason to play. Alexander sounds breathless even though they've been standing still for several minutes. Should I play for you instead? In Beartown, Peter laughs. Not for me. I don't even work for Beartown Hockey anymore. So why are you here then? Peter replies before he has time to consider how stupid it might sound. Because I wanted to mean something, I suppose. Because I wanted to be a good person. Do good things. And hockey is the only thing I know where I can make the world a bit better. That's why I can't let go of it. Maybe your mom can see that you're the same, and maybe that's why she can't quite let you give up. Alexander clutches his stick as if he's briefly considering breaking it against the wall, but instead he takes a deep breath and looks at Peter and asks in a quiet voice, Is she good, that coach? Zakel, she's kind of crazy in every other respect, Peter replies honestly. Alexander starts laughing. Heck, talk about a hard sell. But she'll get the best out of you, Peter says just as honestly. The boy's gaze flickers. You think? Peter nods. She's the only coach who's been here who realized that it wasn't your dad who decides where you play, and not you either. For the first time, Alexander looks younger than his 20 years, much younger. He smiles cautiously, almost expectantly. Outside in the parking lot, his mother, who has turned down every other coach who has been here, is shaking hands with Elizabeth Zakel. Not because this coach has promised to make her son a winner like all the others, but because she's promised to set him free. Kira isn't concerned about what the word corruption means. That isn't her job, but she is thinking a lot about the word embezzlement. It's a treacherous concept, just like the people who do it, because it always starts with little things. A few rounded corners become shortcuts. A small loophole becomes grafting. Dishonesty becomes criminality. The first of these are often not even illegal, just favors and payback, friends helping friends. The coach of Beartown's junior team, for instance, barely gets any wages because the club wants to avoid paying tax and national insurance. So instead, the coach receives payment in the form of one of the sponsors renovating the coach's son's summer cottage. Is that illegal? Maybe not. But it's a door that's been left ajar. Up in the A team, the club signs all new players' contracts in April, but they don't officially start until August. So the player can claim unemployment benefits all summer, and the club doesn't have to pay their wages. Some of the players drive cars that are never taxed because the local car dealer registers them as demo models and just happens to allocate them for test drives for the length of the hockey season. Other players live rent-free in apartments owned by the council's housing association, and even if the club officially pays the rent, no money is ever transferred. In return, members of the housing association's board get to sit in the best seats at all hockey games. Is that embezzlement? A line that has been crossed? Maybe not. But that door is no longer merely ajar. At the end of every season, the club arranges a dinner for the Friends of Beartown Hockey, where the players and committee celebrate with sponsors and local politicians and their families. Their children play on a bouncy castle, and everyone goes home talking about a sense of local cohesion. Soon afterward, the local politicians decide that all local sports associations should be allowed to rent the ice rink at a zero tariff next year. This is officially described as a broad subsidy to promote public health, but by sheer coincidence it turns out that only one association gains from this. The hockey club books all the slots, suddenly discovers that it has overbooked, and sells the excess slots to local businesses that want to hire the ice rink for events. In conjunction with these events, the business also hires staff in the form of a caretaker and cleaner from a limited company owned by the club. These events hardly ever actually take place, but the invoices look genuine, and the businesses can use income they don't always want to declare to shift money into a hockey club whose accounts no one ever asks any questions about. The same sponsors might occasionally, over a beer in a hunting lodge, suggest that instead of plain sponsorship, materials might be bought for the club that the businesses can write off from their own activities. It's a conjuring trick. Replacement parts for an industrial business are turned into equipment for a hockey club. Red numbers become a gray zone. Dirty money becomes clean. None of which is actually illegal, or at least it doesn't feel illegal. And in a hockey club full of sensitive individuals, that's all that counts. But then every decision, every contract, slips closer and closer to being a criminal act. The club has debts and asks the council for more money, but the council is concerned about what voters will think. So instead the club finds a new sponsor, a consultancy firm registered abroad, which for some mysterious reason agrees to pay off all the debts. The consultancy firm is owned by a local construction company in Beartown, whose largest client by far just happens to be the council. During the year that follows, the company adds some unspecified costs to all its invoices for council construction projects. And in that way, the council has suddenly sponsored Beartown Hockey with taxpayers' money without it being visible. The administrator at the council, who authorizes payment of all the construction company's invoices without any questions, also gets a bonus. Because of his extensive experience of sustainability issues, he has been brought in as an advisor on environmental matters to the board of a white goods company whose owner just happens to be the cousin of the owner of the construction company. Kira looks through line after line of the files, only pausing to rub her eyelids with the palms of her hands. Let me guess, Tails. This construction company is the same one that's going to build this Beartown Business Park that you keep going on about. All the crooks in the same boat. He clears his throat. You know how it is We're a small town, we need to stick together, it isn't. She looks up and he falls silent, embarrassed. The worst thing about the files is that Kira can see how ingeniously it has all been constructed. The old guys at the hockey club and the construction company and the council know perfectly well that this could never be entirely hidden, so they haven't even tried. They've just made everything so complicated to explain, and so easy to explain away that no one would be bothered to listen if the journalists tried. It isn't a big crime, just thousands of small ones, and as long as everyone can blame everyone else, no one would be punished. But then Kira turns a page and the angry outburst comes so abruptly that Tails manages to hit the bridge of his nose with his coffee cup. Hang on, why is my company listed as one of the sponsors? Before you get angry, Tail begins, but of course it's too late. Are you mad? We expressly said no to the invitation to sponsor the club. Yes, but you misunderstand, you don't have to pay anything. It just looks good if you're on the list. You know that you personally are there. So this is the reason, Kira finally realizes. Tails never needed a lawyer, he just needed a saint to wash the brand clean. Kira is the wife of the former general manager, but above all she's the mother of the daughter who was assaulted by the hockey star. If she can sponsor the club, if she can sit on the committee, then how could the journalists accuse the club of being unethical? Is this how you see me and my family? As something you can exploit, she asks, more hurt than she wanted to admit. Tails is flushed with guilt. Your business is respected, a big legal firm, and that attracts other sponsors. And you don't even have to pay anything, just. So you're building a pyramid scheme. No, surely you're going too far now. I wouldn't call it. She shakes the papers in his face. That's exactly what it is. You bring in sponsors with a lot of credibility but who don't pay anything, merely to attract other sponsors who have to pay the full amount. And now you want me on the committee as a figurehead so everyone will think you've sorted everything out, because now you're a politically correct club with values and equality. Tails is huddled up on the other side of the table, his fingers scrape unhappily against the porcelain edge of the coffee cup. Then he whispers ominously, No, it isn't like that, at least not only like that. I need your help as a lawyer as well. Not only me but Peter. What are you talking about? Kira snarls. That's when Tails pulls the last file out of his bag and puts it on the table. Here, we're going to build a training facility. Beartown Hockey together with the council. It's part of the plans for Beartown Business Park, but we had problems with the financing so we sold it. What do you mean sold it? You haven't even built it. No, that's the point. The council has, so to speak, bought it from the hockey club in advance. Kira looks through the documents, at first frustrated, then increasingly horrified. She follows every thread of the tangled mess. The council sells the land to the factory, who sell it much cheaper to the hockey club, who then sell it back to the council for millions. Only now it's suddenly called a training facility. At the same time, the factory is allowed to buy another patch of land that it has wanted for a long time from the council, without any questions. Favors and counter-favors. This is, I don't even know what to say. I might have been able to save you from everything else you've shown me, but this. Someone's going to end up in prison for this, she manages to say. Tails smiles stiffly, then gears up as if he's straightening his back and makes one last attempt to be optimistic. Yes, but listen to me, Kira. It's only illegal if it gets uncovered now, because we are going to build the training facility soon. Do you remember Alicia in the video I showed you? You know she hasn't been able to train since the storm because we've got so many teams in the rink that there's no room for the youngest teams. So we just need a bit of time. Just hide this from the journalists for a little while. Once the training facility is built, and once HD Hockey has been closed down and there's only Beartown Hockey left, then no one's going to care about how it happened. Most of all, Kira hates him because she knows he's right. but her eyes roam over the documents until they reach the bottom of the page and her heart stops. "Hang on, why Peter? Why has Peter signed this?" she splutters. Tails' smile is so strained now that he has to tug at his collar to breathe. He was general manager, so Kira's fists clench so quickly and slam down so hard onto the table that he jumps. "Not when this was signed, you jerk." He'd already left by then. "What the hell have you done?" It isn't just sweat running down Tails' cheeks now. He blinks hard. "Peter signed it because I asked him to. It needed someone like him. The board of the construction company and that official at the council and the owners of the factory, they all got cold feet when we were preparing to sell the training facility, so they demanded that someone they trusted sign it. And everyone trusts Peter. He'd already started working for you then, but we hadn't appointed another general manager, and I knew he felt guilty. He felt he'd left the club in the lurch. You know what he's like. He wants to save the whole world." Kira's cheeks are throbbing. "So you asked him to sign something you knew was illegal, and he was so stupid that he did it." Tails looks down at his lap. "He signed it because I asked him to, because he trusted me." "So you used him." "Please, Kira, I was just trying to do what was best for the town. But if this goes wrong, the whole club—" She leans across the table so far that he almost topples off his chair. "The club? I don't give a damn about the club. Don't you realize that Peter could end up in prison?" Is all Tails manages to say before she grabs hold of his shirt collar, making the seams creak. "If my husband ends up in prison because of you, I'll end up in prison for murder. You need to be very clear about that," she hisses. Then she lets go of his collar and marches out into the hall without waiting for a reply. Shortly after that, the front door slams and the house falls silent. Tails doesn't know what to do, so he makes more coffee and waits. 64 knocks on Monday. Amat spends hours running through the forest on his own. When he gets back to the yard between the apartment blocks early that afternoon, the first of the children have gotten back from school. They're already out playing with sticks and tennis balls, just like yesterday. Amat shoves his hands in his jacket pockets and pulls his hood over his head out of habit, to stop them from recognizing him and calling his name. He goes home and closes the door, and his hands automatically feel for a bottle in his bag before he realizes something very strange. He doesn't feel anxious, or at least, not as much as normal. His chest has felt so weighed down for so long that he's almost forgotten how it feels. Whatever this is, calm, perhaps. The moment feels like a broken bone that has been incredibly painful for months, then one morning hurts very slightly less. His breathing feels a little easier. The window is closed, but he can still hear the shouting and laughter from down in the yard. It doesn't annoy him the way it usually does. Instead, it drowns out some of the voices in his head, extinguishes some of the doubts, instills a little hope. Just a tiny bit. There's no happiness as infectious as the joy of playing hockey. "Can I join in?" he asks as he emerges from the door with an old stick in his hand. "With us?" the children stammer. He nods. "Sure, come on, me and you two against the rest." The children cheer so loudly that it echoes across the whole of the hollow. Their sticks clatter against the pavement under the thin covering of snow. Someone shouts cheat. Someone else yells yes. And palms slap until someone's mother calls from a balcony that it's time to come in and eat. Then one of the children turns to Amat and cries, "Can we play again tomorrow?" Amat pulls his hood up, sticks his hands in his pockets, and smiles weakly. "I hope I won't have time." They don't understand what he means. They just run home with all their dreams, and Amat stands there and lets his old dreams out from deep down inside him. Then he laces his sneakers extra tight and runs through the town, and doesn't stop until he reaches Zakel's door. Bang, bang, bang. He knocks on the door in time with his heartbeat, but there's no answer. He walks around the house, but there are no lights on and everything is quiet. He runs down to the ice rink, but her car isn't in the parking lot. He stands there out of breath, his thoughts swimming against the current, 100 voices in his head screaming, "Give up." But he doesn't listen this time. Instead, he turns and runs in the other direction, home to the only person he can imagine confessing everything to, the only person he can ask for advice now, the only person apart from his mother who has always believed in his potential no matter what he's done. Maya heads home just after lunchtime. Anna is with her because there's no food at her place, and she's heard that Maya's dad has started baking bread. Anna loves bread. As they pass the running track on the heights, her friend nods and exclaims, "Isn't that your mom?" Maya bursts out laughing. "My mom? Are you kidding? She wouldn't bother to run if a volcano erupted." But she peers through the trees and it really does look like her mother. Maya rubs her eyes, but the figure has already disappeared. She and Anna carry on walking home. The front door is unlocked. None of the family are home, but Tails is sitting on his own in the kitchen drinking coffee. "Hello," he says cheerfully. Maya just nods in resignation and gathers together bread and toppings from the fridge. Anna whispers, What's Tails doing here if there's no one else around?" Maya sighs with all the depth of a collection of epic poetry. "I've decided to stop asking questions about what happens in this house. It just gives you a migraine if you try to understand." Amat clenches his fist, raises it, gets ready. Bang, bang, bang. Knocks. Heartbeats. Steps inside the house, the door opening. Amat gets ready to confess immediately. "Sorry, Peter, forgive me. I messed up, help me." A whole childhood flickers past inside him. The first time he put skates on, his first goal, the first defeat, and always Peter's voice somewhere on the ice or in the stands. A gentle hand on his shoulder, a quick "it'll be okay" or "well done." That's what he needs now. He's been practicing the whole way here. But as the door handle is pushed down, his mouth seizes up because it isn't Peter who opens the door but Maya. "Hi, Amat," she exclaims in a mixture of happiness and surprise. "Hi, sorry," he mutters in a mixture of confusion and desolation. "It's been ages, how are you?" she cheer-ups. "What?" he mumbles distractedly. He feels ashamed of how shabby and forlorn he must look as she stands there in the doorway looking perfect as usual. "Are you okay?" she asks, a little concerned. He nods slowly several times, repeats the movement more quickly to convince himself, tries to breathe in through his nose and out through his mouth. He pulls himself together again in order to take his whole life back. Is your dad home?" Maya shakes her head. "No, he's gone off somewhere with Zakel. They're going to look at a new player, I think." Amat just stares at her. His ears are ringing, his temples are throbbing, his heart is beating with giddiness. A new player. They've already replaced him. He falls straight into the abyss of missed opportunities that only 18-year-olds can contain. "Oh, okay. Don't worry, it wasn't anything much," he whispers with a sob in his throat. "Are you sure you're okay? Do you want to come in?" Maya asks, but Amat has already turned and started to walk home. 65 big city types. Alexander stops his new Jeep at a gas station. As he walks over to the bathroom, Peter turns to Zakel in the backseat. "Can I ask you something? Can I stop you?" He sighs. "Have you spoken to Amat?" She looks surprised. "Since when?" "Since the summer, when he didn't get drafted." "No, why not?" She shakes her head at the foolishness of the idea. "He hasn't come to training. How am I supposed to talk to him then? Call him, maybe." "Call him? What for?" "To find out if he's thinking of playing." "If he wants to play, he'd come to training, wouldn't he?" Peter's neck creaks with frustration. "So instead of asking Amat, you dragged me all the way here to recruit Alexander to replace him." Then Zakel tilts her head to one side and really tries her best not to call Peter a total idiot. "You're a bit of an idiot. Alexander isn't going to replace Amat. So what is he going to do then?" "He's going to annoy Amat." Then Zakel lies down on the backseat and falls asleep, and sleeps so deeply all the way to Beartown that Peter can't help wondering if the real reason she gave her car away was so she didn't have to drive home. Peter and Alexander talk hockey all the way. Nothing but hockey. The Jeep rolls into Beartown late that evening. The 20-year-old was called by one name as a child, chose a different name as a teenager. but in this town he will acquire a third name. Rather unexpectedly, it's actually Peter who comes up with it when Alexander suddenly asks, "Is this place the way you think it is? Typical rural small town." "What's a typical rural small town?" Peter wonders. "You know, the sort where people just hate everything. Hate wolves, hate the authorities, hate outsiders." Peter realizes then just how incredibly much he really is from here, because he actually takes offense at that, but instead of snapping back he smiles. You know what people around here hate most of all? No, cocky bastards from the big city. The occasions when anyone has ever heard Elizabeth Zackel laugh out loud are easily counted, but this is one of them. After that, no one in Beartown calls Alexander anything other than big city. Funnily enough, he learns not to be too upset by that. Zackel jumps out of the Jeep outside her house with a curt, "Training tomorrow, big city. Be there on time." The 20-year-old stays in his seat, but Peter gets out and walks after her. She looks surprised. Peter looks rather surprised too, as if his feet are moving quicker than his brain. "Listen, Elizabeth, I just want to say thank you." "What for?" "For taking me with you today. It meant a lot to, well, feel like part of the club again." "In my defense, I didn't actually know that you'd left the club," Zackel points out, and Peter bursts out laughing. No, of course, but thanks anyway." "It's been a fun day, and you were wrong, by the way." "About what?" "About the team with the best players always winning. That isn't enough. They need someone who understands them too, someone who can see the best in them." He kicks the snow. She puts her house key in the lock. He's on his way back to the car, and she doesn't even turn around when she says, "Ramona hardly liked anyone, but she liked you, Peter. I hardly like anyone either." She's already closed the door behind her when the meaning of those words sinks into him. It isn't until he's sitting in the Jeep again, and Big City asks where he should drive, that it occurs to Peter that Zackel might not have given any thought to where the player was going to live. He needn't have worried about that. Of course, Zackel had a plan. Obviously, Big City is going to stay with Peter. Kira comes home with a decision. When Tails leaves the Anderson family's house, she and he have agreed on two things. Tails should start making phone calls, and Kira will do something terrible. So she goes into her daughter's bedroom, sits down on her bed, and looks at Maya and Anna very seriously. "I need you both to do something for me." "What?" the girls ask. "You mustn't tell anyone that Tails was here today, not even your dad. I need to tell him myself." The atmosphere in the room becomes oppressive, to put it mildly. Maya sits in silence for so long that Anna eventually sees it as her duty to say what they're both thinking out loud. "Sorry, Kira, but I have to say, if you're going to have an affair, I think you could do a lot better than Tails. You're pretty darn hot." There are probably loads of men who. At first Kira doesn't understand. Then she understands everything all at once, upon which she stares at Anna with such horror, and disgusts that Maya laughs more than she can remember having laughed in that house since her little brother was 6, and managed to shut himself in the fridge. Peter gets home and stands in the hall. Kira comes out of the kitchen. She'll ask herself many times why she doesn't just tell him the truth there and then, that Tails has been there and that she knows all about the contracts and the training facility, but Peter has a look on his face that she hasn't realized how much she's missed. He looks excited. It's irresistible. "Darling, Zackel and I have recruited a player." "Well, I mean, Zackel recruited him, but we both helped. He's special. Special in a good way, I mean. He could be incredible." Kira can hardly believe the noise that comes out of her throat then, but she laughs. Of all the things she could have done, she laughs and laughs and laughs because he looks so childishly happy, and she'd forgotten that it was this boy she fell in love with. So she says nothing about anything that's happened today. She just thinks that she needs to protect her husband. She needs to make sure he doesn't end up in prison because she can't breathe without him. "Let me guess. He has nowhere to live, so he needs to stay here." She smiles, and Peter's eyes open wide. "How did you know that?" "Because that's what always used to happen when you were general manager. I'll go and make up the bed in the guest room. She heads upstairs to find sheets, but has to stop several times just to catch her breath. It'll only be for a few nights, Peter calls after her. But then Big City walks in through the front door and stops in the hallway, just as Maya comes out of her room, wondering what all the fuss is about. Big City's and Maya's eyes meet and neither of them says anything, but all the color suddenly drains from Peter's face. He looks from one to the other and realizes that he's made a terrible, terrible mistake. Suddenly Kira hears him call up from the ground floor. "One night, Kira. One night maximum." Anna spends the night there too. The last thing she whispers before they fall asleep is, "That turned out okay. First your mom asked you to keep a secret and then your dad turned into a psycho when he saw you wanted to date that guy. That's like the most normal I've seen your parents in ages." "I don't want to date that guy," Maya retorts a little too quickly, and Anna rolls her eyes so hard that her head almost spins around like an owl's. No, of course you don't. Sure, you were just eating him up with your eyes. I did no such thing." Anna snuggles closer, turns her back to Maya, and whispers, "I'm glad you want to date guys again." "Screw you," Maya whispers, and takes Anna's hand and falls asleep with it clutched tightly in hers. 66 Disappointments Monday is one of the longest days of Hannah's and Johnny's lives. Tess is playing the part of wounded daughter to perfection. She's gone just long enough for them to start to panic, but not long enough for them to be able to play the martyr. She spends the night sleeping in Bobo's bed. He sleeps next to her on the floor. His younger siblings sleep in a heap at the end of her bed like puppies. Hogg doesn't understand what the heck is going on. There's never been a girlfriend in the house before, so he tentatively asks Tess what she'd like for breakfast. Then he makes her promise that if Bobo ever behaves badly toward her, she's to tell Hogg so he can kill him. Tess smiles and promises. She sleeps with her hand hanging over the edge of the bed, so she can feel Bobo's breath against her skin. The next morning she wakes to the smell of tea, toast, and scrambled eggs. She takes the bus back to Hidi and goes to school as if nothing has happened, because she knows her parents will phone the school to see if she's turned up, which is a much harder punishment for them than if she disappears. Now they'll have to sit and wait impotently until the end of the school day to see if she comes home or not, and there's nothing more cruel that she could do to them. When it's time for dinner, she puts her key in the lock and her parents leap out of their kitchen chairs and stumble into the hall, poised somewhere between giving her a hug and a telling off. But she doesn't give them time to choose. Bobo is standing next to her with a basket in his hand, and he looks at least as uncomfortable as Hannah and Johnny, but perhaps Tess is just testing him. If he does this for her, then he'll do anything. "Bobo, S brought food, he's going to cook dinner. In 20 minutes we're going to sit down and eat it together like a normal family," she says, leaving no room for negotiation. Said and done. Her brothers are let down from upstairs and the family eats the pasta like it was a hostage situation. Johnny doesn't say a word, but Hannah isn't given that opportunity because Bobo keeps asking her questions. About her job, her upbringing, her house. When they've finished eating, Tobias and Ted rush desperately to their rooms, away from the suffocating awkwardness of the conversation. Johnny, in turn, pretends he has to go to the bathroom, then comes up with something very important he needs to do in the garage. He's furious. Tess can see that. Her dad just doesn't know how to express it, and his daughter doesn't know how to apologize without apologizing. How to explain that she's sorry if she's upsetting him, but not because she's disappointed him. Because the disappointment is his own fault. Bobo clears the table and washes up without being asked. Tjur goes into the kitchen of his own volition and helps. Hannah sits silently at the table, glancing at her daughter and searching for words. In the end, she takes the easy way out and talks to Bobo instead. "Are you the oldest child in your family, Bobo?" "Yes," he nods as he shows Tjur how to load the dishwasher more efficiently. "You can tell. "You're very good with children. Who taught you to make food this well?" Hannah asks. "Mom," he replies. "Tell her she's done a very good job, not just with cooking but with all of you." Hannah glances at her daughter to get confirmation that her apology has now been delivered so that she can be forgiven, but instead Tess looks up from the table straight at Bobo with tears in her eyes. The young man in the kitchen smiles sadly and replies, "My mom's dead, but she was brilliant. Everything I know comes from her." The house has probably never been more silent, and Hannah has probably never felt more stupid. Her larynx feels like rope and her whole body contracts as if she's already waiting to be told off by her daughter, but nothing happens. Tess just looks equally sad. "Sorry, Bobo, I should have told Mom," she whispers, her mother's cheeks flush. No, it's my fault, Bobo, I didn't even think." But Bobo just shakes his head disarmingly at Hannah, almost unconcerned. No, don't feel bad, she would have liked you. She'd have been furious with me if I'd made you sad." Hannah feels like she needs 9 glasses of wine to handle that, but instead she makes her excuses and lies about needing to go to the bathroom. There she rinses her face and swears at herself for 10 minutes before she goes out to the garage and swears at her husband instead. "You're such a darn coward, hiding out here when your daughter's sitting in the kitchen with her. Don't even say the word." Johnny grunts in warning, but he's already looking around to see if there's anything he doesn't want her to throw at him. "Boyfriend, he's her boyfriend, and he's a good one, you're just going to have to accept him," she says, doing her best to sound firm but not succeeding. Johnny could have picked 1,000 different replies, and by some miracle he manages to pick the very worst one. "An ignorant fatso from Beartown is that the best Tess can get, and now she wants to bully us into accepting him. Hannah's back is ramrod straight. That's never a good sign. Tess has chosen him. "Once upon a time you chose me, and not everyone in your family was so darn happy about that either, as you might remember," he protests, but more cautiously now. "They hardly know each other, Hannah," she snorts. "How well did we know each other the first time he snaps. "There's a heck of a difference. That was different." "How?" Johnny makes his very biggest mistake then. He judges a young man's intentions by the very worst of his own youth. "Have you any idea what sort of guy he is? Don't you think I know what people like him are like? He just wants to sleep with a girl from Hidi, so he can boast to his friends about having been with a Hidi witch." Hannah's lips grow thin. Her fingers creak as they curl in toward her palms. "Because that was how you and your friends used to talk about girls from Beartown when you were their age. Has it ever occurred to you that not all boys are the sort of pigs you were?" Johnny's shoulders slump so far that his collarbones can barely cope with the strain. "That's not what I meant." She doesn't let him apologize, just interrupts with quiet fury. "Do you know what Tess has got? She's got something wonderful, something I envy her for, something no one else in this family has got. She's got decent judgment." She slams the garage door so hard it echoes through the whole house. In sheer frustration, Johnny knocks a jar of keys to the floor, the sort no one knows what they're for and which all dads seem to have hundreds of. Somewhere in the world are all the locks they fit, and perhaps on the other side of those locks are all the answers to how you always end up on minus points with your family no matter what you do. When Bobo finally leaves the house, Tess stays behind. Peace hasn't yet broken out between her and her mother. This is only a truce, but Hannah takes what she can get. Tess goes up to her room, but she doesn't slam the door. When Bobo is walking to his car, a rusty little green Peugeot, Johnny steps out onto the drive from the garage. Bobo is one of the very few men in the area who is actually physically larger than Johnny, but he still stops as if he's expecting to get beaten up. "Is that your car?" Johnny asks at the end of an entire childhood's worth of breaths. It isn't easy to become a grown-up, but that's nothing compared to how hard it is to let someone else do it. Yes, Dad gave it to me. Well, he actually gave me a camper van, but I gave that to a friend. We had a customer who wanted to scrap it, but I fixed it. It isn't much to look at, but the inside is okay. Bobo nods, trying not to sound too enthusiastic, too boastful, or too ingratiating. Johnny scratches his beard and nods toward his van. I'm having trouble with the engine in that, he admits, which is pretty much the same to him as waving a white flag. Bobo nods enthusiastically. We had one of those in the workshop. I can probably fix it for you. Do you think I'm going to let you be with my daughter just because you fix my car? Johnny wonders suspiciously. Bobo shocks him with his honesty. I don't think it's up to you whether she's with me or not. I think that's her decision. Good answer, the fireman reluctantly concedes. Sorry, Bobo says, because he says that word so often that it sometimes slips out from sheer habit. Johnny scratches his beard for a long time. Do you seriously think you could fix the van? Bobo nods. Yes, cars are the only thing I'm good at. Was it your dad who taught you? Your hog's son, right? Yes, do you know him? I played hockey against him. He broke his nose crashing into me when we were juniors. Only when Johnny smiles does Bobo allow himself to join in. Then he says, he probably skated into you by mistake. Dad can only skate in one direction. Johnny laughs loudly for the first time at that. He hears how rough it sounds, an old man's laugh now. Then he says, weighed down by all the time that passes far too fast, Tess is smart, Bobo. Really, really smart. She has the best grades of anyone in her school. I know, Bobo mumbles, already beginning to suspect where this is going. If she's going to go on with her studies, she'll have to move away from here. There aren't any opportunities for her here. I get that. It's nothing personal, Bobo. I'm sure you're a good guy, but I don't want you to hold her back. If I'm honest, I think her mom is hoping deep down that she's going to stay and have an ordinary life because Hannah can't live without Tess, but darn it, Bobo, she can be anything she wants. She could be something big, our daughter. Do you understand? She isn't like. Bobo nods with his back bent. He blinks too hard too many times for it not to show how badly he's falling apart. Don't you think I know Tess is too good for me? That she's special and I'm just ordinary? I'm not so smart, but I'm not that unsmart. I don't know anything except cars and a bit about hockey. I know I can't give her anything, but I will never, never try to hold her back. I'll never act badly toward her. And maybe I can't study at university like her, but I'm pretty good at fixing things and I'm fairly strong and my friends like me and Tess likes me. I try to be a good man and I think I could be a pretty good dad one day. And I won't hold her back. If she wants to move away from here, then I'll go with her. I can live anywhere if I can live with her. There are bad cars to fix everywhere. And if you want to try to get her to stop liking me, go ahead, but I'm not going to give up. I can't. Johnny stands and stares intently at the snow for so long that Bobo eventually stops babbling and can't figure out if the man has been listening or not. No, like you say, I don't make decisions for Tess, Johnny says after an eternity. He can't help asking himself what he's really angry about, and the answer really isn't flattering. He isn't even angry, just empty. His daughter left home yesterday without talking to him first. Got herself a boyfriend in secret. She has a whole life now that she hasn't told him about, and what sort of dad does that make him? Bobo's voice is barely audible when he replies. She cries when we talk about you, and I don't want her to cry. So either she'll have to stop liking me or you're going to have to start liking me. Johnny looks up exhausted. You know something, cars aren't the only thing you're good at, Bobo. No, Bobo whispers. Johnny shakes his head, smiles forlornly. No, the food was okay too. 67 love stories. It snows all night. And on Tuesday morning, it's so cold that when Big City goes out with wet hair from the shower to get some things from the car, he has to break his hair like Legos when he comes back in. Peter has to lend him a winter jacket, seeing as what Big City thought was a winter jacket turned out to be just a jacket. It's like autumn. How cold does it get in December? He asks anxiously. They set off to the ice rink together. Of course, Peter ought to go to work, but he pretends he has to show the boy the way instead. anything to get a chance to see the 20-year-old's first training session. Anna and Leo have to go to school, so Maya decides to go to the ice rink as well, mostly to tease her dad, which really does work splendidly. He walks demonstratively between her and Big City the whole way, so Maya takes extra care to give Big City compliments on how nice his hair is and how good he looks in his new jacket, until her dad grunts uncomfortably the way only dads can. When they reach the rink, Big City is collected by the caretaker to go through the list of equipment he needs, and they disappear, but Peter walks around holding the sleeve of Maya's jacket all day as if she was 4 years old and he was scared she was going to fall in a swimming pool. She lets him. Only when they are sitting alone in the stands does she say, "I'm glad you're worrying about normal things again, Dad." He doesn't know what she's talking about, and nothing is more normal for a dad than that. Then they go to the cafeteria and buy chocolate balls. Kira goes to the office, shuts herself away with her colleague, and spends all day going through old cases and new accounts and prepares herself for the worst. Always hope for peace but always prepare for war, one of Kira's tutors at university told her when she was a student. Those words carry extra weight now. They make her whole body ache. "Thanks for doing this," she says, exhausted. "I'd have been insulted if you didn't think it obvious that I would," her colleague replies. Kira forces herself to smile. "I know you'd do anything for me, but you're doing this for Peter. I'm doing it for you. You know what I mean." Her colleague glances up from behind her fringe and sighs. "Forget it. You want me to tell the truth. I'm doing this for both of you. I've never thought that Peter deserved you, but you know what? You don't always deserve him either. There have been so many times when I've thought that surely now they're going to get divorced, those two, but you really can't. It's impossible for you two to live without each other, so you're not allowed to. I won't allow it. You've been through too much, and if you don't manage to keep your love story going, then the rest of us might as well give up all hope." Kira wipes her cheeks on her sleeve. "You make it sound like a never-ending battle. Isn't that what love is? Loving someone is one thing, but who the heck can bear being loved for 20 years? "I really do love him," her colleague smiles. "I know, everyone knows. Good grief, everyone knows, Kira. You and he are fighters. You always find something somewhere and then you fight for it to the death. That's probably why I'm still working for you. You make me feel like I'm on the side of the good guys." Kira sniffs. "You don't work for me, you work with me." Her colleague pats her on the head. "No. I worship you, I really do, but everyone works for you, even your husband." Kira screws her eyes shut so tightly that her temples hurt. I know Peter's naive and credulous, but he would never do anything illegal on purpose. He'd never expose me and the kids to the risk. Dear God, he won't even park the car too close to a fire hydrant. But even so," her colleague squeezes her arm and whispers, "seriously though, Kira, where's the fun in defending someone who's innocent? That isn't even a challenge. All sports are built on minuscule margins. Thousandths, inches, ounces. Behind all of the most famous achievements in sporting history there are thousands of invisible, if only S, and if that hadn't S, and so close, S." Benji is driving the camper van through Beartown, blowing smoke out of the wound-down window. He slows down when he reaches the ice rink. He has to sit there for a long time with weed in his lungs and childhood in his heart, merely to check if he wants to go back. But nothing happens. He wonders if he would have gone on loving hockey if he had stayed here 2 years ago instead of taking off. He finds himself asking more and more often who he might have been if his life hadn't been governed so much by other people's decisions. If his dad hadn't done what he did, if Kevin hadn't done what he did, if all the others hadn't done what they did, and no one had ever found out the truth about Benji, what would his life have been like then? If he had a time machine now, would he have used it? He takes some deep drags and pulls out his phone, calls the same number 3 times without getting an answer. All sports have minuscule margins. Sometimes it's just a friend who doesn't give up hope on you. He lets the campervan drive on, all the way to the hollow, drives around the parking lot below the apartment blocks and looks at the time. There are no children outside. Days like this are the exception every year. Suddenly there's too much snow to take your sticks out and play in the yard, but the ice on the lake isn't thick enough for you to grab your skates and play there. The campervan rolls slowly in front of one of the buildings until it reaches a basement door. Then Benji calls the same number again and hears a phone echoing in the shadows. Sports and margins. A 2-inch wide goal line can determine how an entire life is remembered. A final can be decided at the last second so that a town far out in the forest more than 20 years later still defines itself with the word almost. A boy can be born several thousand miles away and still end up being the one who one day makes them feel like something else. Amat is skulking by the shadow of the wall with his hockey bag on his back. Benji pulls up beside him in a time machine. Training starts soon. Do you want a lift? Amat tries to smile, but his jaw is shaking too much with cold and fear. I don't know, he admits. Benji leans against the steering wheel and blows smoke out through his nose. How long have you been standing here? I don't know. His lips are blue and his eyes are exhausted from the fear of disappointing everyone again. Why don't you just go to training and talk to Zakel? Benji asks. Because I don't know if I'd be welcomed back. Amat shivers. Benji smokes and runs a careless hand through his hair, almost burning off his eyebrow in the process. That makes Amat's chest bounce with giggles and probably warms them both up. Benji brushes the sparks from his pants and mutters, I'm not going to give you a motivational speech if that's what you're waiting for. Amat manages a sarcastic sigh between shivers. No, I thought you were going to yell pain is just weakness leaving your body, or winners don't wish for success, they create it. Benji grins. He rolls a new cigarette between his fingertips, filling it carefully and looking for his lighter. No, I'm not here for your sake. I'm here for mine. Amat stamps in the snow to force the blood through his body. Okay, Benji nods seriously. I've never seen anyone play hockey like you, my friend. I can't bear having to live the rest of my life wondering how good you could have been if you hadn't given up. Considering it isn't a motivational speech, it's actually a darn good motivational speech. Amat's breath catches. He will never forget how Benji looks just then, inquisitive eyes and messy hair in an old camper van, a gentle heart. An outstretched hand, a little click when he reaches across the passenger seat and opens the door. Amat hesitantly puts his bag in but doesn't get in himself. Then he says, Okay, take my bag and I'll run. It's going to be hard enough persuading Zakel to take me back as it is. I can't show up stinking like a hash factory. Benji roars with laughter so hard that the smoke catches in his throat and he coughs until someone yells, Shut up, from a balcony. He likes that about the hollow. You never have to wait long to find out what someone thinks. He pulls the bag onto the seat and turns the campervan around in a wide circle. Amat is already running along the main road when the campervan catches up and overtakes him. Benji blows the horn cheerily. Amat watches the rear lights as they vanish toward the town. It's one of the first ice-cold days of the year and one of the last truly happy ones. Amat starts playing hockey again this evening. He never gives up, but Benji will never find out how good he can be. 68 enemies' tales is used to complicated transactions. He's built much of what he owns on unusual deals with dubious partners weighed down by hazy loyalties. But this Tuesday is odd even for him. For months, he has tried to persuade powerful men to shut down the hockey club in Hidi, but now he finds himself trying to save it. He starts a war by trying to find peace. He needs friends, so he calls enemies. The first call is to a politician, the second to a hockey supporter. They have barely anything in common except that hardly anyone calls them by those words. Most people call Richard Theo and Timu Rinius far, far worse things. Why are you calling me? Both men ask suspiciously when they find out what Tails wants to talk about. Because we want the same thing, Tails tells them both. And what's that? The two men wonder, and Tails replies, to win. Richard Theo is sitting in his office in the council building, laughing loudly. I've heard you don't like my politics, Tails, so why would you want to help me? I don't think you like your politics either, Richard. I just think you do whatever it takes to beat your opponents, Tails replies from his own office at the supermarket. Richard Theo purses his lips. If you want a favor, you should ask your friends in the party that actually runs the council. After all, I've heard that my party is just a little protest party on the margins. Perhaps it would be better for you to talk to someone with real power, Tails sighs over the line. You and I both know that after the next election you'll be running the council. The politician smiles contentedly at the other end. Don't say that. I think it suits me better to be in opposition because around here people love complaining. The other politicians can't do what I need help with, Tails admits. Really? You have my attention. What are you after? The tone of gentle mockery in his voice hides how intrigued Theo is. So Tails explains. He says he's changed his mind about the merger of the two hockey clubs. He suddenly realized that the towns need their own clubs for the sake of public health, but mostly for the sake of the children. Absolutely, absolutely. The children, of course. The politician laughs sarcastically, but Tails pretends not to notice. I'm going to set up a pressure group of local businessmen to push for the rebuilding of the ice rink in Hidi as part of the same budget as the construction of Beartown Business Park, to demonstrate that the council's investment will benefit the whole district. Richard Theo thinks for a moment. I assume you're soon going to tell me how this helps me. Tails takes a deep breath. Almost all the politicians in the council have decided that they only want one hockey club, not two. Because that's what you and your pressure groups have persuaded them, yes. You're the people who have been pushing to get Hidi hockey closed down because it would save so much taxpayers' money. The politician chuckles, but he sounds genuinely curious about where this conversation is going. If all the politicians are on one side, you can win a lot of votes by standing on the other side, Tails points out enigmatically. The politician sighs and pretends to be disappointed. My whole financial policy is based upon cutting unnecessary expenditure by the council, and now you want me to support a plan which would see millions plowed into the renovation of the ice rink in Hidi and save Hidi hockey. Why would I do that? Tails's chest rises and falls so deeply that it creaks before he realizes that there's no point lying to Theo. He's far too smart a snake, so he admits. I know that you helped steer the takeover of the factory by foreign owners a few years ago. You got them to sponsor Beartown hockey and save the club's finances, so you know perfectly well what contacts and capital are worth. But you also know that if the clubs are merged, external auditors will examine all the accounts, and there are things there that would be unsuitable for, well, public consumption, so to speak. The politician rocks back and forth on his chair, holding the phone between his shoulder and his chin, and starts tapping at his computer. He hasn't read the local paper as thoroughly as he usually does in recent days, but now he finds the article about Tails's vandalized car. Then he smiles. It isn't the auditors Tails is afraid of, it's the journalists. Can I ask something, Tails? It seems as if you've been doing all you can recently to present Hidi hockey as a club on the brink of bankruptcy, full of hooligans who vandalize cars, but now all of a sudden you want to rescue them. Tails tries to control his pulse. Circumstances change, I suppose. I'd like to think I'm capable of changing my opinion. Richard Theo taps at his keyboard again. Let me guess, your change of opinion has something to do with the fact that you need to conceal the evidence of that business about the training facility that the council bought, and which you all think I don't know anything about. Tails is breathing heavily at his end of the line. There's an awful lot that I hope you don't know anything about, Richard, but very little that I imagine actually gets past you. The politician tries to resist the flattery. So you want to create a new narrative now. Bury the scandal about Beartown behind the news that the council is investing money in Hidi, because you hope that if enthusiasm about the hockey clubs is strong enough, the reporters might stop digging. That isn't going to work forever, Tails. Sooner or later someone is going to investigate anyway. Tails loosens his tie. He's sweating so much that he has to keep switching the phone from one ear to the other. I don't need forever. I just need a little while. So I have time to get all the paperwork in order. You know how it is. Scandals aren't as interesting to anyone in hindsight. Once the training facility has been built, no one's going to care how it came about. And by then the reporters will have moved on to hunt for other scandals. It's like hockey. It's only cheating if you get caught. Richard Theo doesn't laugh at this last remark. He's never been very keen on sports, but he hears the logic in what Tails is saying. Theo knows that everything and everyone is connected here in the forest. Hardly anyone has been better at exploiting that than him, because no one is independent in a small community. Not even journalists. So what do you want from me? He asks. Tails has evidently rehearsed his reply. Let me be honest. I need your political support, but Hidi Hockey doesn't just need the council's money, it also needs sponsors. The way Beartown has the factory, it would look far too suspicious if I tried to find sponsors for the club I hate, but I think you could do it. So, well, if you help me to save Hidi, I can save Beartown. And what do I get in return? Tails closes his eyes, ashamed of what he says next. I'll see to it that everyone knows that it was you who saved both clubs, Theo snorts. That isn't enough, you know that. Tails breathes in quickly, breathes out slowly. What more do you want? I want to be involved in this Beartown business park that you're building. I didn't think you were interested in making money, Tails blurts out, making the mistake of sounding hopeful because suddenly he thinks Theo can be bribed. The response sounds almost amused. No, I've got enough money, Tails. The only capital I'm interested in is political. But this district needs to grow in order to survive, and you have to build to grow. Men like you do the building, but men like me decide where and how you get to do it. So you want all the public credit for Beartown Business Park, Tails guesses. No, my friend, not all the credit, just a shovelful here and there. A few photographs in the local paper. And in the fullness of time, I'll ask for one more condition. Which is, the politician taps at his computer and says, I don't know yet, but I'll get back to you. Now let me get to work. Timu has stopped his car a little way into the forest. He's standing in the snow, smoking and listening to Tails' nonsense with extremely limited patience. So you see, Timu, you and I want the same thing. What's best for our club, I need. It isn't your club. It will never be your club, Timu corrects with a darkness in his voice that makes Tails gasp for air in his office even though they're separated by several miles. Okay, sorry. Can I be honest, Timu? Please do. I know that the club wouldn't have survived without the supporters in the standing area, but without a few of us in the seats it wouldn't. You mean you're smarming to the council? I've heard that it was your idea to merge Hidi and Beartown. Why have you suddenly changed your mind? Tails swallows and chooses his words with great care. The politicians in charge of the council don't want to merge the clubs. They want to shut them both down and start a new one. They think that hockey is a product, Timu. They don't want people like you in the stands, and soon they won't want people like me either, not real supporters, just consumers. They think they can get rid of us from the stands if they erase our history. No Hidi, no Beartown, just some new darn club that some PR company has invented. You probably shouldn't make comparisons between you and me, Timu advises, but he doesn't sound quite so threatening now, so Tails feels bold enough to go on. There are journalists digging into Beartown's finances. You know what journalists are like. They go looking for scandals, and scandals always require a scapegoat. And the scapegoat they've chosen is Peter. All he can hear at the other end of the line for almost a minute is the gentle crackle of Timu's cigarette. Then he says in a low voice, Okay, what do you need? Tails breathes out and wipes the sweat from his brow. It isn't anything that I want you to do, it's something I want you not to do. You and your guys mustn't start any trouble right now. If there's more violence, the council will see that as another good reason to shut down both clubs, and then everything's over for us. And I really don't want to give those reporters any more reasons to dig into Beartown hockey. What exactly are you worried the reporters will find? No need to worry about that. Timu's tone isn't threatening, but it almost is. I'm not worried, I'm interested. So Tails doesn't come straight out and say what he really wants, but he almost does. The editor-in-chief has been poking about in the club's accounts. Do you want me to keep an eye on her? What? No, don't do anything stupid. Timu understands exactly what they're talking about. Over the years, he has become extremely good at hearing when someone can't ask him for precisely what they're asking him for. I won't do anything stupid, but I need something from you too, Tails. You've got to help us save the bearskin. The bearskin? From what? Do you know who Lev is? Tails knows, of course. Everything is connected in the end, tighter and tighter. Timu explains the story of Ramona's debts and Lev's threats. Tails promises to talk to his political contacts and see what he can do. Before they end the call, he says cautiously, "Thanks, Timu. I know you'd rather have seen Hidi Hockey go bankrupt. I have a feeling you've been dreaming of killing that club off almost as long as I have." Timu lets out a short laugh. He sometimes forgets that Tails also possesses hatred. It almost makes him sympathetic. Well, what else am I going to do, Tails? If we can't play against Hidi, we can't beat the heck out of them. And if they haven't got a hockey club of their own, maybe those little jerks would start supporting ours. And do you think I want them in my stand? Not on your life. They end the call. This is how a community's corruption is measured. It isn't cheating if you don't get caught, and it isn't a scandal if it never gets revealed. Until then, there are just secrets. All forests are full of them. That afternoon, the editor-in-chief of the local paper stops to get groceries from the supermarket. She wants to surprise her dad with his favorite dish. While she's looking for the ingredients, she can't help noticing two young men several times. They're never right next to her, but they're always near. When she pays, they're farther back in the same line, and when she walks across the parking lot, she thinks she sees them out of the corner of her eye, but when she turns around, they're gone. When she gets in her car, another vehicle drives past, a little too close and a little too fast, making her jump. She doesn't have time to see the license plate, but she could swear that the driver was wearing a black jacket. When she gets home, it started to get dark, and she sees shadows everywhere. That night she wakes up when it sounds like someone is trying the handle of the front door to see if it's locked. The next morning, a young man on a moped follows her all the way to work. To start with, she thinks she's imagining it. Soon, she hopes that she is. 69, Leader Zakel is sitting in the stands in the ice rink. The caretaker is sitting beside her. He glances at his watch and grins. Getting the A-team to train this late is a good way to wind them up. She doesn't respond. The caretaker emits something midway between a cough and a snort. After Hidi started using the ice rink, she changed the schedule so that Beartown's A-team trained last of all the teams. Everyone else interpreted this positively, as if she wanted to set a good example and show that all the teams are of equal value, but the caretaker could see what Zakel was really doing. The same as always, testing her team. "Have you decided who's going to be captain this season yet?" he asks. And of course she doesn't answer that either, but he imagines he can see a trace of a smile seeing as he's asked the same question every day of preseason. There are plenty of big words that get repeated on a hockey team, but perhaps none gets trotted out as much as leadership. The problem is that it means different things in different places, because not all leaders can lead every team. There are so many different ways to take a group with you, and most leaders only know one. What's it called when you go out into the forest and other men follow you? Leadership. What's it called if the same man goes out into the forest on his own? A walk. He told Zakel that joke once and she smiled then too, but not as if she thought it was funny. The caretaker could never figure out if it was because she didn't understand the joke or because she thought he was the one who didn't get it. Should I lock the doors? He wonders. She's wanted him to do that recently to teach the players to arrive on time, but Zakel shakes her head. No, we're waiting for one more. Then she gets up and goes down to the locker room. The A-team is only half ready, and there's a lot of moaning and whining about the late training session. It's ridiculously easy to unbalance a group of grown men. You just have to disrupt their routines. Zakel has never had any difficulty understanding that all wars are started by men, but if any of them ever managed to win one, it was nothing but a miracle. Bobo yells at the players to shut up when she comes in, and they quiet down just enough for her not to have to raise her voice when she says, "We're sharing the ice with the juniors today." "What the?" the players begin, and the cacophony of grown men feeling sorry for themselves starts up. The team has slowly gotten used to Zakel's peculiar training ideas, or has at least accepted them. All players do that if something works. Winning cures everything. But this business of only training on half the ice is still driving them crazy. Not long ago, Zakel read a newspaper article about a small hockey club down in one of the big cities which, despite a lack of time on the ice and a general shortage of resources, year after year nurtured players who got drafted to the NHL. When the chair of the club was asked why he thought that was, he replied that perhaps it wasn't despite the lack of time on the ice, but because of it. 2 or 3 of the youth teams always had to play at the same time, so everyone had to get used to playing on a small area, and it turned out that this made them better players. "Ice hockey isn't really played 5 against 5, the chairman said, and until Zakel showed Bobo the article, Bobo had never thought about hockey that way. There are 10 players on the ice during a game, but at any given moment hockey is only played on the square yard where the puck happens to be. Having to train in confined spaces turned out to be an advantage, and that's all hockey is, a series of slight advantages, a margin of a few inches. So Zakel doesn't listen to the whining, she just leaves the locker room. Bobo lets everyone sigh and groan and swear for a few more minutes before he smiles secretively. "I know you hate sharing time on the ice, but today we aren't sharing the ice with the juniors to train because we're going to play a practice game." The atmosphere changes in the space of one breath and a deafening cheer breaks out, because some things never change. Everyone in here was once a scrawny junior who had to play a practice game against the men on the A-team and got crushed. And the reward for that is that if you train for enough years, you will one day be an A-team player yourself and get the chance to crush the next generation. "Can we play in our old tops?" one player asks eagerly. Bobo shakes his head apologetically. "No, sorry. You have to wear the white ones with your names on them," he says, and the players mutter unhappily at that, as usual. Last winter the sponsors printed new training jerseys for every player, one white and one green. The club had never had names and numbers on training tops before, but now all of a sudden it was important. No one understood why until Tails turned up at a training session with a photographer, who stood in the center circle and started taking pictures in the middle of the session. Tails wanted pictures for his advertising brochure, and he wanted them taken from the ice in a way he couldn't manage during a game, so this was his solution. The players realized pretty quickly that the photographer was only focusing on one player, so one of them grunted to Tails, "Wouldn't it have been easier to print Amat's name on all the tops? Then the photographer could have gotten pictures of any of us." Tails didn't even seem to notice the jibe, but that was how he got them all to hate those tops, and that's why Zakel is making them play in them today. She wants them annoyed. Bobo looks at the clock on the wall, goes out into the corridor, goes back in, looks at the clock again, and is about to give up hope when he hears the outside door creak and Amat tumbles in, breathless and flushed. Bobo's heart forgets its rhythm and his feet trip over themselves, and he only just manages to stop himself from running over and hugging his friend. Because that too is a test. Amat wishes everything was so easy that a hug could resolve things. He walks toward Zakel over by the boards. She pretends she hasn't seen him. He stands there, overweight and pale, and can't even summon up the courage to look her in the eye. She says nothing, forcing him to speak first. Can I train today? He manages to say. We're full, she replies coldly, nodding toward the ice where Alexander has just skated out. Amat looks at him. He's big and strong, at least a head taller than Amat, and he moves with the natural self-confidence and privileged arrogance that Amat has always lacked. The complete package, as the old guys in town usually call that sort of talent. That was what they used to say about Kevin. Okay, can I use the gym, if I won't be disturbing anyone? Amat asks and notices to his own annoyance that he's fighting back tears. Zakel doesn't even look at him when she replies, We're playing a practice game against the juniors. There's a space on their team if you want to play. Amat nods down at the floor with a head so heavy it's a miracle he can stand. Great. Thanks, he whispers. You can pick up your green training top in our locker room and get changed with the juniors, Zakel instructs him blankly. So first Amat has to go to the 8-team locker room, which falls totally silent when he steps in, seeing as no one has seen him since the spring, to fetch his green jersey. Then he has to go across the corridor and into the juniors' locker room, which also falls totally silent, but for completely different reasons. The juniors are only a few years younger than him, but that doesn't matter. In this context, they're just kids and he's an idol. One of them leaps up and offers him his place on the best bench with the most space, but Amat shakes his head sadly and sits down in the corner right by the bathroom. That's where you always put the worm, the youngest and worst player on the team. That was where he had to sit the last time he played on the junior team. Are you playing with us? One of the other boys eventually plucks up the courage to ask. Amat nods and a happy murmur spreads around the room. Then they all fall silent again, and Amat feels fear cut from his stomach to his throat when he realizes they're all watching him. He doesn't want to take his clothes off, definitely doesn't want to talk, but these guys are evidently expecting him to say something. He suddenly wishes that Benji was here, because he would just have stood up and said, Come on, let's go out and slaughter them, or something, and they'd all have leapt up and cheered and followed him. But Benji is Benji, and sadly Amat is Amat. Sorry, the player next to him says just as he's thinking this. His fingers slipped as he was tying his boots and he hit Amat's leg. Amat sees that the boy's hands are shaking. Nervous? He asks quietly. The boy nods. We're playing the darn A-team. They're going to crush us. Amat has no answer, so he says nothing. He gets undressed and the silence around him is like insects under his skin. When he picks up his training top, he sees that the boy next to him is looking on enviously. The juniors have similar tops, but they don't have their names on the backs. For the A-team, those names may have been a PR stunt, but for the juniors, they are a status symbol. If you get your name on a training jersey, that means the club isn't thinking of dropping you. Has anyone got a knife? Amat asks quietly. The others look confused. A knife, one of them repeats. I've got one, a small boy in the opposite corner says, because you can always rely on the fact that in a Beartown locker room there will be at least one hunter, and they always have a knife. It gets passed from hand to hand around the benches, and when it reaches Amat, he grabs it and starts unpicking his name from his top, letter by letter until his looks like all the others. Then he stands up, passes the knife back, and says, I'm not good at giving speeches and stuff like that. And you're right, the A-team is going to crush you today. They're bigger and stronger. He clears his throat and falls silent just long enough for someone to say, Great pep talk. The whole room bursts out laughing, Amat included, and something loosens up inside him. Something that has been there a long time. So he starts talking without knowing where he's going. I read about a figure skater. Don't remember her name. But she was in the World Championships and she was the big favorite. So her coach told her to remove all the difficult jumps from her opening program. Just do the simple things, but do them perfectly. That way she'd win. So she went out and messed everything up. She fell on things she'd never fallen on before, couldn't do anything. By the time she'd finished, she was bottom, worst moment of her life. So she went into the locker room and sat there on her own and thought, forget it, pretty much. So she went out and did the next round and landed all the most difficult jumps, the ones none of the others could do. She moved from last place to bronze. Do you see? Because, well, I don't know what the heck I'm trying to say. I'm no good at this sort of thing, but the room is silent and everyone is waiting for some sort of point. He hasn't got one. It feels like giving a talk in school and realizing you've misunderstood the whole task. Amat is about to try to sink through the floor when the boy next to him says, I read about her too, the figure skater. I think she said afterwards something like she can't skate easy programs because then she thinks too much. She's only good when she challenges herself. One of the other guys exclaims, like my mom always said when I was little and moaned about us playing good teams. It's supposed to be hard. Several of the other players burst out laughing. My mom too. Classic Beartown mom stuff. Amat sits back down and joins in the laughter, ties his skates, and gets up again without thinking of the consequences. Then the rest of them get up. When he walks toward the corridor, they follow him, and when they storm onto the ice, it's a moment every junior behind him will remember and boast about for the rest of their lives. The day we played with Amat. The letters of his name are left on the bench in the locker room, so that everyone knows that he isn't playing for himself this time. Beartown Hockey's A-team didn't exactly start out as Sunday school preachers, but it's been a long time since they swore this much during a training session. They have to skate themselves sweaty and bloody just to keep up. Every junior excels himself in every change of line. They give everything they've got for Amat, who seems to be everywhere. He may be overweight and slower than he has ever been, but still no one on the A-team can keep up with him. So they do the only logical thing. They swipe and hack and tackle him hard. A couple of times he takes such ugly slashes that he's sent flying, but when Bobo looks over to Zakel to see if she wants to call a penalty, she just shakes her head. She wants to make him mad. She wants to know what he can do with his anger. A couple of times Amat flies up and looks like he's about to lash out, but he manages to control himself, even when he hears the A-team players laughing and making fun of him. He gets a stick across the back but sees it coming, so he steps aside and pulls free and takes the puck back, flies past two opponents with a frenzy no one has seen in this rink since he was the best here last winter. His top is sitting more tightly around his stomach, but the longer the game goes on, the more he starts to look like the old Amat. The unstoppable Amat. The only reason he doesn't score 10 goals in the end is that Zakel keeps pairing him against Alexander, who might be slower but plays much smarter. No matter what Amat comes up with, Alexander manages to reach it with his stick time after time, knocking the puck out of the way. In the end, the two of them are almost only playing against each other, hunting back and forth across the ice like shadows. Several times Alexander is left standing with his hands on his knees during breaks in play, gasping for breath, and Amat throws up at least twice in the player's bench. It's a heck of a game, really one heck of a game. Bobo feels sorry for everyone who isn't there to see it. The juniors score 4 goals, 3 of them from Amat. Alexander only scores 2, but the A-team scores 6 in total and wins the game. It doesn't matter. When Bobo eventually blows his whistle for the end of the game, the A-team players stay on the ice and applaud the juniors. Only briefly, hitting their sticks on the ice a few times, but that means the world to the teenagers. They gather in their respective locker rooms, but Amat can't even drag himself there and slumps to the floor in the corridor. Alexander is the last player to walk past. He stops for a moment, prods Amat's skate with his stick and says, "I look forward to playing against you when you're in shape." Amat smiles. "Me too. It's a small challenge, they both need it. She's not stupid, Zakel." Alexander goes into the A-team locker room and Amat forces himself to his feet to limp to the juniors. He hears a rumbling laugh behind him and knows who it is without even having to turn around. "Shut up, Bobo, I know I'm walking like an old woman. I haven't even said anything." "No, but I know what you were about to say, so I'm saying shut up. And don't touch me, I hurt everywhere already." Bobo roars with laughter and wraps his huge arms around him mercilessly. "Didn't I say, you're like those lupins?" "Thanks, mate," Amat grunts. It hardly ever strikes him these days, but there and then it occurs to him that most people really never change, but some change entirely. Bobo used to be the biggest bully and tormentor when they played on the junior team. Not that anyone would believe that now. Possibly just as little as anyone would believe that Amat used to be an elite sportsman. "What do you think she'd have said about you today?" Bobo sniggers, nodding toward the photograph of Ramona on the wall. "She'd probably have said I was a fatso." Amat smiles. Bobo pats his stomach contentedly. "She'd have looked at me and said that now the big fatso has produced a little fatso." Amat laughs so hard that his whole body hurts. Then he shuffles toward the sound of jubilant juniors farther along the corridor. "Wrong way," Bobo calls out, not as a friend but as the assistant coach. Amat turns around as if he thinks he's the victim of a cruel joke. "Really?" he struggles to say. "Really? Zakel's counting on you for the first game against TD this weekend. So run, fat boy, run." Amat tries to hold back the tears. Bobo has already moved his things into the 8-team locker room. No one remains silent when Amat steps in this time. No one even looks up or gets out of the way. They just carry on talking as if everything is the same as usual. As if he belongs there. His old place is free. Alexander is sitting in the place where the guy who made the joke about Lev used to sit back in the spring, because that guy doesn't play here anymore. Whether that was because of the joke or because he just wasn't good enough for the A-team is something Amat will never know. He takes his clothes off, aware of everyone glancing at him, and walks alone to the shower room. No one follows him. He stands alone under the warm water with his sore muscles and even more sore ego. When he comes out again, there's a knife on the bench. His teammates have all picked their own names off their training tops. No one says a word. They just throw the names in the bin and go and shower, one by one, until Amat is left alone with the sound of his own breathing on the bench in the corner. That's how he came to lose a game and win back a locker room. The A-team's training sessions don't usually get much of a crowd, but today the stands are strewn with familiar faces. Maya and Peter are sitting there eating their chocolate balls. The caretaker is keeping them company, and after a while the former coach of the A-team, Seun, appears with his dog. Halfway through the session they hear light steps on the stairs and a whisper, "Sit in front of me. I don't want him to see me." It's Fatima. She's been longing to see Amat train again, but is terrified that he'll catch sight of her and feel the pressure, that she might somehow break the magic. Peter and Seun laugh that she's going to end up being one of those superstitious mothers who collect more bizarre rituals they have to perform on game days than their sons. "Soon you'll be sitting here with incense and talking about driving out evil spirits if he doesn't score enough goals." Seun grins. He can say whatever he likes, of course, because she's not listening. Her boy is playing hockey down there. Nothing else exists then. Maya is sitting in front of her, and when Amat scores, Fatima grabs her shoulder so hard that she feels embarrassed. Maya laughs and assures her that it doesn't matter, but then she turns and catches sight of something, and that makes her squeeze Fatima's hand a little too hard instead. The door to the ice rink opens and a lone figure creeps in and sits down in the far corner. Speaking of evil spirits. The caretaker smiles when he sees that it's Benji. Seun and Peter turn around as if their own child has come home. Neither of them manages to say a word, so Sioon's dog's enthusiastic barking will have to suffice for them all. Zakel is standing down by the bench, and she sees him too. She isn't big on emotions because she isn't big on people, but she still hasn't let anyone play with the number 16 since he left. She'll save that number on every team she ever coaches, because deep down she'll never stop hoping that precisely this will happen. Out of nowhere, the door will open and he walks into the ice rink as though nothing's happened. She'll coach far greater talents, quicker and more technically skilled, but she will never have a team where she wouldn't have swapped any of them for that long-haired idiot. He meets her gaze on the other side of the ice and gives a curt nod. She nods back. That's all. Benji is scared that if he goes closer she might ask if he wants to play hockey again, and he can't bear the idea of disappointing her, so he keeps his distance. Zakel isn't big on regretting things, but she'll regret not going over to him at once and saying that she's missed him. Just like she will always regret never saying that to Ramona. The training session continues. The players on the ice are too busy to see what's going on in the stands, so Benji sits right at the top in the shadows and just listens to the noises. The slice of the skates, the echoes, the panting. Bang, bang, bang. He left Amat's bag outside the rink a good while ago and made fun of him for being so nervous. But now, of course, it was Benji's turn to stand outside in the cold, shaking so much that it took half the training session before he could bring himself to open the door and step over all the ghosts of his past. One of them gets up now and walks slowly around the ice and sits down next to him without asking for permission, then tucks her arm under his and rests her cheek on his shoulder. Anderson at hockey training. That new guy Bobo was talking about must be seriously hot, Benji exclaims, and she hits his arm as hard as she can and laughs. You're such a muppet, the whole lot of you are such muppets. Benji just grins and nods toward the ice. Is that him there? Maya snaps. Yes, his name's Alexander, but Zakel just calls him Big City because they're such stupid muppets that I can't stand it. Benji frowns. He is pretty darn hot, Maya. I knew, she sighs resignedly. He bursts out laughing. She has chocolate balls in her pocket and he's been smoking weed all day, so he devours them, one bite per ball. Good to see that you haven't changed entirely, at least, she smiles. Benji closes his eyes quickly and opens them slowly. He looks up at the roof as if he's trying to see right through it. Is it weird for you coming home? It's been seriously weird for me. Just this rink, it feels cramped now, but when we were young it was enormous. Yes, it's all weird. I don't even feel at home in my own house anymore. I don't even say going home when I come here, she admits. He says nothing for a long time, then he asks, do you ever think about what your life would have been like if Kevin hadn't existed? She whispers, as shocked by the question as she is by the speed of her reply. All the time, do you? His chin moves in the world's smallest nod. Do you think you'd still have been living here then? After an eternity of reflection, she replies, yes. I'd probably have gone on being a naive and happy little girl. I'd have gone to parties and drunk disgusting shots and gossiped at school about who had hooked up with who. I'd have sat up all night listening to Anna bang on about how sexy that Benji was. I'm still sexy, Benji interrupts firmly. Yeah, you jerk, you are, but you knowing it makes you a bit uglier, she smiles. He appears to hesitate before he asks, then what? Once you graduated from high school in Beartown, would you have stayed then? If it hadn't been for Kevin, she considers this carefully. Yes, maybe. Maybe I'd have got together with some crazy hockey guy and had a little house with a little yard and 2 children and a cat called Simba and a dog called Molly. I love that you've given names to your future pets but not your future children, Benji grins. For the time being I'm far more keen on pets, she grins back. Are you happy then, in that little house? Yes, I probably am, but I write really bad songs. He laughs. I'd have lived there with you if your husband left you. If my husband left me, it would probably have been because you'd slept with him, you jerk. True, he concedes. I'm proud of you, she whispers into his sweater. I'm proud of you too, he replies into her hair. Someone yelps breathlessly a few rows below them. What about me? Isn't anyone proud of me? You're terrible friends, the pair of you, you're the pits. Can you believe that I had to use the stalker app I installed on your phone to figure out that you were here? Anna clambers cheerfully over the seats up toward them. Maya has 9 missed calls on her phone, she realizes with embarrassment. Hang on, you installed a stalker app on my phone, so you can see where I am. What for? She blurts out in accusation, and Anna throws her arms out in a gesture of complete incomprehension. Because of situations exactly like this. 70 players, once all the other 18 players have showered and gone home, Amat, Mumble, and Big City are left sitting alone in the locker room. They're almost ready to leave when Amat plucks up the courage to ask, "Do you want to do some extra training early tomorrow morning, Mumble? Like we used to, just come here and practice a few shots. I can ask the caretaker to open up for us." Mumble nods enthusiastically. Big City raises an eyebrow and wonders tentatively, "Can I join in?" Amat nods happily. Then he stands beside his bag for a few seconds before summoning up the courage once again to suggest, "Unless you want to maybe do it now." It isn't even a discussion. They take off all their clothes and get changed into their training gear again. Out in the stands, the little crowd has started to move toward the door, but when the players show up again, they all turn back. The caretaker, Fatima, Sune, Peter, Benji, Maya, and Anna. The ice rink ought to be shut up and dark by this time, but no one is going to suggest that now. Amat takes a turn and fires a puck into the right of Mumble's goal, and the rattle of the net lifts every soul in the rink. And when he laughs and cheers, it's the first time Fatima has heard her child happy in months. Laughter in an ice rink, so the world hasn't totally gone to hell yet. That it hasn't, the caretaker mutters, then wanders off to his storeroom to be alone with his feelings. Sune laughs and his dog licks his face. Peter has never felt like he's come home as much as he does right then. In the stands on the other side of the ice sit Benji, Maya, and Anna. Amat stops below them and calls mockingly to Big City, "Hey, have you met Benjamin Ovich? He's a legend in this town. He actually used to be pretty good at hockey. Not as good as you, of course, but he was perfectly okay." Benji resists as long as he can, longer than anyone would believe. But then he curses and stands up, muttering, "Get me a pair of darn skates so I can break that idiot's legs." Maya and Anna laugh so hard that it sings around the ice rink's roof, Amat too, but Big City stands next to him and whispers, "He meant you, right? He meant he was going to break your legs, right?" Benji storms into the caretaker's storeroom and comes back out on a pair of skates. The caretaker has spent a lifetime in this rink and has seen more than most people can imagine, but he can't remember a better moment than this. Zakel and Bobo are up in the office to plan the next training session, but when they hear the noise and cheering from down on the ice, they go back out into the stands. Bobo sees Benji and looks like a Labrador that's just heard keys jangling in a door. Zakel nods, apparently unmoved, and says, "I can finish up in the office. You go and play with your friends." Bobo stumbles euphorically down the stands, but Zakel doesn't go back to the office. She stands and watches as Benji chases Amat across the ice, and Amat bounces away and laughs, and Bobo pulls on a pair of skates and throws himself into the fray, and one of the very best things of all happens. Almost adults forgetting that they're adults. They split into teams. Benji, Bobo, and Mumble on one side, Amat and Big City on the other. That's uneven, so they shout up to Peter in the stands and nag him until he goes down to fetch a pair of skates. Maya can hardly believe her eyes, but her dad comes out onto the ice and actually seems to be having fun. Big City finds Amat with passes where no passes ought to be able to get through. It looks like luck every time. Amat lands the puck in the net, and as he skates past Bobo on the way back, he pants, "Did you see that pass? Poor Hidi in that first game. Poor Hidi, that guy can read my mind." Big City actually only makes one mistake. He draws the puck away and darts past Benji, and Benji loses his balance and everyone laughs. After that, he isn't allowed an inch of ice without Benji being there like some furious badger. "Did you really have to laugh? He's going to kill me." Big City whispers to Peter when he stops close to the goal, but Peter just chuckles. "No, no, don't worry, Benji isn't going to kill you here. Far too many witnesses. You'll just disappear suddenly when we least expect it. There's a lot of forest around here, you know. You can bury anything out there." Big City stares at him as if he's really trying to figure out if the local sense of humor is that stupid, or if Peter is actually serious. Behind him, Benji is chasing Amat from one end of the rink to the other, and by the time they reach the far end, they're both red in the face from exertion. Bobo skates over to see if they're okay, but just as he's about to suggest that they take a short break, Benji's body folds over, and he throws up all the chocolate balls he's eaten across the goal line in Bobo's skates. "Oh my God, damn it, for Christ's sake, no. No. I stepped in it." Bobo yells in panic and tries to jump out of the pool, with the predictable result that he slips and lands with a thump with his rear end in the middle of the mess. No one in the rink can breathe properly for several minutes. The laughter must have reached all the way to Hidi. Fatima comes running over with a bucket and some rags, but Amat skates over to the boards and stops her, takes the cleaning things from her, and goes out to clean up himself. Benji feels so guilty that he almost hits him. "I've cleaned up after worse pigs than you," Amat grins. "Not much worse." Bobo points out in disgust, and when he sees how the vomit has frozen to the ice, he almost throws up too. "Is it the smell, Bobo? Is it upsetting you?" Amat teases, and he and Benji laugh until their throats are hoarse. Bobo's huge frame is racked with retching, and Benji has to crouch down because his ribs are hurting so much from laughing. Bobo, incredibly indignant, is leaning against the boards and swearing blind to Amat that he's going to make Zakel reconsider her team selection, and that makes Benji shriek with laughter, begging Bobo to stop talking because he can't take any more. For Bobo's sake, they move across to the other end of the ice, mark out a smaller area with caps and water bottles as goalposts. Then they play again, the way they used to play on the lake when they were younger, at full pelt without rules. Uncomplicated and simple. Us against you. Amat will remember this evening as the start of something, Bobo as the end of something. For Peter it feels like belonging to something again. For Mumble it feels like belonging to something for the very first time. For Big City it's like getting a second chance to be a little kid and fall head over heels in love with hockey again. How it feels for Benji nobody knows. This is the last time they see him play. One day Maya will write about this evening, her notepad soaked with tears. "I remember that evening a while ago, one of the last we knew before the blow for one night. We finally got to see the man we dreamed you'd always be, your body a blur, your heart at ease, you were all you wanted to be, happy and safe and free. Where are you now, my friend? I cannot know, but I remember that evening, a lifetime ago. 71 murderers, all children, are victims of their parents' childhoods, because all adults try to give their kids what they themselves enjoyed or lacked. In the end, everything is either a revolt against the adults we encountered or an attempt to copy them. That's why someone who hated their own childhood often has greater empathy than someone who loved theirs. Because someone who had a hard time dreamed of other realities, but someone who had it easy can hardly imagine that things could be any different. We take happiness so easily for granted if we've had it from the start. Perhaps that's why it's so incredibly hard to explain what hockey is to someone who really doesn't get it. Because hockey is something we've always had, or haven't had at all. If you don't fall in love with it in time, you'll have gotten so big that you imagine that it's a sport. You have to have been a child the first time your body played, and your heart relaxed to know that it's just a game. And if you're lucky, really lucky, it never stops being just that. Snowflakes the size of oven gloves are falling on Beartown, and the laughter inside the ice rink can be heard all the way out to the parking lot. It probably sounds either perfectly logical or completely mad, depending on who you are, but in some places a game can save an entire childhood. If you're always in the middle of it, you don't feel any anxiety, any fear, because there's no room for those. All the game contains is eager cries and breathless laughter, and when all your friends are teammates, you're never really alone. You don't fall asleep at night, you collapse, and your parents have to carefully peel your hockey jersey off you in bed. The next morning you wake up ravenous, you bolt your breakfast down, and you rush outside, because there are already kids playing out in the street. There's always a new game, always one final goal that decides everything. If you love a game, really love it, you remember almost nothing else of your younger years. All your happiest moments were when you had a stick in your hand, shoulder to shoulder with your best friends. A few square yards between two goals were the whole planet, and we were the best in the world. The very finest thing you can give a child is somewhere to belong. The biggest thing you can have is being part of something. That's why it hurts to be a different child. The one whose name no one remembers when they look back at school photographs, because that child was never part of anyone else's childhood except their own. It's so cold being outside other people that you freeze to death all by yourself. Mateo is standing in the darkness among the trees at the edge of the parking lot at the ice rink. He puts one foot down carefully on a frozen puddle and listens to the crack as the ice breaks. He wonders if the lake has started to freeze yet. When it does, it's a bigger day than Christmas for the town's hockey guys. There have been winters when even Mateo is glad when that happens, because then they get so absorbed in their game that they even forget to be bullies for a while. But sadly, that never lasts for long. Ruth always said, "Just get through these years. Just survive this town. Then you'll be free. We'll head out into the world, you and me, okay? Just make yourself invisible at school and stay away from the hockey guys." But that isn't so easy when the town is full of them. At around this time of year 3 years ago, when Mateo was 11, he was riding his bike down by the lake when he got caught by some of the older boys from school. At first they tricked him into thinking he could join in. It's always so easy and so cruel. Then they persuaded him to go out onto the ice to see if it was strong enough. Farther out, farther out. They yelled, encouraging him at first but soon threatening instead. "Keep going, or we'll break your legs when you come back." Eventually Mateo was so far out that when the ice started to creak, he knew that if he started running it would be a death sentence. All his weight concentrated on one foot would send him straight down into the cold and darkness, and he'd never get back out again. He's had hundreds of nightmares about that since then, seeing the light but being trapped, his little fists banging against the ice from below, trying in vain to find the hole, slowly drowning. So he did the only thing an 11-year-old could think of. He lay down on his stomach and tried to spread his weight as evenly as he could. He had planned to crawl back toward land but didn't dare. So he just lay there and wept. He doesn't know if the boys on the shore regretted what they'd done then. After all, everything always began as a joke for those bastards. That was the excuse their parents always made afterward. It was a boyish prank. You know what children are like. It was just a bit of fun. Mateo couldn't hear if they were laughing or screaming because he was crying too hard out there with his lips pressed to the ice. It took a roar for him to react. "What the hell are you doing?" Carefully, Mateo raised his trembling chin and looked toward land. 2 teenagers his sister's age had stopped there, moped up on the road, and were now on their way down the slope. The boys ran off in all directions in horror. One of the teenagers was about to chase after them, fists raised, but the other one stopped him and pointed at Mateo. The ice creaked and Mateo screamed for the first time. The teenagers looked around in desperation for something to use as a rope, and when they couldn't find anything, they took their jackets and tops off and tied them together. The lighter of them snaked out as close to Matteo as he could, tossed the improvised rope to him, and slowly pulled the child to safety. Matteo can hardly remember what they said to him. His teeth were chattering too much. The roaring in his ears was too loud. But they asked where he lived, and he managed to point. One of the teenagers rode his bicycle, and the other let him ride on the moped. His parents were away doing more of their endless charity work with the church, so only Ruth was home. She came rushing out of the house when she saw them and smothered Matteo in hugs before she asked the teenagers what had happened, and they told her. Matteo didn't know that the teenagers were from Haiti, or that the red jackets they were wearing came from the hockey team there. One of them held his hand out to Ruth and introduced himself. That was how she met her murderers. 72 campers, all the grown-ups go home first. They know that the magic in an ice rink full of laughing youngsters can be lost if another generation gets a little too close, like treasure that turns to ash if you open the chest. Maya, Anna, and Bobo are waiting on their own out in the parking lot for Benji, Amat, Mumble, and Big City to get changed and join them. Sioun's dog is sniffing around their feet, used to thinking of this as its territory since it was a puppy. Since Sioun retired, it's actually spent so much time in the rink that it was even allowed to be in the last official A-team photograph. Mumble is playing with it. All animals love him, possibly because they recognize that he can't make himself understood either, despite wanting to. "Do you want to lift home, then?" Bobo asks, but Mumble shakes his head and walks off to the bus stop. "Training tomorrow, early," Amat calls out. Mumble nods silently, but with a smile that would have made any words redundant. They go their separate ways. Bobo drives Amat's bag to the hollow, then he drives straight home to call Tess. Amat runs. He'll sleep soundly tonight and wake up ravenous in the morning. "How about you? Do you need a lift?" Benji asks nonchalantly, glancing at Big City. No, Big City replies evasively. "Do you need anything else? I can help out with all sorts of things." Benji grins with a shameless wink. Big City glances at Maya and says, embarrassed, I might need somewhere to live. It doesn't feel like Peter wants to have me living there. I mean, it's great that he offered, but it doesn't really feel right. I think he locked my room from the outside last night." His cheeks are red. It could be embarrassing to try to discuss this here with Maya standing right next to him. Fortunately, Anna is there to guarantee that it's embarrassing. He's just worried Maya's going to sneak into your room at night and jump on you. "Anna, you are such a," Maya hisses, and Anna dances away laughing from her attempts to hit her. "Really? Maya Anderson wants to fight. Has your new best friend taught you how to do that, or what? Come on then, hit me as hard as you can," she teases with the calm confidence of a martial arts fighter, and of course Maya could have spent 10 years trying to hit her without ever getting close. Big City looks at them, slightly shocked, and Benji looks at him with interest. "I've got a camper van," he says. "Sorry," Big City exclaims. "A camper van if you need somewhere to live." "I mean seriously." Seriously," Benji repeats, mimicking his accent. Big City scrapes the sole of his shoe on the snow and pulls the jacket he borrowed from Peter tighter around him. "You mean you've got a camper van that people like go camping in?" Benji laughs so hard that he's shaking. "I'm going to take a wild guess and say that you've never been camping then, Big City. Are you going camping? We'll come." Anna calls out quickly from a few yards away, where she is easily fending off a wildly flailing Maya with one hand as if she were a small child. "It's below freezing," Big City points out. "And?" Anna asks, not understanding. "I've got weed and beer too," Benji informs them. So they go camping. Benji maneuvers the camper van along barely passable forest tracks, and miraculously manages to drive all the way to the water's edge without toppling the van, even if he came damn close, and parks it so they can see all the way to Maya and Anna's island from there. It used to be Kevin and Benji's, two boys' most secret place in the universe and their haven each summer, But those summers are long since gone, and when Kevin moved away, Benji passed the island on to the girls. They're women now. Maya rests the tips of her fingers on Benji's shoulders, very briefly, and whispers, "It's very romantic here, so I'm going to say straight off that if you bring my future husband here and try to sleep with him, I'll kill you." Benji roars with laughter. He and Anna try to light a fire together until Anna threatens Benji with a big stick for doing it wrong, so then she does it on her own. There are fallen trees here and there, victims of the storm that pass through like a bandit on the run, but the gashes and wounds in the landscape are slowly being covered by snow and forgetfulness now. By spring, nature will have suppressed the impact of the winds that roared through last week, just like the people will. The youngsters sit huddled up in sleeping bags in front of the flames, drinking beer and smoking weed, looking at the stars and drifting into the fog. It's a good night, one of the very best, the sort you stay awake almost all the way through because you're clinging to a sense of almost calm in your soul, as if you've almost found the answers to almost everything. Tomorrow everything will be gone again, of course, but you know that. That's why you don't want to go to sleep. Eventually, though, Maya starts yawning and struggles to her feet from her folding chair and her sleeping bag and slurs, "Damn it. It's been a long time since I've been this drunk. I have to see. No, I have to see. No, I have to see. Screw it, you know what I mean." The others laugh so hard their cheeks hurt. "Go and sleep, you drunk god. Your new best friend down there at music college must be really bad at drinking if you've got this little stamina." Anna giggles. "What new best friend?" Benji wonders. "The one Maya has abandoned me for." Anna nods, so drunk that her pupils are in different zip codes. "Well, I'm going to sleep with her future husband just for that," Benji assures her, and he and Anna fail spectacularly to high-five each other. Maya promises to tell them both to go to hell properly tomorrow morning when she's sober and can say the words. She's asleep before her head hits the pillow inside the camper van. Anna stays outside for a while so she can say that Maya collapsed first. Then she tells the boys politely but solemnly to go to hell, and goes in and falls asleep back to back with her best friend. Benji and Big City stay where they are. Benji looks at him and he looks at the sky. "Are you going to do what all the tourists do now and say that you've never seen so many stars before?" Benji teases. "We have stars where I come from too," Big City smiles. Benji sounds almost insulted. "Not as good as ours, just like the hockey players." That's a lie, of course. He noticed Big City's wrist movements and passes today and knows precisely how good he is. Big City looks him in the eye and knows that he knows, so he doesn't need to say anything and instead asks thoughtfully, "I looked Peter up online. He was the team captain of Beartown 20 years ago, right? They almost won the championship with him." Benji takes some deep drags with his eyes closed. "That's Beartown, right there. Almost the best, almost all the time." Big City rubs his fingers as if he were spinning invisible wedding rings on them. "He said something, Peter, when he and Zacho came down to watch me train. I asked why he was there when he doesn't even work for the club anymore, and he said something like he wanted to be good. That hockey was his way to make the world better. He's special," Benji says, and the way he says it contains all the best and worst of a person. Big City takes a couple of slow drags and replies, "It must be pretty damn special to, be part of a team like that. One that shocks everyone. It must be a real brotherhood, the sort that makes everyone better than their best. Like those dynasties in the NHL, they never last. They're only invincible for a few years before they all get too old and the team gets sold off. I wonder if you actually know how special it is when you're right in the middle of it." Benji half opens his eyes and looks at him, lit up by nothing but the dancing fire. "Is that why you're here, to become special?" Big City smiles sheepishly. "Maybe." Benji looks at him for a long time, then the question comes so fast and so disarmingly that it takes Big City by surprise and he chokes on the smoke. "How many concussions have you had?" "Why are you asking that?" Big City coughs. Benji shrugs his shoulders calmly. When we played today, you were brilliant. When I went for the puck, I didn't stand a chance. But when I went for your body, you shied away every time. I played with a guy once. He was brilliant too, but he got like that for a while when we were 14 and he'd had a concussion. He jumped away from every collision for several months. Big City finishes coughing and puts a couple of branches on the fire, burning himself in the process, of course, then mumbles. Was it that Kevin Erdahl? Benji looks surprised, for the first time all evening. How did you know that? It's Big City's turn to shrug his shoulders. Dad used to keep an eye on all the best players in the country when we were that age. He pinned a list on my wall. I actually saw you play once. Dad drove 4 hours to a game just to show me who I was up against. I remember being insanely jealous of Kevin. He was ridiculously good. Yes, but that wasn't why. I was jealous because he had you. Nobody dared touch him. Benji says nothing for several minutes. Then he just repeats, how many concussions? Big City sighs. 6. The first when I was 12, the most recent one last year. I got cross-checked in the back and flew into the boards. The guy got 2 minutes, I was out for 9 weeks. I spent the first 3 days doing nothing but throwing up. I couldn't think, I just wanted to kill myself. I couldn't even be outside the house because the sun sort of cut into my head. It's the worst thing I've ever experienced. I lost my memory of that whole weekend. I still get migraines. I have ringing in my ears, it never stops. Sometimes it's just completely dark in here. I saw a guy in a game on TV get a similar blow, and you know what the commentator said? That's the recipient's responsibility. He needs to keep his head up. He taps his temple. Benji can see the pain in his eyes and nods. Yes, I read about that NHL player whose personality changed, had all sorts of trouble, permanent brain damage, but no one knew that until he died and they did an autopsy. Big City closes his eyes. When I got back to the team, the coach wanted me to play more on the body in front of goal. It was all fighting this and fighting that. He was obsessed with winning the physical game, you know, own the boards and all that crap. Eat the puck. Chew barbed wire, Benji mimics, because he's come across that sort of coach a million times. Exactly, Big City laughs bitterly. What happened then? I didn't dare, and he saw that. I no longer fit into his system. So he benched me for not having a hard head, and when I got annoyed he went to the club and said I had disciplinary problems. And did you? That was probably the only club where I didn't have disciplinary problems. I was pretty immature for years, a cocky little jerk, but I really did like that club. I wanted it to work. But I can't play the way those coaches want anymore. And here, Big City breathes slowly through his nose. That Zakel seems different. That's putting it mildly, Benji smiles. So maybe she'll let me play differently. All I can say about her is that she probably already knows stuff about you that you don't know yourself yet. Sometimes that's a good thing, Benji declares. And when it isn't good, most people don't want to know the truth about themselves. Big City takes a while to digest this, opens one last beer. I like Peter. I expected him to be a stuck-up jerk like all the other old pros, but he was special. This whole town is special. Is it the inbreeding or something? Big City laughs. And the weed, Benji coughs. The pair of them laugh for a long time, alone beneath the stars. One single really good night. How good was he, Peter? Big City asks after a while. Benji answers at once. He was the best. Seriously, though, he was obsessed. The stories about how he used to train are insane. When you're little you think things like that are a myth, you know, but I've seen old recordings and it was like nothing I've ever seen. He looked so damn slow, but no one got past him. No one. As if he could slow down time. I noticed that when Zakel got me to play against him. Benji nods seriously. Everyone thinks it was talent, but it was just practice. An obsession. It was the only thing he had in his life. How good do you think you could have been by now if you'd been like him? What makes you think I'm not? Big City smiles. You've got a game this weekend and you're sitting here smoking weed and drinking beer in a camper van in the forest, Benji points out. Big City laughs, both relieved and weighed down. I couldn't have been as good as Amat anyway. He's extreme. I don't think I've ever met anyone faster. He can get to the NHL, but me. Number Dad always thought I could be, but he doesn't understand what it takes. You need to have something you're truly exceptional at, and I'm just good. Dad could see I was the best in my little bubble, you know. There's someone like Amat in every little town. And in the NHL, they play 100 games a year over there. I mean, the sacrifice that takes. Nothing but hockey all day long, all year round. I don't think I could handle that. Dad's crazy, you know. He'd have chopped off his arm for just one season in the NHL. He had the desire but not the talent, and maybe I've got the talent but not the desire. Desire is a talent, Benji says. Big City's heart almost breaks when he hears that. What about you then? Why did you stop playing? He whispers. I stopped being in love, Benji replies. Big City says nothing for a long time before he dares to ask, do you think you could be again? In love, Benji looks him right in the eye, and it's the sort of night when nothing feels impossible, so he replies, maybe. They go and lie down inside the camper van, facing the other way to Anna and Maya, and it's ridiculously cold, but Big City still sleeps the whole night through without waking up once. It's been a long time since that happened. The next morning he wakes up early and steps out into the forest and sits alone and listens to something he hasn't heard before, at least not this completely, this overwhelmingly. Silence. 73 scratches the night has taken Beartown, but it's already been dark for so many hours that it's barely noticeable. A gate creaks at the church, and a lone figure steps carefully through the shadows, treading so softly on the snow as if it were glass and he barefoot. A few flickering candles by the graves are all he has to orient himself by, but he still seems to know where he's going. Churchyards are meant to be final destinations, but for many of us all the gravestones are question marks. Why? Why you? Why so early? Where are you now? Who could you have been if everything had been different? Or if just something very small had been? If you had had different parents, a different name, if you had lived somewhere else? There's almost no one who will remember her name. They'll say, oh yes, her, she was in one of my classes, she was the one who just disappeared a few years ago, wasn't she? I heard she ran away from home. Her parents are religious fanatics or something, right? That weird church, whatever it's called. I heard she was a junkie, that she went abroad and died of an overdose. Goodness, what was her name? I don't remember. Ruth. Her name was Ruth. It's on the gravestone. Just dates beneath it, nothing else, no poem or brief description of her. But at the top, in one corner of the stone, someone has carefully and tenderly carved a little pattern of scratches. You have to get really close to see that it's a butterfly. The figure looks around in the darkness. One day his name will be on a gravestone and plenty of people will say, who? I don't remember him. Then someone will have to remind them of the name everyone calls him, the one he was given because he hardly ever speaks. Mumble. He goes close to Ruth's grave, sinks to his knees and runs his fingers over the letters. Then, shivering with despair, he repeats the same word over and over again, out into the night. Sorry, 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 sorry. 74 chances when Maya and Benji and Mumble and the others were standing outside the ice rink a while ago playing with Seun's dog, as if everything was fine and the world was good. Mateo was standing hidden in the darkness, watching them. He saw Amat and Bobo say goodbye to everyone. Bobo drove Amat's mother home and Amat ran. Benji, Maya, Anna, and that new player whose name Mateo doesn't know walked off toward an old camper van. Mumble walked alone toward the bus stop as if he was going to catch the bus to Hidi, but when he thought no one was looking he turned off and went to the churchyard instead. Mateo crept after him. Now he's sitting hidden among the headstones, listening to Mumble sobbing in front of Ruth's grave. Mateo doesn't know if that makes him hate Mumble more or less. He always thought that the guys who murdered his sister didn't care, didn't grieve for her, didn't even see her as a human being. But this is probably worse, he decides. It's worse that Mumble saw her as a human being, because if she was something else, just an object you could use and dispose of, then at least that made sense. But to do what they did to a human being, a real person, then you're just evil. Then you deserve nothing but hell. If Mateo had had a gun, he would have sent Mumble straight to hell, right there and then. But now he's going to have to wait a few days for his chance. 75 jam sandwiches, bang, bang, bang. When Sune retired, there were plenty of people in the town who worried that he was going to spend all day sitting on his own with nothing to do, but now he can't understand how he ever had time to work. He has a dog that doesn't give a damn when he shouts at it to stop biting the furniture, and an almost 7-year-old girl standing in the yard firing hockey pucks at the wall. They work well together, those two, demolishing the house from either side. Sune often mutters as he stands in the kitchen making liver pâté sandwiches for the hooligan inside and jam sandwiches for the hooligan outside. The last time he saw the doctor, he was asked if he felt more tired than usual and replied, "How should I know?" They didn't get any further than that, because Alicia had been left holding the dog out in the waiting room and they heard a commotion, and then Alicia stuck her head into the treatment room to ask if potted plants were expensive. Grandchild, the doctor wondered with a smile, and Sune had no idea how to explain that they weren't even related. Once, 35 years ago, the same thing happened in the supermarket, only then it was a little boy who was following Sune around impatiently with a hockey stick in his hand, and someone said, "What a handsome son you've got." Sune didn't know what to say then either. The boy's name was Peter Anderson, and no one had taught him how to fire decent shots, and he'd never eaten a proper jam sandwich. So Sune set about remedying both of those. It became a lifelong friendship. Peter is the most beautiful cherry tree Sune has seen in Beartown. That was how he used to think of the very greatest talents. Pink blossoms breaking into flower against all the odds in the middle of a frozen garden. He never had kids of his own. At the end of his career, he was only coaching grown men and never children. He had stopped thinking about cherry trees when Alicia had her first training session as a 4.5-year-old. Youngest in the group, smallest on the ice, clearly the best right from the start. She's almost 7 now, and so good that she causes uproar among the parents when the club lets her play with the boys. "Some adults are just stupid," Sune said sadly when she asked why she wasn't allowed to carry on training with them, but he hardly needed to tell her that. She already knew everything about adults. She no longer has as many bruises since Timu paid a visit to her home and informed all those present about who was now protecting the girl. But she still has the sort of home environment where no one notices if she comes home for dinner, and on many days it's probably appreciated if she doesn't. So after school, she goes straight to the ice rink if she has training, and home to Sune's if she doesn't. Other children might have made drawings for him to stick on his fridge, but Alicia isn't keen on drawing, so the puck marks in the plaster of his wall have become much the same thing. Small marks in time that say someone you love grew up here. It started with Sune teaching her how to play hockey, but it went on with him teaching her everything else you need to know in life. Tying shoelaces and chanting times tables and listening to Elvis Presley. She started following him and the dog out into the forest, and the old man taught her everything he knew about trees and plants, with occasional breaks for a short, "Take the dog and run on ahead, I'll catch you up," when he felt breathless and his chest hurt. That was happening more and more often these days, so often in fact that was how he taught the girl to ride a bicycle. He ran behind her out in the street holding on to the parcel rack, and when he couldn't run anymore he whispered, "You cycle on ahead," and she did. When she started school, she came around to his place on one of the first days, and said he needed a packed lunch because he had to go with them on a class trip. When Seun didn't understand what she was talking about, she sighed irritably and said he was an extra grown-up. When Seun still didn't get it, Alicia took her hockey stick and said she didn't have time for this. He'd have to call the teacher himself if he was going to be so slow. So, to the accompaniment of bang, bang, bang from the yard, Seun did precisely that, and the teacher explained that she had told the children in class that they needed an extra grown-up for the excursion, and Alicia had held her hand up and said that she knew one of those. So now Seun and his dog go on all class excursions. When Seun heard the girl present it as Seun's dog to her classmates, he felt obliged to correct her. "It's your dog, too." As she stood and fired pucks that afternoon, it felt like she needed a longer stick because she'd grown at least 4 inches. Today she knocks on Seun's door early, before going to school. It's Wednesday morning, the middle of the week, the middle of the month. There isn't always food at home then. So she and Seun go to the shop to buy milk and bread and jam and liver pate. Seun walks slowly on the way home. Alicia asks how old you have to be to play on the national team. He replies that it isn't about how old you are but how good you are. "How old will you be when I'm allowed to play on the national team, do you think?" Seun smiles. "How old do you think I am now?" 100, Alicia guesses. "Yes, sometimes it really does feel like it," Seun sighs. "Can I carry the bag?" she asks. He pats her head. "No, no, it's fine. Take the dog and run ahead. I'll catch up to you," she does as he says. She lets the dog off the leash in the yard, then stands and fires pucks at the wall for a while longer before school starts. Bang, bang, bang. 76 detours. Benji calls his sisters early on Wednesday morning and Adri swears the whole way to the lake. He's been given a camper van, the donkey, and obviously he's driven it down to the shore and gotten stuck in the snow overnight. "It's a camper van, not an all-terrain vehicle. Of course you got stuck here, you donkey." Adri informs him as she jumps out of her car, but naturally that gets her nowhere with this particular donkey. "It isn't a camper van anymore. It's a summer cottage now. Genius, if you ask me." Benji grins. He and Big City and Maya and Anna squeeze into Adri's car, and she has to roll down the windows because they smell so badly of teenagers and hangovers that they could frighten foxes away. When they get back to the kennels, Benji's laughter fills the kitchen in a way that his sisters and mother haven't heard in years. If Adri didn't know better, she'd have said he sounded like someone who's fallen in love. She almost can't manage to be angry with him. But only almost. Anna skips school. Maya evidently doesn't have any plans to get back to college, so they have breakfast then set off into the forest again. They don't know exactly where they're going, but if these are the last days they're going to get when they can pretend to be children and that life is uncomplicated, then goodness knows they're going to make the most of it. Adri and Benji drive Big City to the ice rink. When he waves and goes inside, Benji watches him and his sister watches Benji. "You stink," she says affectionately. "I can shower. What are you going to do about your face?" He retorts just as affectionately, and she hits him in the chest so fast with her fist that all the air goes out of him. They drive an extra long detour around town, taking their time, listening to music, and talking without really saying much. When their dad took his shotgun and went into the forest, Adri, as oldest sister, had to take on many of what she assumed were a father's duties. She taught Benji to fight. Perhaps she should have taught him a bit more about how not to fight. She wants to tell him that he can choose not to be violent, but he'll only pretend that he thinks she means not fighting other people. She means that he shouldn't be so violent with himself. But today he's actually laughing in a way that makes her think he might be doing that. "I love you, you damn donkey," she says, tugging his ear until he's laughing and yelping. "I love you, sis. Thanks for always coming and getting me when I get stuck," he adds with a smile. She'll never forget that. 77 backs when the editor-in-chief arrives at the newspaper's offices on Wednesday morning. The whole building seems to squirm uncomfortably. Half of the staff don't even look up from their desks when she walks past. Only when she reaches her own desk and sees who's sitting on the other side of it does she realize why. "Hello, we've never met, but I've heard a lot about you. My name is Richard Theo," the politician says as he gets to his feet, with the self-confident awareness of someone who knows that introductions are completely superfluous. "Are you looking for a job?" she asks sharply. He's secretly impressed by how quickly she adjusts to the situation. Most people only dare to be so condescending toward Richard Theo behind his back. A long, long way behind it. "I've got one, thanks, but we'll have to see what happens at the next election. Maybe I'll be in touch," he smiles. She grants him a smile in return, albeit a small one. "So I assume you're here to tell us what a great job we're doing here on the local paper." "Something like that. Do you know what the meanest thing people say behind my back is?" "Sorry," she blurts out, unable to conceal her confusion, which was evidently his intention. Theo looks almost hurt when he explains. "They cite the Prime Minister who said that politics is will. Then they say mockingly that my version of that is politics is winning." Naturally, I humbly disagree. For me, politics is about doing, about getting things done, not just empty words. Do you understand what I mean? "I doubt it," she says suspiciously, and he smiles broadly as if all he has said has been nothing but spontaneous nonsense, whereas in fact every word had been carefully considered. "What's the meanest thing people say behind your back, do you think?" he asks inquisitively. She peers at him, wishing for a moment that her dad was here, but he's still asleep at home after sitting up all night examining Beartown hockey's accounts. What would he have said about Richard Theo? That there are two types of politician, the editor-in-chief concludes, the provocateur and the manipulator. One prods and pokes at random to see where the sore points are, whereas the other knows exactly what he's looking for. "I don't speculate about what people say about me," she replies sharply. "No. I thought that was the job of you newspaper people, reading public opinion." He smiles. She tries to reciprocate, but she's a much worse liar than him. She notes that he has today's newspaper open on his lap. The letter's page. The editor-in-chief is well aware of what it contains, because she made the decision to publish it. The anonymous mother of a young player has written a scathing critique of Beartown hockey's macho culture. She had evidently submitted a complaint about one of the coaches of the boys' team and the coach of the A-team. The mother had been promised that the boys' coach would be fired and the A-team coach suspended. Instead, she has discovered that the A-team coach missed just one training session and that the boys' coach only had his job paused for a month and would soon be taking charge of a new team. The mother writes that this is clear evidence of the hockey club's patriarchal culture. "If that's what you want to talk about, the letter was sent anonymously," the editor-in-chief says. Richard Theo raises his eyebrows in amusement. No, that's none of my business. It strikes me as a good thing that people feel free to air their opinions about the club these days." "Anonymously, yes," the editor-in-chief points out. The politician holds his hands up. "The confidentiality of sources is one of the cornerstones of democracy. I've always said that." Isn't the phrase patriarchal culture odd, though? When the A-team coach is a woman, the editor-in-chief sighs the way you do when someone who definitely doesn't know what confidentiality of sources means deploys the phrase as a rhetorical accessory. Then she says, "I think patriarchal describes a mentality rather than gender in this instance." "Really? How modern," the politician exclaims cheerfully. "But that isn't why you're here," the editor-in-chief asks, with a quiver in her voice that reveals her impatience. So Richard Theo takes his time making himself comfortable and making small talk about the furnishings and the view before he gets to the point. "I'm here in my capacity as a concerned citizen. I've heard a lot of rumors in recent days about a tension between Hidi and Beartown, which is starting to develop into, what shall we call it? Frustration." I'd like to talk to you about what you and I can do to stop the situation escalating unnecessarily." The editor-in-chief looks at him for a long time without quite being able to determine his agenda, so she decides to play for time by acting stupid. "Oh, how do you mean?" Theo understands perfectly well what she's doing, but like most men in positions of power, he can't resist the opportunity to lecture a woman, so he says, "We've had a full-scale fight between the boys' team players over in the ice rink in Beartown. Then one of the sponsors had his car vandalized here in Hd, and then there was the tragic accident at the factory that led to more violence, first in the parking lot at the hospital, then another vandalized car in Beartown. I'm concerned that this might be only the start if we don't do something to pour water on these burning embers. And you're here with the water, I presume." The editor-in-chief wonders skeptically. He takes a demonstratively slow breath. "I've heard that one of your reporters is digging into the accounts of one of the clubs. Your father, I believe. Naturally, he's well known to us politicians. A legend, almost. So I want you to know that I have the utmost respect for the free media's right to hold the powerful to account. In fact, I wish you would hold the powerful a bit more to account in this district, because there really are one or two stones that could do with being looked under. Feel free to get to the point," the editor-in-chief suggests. "I just want to reassure myself that you're not starting a witch hunt unnecessarily, stirring up people's feelings until they do something violent. Because surely even the news media have a degree of social responsibility, don't they?" The editor-in-chief leans back in her chair. She would have felt more confident if this conversation had taken place a few days ago, but now she seems to be seeing ghosts in the middle of the day and black jackets everywhere at dusk, and in the end that does something to even the most thick-skinned of people. "I don't comment on investigations my reporters are working on, but I can assure you that regardless of whether it's my father or anyone else working on them, they will be correct and fair." The politician almost leaps out of his chair with feigned despair at having been misunderstood. Of course. I wouldn't dream of suggesting what you publish or don't publish. No, never. I'm just here to point out the importance of timing. At a time when so many people are worried about what's going to happen to their hockey clubs, I'm sure neither you nor the newspaper's proprietor would want to risk being perceived as having picked a side. She notes the way he stresses newspaper's proprietor as a subtle threat, but doesn't remark upon it. "No matter what we do, someone will think we're taking sides. If we write something positive about Hd, we get 100 angry phone calls from Beartown, and vice versa. But as I said, everything we do will be correct and fair. I don't want to comment further on any possible investigations to a politician, because that could definitely be seen as picking a side, couldn't it?" Richard Theo smiles contentedly, as if he hasn't yet decided if they're going to be best friends or the worst of enemies. "You're not from around here, are you?" "No, but you already knew that. I actually grew up in Beartown, not that you'd guess. I lost my accent when I lived abroad. I suppose I learned to see things as both an outsider and a native when I came back. May I give you some advice?" "Can I stop you?" she asks with feigned toughness, even though she is actually a little shaken by how hard his expression is when he says, "None of us should believe that we can cope with everything on our own. We live close to nature here. In the forest and on the lake, you need friends. Plenty of things can happen that we aren't prepared for. Like recently during the storm, you really wouldn't have wanted to be alone out there then. That would be foolhardy, not to say dangerous." He stands up before she has time to reply, holds out his hand so fast that it doesn't occur to her to refuse to shake it. "Thanks for stopping by," she says loudly, trying to sound confident. He squeezes her hand tightly for a long time before nodding toward the letters page in the newspaper in his lap and declaring with a smile, "That would never have happened when Peter Anderson was general manager of Beartown Hockey. I'm certain of that. He's an honest man. Someone I and many others have the greatest respect for. The greatest respect. The editor-in-chief hates how obviously perplexed this leaves her, and the way he enjoys seeing it in her eyes. She was prepared that news of the investigation into Beartown hockey would leak out, but she will never know how Richard Theo found out that she was targeting Peter Anderson. It could have been someone at the council who had noticed which documents her dad had requested, but it could just as easily have been someone here in the office who talked. They're all reporters, but some of them are, first and foremost, from Beartown. She'll never quite understand how everything and everyone is connected. In that respect, sadly, Richard Theo is right. You need to be from around here to do that. 78 team dogs Audrey and Benji stop by Seun's house. Audrey wants to pick up an old set of training jerseys that she's going to try on the girls' team. It was never her intention to become a coach, but then very little of life is actually intended. She never planned to breed puppies either. It just turned out that way because she was good at it. Seun got his puppy from her several years ago when he retired. It was Benji who picked it for the old hockey coach, saying, "That one, because he's a challenge." He really was, so now Audrey is training Seun how to train a dog, and he's training her how to train under 7-year-old hockey girls. The pair of them started up the whole idea of a girls' team. That was how they found Alicia. They went from door to door around the whole town asking if there were any girls who wanted to play. There's never been anyone who wanted to play more than Alicia. Secretly, Audrey has never felt prouder of anything. "Coffee?" Seun asks, as if there was actually any doubt. "Is it scorched as usual?" Audrey wonders. "Apologies, Your Majesty. I didn't know that such fine folk would be visiting, or I would obviously have chilled the champagne," Seun replies. Audrey gives him a hug, and she hardly ever hugs anyone. He has no family left in the world, but he has so much family in this town these days that he almost doesn't have time to shout at them all. "Have you seen the newspaper?" he asks, nodding toward the open paper on the kitchen table. He and Audrey must be two of the last people on the planet who still refuse to read their news on tablets and similar newfangled nonsense. The letters page. "Anonymous cowards as usual," Audrey snorts. Yes, of course she's seen it. "What is it you usually say?" "Just because you're an idiot doesn't mean that you're wrong," Seun smiles. Audrey smiles weakly too. Everything the anonymous writer says is actually true. The endless arguments about resources, parents trying to influence team picks, coaches who express themselves like Stone Age men. Audrey knows because she knows what everyone says about the investment in the girls' team, even though no one dares say it in front of her. When she and Seun set up the team, there was no question of getting sponsorship for their equipment. They had to fight the rest of the club just to get time on the ice. But when it came to marketing Beartown hockey, suddenly it suited everyone to have the girls on every glossy publicity brochure. The hypocrisy sickens her, but she still says, "I don't like the phrase patriarchal culture." Because there are plenty of men like Seun. The people who write these letters forget that. They forget whose shoulders clubs like this were built on in the first place. "Just because you're an old man doesn't mean that you're not an idiot," Seun smiles. The house is surprisingly quiet. Audrey peers into the hall and realizes that's because the dog is outside, and Benji has already settled down in an armchair and fallen asleep. There are photographs hanging on all the walls around him. The really old ones of aging hockey guys have had to make way for all the pictures of Alicia and the dog. There's even a framed cutting from the local paper about the team dog after it was included in the A-team's photograph. "Sugar," Seun calls from the kitchen. "Nope," she replies. "Did you hear that Tails's car got vandalized in Hd?" "Yes. And that fight in the rink too. Players from the boys' teams. I don't know what they expected when they let Hd train here. Trouble at the factory after that accident too." "Yes, yes. And Hid's 13-year-olds play Beartown's 13-year-olds tomorrow." "So I heard." Seun says the next thing as if he's just thought of it, but Audrey knows him well enough to realize that the entire exchange has been innocently leading up to this. I heard that Timu's guys might show up. Things are tense between them and the guys in Hidi after everything that's happened. Audrey raises her eyebrows above her coffee cup. Are those idiots really thinking of bringing their fight to a game between 13-year-olds? Seun shrugs his shoulders resignedly. Same thing as usual, I suppose. Young men and their territory. Oh, maybe I'm just an anxious old man. But I just wanted to mention it in case you can talk some sense into any of them, or in case you want to keep anyone away from there. Audrey nods firmly. She's known Timu Rinia since they were little. No one can talk sense into him. But that isn't who Seun means. He wants her to make sure that Benji doesn't get caught up in the middle of it all, because he has a tendency to do that, the donkey. Bang, 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 bang. Seun has always written things down. For many years it was mostly to do with hockey, of course, short phrases mixed with circles and triangles and lines pointing this way and that. Only when he started to get older did he start writing other things down, what he's felt and how he feels. It started with physical things because his doctor asked him to keep a diary of his aches and pains, but the words grew inward. Recently, he has been writing a lot about death. He's reached an age now where that has become unavoidable, not like youth when you can deny it or middle age when you suppress it. Most of all, Seun writes lists. Instructions for how everything works in the house, which windows stick when the weather is bad, and which plug sockets should be avoided if you don't want an unforgettable experience. Which side of the yard floods in spring, and which plants on the terrace have recently been repotted. And the dog, of course. Seun has a whole notebook full of nothing but his veterinary history, his favorite brands of liver pate, and crystal-clear instructions for the day he dies and the dog has to be taken care of. He tried to give it to Audrey not so long ago, but she lost her temper. "You're not going to die, you miserable old sod," she roared, then refused to discuss it for a second longer. It was a declaration of love as big as she could give. Bang. Seun has never tried to write about love. Perhaps he should have. Something about how much of it you can experience without ever getting married or having children of your own. How much of his own has been wordless, given to others and reciprocated without a single word of acknowledgement. Hockey can't speak, of course, it just is. Dogs can't speak either, they just love you. Bang. That damn animal. Unmanageable and impossible, wild and crazy, never gives him a moment's peace, and there's nothing Seun is more grateful for than that. He was never really prepared for the love he would feel for his dog. That's what he says, my dog, even though the entire basis for what he feels when it looks at him is the exact opposite, that he belongs to it, that he is its human. It trusts him so much that it sometimes becomes too much for him, because he doesn't know if he can handle the responsibility. He doesn't know if he can cope with being so needed, so loved. No matter how many mornings he gets woken by those eager paws on the edge of the bed, that rough tongue on his face, he is still taken aback by its acceptance of him. Dogs are like hockey, a fresh chance every morning. Everything is constantly beginning again. What are you going to call it? Audrey wondered the very first time he held the puppy, and Seun thought for a long time. He had never thought about a name. It suddenly felt like an immense responsibility, and the little scrap of a puppy could hardly tell him what it thought either. So in the end, Seun didn't choose a name at all because all his loves have been wordless. He chose a sound, the one he loves most of all, the sound he has heard in the ice rink all his life and hears against the wall of his house every afternoon now. The sound that tells him that there's still life, that he's still here, that he's still needed by someone. Bang, he said. I might call him Bang. Bang. He goes around the house shouting it now, breathless and with one hand on his chest. He always feels like he's got indigestion these days, but the dog doesn't come. After a while, Adri senses that something's wrong and follows him outside, calling as well, so loudly that Benji wakes up and comes running out. Bang may be a stubborn creature, but it's time for food now, and the greedy little dog never misses that. Bang, bang, bang. He's lying deep in the bushes behind his favorite tree. He looks like he's sleeping, but his little ears don't react when Sune steps across the grass, his little paws don't move, his little heart doesn't beat. He doesn't chew his slippers to pieces. He doesn't bark so that Sune can tell him to shut up. He doesn't lick his face. He's no longer there. 79 Tears, the vet, sits quietly by Sune's side in the kitchen for more than an hour. Adri washes every plate and glass in the whole house, even though there's no need, just to keep her hands occupied so she doesn't break everything in sight. Benji goes out into the forest with dark eyes and comes back with bloody knuckles and a stone large enough for a small grave. One of the neighbors fetches tools so they can carve the dog's name and dates. Beneath them, Sune asks him to carve the only message he can bring himself to say: "You run on ahead." Adri and Benji are waiting in the schoolyard when Alicia finishes school. She cries for hours, cries so much that it's impossible to believe that so many tears could still be inside that little body, cries until the daylight has gone, and she's sitting curled up by Bang's tree in the darkness, refusing to move no matter what anyone says. Cries until she's lying exhausted in the snow and Benji has to go out and get her so she doesn't freeze to death. He knows what death is like for a child. He knows what it's like to be overwhelmed by emptiness, so he says nothing to console her. He makes no promises about heaven and tells no lies about paradise. He just does the only thing he can do to help. He puts a stick in her hand and whispers, "Come on, let's go and play." They reach the ice rink in the middle of the night. Adri has called ahead so the caretaker can leave a window open for them to climb through. Benji and Alicia play until they can hardly breathe. Then they lie on their backs in the center circle above the painted image of the bear, and the girl, who is almost 7 years old, asks the boy, who is barely 20, "Do you hate God?" "Yes," Benji replies honestly. "Me too," she whispers. He considers just how irresponsible it would be to tell the 7-year-old that these feelings will get easier to cope with when she gets old enough to smoke really good weed. But he imagines that Adri would break all his fingers very slowly, so he doesn't. Instead, he says, "It's going to hurt a hell of a lot for a hell of a long time, Alicia. There will be some grown-ups who tell you that time heals all wounds, but it never bloody does. You just get a bit damn tougher. And it only hurts a tiny bit fucking less. You swear a lot," she smiles, and that's the first time the corners of her mouth have moved in that direction all day. "I don't fucking swear much at all, you fucking fucker," he grins. Then she laughs so much the sound echoes around the ice rink, and then there's still hope of life. They lie on their backs on the ice, and Benji tells her that Adri has a female dog up at the kennels who's just had puppies. But instead of saying that Alicia can have one of them, he just asks what she thinks they should be called. So instead of getting angry and screaming that she doesn't want any other dog except Bang, she starts thinking. They come up with 100 names, sillier and sillier, laughing so hard that they can't breathe. The last 50 all have something to do with shit, and Alicia's favorite is shit sandwich, because that's the most disgusting and cutest thing she's ever heard. Benji's looking forward to the telling off he's going to get from Adri when the kid yells that at the next training session. "Were you scared when you used to play a game?" Alicia asks after a while. "Always," Benji admits. "I sometimes get so nervous that I throw up," she says. He reaches one large fist carefully across the bear on the ice and takes hold of her little hand. "Shall I teach you a trick? The way we're lying now, I used to lie like this when I was little. I used to climb in through that window the night before I was going to play a game, but you mustn't tell the caretaker." Alicia nods and promises. "Then what?" she wonders. "Then I would lie here and look up at the roof and think, now I'm alone in the world." I sort of memorized the silence. Because I've never been scared when I'm alone, only among other people. Me too. Benji hates the fact that the child knows exactly how that feels. She's too young for that, but he tells it like it is. No one can hurt you when you're alone. Her fingers clutch his a little tighter now, the bear beneath them, eternity above them. Her thin voice asks, exhausted, "Then what?" He replies slowly, "Then when I played the game and got nervous, I would just look up at the roof and think that I was on my own in the rink again. And then everything went quiet inside my head. I was suddenly able to shut out all other sound. I felt completely alone, and then nothing was dangerous. Everything was fine." Alicia lies there without saying anything for several minutes. She hurts so much in so many different places inside her, but there and then she doesn't feel anything, because Benji is lying next to her, and it's autumn and a new hockey season is about to begin, and everything can still be okay. The roof above her is endless and nothing is dangerous. It isn't until Benji feels her fingers relax in his that he realizes she's fallen asleep. He carries her all the way back to Seune's, puts her to bed on the sofa and falls asleep on the floor next to her. The next morning Adri tells him that they've found rat poison wrapped in liver pate all over Seune's yard. Not in any of the neighbors, just here. Neither of the Ovich siblings can put a single word to their darkest thoughts just then, but they don't need any philosophical principles. They only need instinct to know that the simplest explanation is often the truth. Beartown's and Hidi's supporters have just embarked on war with each other. Everything is vengeance for previous vengeance, and everyone knows that Bang was the mascot for the whole of the Green Club. His picture was even in the paper, under the headline, "The Team Dog." If you really want to hurt Beartown and are too cowardly to attack a human being, then this is what you do. Benji's voice isn't agitated, it isn't threatening. What he says is merely a statement of fact. "I'm going to kill them, every last one of them." On other occasions, Adri would have protested, but not now. When the Ovich siblings get in the car to drive home, Seune stands at the kitchen window thinking that someone has just made those two their mortal enemy, and it would be hard to think of a more dangerous decision to take in this forest. He feels something move by his pant leg, and he's about to reach down to pat Bang's head before all the loss and despair hit him, and he almost starts crying. Then Alicia tugs his pant leg again and puts her little fist in his big hand and asks, "Can we make jam sandwiches?" Of course they can. As many as she wants. 80 banging when Mumble leaves Ruth's grave in the churchyard in Beartown on Tuesday night. He takes the bus home to Hidi as if nothing has happened. Mateo stays where he is, hidden in the darkness, wishing he could pretend the same thing. He wishes desperately that he could kill Mumble with his bare hands, but Mateo is only 14 and Mumble is a man. He wouldn't stand a chance. We will say in hindsight that boys like him commit their crimes because they want to feel powerful, but that isn't right. He just wants to stop feeling powerless. He starts to cycle home through the town, but his tires slip on the snow and he falls several times. The chain comes off again and he cuts himself when he tries to put it back on. Blood trickles down the back of his hand, but he's so cold and wet that he doesn't even notice at first. He's whimpering with frustration and fury, but what good does that do? He drags his bicycle home, so tired that he doesn't really notice which route he takes. When he reaches the row houses, he hears an old man calling his dog. They're out for their evening walk, used to having the streets to themselves. Mateo doesn't bother to hide, but they still don't notice him. Bang! Come here. Yes, that's right, come here. Good boy, now let's go home and have some liver pate. The old man declares cheerfully. Mateo knows who he is. His name is Seune and he used to be the coach of Beartown's A-team. He knows who the dog is too, it's been in the paper, everyone in Beartown loves it. Mateo doesn't feel powerful, he just wants to stop feeling powerless, just for a single moment. He thinks about the green jacket Mumble was wearing in the churchyard. Sune has one just like it. He'd like to take something from them so that they know how it feels. Because he's sure they'd mourn the dog more than they ever mourned Ruth. In the town of Bears, girls are worth less than animals. Mateo drags his bicycle all the way home, creeps over to the neighboring house with the elderly couple, and thinks about trying to open their gun cabinet again, but drops the idea and instead goes into their storeroom. He doesn't know what he's looking for until he sees the warning signs on two small boxes on a top shelf. It's early Wednesday morning by the time he heads back toward the row houses and identifies Sune's yard. On the way back, he passes Alicia, who bangs on Sune's door and wakes him up because she wants breakfast. They go to the shop, and when they come back, she hugs Bang with her whole body and lets him off his leash in the yard. And that's the last time she sees the dog. 81 Warnings Thursday morning arrives in Beartown and Hidi, and everyone wakes up angry. It's exactly a week since the storm, but it feels like months. 2 years have passed since the last outbreak of violence between the towns that led to someone's death, but soon we won't be able to say that. We'll have so many excuses. We always do. We'll say that the conflict between the towns is complicated, and that nothing is black and white in situations such as this. We'll sigh in a rather patronizing way, explain that the hatred between two communities and two hockey clubs is nothing new. It goes back generations. We'll say it isn't about hockey but differences in culture, differences in traditions, differences in how the towns made their livings right from the outset. We'll talk about the council's priorities and financial resources, and which industries the district could actually survive on. We'll mention jobs and how the authorities don't understand that the only thing ordinary people in places like this really want is to be left in peace, to govern themselves, live in freedom, hunt in their own forests, fish in their own lakes, and keep what is produced rather than shipping everything down south. We'll give careful accounts of how many of the local disputes are actually often the result of political decisions made in the big cities, by people who have never set foot in the district. In Beartown, it will be said that those bastards at the other end of the main road are jealous, and in Hidi, it will be said that those bastards beyond the trees are self-satisfied hypocrites who think they're better than everyone else. Someone will mention the fight between the boys in the ice rink. Someone else will talk about cars being vandalized in Hidi. Then the accident at the factory will be mentioned. And then even the most sensible voices will be raised beyond the bounds of reason. What starts as a discussion of the working environment and safety at the factory will soon descend into political slogans, and when one side claims that they're discriminated against, the other side will cry, "So don't come and work here then. Go and steal jobs in your own damn town instead." Everyone knows someone who either knows the young woman who got caught in the machinery or the young woman who is on maternity leave and whose shift it originally was. Everyone knows either the brothers who hit the young men in the parking lot at the hospital or the young men who got hit. Everyone in Hidi has met a bastard from Beartown at a wedding or a hockey game sometime, and everyone in Beartown has met an asshole from Hidi in an ice rink or at work. All the worst things we believe about one another can always be proved with a story we've heard from someone who heard it from someone else. We'll say that this has long historical roots, deep cultural causes, that the antagonism has been passed down for generations, that you can't understand it if you're not from here. We'll say it's complicated, oh, so very complicated, but of course it isn't really at all. Because if Ramona had been here, she would have said it like it is. It's not bloody complicated at all. Just stop killing each other, you damn fool idiots. But now we no longer know how to stop ourselves. But it was only a dog. Of course no one actually says that, but it feels to Sune as if all his neighbors are thinking it. Everyday life just carries on out in the street while he sits in a million pieces in his kitchen. When he collects the mail, someone goes past and says, sorry for your loss. But that isn't what he wants them to feel sorry about. He wants them to feel sorry about his life, and the fact that he's going to have to see it out now without that ill-disciplined, unruly little monster. Without paws on the edge of the bed and bite marks on his wrists. How's that going to work? Who's going to eat all the liver pâté in the fridge? He receives a few text messages and phone calls from the committee of the hockey club and a couple of coaches of the youth teams, all very sorry, but not as if it had been a person. They're sad that Seun is sad, of course, but they don't really understand his loss. Because of course it was only a dog. It's so hard to explain that it's more than an animal when you're that animal's human. Perhaps it takes more empathy than most people are capable of, or more imagination. For that reason, it's both unexpected but also entirely logical that when the doorbell rings and there's someone standing outside with tears in his eyes, it's Timu. Behind him stand a dozen men in black jackets. They hand over an enormous wreath of flowers, the sort you put on a coffin, and Timu says, "The guys wanted to share their condolences. Is there anything we can do to help?" "That's very kind, but it was only a dog." Timu pats him hard on the shoulder. "It's never only a dog, it's family. Everyone knows how much you loved him. We loved him too. Damn it, he was Beartown's team dog." One of the men behind him, with tattoos on his neck and hands and probably on most of the skin in between, says with a tremble in his voice, "I know I didn't know him that well, but I'm really going to miss him. He felt like part of the club." Seun stands there with the floral wreath in his hands and loss on his cheeks and doesn't know what to say. But if anyone can understand the unbridled, unreasonable love you can feel for an animal, it's probably men who have been told all their lives that they love something more than they should. But it's only hockey. The pack feels precisely everything, precisely all the time. They know that the extent of grief isn't measured by what you've lost but by who you are. They have imagination. So much imagination, in fact, that the very thought of losing something they can't live without makes them lethal. "Coffee," Seun says without a question mark and leads the way into the house. The black jackets follow him and they drink coffee. One of the men notes that the tap in the bathroom is dripping, so he fixes it. Another washes the mugs. A third dries them. When they go, Timu leaves an envelope full of cash on the kitchen counter. "Not much," he says quietly. "Keep your money, Seun begins, but Timu raises his hand disarmingly. "Not for you, for Alicia. We know he was her dog too." As he is leaving, Seun says, "Timu, we don't know each other that well, you and I know you're angry. You should know that I'm pretty damn angry myself, but don't take revenge because of the dog, okay? He wasn't all that keen on people fighting, and I don't want Alicia to be either." "Revenge? Who from?" Timu asks, ostensibly not understanding at all. That's when Seun knows with absolute certainty that someone in Hidi is going to pay dearly for this. Back at the kennels, Benji and Adriovich feed the dogs, then eat their own food in silence standing at the kitchen counter. Then they do weight training for the rest of the day in the gym Adri has built in the barn. Benji's weaker than he used to be, his big sister notes, but she also notes other things. When he first came home from his travels last week, his eyes were lighter, as if they had gone pale in the sun on sandy beaches, but now they're dark again. He looks stronger, but also harder. Before he had to catch Alicia in the schoolyard yesterday and tell her what had happened to her beloved dog, Benji moved around Adri's house in a way that reminded her of a wounded bird. Today he's moving like a wounded bear. Yesterday he was vulnerable. Today he is explosive. 82 Skates Peter spends the morning baking bread and hoping that his phone's going to ring. He prods it every 5 minutes to make sure the battery hasn't died, but it remains obstinately silent. Kira doesn't even seem to have noticed that he isn't at the office. That's how important he is to the business. He has trouble finding the words to express how this makes him feel: hurt, angry, inadequate. He bakes so much bread, damn, Such a lot of bread, the whole kitchen counter is covered by the time he's done. Then he goes and grabs his green jacket and walks to the ice rink. He might as well, seeing as no one else needs him. The 13-year-olds are going to play a game, and he can't think of a more entertaining age for hockey than that. At that age, everything is still just raw talent and potential. All dreams remain intact. It's still early when he reaches the rink. Not many people, but a few old guys are wandering about. They look up when he steps in and say, "Okay, Peter, we heard about that new player Alexander. Is that his name? Is he any good?" Peter smiles. "We call him Big City. And yes, he's good, you'll see. The old guys like that, of course. Big City, well, that's easy enough to remember. And aim at his back. Could they make a good pairing?" Peter nods happily. Zakel knows what she's doing. It feels almost like old times for a short while. The old guys slap him on the back and declare, "Don't be so damn humble, Peter. Everyone heard that you went down with Zakel to recruit the new guy. And if Amat comes back, you're bound to have had something to do with that as well. Everyone wants you back as general manager. You should know that whenever you get tired of making coffee for your wife, or whatever it is you do in that law firm over in Head." Peter does a really good job of trying to laugh as if that's a funny joke. A really, really good job. When he sits down in the stands, the caretaker comes and sits next to him. That's when Peter finds out about Seun's dog and about the Black Jackets who are on their way here to watch the game. "Should probably get ready for trouble," the caretaker mutters anxiously, and then it really does feel like old times again. A bit too much. Kira and her colleague are sitting in their office beneath teetering heaps of open folders on top of more open folders. "What do you think?" Kira asks, exhausted. "I think it works to our advantage that this is so damn complicated that no normal person will understand what Peter has done wrong," her colleague replies in an attempt to be positive, which doesn't really work seeing as Kira understands exactly what Peter has done. Looking the other way when a crime is committed can be just as bad as actually committing it, she says. Her colleague is right. A lot of what the club has done can be dismissed as legal bagatelles by a good lawyer. That's why Kira is so angry with Peter for signing those documents concerning the training facility. They lie there like fingerprints on a murder weapon, because everyone can understand this. You can't steal millions of taxpayers' money and sell air and let the council buy a building that doesn't exist. That makes you both immoral and a criminal. Have you told Peter you know all about this yet? Her colleague wonders. Kira shakes her head. No, he'll just say he didn't understand what he was signing, and I'll believe him. I'll choose to believe him. Her colleague smiles weakly. I'll believe him too. He may be a bit of an idiot, your husband, but he isn't this stupid. Kira sighs. Stupidity is not reading things before you sign them. How smart is that? I don't know if I can argue that he hasn't committed a crime by claiming that he's this naive. Her colleague slowly nods her head. Do you want to know what I think? I don't think the newspaper will dare publish this. People would hit the roof if they tried. They see Peter as some sort of damn saint, and if they publish it, maybe they won't need a scapegoat. Maybe they'll focus all their criticism on the committee and politicians rather than on a specific person, without wanting to know the answer, Kira asks. But what if they do need a scapegoat? Her colleague looks unhappy. Then Peter would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. Kira tries to reply, but there's too much of a sob in her throat. She hopes that Tails will find a way to rescue Hidi Hockey, that he can find enough allies to stop the local paper, and she hopes that all this will be enough to conceal what Peter did. Because even she probably isn't going to be able to bury this. A team of very young kids is training down on the ice. The caretaker goes off to replace some light bulbs and check the windows and emergency exits before the 13-year-old's game, and Peter goes with him to help out. When he was general manager, he always took pride in not only knowing all about the team, but all about the ice rink as well, what needed to be maintained and oiled, replaced or repaired. In a small hockey club, no one has one job, everyone has at least three. Damn, Peter says when he goes to take off his jacket and the zipper breaks. Has that jacket shrunk or has your stomach grown? The caretaker grins. A bit of both, Peter admits. I've got some pliers in the storeroom. I'll mend it for you. You can't go around like that, lad, the caretaker grunts, because even if Peter lives to be 80, he'll still be a lad to this man. When they reach the storeroom, Amat is standing outside with his skates in his hand. He looks extremely uncomfortable when he catches sight of Peter, and fumbles so much with his hands that he drops one skate. Do they need sharpening? The caretaker wonders with the special happy voice he reserves for the players he likes best of all. Only if you've got time. I don't need, Amat manages to say. There's so much he wanted to say to Peter when he went around to his house the other day, but when nothing got said, it was as if the words took root inside him instead. Just need to mend a jacket first, the caretaker informs him. But Peter bends down and picks the skate up from the floor and says, I can sharpen them, Amat. Come in and tell me how you want them. The three men from different generations stand next to one another amid the spark and spin of the sharpener, squabbling quietly about the angle of the blade. The caretaker points out that they need less sharpening now that Amat has put on 20 pounds, and Peter winks at Amat and says, he just pretends to be smart. He doesn't actually know how to change the setting on the machine. He's sharpened every skate exactly the same way for 100 years. You could have run your skates through a fistful of grit. You never skated 5 yards in an entire game anyway, the caretaker retorts, then goes to look for a better set of pliers. Peter and Amat are left by the sharpener, and over the grinding sound Peter asks, are you going to stay and watch the 13-year-olds? It feels like only yesterday you were that age. Well, I mean, I know it's a long time ago, but sometimes it just feels like. Amat is staring fixedly at his skates. I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel that way too. Peter runs his fingertips softly along the blades. That's why the whole town likes watching kids play. There's nothing but hope at that age. Amat's voice cracks when he replies, I should have listened to you back in the spring. Peter shakes his head gently. No, you were right. You're a grown man now. I had no right to lecture you about what you ought to do. If I'd listened to you, I might have been playing in the NHL now, Amat struggles to say. Peter turns to him, obliging him to make eye contact. You're going to play in the NHL one day. Not because of me or anyone else, but because you're a damn good hockey player. He hands over the skates. Amat takes them and says toward the floor, I wouldn't be where I am without you. Stop that, you have a God-given talent, you had. Peter protests, but Amat interrupts him quietly but firmly. Talent isn't enough, or at least it wouldn't have been enough for me. You need someone who believes in you too. Not just me. You've done the same for Benji and Bobo, and now you're doing it for Alexander as well. We aren't your kids, but you've always made us feel like we are. You've always believed in us more than we did ourselves. The caretaker comes back. The door closes. The sharpener squeals. Amat nods awkwardly and mumbles thanks, then heads off. Peter stands there, not daring to put his jacket back on now, because there's no way it's going to fit around his chest. The caretaker glances at him irritably and grunts. Are you just going to stand there because I've got 20 pairs of skates that need sharpening? So Peter stays for several hours. He hasn't felt so useful in a very long time. The ice rink has already started to fill with people when Amat emerges from the storeroom. The crowd makes him nervous, so he doesn't stay to watch the game. In the parking lot, he sees Mumble with his bag over his shoulder and the same tense expression when faced with the crowd. It started to snow again. Mumble, do you want to go somewhere and play? We can see if the lake's frozen, Amat calls, and of course Mumble nods. Mateo stands among the trees some distance away and watches them go. 83 provocations. It's Thursday afternoon, and the house in Hidi is vibrating from bodies moving up and down the creaky staircase. Ted is packing his bag because he has a game today against Beartown's 13-year-olds. Tobias is still suspended from his team, so for once he's going to go along and watch Ted, because their games have usually clashed for the past few years. Tess is dropping Ture off with the neighbors. Obviously, Ture is furious about this, but even if no one knows yet just how bad things are going to be today, this morning Johnny just felt instinctively that their youngest son shouldn't come to the ice rink with them. Johnny and Hannah are both trying to hold back their emotions as well as they can, with varying degrees of success. The accident at the factory hit them hard. They haven't even had time to talk about it properly with each other. Maybe they've even been avoiding that. Johnny helped cut the young woman free from the machine and Hannah looked after her at the hospital. Now Hannah is emotional and Johnny is sensitive. She expresses her feelings, he holds his in. She lets off steam, he's likely to explode. "I'll go and pack the van," he says. Even though there's nothing to pack, he just goes out and sits in the driver's seat with Springsteen on low volume. Hannah lets him go, then heads toward Ted's room. The 13-year-old is already wearing his red training jersey, and as usual has been ready to leave earlier than anyone else. Unlike Tobias, the 15-year-old, who as usual has only just woken up and is still trying to locate a pair of socks that match. Hannah is helping him, muttering without thinking. "Are these your socks? They look like Dad's. How big are your feet? It feels like only yesterday that I had to tie your laces every time you were going to skate." "It's been like 10 years since you tied our laces, Mom," Tobias and Ted say with a grin at the same time. "No, it was 5 minutes ago, last week at the very most." Their mother retorts defiantly. "It isn't you who have grown, it's just that the rest of my world has shrunk around you," she thinks, hugging her boys. Now she only has one child left who needs help tying his skates, and even Ture hardly lets her do that anymore. It's a terrible thing to have taken away from you, because that moment when one of your children goes out onto the ice, when they take their very first step during training or in a game, for the whole of their lives that has been one of the very few moments when she has felt like a good mother. Like a mother who knows what's going on. Just for a moment. Now they do everything themselves just like she always wanted when they were little and annoying. And now she wants to have it all back again because now they're big and independent. Ted and Tobias argue about what music they want to listen to all the way to Beartown. Tess puts Springsteen on just to annoy them, but of course Johnny thinks it's for him and grins smugly until they emerge from the forest and see the line of traffic heading to the ice rink. "Shit, that's a lot of people. What's happening?" Tobias exclaims. "Are all these people here to watch our game?" Ted gasps. Johnny and Hannah sit in silence, gazing warily across the parking lot from side to side through the crowd. There are small groups of men in black jackets standing here and there. Naturally, they don't usually go to the 13-year-old's games, but things are different today. The violence that is coming becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The pack has heard all the rumors that men from Hidi are coming here to fight, so they think they have to defend their boys in Beartown. So the men in Hidi think in turn that now they have to come here to protect their own boys. And then no provocation is needed. This hatred is proceeding of its own volition. This is never going to end well, Hannah thinks, but says instead, "It'll be great to have such a good atmosphere for the game, won't it? Look how many people from Hidi are here. It'll be almost like a home game." "This is a home game," Johnny grunts unhappily. "It should have been anyway. It should have been played in Hidi's ice rink this weekend if the roof hadn't collapsed. Now it's been moved here on a Thursday because there was no other slot available, and someone in Beartown has obviously taken care to put Beartown's name first on the list of the day's games outside the entrance. As if this were a home game for them." "Perhaps that isn't so very important, darling," Hannah says pointedly, and he sullenly stops talking. They follow the other cars past the flagpoles with huge green flags flying at the top. The smart new roof of the ice rink is covered with snow, sparkling in the sunlight. All the parking spaces close to the rink are occupied by expensive subs owned by hockey dads who all look the same. They all have Beartown hockey stickers in the rear windows. Johnny drives the van past them. The chassis clatters, Springsteen is roaring, and a short distance away a gang of teenagers are yelling, "We are the Bears! We are the Bears! We are the Bears! The Bears from Beartown!" Somewhere else a group of children and he respond, he, to which a chorus of boos from all corners of the parking lot is crowned by the teenagers. He bitches, he bitches, he bitches. Lovely Beartown with their lovely, lovely values, Johnny rumbles quietly, and Hannah can't be bothered to tell him to be quiet. Tobias and Ted jump out of the car, and without a word Tobias takes his younger brother's bag and carries it for him, so he won't get stuck in the crowd with it if there's any trouble. They see Ted's coach and the rest of the team close to the entrance to the rink and head in that direction, with Hannah's words echoing in their ears. "Concentrate on the hockey now. Don't start any trouble, do you hear me?" Tess is standing by her side, glancing a little way past the entrance. Hannah looks at her, looks at the entrance, then sighs. "Can you see Bobo then?" Tess nods happily. "Can I?" Her mother nods. Okay, you can go, but stay close to him. If there's any trouble, you can at least make sure he's the one who gets hit. He's a big enough target anyway." Tess runs off, as carefree as if she were at a fairground, which, to be fair, this almost feels like now. She's laughing so happily that Hannah almost relaxes, because apart from a few overexcited chants, she has to admit that people seem to be in a pretty good mood. Anticipation in the air, children with heavy bags, open car trunks with bags of pastries and flasks of coffee. The towns have borne such hatred toward each other this past week, but now that they're here it's as if they're all rubbing their hands in the cold and remembering the warmth of the sport instead. They hug old friends they haven't seen since spring. A whole long summer has passed when everyone drifted away to campsites and holiday cottages, but now real life is beginning again. Now everyday life will be governed by drop-offs and pickups once more. And every evening hundreds of families will have something to talk about again, because if all these children didn't play hockey, their parents would never have this much space in their lives. How many more years of this will Hannah herself have, at best? Soon it will be over. Soon they'll be grown up. Mothers have no armor to get them through life because they give every last bit to their children. By the end of their teenage years, there isn't even any skin left. So every feeling of loss cuts right into her flesh now. "I'm going to get a hot dog. Are you staying here?" Johnny says, completely untroubled beside her, and she can't help wishing that lightning would strike him just then, not fatally, but almost. A hot dog, now. Hannah snorts, but she shouldn't be surprised. Her husband is a living waste dump. She spent half her life trying to hide cheap chocolate at the top of the drawers where he can find it easily when he's been drinking beer, so that he doesn't carry on his drunken search until he finds the expensive chocolate that she's hidden lower down. She sees the families of two of Ted's teammates a little way away and walks over to them. Johnny walks over to get a hot dog. That's how quickly the whole family gets split up in the crowd. 84 lawyers, the entire Anderson family ends up in the ice rink this afternoon, but none of them can really explain why. Maya and Anna stop by the house to eat bread. Big City is there fetching his things, because he's moving permanently into the summer cottage that used to be a camper van. He slept there on his own last night. Benji has moved to his sister's house for reasons Big City hasn't quite understood yet, but Big City himself was so happy there among the trees down by the water that he decided to stay. "Are you going to watch the game today?" Maya wonders innocently when they bump into each other in the kitchen. "What game?" Big City asks. "These 13-year-olds are playing Beartowns." 13-year-olds? Is that a big thing here? He wonders in surprise. "It's Beartown against TD that makes everything a big deal here," Maya replies. "Are you going?" he asks. "We are now," Anna declares. They persuade Leo to go too. He pretends he's doing it reluctantly. On the way he shares a cigarette with Maya and Anna, and he's never felt more grown up. When they get to the ice rink, Maya sends their mother a text message. "We're going to watch the game. Come along." Kira is sitting in her office with her colleague, buried in documents, and texts back in surprise. "The 13-year-olds. Didn't think you were interested in that." She receives the reply. "Who cares who's playing, Mom? Come and hang out. Good luck resisting that if you're the mother of teenagers." Johnny doesn't want a hot dog. He just saw the hot dog stand from the road when he turned into the parking lot and recognized the guy standing behind it. A thin young man with a scrappy beard. Johnny saw him at the scrapyard. He's one of Lev's guys. There are 4 middle-aged men in green jackets standing around him, one of them far too close to his face, arguing loudly. One of them grabs the hot dog stand angrily. Lev's guy resists but doesn't fight back even if he looks like he could. He's outnumbered and outclassed by the green jackets, even if the men are overweight and have the same desperate hairstyle, fighting against rapidly receding hairlines. Johnny unzips his own jacket as he approaches, then stops a couple of yards away and clears his throat. "Is there a problem here?" The men in green jackets turn around in a rage that quickly fades. That's partly because of Johnny's size, of course, but also the t-shirt with the logo of the fire brigade they can see beneath his open jacket. Not that the men respect firemen. These sort of men don't respect anything. But they know that if you fight with one fireman, you fight with all of them. Johnny might be on his own here, but he might as well have been a whole gang. "Selling hot dogs isn't allowed here," one of the men eventually exclaims, sounding tougher than he probably is. "Not allowed? Selling hot dogs? Are you serious?" Johnny laughs. "The boys' team is selling hot dogs in the cafeteria inside the ice rink. This bastard's standing out here selling them at half the price. How are our lads going to sell anything in there?" Lev's guy turns to Johnny and says with barely suppressed fury, "Is this not a free country, a free town?" "Well, it certainly isn't your goddamn town, so maybe you can just piss off back to wherever you came from. Anyway, what sort of meat's in those hot dogs? Rats and bats?" One of the men snarls. Johnny just looks at him so hard that he shrinks, the way men with big mouths and small fists always do. One of the other men takes his friend by the arm and mutters an apology to Johnny. "That was. Sorry, let's not allow this to get out of hand now. Our boys in there are just trying to sell hot dogs and earn a bit of money for their team's kitty. The parents are just upset." Johnny snorts and nods toward Lev's guy. "Upset about what? Do you think you own this parking lot then? The council owns this parking lot. He's just as much a part of the local community as you are." Okay, sorry," the man says, holding his hands up. "Don't apologize to me, you idiot. Apologize to him." Johnny snaps, nodding toward Lev's guy again. The men look at him as if he can't possibly be serious. Then one of them grabs hold of the others and mutters, "Come on, let's go inside. The game starts soon. We can sort this out later." Johnny and Lev's guy stand where they are and watch them go. Johnny feels his pulse racing. None of those men was Peter Anderson, but he realizes now that each of them reminded him of Peter Anderson, and that was evidently enough. "Thanks," Lev's guy says. Johnny turns around and nods curtly. "Let me know if they bother you again. This isn't their parking lot. The entire district doesn't belong to Beartown hockey, even if they think it does." Lev's guy puts his hand on his heart and gives a short bow of gratitude. Johnny hasn't the faintest idea of what to do in response, so he fumbles with the zip of his jacket and gives a sort of wave that turns into half a salute. Lev's guy prepares a hot dog for him and hands it over. Johnny feels in the back pocket of his jeans for money but is waved away. "Free for firemen," Johnny nods appreciatively. He eats as he walks. "It's a damn fine hot dog," he concludes, "definitely better than the crap they serve in Beartown's cafeteria." Anna, Maya, Leo, and Big City are wandering about by the ice rink, drifting from group to group. Anna disappears from sight for a minute at most, then returns with 8 cans of beer in a plastic bag. How did you do that? Leo gasps. I just asked a guy, Anna says, as if it was obvious. She can find beer anywhere, even at a funeral, Maya confirms. Surely that's the easiest place to get hold of beer, Anna exclaims. They sit down on some rocks at the far end of the parking lot and drink. Maya lets Leo have one, she drinks 2, Anna 3. Big City declines, he's got training this evening. Are you worried the coach will shout at you? Anna teases. No. I just don't want to disappoint her, he eventually admits when he can't think of a good lie. Maya pats him on the shoulder encouragingly, then says in her very thickest forest dialect, if you don't want to disappoint people, you've come to the wrong town. We're not happy unless we're a bit disappointed here, you know. Big City smiles awkwardly. Maya has never seen anyone with so little reason to be modest be so shy. I'm good at disappointing people. I'm trying to get worse at it. The beer was stronger than she expected, and Maya drank both hers pretty quickly, so she's about to say something extremely inappropriate, but she doesn't have time before Leo mumbles. I don't feel well. Have you drunk all the beers, you little shit? Anna roars, turning the empty bag upside down. Leo's head is spinning too much for him to be able to reply. For once, Kira is grateful that the temperature is below freezing. It gives her an excuse to hide behind a thick coat with the collar turned up, a woolly hat pulled down over her eyes. She slips unnoticed through the crowd outside the ice rink, texting her daughter to ask where she is, then gets a minor shock when she finds Maya and Anna behind the counter in the cafeteria, where they're selling hot dogs and chocolate balls with a group of players from the boys' teams dressed in green jackets. Hi, Mom. Maya exclaims in surprise, as if she's forgotten that she was the one who asked her to come. We're trainees, Anna informs her cheerfully. Kira leans over the counter and whispers through their breath, have you been drinking? A tiny little bit. Anna roars in a way that she herself imagines is a whisper. Where's Leo? Kira wonders. Bathroom. Anna giggles with considerable restraint, and Maya starts giggling hysterically. Kira does her best to be angry with them. She really does try. But they're too happy and she's too tired, and in far too great a need of family members she doesn't have to worry about. So she goes around the counter and makes the girls drink some water. Then she ends up standing there herself, selling chocolate balls and hot dogs, just like old times. Tess and Bobo come up to the cafeteria, not actually holding hands, but as close to each other as they can manage. So close that their hands and fingers occasionally get tangled up. Quick glances, fleeting smiles, tiny electric shocks everywhere. Big City is standing in a corner eating chocolate balls. Bobo stops to talk to him. Tess turns around and looks the way her little brother did when he caught sight of Amat the other day. Is that Kira Anderson, the lawyer? She hisses to Bobo, tugging at his arm. Yes, Kira. Hi, Kira. Bobo yells, waving, and Tess adopts an expression that she will use every time he embarrasses her in public until they grow old together. Kira looks up and waves back, and when she meets Tess's gaze, the girl blushes so hard that Bobo thinks she's got something stuck in her throat and is about to perform the Heimlich maneuver before he gets a serious telling off from his girlfriend, the first but certainly not the last. Kira comes over and hugs Bobo and holds her hand out. Hello, my name's Kira. I know, you're the lawyer, Tess babbles. Yes, how did you know that? Kira laughs, surprised. I go past your office when I pick up my little brother from school. I've seen the sign. So I looked you up online, Tess confesses, blushing hard again. Tess wants to be a lawyer too, Bobo adds, because he hasn't yet learned to keep quiet in situations like this. He'll get it right eventually. He's going to have plenty of years in which to practice. That isn't settled yet, but I do want to study law. But everyone says it's really difficult, Tess says, embarrassed. It's supposed to be hard. That's why it's worth doing, Kira smiles amiably, seeing all her own insecurities when she was that age. when she used to wash up in her parents' restaurant in the evening and wonder if she could ever stand a chance among all the rich kids at university. "Do you think I could do it?" Tess asks, so bluntly that it surprises both her and Kira. She starts to stammer an apology for asking such a silly question, but Kira takes her arm warmly and replies, "I'll say to you what my mom said to me. There's only one way to find out." Tess's eyes are radiant and she replies without thinking, "I want to help other girls. Girls who get raped or assaulted or, I mean, not that it's ever happened to me, but I know it happened to your daughter. I want to be one of the people who help. Like you." Kira didn't exactly go to the cafeteria today prepared to have the wind knocked out of her, so it takes her a moment to catch her breath. "It can be a tough job at times," she says in a low voice. "Everyone in my family has a tough job," Tess whispers back. Kira can see the fire in the girl's eyes and thinks that this must be what it's been like for Peter all these years. This is what a cherry tree in blossom looks like. So she smiles and nods slowly and reaches in her inside pocket for her wallet. "Here's my card, my cell phone number S on the back. Call me whenever you want. Come to the office whenever you want. If you really want to do this, if you really want it, then I promise to help you." Tess holds the card as if it were a golden ticket to a chocolate factory. She realizes too late that she sounds like a crazy stalker when she says, "I heard that your daughter moved to go to college in another town. Did that make you very sad?" The corners of Kira's mouth tremble. "Yes. But I'm very proud as well." The words pour out of Tess as if someone had turned her upside down. "All the law courses are a really long way away and my mom doesn't want me to move." "Moms never do," Kira admits. There are 1,000 other things Tess wants to ask, but she doesn't get the chance because someone suddenly yells from the stairs leading down to the rink, "Fight! There's a fight!" Then they hear the shouting from below. Men yelling to their sons in panic, other men yelling at each other in rage. Then the clatter of footsteps as everyone tries to get away from something much worse. 85 Hearts HD Hockey's 13-year-olds go into the away team's locker room, but come out again just as fast, green in the face. It stinks in there. A nauseating, corrosive, disgusting smell that fills their nostrils so fast that their gag reflex doesn't stand a chance. A gang of boys in their early teens in green tops and back-to-front caps are giggling hysterically, until the caretaker realizes what's happened and chases them out into the parking lot with a hammer in his hand. HD's 13-year-olds stand there retching. The smell could be butyric acid, or old prawn shells, or rotten meat. It's the oldest trick in the book in Beartown to psych out an opposing team. Lovely, lovely Beartown with their PR brochures about how sponsoring them is the right thing to do, but this is how immaturely they behave. Everyone in HD is used to it, but this sort of thing is usually done to the adult team. Not 13-year-olds. This game is different. "We are the Bears," the crowd roars from the stands. "We are the Bears." A sea of black jackets repeats, making the walls vibrate down in the corridor where Ted and his teammates are standing. Their coach is trying to give them instructions about where to get changed instead, but he can't make himself heard over the noise. "HD bitches, we're going to kill you HD bitches." The crowd roars and Tobias, who is standing alongside, sees the terror in the young players' faces. They're just children. Sending them out onto the ice this evening would be like sending them off to war. Tobias catches his younger brother. "Ted." "Yes." Tobias grabs hold of his younger brother's arm and yells, "Think about cake." Ted lets out a surprised laugh and his whole body relaxes in his older brother's grip. "What? You love cake, think about cake and you'll relax." "You're really stupid," Tobias nods seriously. "Don't be scared because they're shouting out there, okay? Be grateful. Do you want to play in the NHL? Then you need to be able to play in front of a crazy crowd and they don't come crazier than this bunch of psychopaths. If you can survive this, you'll be able to cope with anything else in the future. Just go out there and play your game and make the people yelling shut up. Every time they scream, you score a goal, so break them, take everything they love away from them. The younger brother leans his head close to his brother's and says, "Thanks, Toby." His big brother hisses, "Don't thank me, go out there and win, crush their damn hearts." Their eyes meet briefly. The big brother has always been as tough as anything off the ice, but often gave way on the ice. But the younger brother is the opposite. As long as Tobias protects Ted this side of the boards, no one will be able to stop him on the other side. They're 15 and 13 years old, but the playing career of one of them is almost over while the other's has only just begun. When Ted follows his team toward the doors leading to the parking lot so they can get changed in their parents' cars, Tobias stays in the corridor with his hands in his pockets. While the younger brother gets ready for the game, the older brother turns and goes and stands among the Hd supporters in the standing area. A few of the older guys recognize him. They used to go to the same school. Now they're shouting and waving for him to come and stand with them. "It was you who hit those Beartown jerks here the other day and got suspended from your team, right?" one asks. Tobias nods slightly reluctantly. They slap him on the back. "No way in the world should you have been suspended. You should have gotten a medal." Tobias knows who they are, of course. His dad has always told him to stay away from their sort. "Those idiots are only looking for trouble, Toby. When you get older, you'll realize that you're going to have enough trouble in life without going to look for it." But when the guys sing and jump in the stands, it makes Tobias's heart pound. His ears roar, the adrenaline is pumping. So he sings and jumps as well. When Ted's team steps back into the rink after getting changed, several of their dads follow them, all the way to the players' entrance, furious about the stench in the locker room which forced the boys to get changed in such humiliating circumstances out in the parking lot. They're yelling about unsportsmanlike behavior, and someone grabs hold of a 13-year-old from Beartown who yells something inaudible back, which obviously makes all the dads of the Beartown team rush down to the players' tunnel to defend their boys, and that's how easily it all kicks off. That's how quickly it happens. Benji and Adri arrive at the ice rink just before the game starts. Seun was too upset to come with them. He's gone out for the same walk he always used to take his dog on at the same time, and he'll do that for a long while yet. When he gets out of breath and has to stop and clutch his chest, he still whispers, "You run on ahead," out of habit. Benji and Adri go up to the standing area for Beartown fans. The Black Jackets' close ranks around them on all sides without a word. Adri knows that many of them have been off hunting elk this week. They've interrupted the hunt to come home and watch a game between a bunch of 13-year-olds, and that isn't a good sign for anyone. Timu is standing closest to her and Benji. "Beartown jerks," the Hd supporters roar. "Hd bitches," the Beartown fans respond. It's only words for the time being, but Timu glances at Benji and Adri to see their reactions. From Benji he gets no reaction at all, just slow breathing and neutral eyes, as if he's either slowing down from something or getting ready for something. From Adri, Timu gets just a short glance and a surprised, "I can't believe you're so calm." Timu nods secretively. "I've promised that we'll be calm today." "Promised who?" she wonders. "The club," he replies. He hasn't even told his closest associates that he's spoken to Tails. He's just told everyone that they need to stay calm unless he gives a direct signal, and they obey, not out of fear but because they love him. It's a brotherhood no one else in this town understands. He knows that. But if anyone comes close, it's probably Adri. He still has difficulty interpreting the look on her face now, probably because she isn't really sure how she feels. She's torn between feeling proud of Timu and his guys for not starting any trouble already, and a longing for them to do so. Throughout her life, Adri has seen so many people hurt others that she's grown tough, but when someone harms an animal, she loses all her inhibitions. Her mind turns black. She understands Timu more than ever at moments like that. Beartown jerks, one stand is chanting. Hidi bitches, echoes back. The chants roll back and forth across the ice. Normally the stands would be almost empty for a game between 13-year-olds, but this hasn't been a normal week. On Saturday, the town's A teams will meet in the first game of the season, and Adri finds herself wondering what the hell these guys will bring with them then. Tanks, murder, plunder, rape, and burn. We'd have hurt your sisters if you hadn't hurt them first. Some of the Hidi supporters are chanting, "If you want it, come and get it. No one from Hidi dares to fight." Timu's guys are shouting around Adri. The number of red fans over in Hidi's stand can't match the number of green fans, largely because they aren't as well organized. When they sing, there are 100 separate voices, but when Timu's guys raise their voices, they do it as one man. A single, terrible man capable of anything. Everyone over in Hidi's stand knows this, of course. They know they're in the minority, so they do what all supporters do in those circumstances. They seek out their opponent's weakest point. Anything that can be yelled to get at them, hurt them, wound their pride. They hit upon the easiest and worst thing possible. As Ted and the other 13-year-olds are elbowing their way past the shoving match their dads have started down in the players' tunnel and step out onto the ice to warm up, a rumor starts circulating through Hidi's stand. Something about Seun, the former A-team coach. Something about a dog that was in Beartown's team photograph. Something about how even the most feared members of the pack are mourning the animal's loss. What happens next is simple and effective, spontaneous and obvious, incredibly stupid and instantly destructive. A young guy off to one side behind Tobias starts to bark. Woof, 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 and at first some of the other guys around him just laugh. Then someone else does it louder. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly the whole stand is barking. It starts as a joke but quickly becomes threatening. Salt in open wounds. A direct provocation. Beartown supporters don't respond by singing, nor by chanting. They do something much worse. They fall totally silent. And then everything else falls silent too. It's hard to explain how a packed ice rink sounds if you've never experienced it, but even ordinary popcorn-eating children and hot dog-munching pensioners have an ability to shut out the wall of sound after a while, especially in Beartown. Everyone is so used to the fact that the fans in the two standing areas chant bitch and jerk at each other that they may as well have been doing it in a foreign language. The popcorn eaters and hot dog enthusiasts don't even hear them. They sit back in their seats and chat about mortgages and grandchildren and the weather. Perhaps they're also a bit complacent, because it's been more than 2 years since there was a real fight in here. Everyone has forgotten how it sounds when the pack makes a charge. Everyone feels safe, like children with their noses pressed against the glass of the lion enclosure. The black jackets, yelling, is like a whirring extractor fan in a kitchen that you don't even notice until someone switches it off. But now, in the total silence that suddenly falls on everyone when it happens, there is nothing but terror and fear. It used to be more than 2 years since that last happened, but now it's very recent indeed. Woof. A solitary guy says somewhere in the Hidi stand, too pumped on adrenaline to notice that everyone else has their mouths closed. Someone hisses, "Shut up." Someone else starts singing something else, but it's too late. "What do you want to do?" one of the guys below Timu asks. Timu is standing with his gaze fixed on the Hidi stand at the other end of the rink. There's nothing in his eyes. No empathy, no forgiveness, no mercy. Perhaps he's thinking of the promise he made to Tails not to start any trouble this week, but he wasn't actually the one who started this. The men from Hidi have come to his rink, his home, to boast about killing Seun's dog, and he's not allowed to do anything about that. Like hell. His voice is cold. Screw it. Break the neck of every last one of them. The black jackets jump over the barrier and start to run as a single organism. The whole of the seating area seems to hold its breath. Families with children and pensioners trip over each other in their rush to get out of the way. The black jackets surge forward like a single wave of darkness, trampling hot dogs and popcorn everywhere. Audrey grabs Timu's arm and yells, "Didn't you say you promised the club you'd stay calm?" Timu stares at her, not with any regret but perhaps with sympathy. "The club, we are the club." Then he runs too, with Benji beside him. Audrey tries to stop her brother, but she doesn't stand a chance. The barking from the other stand has already been swallowed up in an agitated roar, but Audrey's palms can still feel the weight of the little animal as she lifted it into its grave. She might not want violence, but she can no longer criticize the people who do. The dads down in the players' tunnel recognize the danger the way you hear the rumble of an approaching flood wave. They yell to the 13-year-olds on the ice to get off. Panic breaks out and chaos takes over the entire rink in an instant. Tobias sees the black jackets approaching from the other end of the rink and sees his own stand divide into two groups, those who start to back away and those who rush forward to meet the threat. Tobias has two parents who have always taught him to run toward fire, so he doesn't even think. He just jumps over a barrier and drops several yards, landing on concrete. Then he runs as fast as he can straight for the ice. All he can think is that he has to get his younger brother away from here. Hannah and Johnny come running down the stand, consumed by the same thought, but the crowd is too dense and the chaos too overwhelming. They are swept along with the flow toward the corner of the rink closest to the locker rooms, which is where Bobo manages to reach out a hand and grab Johnny's shoulder. Johnny spins around and falls apart inside in every possible way when he hears Bobo yell, "Tess is with me. Don't worry. Get Toby and Ted and meet us in the parking lot." In the other direction, Hannah loses her grip of Johnny's fingers for a single moment, and it's as if they're torn apart by merciless undercurrents. In the flash of an eye, they're 10 yards apart. Tobias and Ted appear out of nowhere. Ted still with his skates and all his hockey gear on, Tobias flailing wildly to clear their path. Behind them, Timu and the first of the black jackets reach Hidi's stand. Some of the men in red who have stayed behind to defend it have torn bits of wood from the floor of the stand and are swinging these makeshift weapons wildly toward the black jackets as they try to clamber upward. Noses get broken, jaws cracked, but the black jackets just keep moving forward. Someone's going to get killed. Johnny has time to think, but Hannah pulls herself through the crowd and grabs hold of him before he has time to finish the thought. "The boys! Get the boys out!" The father of one of the boys on Ted's team is having a full-blown fight with two of the dads from the Beartown team behind her. An elbow hits her on the temple, and she almost loses her balance. Johnny sees what happens and throws every single person between them into the air. Just as he reaches her, Tobias gets to her from the other direction. Johnny hardly recognizes him. The 15-year-old looks like a grown man, entirely without fear. He's pulling Ted along behind him and helps his mother up with the other hand. A small gap opens up in the crowd, and the whole family sees it at the same time and pushes toward the exit. The boys first, then Hannah, and Johnny at the back, and he makes the mistake of casting a glance over his shoulder as they run. He never sees the man who comes running around the corner from the storeroom beyond the locker rooms. They crash heads by mistake at full force, and for a few seconds everything in Johnny's head goes completely silent. Then he feels his forehead getting sticky, but without feeling any pain. He blinks confusedly through water-filled eyes and sees the man in front of him sink to his knees with blood gushing from a split eyebrow. It's Peter Anderson. 86 blood. The cafeteria quickly fills with panic-stricken families with children fleeing the violence. Kira doesn't have to think about what the right thing to do is. She just stands, legs wide apart in the doorway. She assumes she has some sort of naive idea of guarding it in case the men down at the ice decide to storm the cafeteria, even though she's already thinking, "So how, Kira? How are you going to stop them?" Then she feels someone brush past her left side, then someone else on her right. Maya and Anna. Maya is there to protect her mother. Anna is there to protect the whole world. Only once do two young men come running up the stairs. Kira doesn't even have time to see if they're Hidi or Beartown, but they're clutching lengths of metal piping in their hands, and that's enough for Anna to wait until the first one is close enough to get a kick to the chest that he'll never forget. He flies backward, and his friend stops mid-stride with his eyes staring wildly. Then he makes the best decision of his life and flees. "Damn it!" Anna yells, jumping back on one leg because it feels like she's just broken her damn foot again. Why the hell do guys have to be so damn hard when you kick them? Kira pulls her and Maya back into the cafeteria again and closes the door behind her. A few minutes pass, then it's as if the inferno outside suddenly stops, like someone pulling the plug from a loudspeaker. When they open the door again, the ice rink is almost empty. Peter is on his knees whimpering with pain as blood trickles into his eyes. Johnny is bending over him, not to hit him but to help him, but that isn't how it looks. Timu sees them from up in the stands, and then everything goes to hell. Audrey still hasn't moved from the Beartown stand. It doesn't even occur to her to run off in any direction. She doesn't want to fight, but she doesn't want to run away either. She isn't full of hatred nor full of fear, she just feels empty. Only when she hears someone calling her name does she get dragged back to reality and turns around. It's Benji. He's holding Alicia in his arms. How he managed to get hold of her, Audrey will never understand, but somewhere between the Beartown stand and Hidi's, Benji heard the child's voice, and while all the black jackets carried on running forward, he veered off. "What are you even doing here, you crazy kid?" he yelled. "I wanted to watch the game, but Seun didn't want to, so I came on my own." Alicia snapped back, trying to sound angry even though she was actually terrified. Benji reached down and lifted her out of the chaos, and is now carrying her as if she was his little girl. She has her arms wrapped around him like she's always been his, clinging on like seaweed to a body that's just stepped out of the sea. Audrey's fury vanishes instantly, leaving nothing but exhaustion. She straightens her back as if she needs to get the feeling back into all her limbs, then quickly guides her brother and the little girl toward one of the emergency exits. When they emerge into the parking lot, all the tension disperses, and Alicia starts to cry, and the Ovich siblings don't even stop to glance back toward the chaos in the ice rink. They just keep going toward the trees. They walk the whole way back to Seun's, turning away from the crap instead of running into it, taking care of someone instead of taking everything out on someone else. Alicia doesn't let go of Benji the whole way home. She sleeps next to Audrey on the sofa that night. They might never be counted as a family by the authorities, but one day, many years from now, the girl will play her first game with the national team. When she's asked what name she wants on the back of her jersey, she'll give their name. Peter looks up and blinks through the blood. He sees Johnny's outstretched hand, and he sees Timu jump down from the stands with some sort of metal pipe in his hand. But with all his strength, Peter can barely manage to utter a feeble, faltering, "Look out!" Not to Timu, but to Johnny. The fireman spots the danger and knocks the metal pipe aside at the last moment. Timu loses his footing and stumbles straight into Peter, which buys Johnny a few seconds to back away. And by the time Timu finds his footing and is about to rush at him, someone else is standing in the way. He's short and fat, but the zip of his jacket is pulled down, and Timu sees the pistol tucked into his belt long before he sees Lev's face a little higher up. "Come," Lev says tersely, shepherding Johnny behind him. He has the pistol in his hand now, holding it half hidden in the palm of his hand, pointing at the floor, but his eyes are fixed on Timu. Hannah, Tobias, and Ted are standing a few yards away. They back away behind Lev, and Timu stands so still that everything around him also seems to slow down. Perhaps it's a direct chain reaction when a few members of the pack see what's happening to their leader and stop instantly, then a few more and a few more, and when enough black jackets stop fighting, everyone else does as well. The crowd is still dense, but it becomes less aggressive. People tumble out into the parking lot, less panic-stricken now. The last of them almost stroll out as if they were walking out of a cinema. Hardly anyone except those closest to Lev even saw the pistol. It all happened so quickly, and out of nowhere it's over. Community spirit, yes. Lev says to Johnny with a smile almost of amusement as they step out into the snow. Johnny is too shocked to answer, so blinded by fear that something could have happened to his children, and so grateful that Lev managed to get them out that he isn't even thinking about the pistol, which disappears into the man's belt again. They part with a curt nod and Lev seems to vanish into thin air among the vehicles in the parking lot. Teemu doesn't look frightened, mostly just surprised, almost fascinated in fact. As soon as Lev disappears, he seeks to shake it all off as if it were just a children's game where this was what you should expect. He bends down and asks, "Are you okay?" "Don't know," Peter replies honestly. "Peter," a voice yells, cutting into his ears. "Oh crap, now you're going to get it," Teemu grins. Peter will never stop being surprised at how calm he is. He seems to have developed an immunity to adrenaline. "Dad!" Maya cries out, running beside her mother, and behind them stumbles Leo, who looks like he's been sick, but that's too long a story for any of them to feel like explaining to Peter right now. What happened? Kira cries so wildly that even Teemu bounces out of the way, but he still can't stop himself blurting out. "Oh, just hooligan behavior, typical of Peter to start fighting. We tried to stop him, but you know how he gets when he's angry." He's seriously pretty certain Kira would have killed him there, and then if Peter hadn't thrown himself between them. The lies come so easily to Peter that he surprises himself. "I ran into a post, that's all, darling. It was nothing but a stupid accident. 87 prophets out of all the men in the ice rink today. Only 2 are dressed in a suit and tie. They're sitting a long way from each other, possibly unaware of each other's presence. One is Tails, the other is Richard Theo, the supermarket owner and the politician who each have such a bad reputation in their respective fields for their competitors to believe that they don't follow the rules. They themselves claim that that's precisely what they do, they just play the game better than everyone else. They've come to the rink for different reasons. Tails hopes to be able to steer events, Theo merely hopes to analyze them. Tails watches the 13-year-olds on the ice, Theo just watches the crowd. One looks at players, the other looks at voters. Tails has spent all day hoping desperately that he's going to be able to instigate a truce between Beartown and Hidi long enough to save both clubs, but when he sees the size of the crowd and hears the first woof from the Hidi stand, he knows it's all over. It doesn't matter that Teemu has promised to stay calm. No one stands a chance. But Richard Theo sits there, apparently untroubled, watching as the trouble breaks out. The supermarket owner runs toward the ice like a man possessed, trying to stop everyone from killing each other. But the politician is thinking that perhaps this is exactly what's needed. What saves the 2 clubs might not be peace, but war. He just needs to figure out how to use that to his advantage. It's Peter Anderson who turns out to be the answer, as he so often is in this town, one way or another, Theo thinks with a little smile. He's sitting so high up in the stands that in the end he's the only person who has a complete overview of the chaos down below. He usually says that his political successes have come about because when everyone else runs in one direction, he runs the other way, but this time he just has to sit still. He sees Peter Anderson rush out of the storeroom and crash into a large man the same age wearing a fire brigade top. He sees Peter's eyebrows split in a fountain of blood, but he also sees how Teemu reacts instantly, as if it's his duty to protect Peter and throws himself toward him. Then he sees how Lev appears to defend the fireman. The alliances might be unexpected, but they aren't illogical, At least not to a politician who has built his whole career out of unusual friendships. When everything suddenly calms down right after that, when the trouble is over and the ice rink drains of people like water from a basin, Tails is drenched in sweat, but Theo is cool. One is only thinking of all he could lose now. The other already has a strategy for how he can get everything he wants. While Tails is wandering around the parking lot to see if anyone is seriously hurt, Richard Theo walks calmly to his office. It's a beautiful evening, the stars are bright and snow is falling. The ice is in his nostrils and crunching beneath his shoes. He loves this place. No one would believe that if they heard it, of course, but he's traveled all around half the world and still hasn't seen anywhere like this. The forest and the lake, the wilderness and snow, it's unbeatable. He isn't surprised that this town drives people to violence. It could have driven him to violence too if he thought someone was trying to take it away from him. That's the insight that's going to help him solve everyone's problems. That's how he's going to win. 88 hooligans Bobo and Tess are waiting beside the van. Johnny and Hannah leave their sons with them and turn back to see if anyone is injured or needs help. Surprisingly, they don't. The 13-year-olds who were supposed to be playing are unharmed, of course, because they were wearing full hockey gear the whole time, and among the parents and other people in the crowd, there are just a few bruises and scrapes that happened in the crush, rather than from any fighting. The men in the standing areas were only after each other. Johnny knows that some of the younger firemen usually call it honor among hooligans. Several of them have tattoos of the Red Bull, much bigger than his own. They're firemen, but first and foremost they're from Hidi, and they're different from him. Angrier. Unless Johnny has just gotten older. Sometimes he thinks that boys who grow up in his hometown now have fewer ways to identify themselves than he had in his day. Every individual needs to feel important, is looking for something to belong to, but there are fewer and fewer things to cling on to in Hidi. We only fight the pack. We never touch civilians, one of them once said, and Johnny can't help thinking that that's the problem, that they use the word civilians as if they were soldiers. Car engines are starting up everywhere and the parking lot quickly empties. In other towns and among other people, the panic would probably have been greater, but here people seem to get over it in a matter of minutes. Almost all of them have seen a fight between hooligans before. As soon as the drama is over, everything goes back to normal. Tomorrow, most of it will be forgotten. Johnny realizes that the only thing that might feel different this time is that it has been so long since it last happened. 2 years since the last really big fight, which ended with a gang from Hidi setting fire to the bearskin, and the pack from Beartown hunting them through the forest, cars crashing and a teenage boy from Beartown getting killed. After that, it was as if everyone realized that things had gone too far, and that if the conflict continued, it would have led to all-out war. Even the worst of the men from Hidi pulled themselves together enough to stand up and join in the singing of Beartown's song in the next match. "We are the Bears." That was a white flag, and Timu and his guys accepted it. Everyone backed down, for 2 years. But now, even if today's trouble is soon over, Johnny knows that this is either the end of a small conflict or the start of one that's much, much larger. Sirens can be heard from the road. Here and there is the sound of children crying, but also relaxed conversation and even the occasional laugh. Johnny walks back to the van ahead of Hannah. Tobias doesn't see them, so he turns to his siblings and blurts out excitedly, "Did you see the pistol? Did you see the looks on all the Beartown jerks' faces then? Did you see how they freaked out? Now they know they can't mess with us." But Tess is standing a yard away next to Bobo, and she just shakes her head sadly and whispers, "No, now they just think that they have to get pistols too." Hannah doesn't hear that. Johnny pretends he hasn't heard it, but he hopes that Tess is wrong. Dear God, how he hopes. 89 Truths. It's late Thursday evening, and all the black jackets from Beartown are sitting in the emergency room at the hospital, and Timu broke 2 fingers on someone's jaw, and a couple of his guys have broken noses from someone's fist or elbow. They're in a ridiculously good mood, despite or perhaps precisely because of that, joking and singing inappropriate songs. Above all, they're teasing Peter, seeing as the former general manager had to come here with his split eyebrow, and the nurses quickly decided to put everyone from Beartown in a separate room so that there wouldn't be any more trouble with anyone from Hidi every time a nurse comes to call someone in. All the members of the pack beg her to take the boss first. Then they nod toward Peter, wide-eyed, and whisper, "Please, don't take us foot soldiers first, help the Godfather. He's the one who gives the orders." Peter pleads with Timu to shut them up, but Timu is laughing too much to be able to stop them. "You lot don't take anything seriously. You really don't take anything in life seriously," Peter mutters. "Well, we're not the ones who pick fights with firemen and get threatened with pistols, so maybe you should try taking life a bit less seriously." Timu grins back at him. It isn't easy for Peter to argue against that, it really isn't. One of the men in the pack receives a phone call, nods to Timu, who immediately gets up and walks off into a corner with him, where they talk quietly. Perhaps it's about the men in the Hidi stand, perhaps it's about Lev. Peter will never know, because that's when his name is called by a nurse, and he gets led away to have his eyebrow patched up. The doctor asks what happened to him, and Peter says he ran into a post. Considering how solid that fireman was, it doesn't altogether feel like a lie. The doctor sends him home without any ceremony when he's finished. There's a long queue this evening and no time for small talk. When Peter returns to the waiting room, Timu grins. "Welcome back, Godfather. How does it feel?" "Like I've run into a post," Peter smiles. Timu puts his hand on his shoulder and asks quietly, "Listen, I'd like to open the bearskin for the guys tonight, just my closest guys. Have a few beers and, well, like old times. Is that okay with you? I promise we'll clean up after. You've got the keys to the bearskin, haven't you?" Peter wonders, not really understanding and not sure how to respond to what Timu's saying. "I know, but I don't want to do it if you're not okay with it. There's no one else I can ask for permission." So Peter nods. Timu nods back slowly. Then one of the guys behind him hands over a bouquet of flowers, and Timu passes it on to Peter. "For me? Wow, you didn't have to." Peter begins, but Timu stops him, making a fool of himself by quickly whispering, "Not for you, for your wife." "For Kira," Timu nods. "The guys heard that she's helping the club as a lawyer now, that there's a bit of fuss with some reporters, and Kira's agreed to help. The guys wanted to say thank you." Peter blinks uncomprehendingly. "Kira, helping the club, where did you hear that?" He didn't need to ask, of course, because the answer is so obvious. People talk. Kira is sitting in the car in the parking lot outside the hospital, waiting for Peter. They dropped Maya, Anna, and Leo off at home in Beartown first, partly because Leo was sick in the car, and partly because Anna gave Peter so much advice about what he ought to do next time he gets in a fight, that it would have been unbearable to have her in the car all the way to Hidi. Kira's glad about that now, because young men in black jackets have parked their cars around hers as protection against any rush from Hidi supporters, and she's happy she doesn't have to explain that to the children. The pack that used to threaten Peter's life when he was general manager, and whose black jackets Kira managed to tear Leo away from wanting to be a part of with her fingernails bleeding, they're now her protectors. She can't even explain that to herself. But these are strange times, terrible times. Her phone rings and she answers, almost relieved when she sees her colleague's name. "I heard about the fight. Were you in the rink? Are you okay?" exclaims her colleague, who sounds like she's drunk something like a dozen glasses of wine. "Yes, fine." Peter split his eyebrow. "So we're at the hospital." Split his eyebrow. He says he ran into a post. Her colleague says nothing for a few moments. "An awful lot of crap seems to happen to you." Kira sighs. Don't even start. How are you? Fine, I'm at home, quite drunk. I've found something we can use if Peter gets charged. Kira sits bolt upright in her seat. What? We say someone forged his signature. Seriously, have you seen your husband's signature? It looks like a small child's. She's right. Before Peter went off to the NHL, he had to sign so many autographs that he learned to write it really simply so he could do it quickly. Anyone could probably imitate it after a few minutes' practice. You're a genius, her colleague sighs. I am, aren't I? But well, you know it would be seriously against the law to lie about that, of course. You and I could both end up in prison if we tried, but it's a last resort if everything else goes wrong. Kira nods with tears in her eyes. Thanks. Anything for you, you know that. Kira takes a sudden shaky breath. Do you think I'm doing the wrong thing, in purely moral terms, defending Peter like this? Her colleague breathes softly over the line, not as if she's hesitating, but as if she's trying to find the right words. You know, Kira, all my thoughts about morals and ethics boil down to one single thing, not if it concerns your family. You can have 1,000 principles, but not if it concerns your family. That's what you protect first and foremost, above morals, even above the law. Family first. You're loads of things, but you're a mother first, a wife first. Kira leans her head against the steering wheel. Thanks again. I know I've said thanks before, but thanks again. Her colleague sounds almost insulted. You're my family too. Peter walks dizzily out of the hospital and goes past Kira's car twice before he recognizes it. Then he tries to get into the driver's seat and Kira just chuckles. There's no way I'm letting you drive. You've got more bandages than a mummy. So he lumbers around to the other side and gets in the passenger seat. Kira is furious, of course, but that's as it should be. She gets angry when she's scared. She's the sort of person who shouts at her children when they get hurt. That's how they know she loves them. It was a damn hard post, Peter tries to joke, putting one hand to his eyebrow. Kira glances at him without starting the car. Her tone is gentle, but the words cut straight through his skin. It's okay with me if you don't always tell me the truth, but don't try to lie. You're a bad liar because you haven't had much practice, and I love that about you. That's why you're the only person on the planet I can trust. The whole of Peter's face hurts when he screws his eyes shut. It was an accident. I ran straight into a guy from Hidi. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want you to misinterpret it. Her anger appears out of nowhere as if it's been carbonated. Misinterpret it. Look around you. Are these our friends now? She gestures toward the black jackets in the cars to the right and left of them. To be honest, the question is directed at herself as much as him. She's hated the hooligans for so long, but right now she's glad they're at Peter's side, because that might just scare off the reporters, and how is a lawyer supposed to reconcile herself to that? Peter looks simultaneously embarrassed and focused. As he hands over the flowers, he says, with a mixture of accusation and apology, I got these from Timu and his guys. They said you're working as a lawyer to help Beartown hockey now, and they wanted to thank you. Do you maybe feel like telling me what that's all about? Only then does Kira realize. The men in the black jackets aren't there to protect Peter, they're there to protect her. She begins, fully prepared to launch into an excuse, because if there's one thing about herself that she's ashamed of, it's the fact that she's such a good liar. But then she looks her husband in the eye, and he looks the way he did the first time he walked into her parents' restaurant more than 20 years ago, after losing a stupid hockey game that was the biggest of his life. She remembers everything she fell in love with, a boy looking for something, a good father, a decent man. So she tells the truth, everything, all in one go. Tails came to the house the other day when you went with Zakel to look at Alexander. I think maybe that was his idea all along. He needed you out of the way so he could talk to me. Then she takes such a deep breath that it makes her giddy, and then she tells him about being offered a seat on the committee, about the work her firm would get regarding Beartown Business Park, how that's a way for Tails and the other sponsors to bribe her and bind her closer to the club. Make her as dependent on the town's interwoven network of favors and counterfavors as everyone else, so that she'd have to save the club at the same time as saving Peter. "Saving me?" Peter whispers, barely audible, sounding so pathetic and shocked that his larynx can hardly say the words. Kira tells him calmly and factually about all the contracts she's seen, all the gaps in the accounts, the training facility that doesn't exist, and all the documents concerning it that have Peter's signature at the bottom. "What you've all been doing at that club in the past few years, darling, I don't even know which words to use, it's basically money laundering. Corruption. In legal terms, it definitely counts as accounting crimes and disloyalty to principle. The local paper has brought in a reporter from outside to dig into the whole thing, and sooner or later he's going to find all the things you've hidden. Considering how much council money is involved, bloody hell, darling, you could end up in prison." She runs out of air before she runs out of words. Her fingers are vibrating against the steering wheel even though the engine's switched off. Peter sits beside her, deathly pale, falling thousands of miles straight into a black hole. His whole identity crumbles. He's sweating, hyperventilating, wants to open the window, but is scared all the secrets inside the car would just fly out. In the end, he feels so ill that he leans his head against the glove compartment. A few minutes pass before he manages to say, "The training facility. I didn't know what I was signing, darling. I know it sounds like a lie now, but if I'd known it was illegal, I'd never. I thought I was just doing Tails a favor. I signed hundreds of documents when I was working for the club, and when he called after I'd left, I felt guilty and thought, oh God, darling, I didn't think at all. I'm such an idiot. He said it was all okay with the council, that they just needed a big name. I just trusted that I know," Kira whispers, "but he isn't listening. He's too busy questioning every decision he's ever made." She's thinking that the most incomprehensible thing about both him and Tails is actually how surprised they are that reporters are even looking into this. As if they were little children in the middle of a game who turn around in shock to find that someone's been standing watching them the whole time. Who do they think they are? What do they think reporters do? Did no one at the club have a plan for what to do if everything was uncovered? Peter gasps. "I can't believe I'm such an idiot. I can't believe it. I knew that some aspects of the players' contracts were a bit of a gray area, that the board and the sponsors might be fiddling things, but I always pretended not to know. I told myself that I knew nothing about finance, I should just focus on the hockey. But darling, I would never do anything illegal, not on, I know." I know you're innocent," Kira interrupts, suddenly harder. His voice become little more than a gasp. How do you know that? Even I don't know that." Her eyes are exhausted, her cheeks wet, her lips dry. "Because I know you. I have so many secrets from you, but you have hardly any from me. I've started seeing a psychologist again. I haven't told you because I thought I could just sort everything out myself. A while back the psychologist asked me how I feel, and I said it was as if I was drowning, and he asked what was stopping me, and I said my husband. I said, you, because I see land in you, darling. I get air from you, and you're the worst liar I know. That's how I know you haven't committed any crimes on purpose. I love you, you're the only, you and the children, you're the only. I know. They can hardly see each other now, no matter how hard they blink. What are we going to do?" "I have to go to the police and confess everything, I have to," he begins desperately, but she shakes her head. "No, I've spoken to Tails. He's talking to all his contacts right now, all the sponsors and politicians. We're going to sort this." "How?" Peter sobs. The look in her eyes may be broken, but her voice doesn't waver at all when she replies, "I don't know yet, but you need to trust me, I'll find a way." "You can't stop the reporters if they," he whispers. Kira looks out through the window at the men in black jackets and wonders silently what she's capable of, how far she's prepared to go. Then she hears herself say, "We're going to persuade the newspaper not to write about this, or we create a situation where they no longer want to. The newspaper ought to write about this. I made mistakes. I mean, they're right, Peter replies. This isn't about being right, Kira says. What is it about then? He sniffs. She doesn't even have an answer to that. Because what is it about? Being on the right side, convincing yourself that you're fighting for the right things, or is it just about survival, when all is said and done is that all we're capable of, trying to win at any cost? She doesn't know she'll be wondering about that for the rest of her life, but for now she just says, protecting our family, above everything else. You and me and the children, that's the only thing that matters now. I'm going to find a way to fix this. You have to trust me. I trust you, he whispers. She moves her hand incredibly slowly, as if the movement might break her arm, reaching out her fingers until they find his. She smiles a smile that's as brittle as it is defiant, a small sign of resistance against the chaos. And when this is over, darling, then I sure as hell want a damn holiday. I want just one morning when no one asks me for help, okay? I want a hotel breakfast and those silly little glasses of fruit juice and croissants. Damn it, I want croissants, darling. Okay. He manages to smile, just about, but promises with all his heart. She drives them back to Beartown, keeping hold of his hand the whole way. 90 Inheritance, the caravan of vehicles full of Hidi supporters, arrives home through the forest. Families from the seated part of the stands turn off toward their residential areas, but the young men from the standing area turn off the other way, toward the barn. They have a few bruises and broken noses that will have to be patched up at the hospital, but most of the damage is superficial enough to be drunk away. The pub they know only as the barn survived the storm surprisingly well compared with the roof of Hidi's ice rink. As if God had to choose between letting his people watch hockey or get drunk afterward. If you forced the clientele there to make the same choice this evening, they wouldn't have found it so damn easy either. Hannah no longer drinks at the barn. She's a grown-up now. She drinks at home in the kitchen. Johnny is sitting opposite her. She has wine in her coffee cup. He has whiskey in a glass that she can't bring herself to tell him is actually a tea light holder. Tess went upstairs to put Tjur to bed and fell asleep next to him. Tobias went out like a light in his room with all his clothes on, as if his body sleeps better the more stress it's been subjected to. It's starting to get late. It's pitch black outside the windows, yet they can still hear the sound of banging from the yard. Ted is out there, firing pucks in the light of all the flashlights he could find. The neighbors for miles around must be able to hear, but even the least tolerant of them doesn't show up to complain this evening. Perhaps they have more important things to worry about. Perhaps they're just taking pity on a 13-year-old whose match was called off and who now has to get rid of the adrenaline some other way. I should have seen it coming. We should never have gone to the game in the first place, Johnny chastises himself. No one could have known it was going to get out of control like that, Hannah says tersely, but he can hear her teeth grinding, like the little hiss when a fuse is lit. I don't know, Lev, if that's what you're about to ask. I picked up Benkt's tires there and we had a chat, that's all. Timu has been threatening him about some debt, that's why Lev came to our defense. Defense? Is that how you see it? She counters. How do you see it? He asks sullenly, even though he can tell it's a trap. He made everything worse. It was a hockey game between kids and he had a pistol on him. Where do you think we live? Some war zone? Johnny sighs, spins his glass. He's realized now that it's a tea light holder, but she can drop any idea that he's going to admit that. It's cheap whiskey anyway, and a bit of wax is hardly going to make much difference. I can talk to him. The person you need to talk to is Tobias. Did you see his eyes? He looked like, Hannah splutters, stopping herself before she says like you. Because that's the truth about their eldest son. He looks like his father when he gets angry. Johnny stares down into his glass and lets the whiskey roll from one side to the other. He handled himself well. The first thing he did was go and get his little brother. Isn't that what we've taught him? Hannah sighs into her wine. Yes, it is. It's exactly what they've taught him. So what's she so angry about? Does she even know? Exhausted and resigned, it slips out of her, as if she's merely testing the thought out loud. I've hated the idea of Tess choosing to move to another town to study for so long. Today is the first time I hope she does, that she moves a long way from all this. I want her world to be bigger. There's plenty of violence out in the world, too. There are idiots who fight everywhere, Johnny snorts. Yes, but out there at least she'd escape the sort of violence that gets passed down the generations, Hannah replies, and at that Johnny raises his chin and whispers, hurt. Because I'm the sort of person who wants to beat people to death, Hannah shakes her head. No. Because there have been moments in the past week when I've wanted to. The silence shrinks the kitchen, swallowing all the oxygen. Johnny contemplates making a lame joke, saying that Tess couldn't possibly inherit any tendency to violence from her mother because Hannah is so useless at fighting, but now isn't the time for that. He understands what she means. He drinks his whiskey, kisses his wife's head, goes upstairs and tucks Tess and Ture in, then goes and sits on the floor beside Tobias's bed. His son is snoring loudly, but his heart is beating slowly. There's fresh snow on the window and Johnny feels ancient. Like all parents, he just dreams of his children having things a bit better than him, a bit easier, but there's no way to protect them against the world. We can't even protect them from themselves. So he closes his eyes and thinks that if Hannah is right, if the boy in this bed really is going to turn out like his dad, then there's only one thing for Johnny to do: to become better. Ted fires puck after puck, harder and harder, and somewhere inside he's so surprised that no one has come out and yelled at him to stop, that when he sees his mother out of the corner of his eye, he lets go of his stick without even arguing. He's drenched with sweat even though the night is ridiculously cold. His mother is wearing Tobias's jacket and Tess's woolly hat, and Ted's fairly sure the shoes are his old ones. He's about to say he'll stop and go inside and go to bed when she blinks hard at him and asks, "Can I join in?" He lets her. 91 traces when we tell this story afterward. It will probably be obvious that it's a slow chain reaction where everything happens one thing at a time. But for some of the people involved, it will always feel as if almost all the important things happened at once, out of nowhere, within the space of a few hours. The night is extremely cold, and when Friday morning comes, the editor-in-chief is out before the snowplows. She pads to the office in the dark. She looks over her shoulder at first, still a little paranoid about thinking she's seen black jackets everywhere in recent days, but she's alone on the streets. No one except journalists are awake. It's the day after the trouble at the ice rink, and she knows that 2 of her reporters are already in the office writing articles about it. When she took the job here and met them for the first time, they both introduced themselves as sports reporters, but one of them turned out to work on the news desk and the other is responsible for the family pages. But the joke at her expense was pretty simple. Here everyone works on sports, so you may as well get used to it. She probably hasn't, not quite yet. When she got out of bed this morning, her dad still hadn't gone to bed. They relieved each other like 2 factory workers. He sat up all night, hunched over her kitchen table, surrounded by papers and files, most of which she had never even seen before. "What's this? I thought you were going to try to work out the details of the trouble at the game yesterday," she wondered, but her dad just waved her away as if she were a little girl again. "This is more important. Look at this." All these documents show how taxpayers' money has been paid out in fake grants and illegal loans in connection to various council construction projects in the past 10 years. Do you remember when the council here got delusions of grandeur and applied to host the Skiing World Championship? Look at all these payments wealthy businessmen in the area made to this construction company. I think these are bribes to politicians. Above all, to this politician, the woman who leads the biggest party on the council. And look here, who do you think works for the construction company? Her husband and her brother. The editor-in-chief made coffee and tried to make sense of her dad's papers. "Dad, you may be right, perhaps this is a big scandal, but what does this have to do with our investigation into the training facility and Beartown hockey?" "This is much more important than Beartown hockey. That investigation is nothing compared to this." She stared at him in surprise. "Can I ask where you got these documents from?" "I did my job, found a source, don't worry about that." His eyes crossed with tiredness. It was impossible to get any more sense out of him, so she told him to go and get some sleep. Now she's padding through the snow, unable to stop worrying about something he said. "This is much more important than Beartown hockey." They've spent all week digging into the club and Peter Anderson, but now he's suddenly changed track in the course of one night. She's worrying so much that it makes her distracted, and she's just staring down at the ground ahead of her instead of looking up. When she reaches the offices of the newspaper, she doesn't see the men standing in front of her until she's too close to run. She turns and tries anyway, almost instinctively, until she sees that they're not wearing black jackets. They're wearing red ones. "Hi," one of them says, holding out a large fist, and she catches a glimpse of the tattoo of a bull on his lower arm beneath the sleeve of his jacket. She doesn't shake his hand, but she doesn't knock it aside either. One of the other men smiles amiably. He has a big black eye, presumably a souvenir from the fight in the ice rink. "We're just here to keep an eye out. We heard that those bastards in the pack over in Beartown have been threatening you and your staff." "Don't worry, there's no need to be concerned, we're here to take care of things now." The editor-in-chief looks from one to the other in confusion, then exclaims, "I don't know what you're talking about. What threats?" The first man winks at her as if they're sharing a big secret. "We get that you can't say anything, but we got a tip-off that you're investigating Beartown hockey and that the crazies in the pack are trying to stop you. Don't let them. Everyone knows they're all crooks, the whole lot of them. I hope you really stick it to them. We're going to have guys here to make sure nothing happens to you." The editor-in-chief doesn't know what to say. For heaven's sake, she's barely even awake yet, so how much weirder can today get before the sun has even risen? Quite a lot, it turns out. "You've got to be kidding," she mumbles as she walks into the office and sees who's sitting at her desk, leaning back comfortably. "Good morning," Richard Theo says cheerfully. The editor-in-chief sighs. "Okay, did you change your mind about looking for a job? Perhaps I could employ you as a cartoonist." Theo smiles, rather impressed by her immediate instinct for conflict. Plenty of people are like that the first time they meet him, but they tend to be more cautious the second time. "I won't take up much of your time, I promise. I'm sure you have a lot to do after the incident yesterday." She smiles. The incident. Interesting choice of words. It was hooligans rioting. He looks surprised. "Oh no, I wouldn't describe it like that at all. I was there. I was never concerned for my own or anyone else's safety. A few young men on both sides just let their frustrations get the better of them, that's all. The sort of thing that happens everywhere. Even in the big cities, I believe." This last remark is so pointed that the editor-in-chief softens slightly. "The last time you were here, you said you were worried about violence between the two club supporters. Now you're saying they're all good friends." Theo holds his arms out apologetically. "I just don't want things to be misinterpreted, for people to read something in the paper that they misunderstand, because that could lead to violence, don't you think? We're going to report what happened," she begins. "Peter Anderson had his eyebrow split yesterday, did you hear that?" he interrupts quickly. No, I didn't know that," she admits. "It was purely by accident, I can assure you. He collided with another man in the commotion. But naturally there are people in Beartown who would prefer to see it as him being attacked. You know how popular Peter Anderson is in Beartown. There are lots of people who want to protect him. Yes, speaking of that, there are evidently lots of people who want to protect you as well. I saw your friends outside." He adjusts his tie over his perfectly ironed shirt. The editor-in-chief is irritated by how sharp he looks so early in the morning. If you're referring to the men by the door, I don't actually know, she begins. Of course not, but they seem to be under the impression that you need protection. I wouldn't want that to be misinterpreted either. He nods. The editor-in-chief feels a chill creep down her spine when she starts to realize what's going on, who has been spreading the rumors that got the men at the door to show up. What are you trying to say? She hisses, hating his relaxed smile. If you write about Peter Anderson straight after he has, according to some rumors, been attacked and assaulted by Hidi supporters, the same Hidi supporters who are now standing guard at your door, don't you think it might look like you've chosen a side? Don't threaten me, Richard. I'm a journalist. That's a bad idea. Threaten you? That isn't my intention. Oh, you'll have to forgive me. He exclaims with such an expression of extreme despair that it looks almost genuine. He stands up. She tilts her head to one side. Was that all? You came here so early in the day just to say that? He pretends to think, as if he's forgotten something, then slaps his forehead gently and theatrically, and adds, now that you come to mention it, I've actually got a tip-off for you. Have you heard that Hidi Hockey has got a new sponsor? Perhaps you're familiar with the fact that the owners of the factory sponsor Beartown Hockey. Now another proprietor has put money into Hidi. The editor-in-chief's curiosity gets the better of her caution. Proprietor of what? Your proprietor. He's so pleased when he says this, like a dad cleaning out the bank in a game of Monopoly. He says the name of the company, and of course the editor-in-chief knows perfectly well what it is. They own the company that owns her newspaper. Why would they want to sponsor a hockey club all the way out here? She asks, uncomfortably adjusting her clothes to hide her cold shudder. An old friend of mine from my student days is on the board. I called and told him that Hidi Hockey is having financial trouble and that it would be a good deed if the owner of the local paper sponsored them. Because that's what we do around here. We help each other. Don't we? She replies through tightly clenched teeth. Does your friend know that half the newspaper's subscribers live in Beartown? Theo shakes his head. No, he doesn't know anything about hockey. He thinks it's just a sport. Her lips disappear beneath each other in a mixture of anger and resignation. So you think I won't dare to investigate Beartown Hockey now, because it will look like I'm only doing it because the newspaper is sponsoring Hidi. His self-assurance is repugnant. No, you misunderstand. I think you won't investigate Beartown Hockey because you've just been given a far better story to publish instead. What's that? Theo pulls his elegant coat onto his shoulders and raises an eyebrow. Hasn't your dad told you? He walks out through the door and disappears before she has time to reply. The men with bull tattoos are still there when she runs home. By the time her dad wakes up, she has already been through the whole argument with him in her head so many times that she can't be bothered to do it in real life. So you sold out our investigation of Peter Anderson for another story, she merely says disconsolately. A much better story, he retorts, still not properly awake, but she can see that he feels ashamed. I didn't think this of you, Dad. I didn't think you'd back away from a fight. Her dad looks at her for a long time. She sees tears begin to well up and is so shocked that she has to sit down. He says, I picked a fight we can win, kid. I called an old colleague of Richard Theo's and he's dangerous, properly dangerous. He's crushed people's careers just for the fun of it. I don't scare easily, but damn it, what happens to you when I leave here and a man like him is now your enemy? He isn't like the other men here. He's smarter. He's got a completely different set of contacts. He won't send hooligans to frighten you. He'll send lawyers who will wreck your entire life. People like him come after you with everything they've got, and they don't stop until they've taken everything and everyone you love away from you. When I was little, you always said that a journalist without enemies is a journalist who isn't doing his job, Dad. Her voice is shaking with disappointment, and he'll never quite get over that. But you're too young for enemies, kid. Too young for enemies like this. You have too much ahead of you. And I'm too old for fighting. At least with men like Richard Theo. The documents he sent me, kid, they're not small fry. He gets what he wants everywhere. Do you know how much money he's already rustled up for HD hockey by barely so much as snapping his fingers? Think about what he could do to you. Don't let your career die out here in the middle of nowhere because of pride. Please. Don't be like me. Don't try to fight the whole world at once. Wait until you're in a bigger newsroom with more backup and go for him then if you want to. But I came here to help you, and this is the best way I can do that. So do you want my advice? Take the story he's offering you. It's a better story than the one about Peter Anderson. He's just one man without much power at all, but what Richard Theo has given us concerns extensive corruption all the way up to the very top of the council. And if that turns out to be nothing but lies, then we carry on digging into Beartown hockey. We can. His daughter hides her face with her hands. No, we can't, Dad. They'll have covered all their tracks by then. It's already too late. All the energy drains out of her. She slumps down across the table. This is what it feels like to lose. 92 Islands darkness falls and Friday starts to draw to a close. Benji barely leaves any footprints in the snow as he moves between the trees. That always used to surprise people who encountered him on the ice, the combination of agility and strength. Audrey always says it's incredible that someone so agile can be so bad at dancing, and he always replies that it's incredible that someone can be so bad at cooking as she is yet still be so heavy. Then she hits him really hard, and perhaps that's what she'll miss most of all. She and Alicia and Sune are up at the kennels now looking at the new puppies. Benji set out from home with no real idea of where he was going, so he's heading down toward the lake. He has no real dreams he's longing to fulfill, so he makes do with seeking out company. Big City is sitting on a folding chair outside the camper van, wrapped in a sleeping bag. He's learned how to make a fire and is happy when Benji appears because that means he has someone to show that off to. You do it the way Anna did it, Benji notes sulkily. Her way worked, unlike yours. Big City smiles. He doesn't look at all surprised that Benji is here. That's what their relationship is like now. They have a sense of what the other is going to do. If they had ever played hockey together, they would have been unbeatable. Benji sinks down onto the flimsier of the folding chairs without bothering about a sleeping bag and gives an impressed nod. I didn't think you'd survive one night on your own out here, but you're forest folk now. I'd never really seen a forest in my whole life until a couple of days ago, Big City says. Whether you're forest folk or not has nothing to do with the forest, Benji replies. They look up at the evening sky. Benji thinks of something Ramona once said. Men are scared of telescopes. You can't look at the stars without feeling overwhelmed because you can't think about how big the universe is without seeing how small you are in comparison. Nothing scares a man more than the thought that everything he does might lack all meaning. The lake is freezing. The island that lies a short way out is isolated by the winter that's on its way. It doesn't look like much from here, but all Benji's happiest summers were spent there, when he and Kevin would set off as soon as hockey training finished and live there like castaways for weeks. Out there everything was unspoken but nothing secret. Benji has never experienced that with anyone else. Big City looks up at the stars for a long time before saying, "You were right. Your stars are better than the ones where I come from. Less air pollution here," Benji nods slowly. "But more wind turbines, they're awful as well, frighten the game away." Big City laughs and mocks his accent. "The game, is that hunting talk?" Benji smiles that smile of his as if he can see straight through everything and everyone. "I prefer fishing, to be honest." "When do you have a chance to fish here?" "Quarter of an hour in August." Big City wonders, nodding out toward the water which has already turned to ice even though it's only early autumn in Big City's world. All year round. In summer you sit in a boat and tell lies for 9 hours and get 0 fish. In winter you drill a hole in the ice out there and sit on a chair and tell lies for 9 hours and get 0 fish. That's a lot of lying, Big City notes. You have no idea. Sometimes it gets so painful that we have to tell the truth, Benji replies. He gets some beer from the camper van and offers one to Big City, who shakes his head. Game tomorrow, Benji nods, and if Big City didn't know better, he'd almost say he looks a bit envious. Against TD, right? You don't know what that means here. That's good. Play like it doesn't mean a thing. Big City runs the back of his hand over his stubble. He normally shaves every morning as part of a rigorous routine of habits and details that have shaped his entire life. But out here he doesn't care. He turns toward Benji and asks, not in a patronizing way, just curious. I heard that he'd chant Beartown fags at games. Does that bother you? Where did you hear that? Big City clears his throat. I heard one of the guys on the team say something in the locker room. Benji nods slowly. Why would it bother me? Big City searches for words deep inside himself. They come out hoarse and strained. I just wondered what you do to cope with being different. Benji smokes in silence for so long that Big City is convinced he didn't hear the question, but then he says, Personally, I usually find ways to deal with things, but I'm sure there are other ways. Meditation, maybe. I've heard a lot of good things about meditation, but it's really hard to focus sometimes. Big City smiles past the sarcasm. Was it easier or harder to be yourself when you were traveling? Benji sniggers. It's easier to be anything if no one knows who you are. And it's easier to be from Beartown the farther away from here you are. Big City leans back in his chair. He'd like to ask more but doesn't dare, so he slowly lets the subject drop and admits, You're tricky people, but I have to admit that you can do sunsets. I've never seen sunsets like the ones here. That's because you've never seen a sun that sets right after lunch before. True. Very true, Big City laughs. Benji suddenly says, quietly but clearly, You're going to fit in here. Better than you think. That means more to Big City than he lets on. He's never fit in anywhere. What else am I going to do? Keep going north until I find people even crazier than you lot. The only person north of us who's even crazier is Santa. They roar with laughter. Benji drinks his beer and smokes, and Big City closes his eyes and listens to absolutely nothing. How long is it since you played hockey? He asks after a while. Just over 2 years, Benji replies. What have you been doing instead? Traveling, smoking, dancing. Where? Asia mostly. Why there in particular? Hardly anyone knows what hockey is there. Did you find what you were looking for? What do you mean by that? Big City's voice is gentle but firm. No one travels that far unless they're looking for something. Benji blows smoke through his nose. If I'd found it, I probably wouldn't have bothered coming home. Have you found what you were looking for? Where? Here. The confidence vanishes from Big City's voice. I don't know what that would be, to be honest. Benji opens another beer. That's the whole point of looking, isn't it? Big City says nothing for a long time. Then he whispers, I'd like to pay rent for living in the camper van. Forget it, that would make me your landlord. What are you now? Benji turns to look at him. Your friend. He recognizes the look of someone who has never had a friend. Big City has spent such a large part of his life lying that it hurts right now, and he accidentally blurts out the truth. If I liked guys, I could really care about you a lot. You know that, right? Of course he knows. But Benji still grins, that damn smile that's as much a bird's as a bear's. Then he says, You already care about me, you just haven't realized it yet. Big City laughs. Benji too. Their laughter sings across the forest, over the lake, all the way to the island. 93 Scapegoat's Tales is sitting in his office at the supermarket. He answers the phone before the first ring has died away. I've solved your problem, Richard Theo informs him curtly. What already? How? Tales begins, and when the politician explains, he is left both impressed and slightly scared. The new sponsor of HD Hockey is such a simple solution, liberating for Tales, devastating for the local paper. Those journalists won't be a problem anymore. But the council still has to be convinced to keep both hockey clubs, so we're going to need another favor from your friend Kira Anderson, the politician goes on. Kira, What do you want her to do? Tails wonders with an ominous lump in his stomach. What I've heard she's best at, persuading people. You just need to persuade her first. About what? A torchlit procession. Tails is about to start asking stupid questions, but the politician has neither the time nor the patience, so for once he simply explains his plan. When he's finished, Tails exclaims, "That's smart, it could work. But if Kira does that in Beartown, presumably someone else has to do it in Hd. I've got a name and an address for you, write this down," the politician replies. Okay, what number house did you say? Tails mutters as he makes a note on his arm with a pen. And as you might remember, I had one more condition for doing all this, Theo points out when he's finished. What do you want? Tails says anxiously. A different investigation is going to be published in the paper before long about a different sort of corruption, and every good story needs a few scapegoats. Tails tries to swallow, but his mouth is too dry. Oh, I want to choose the scapegoats, and you're going to help me. When Kira arrives at her office, Tails is already sitting on the bench outside. His tie is loose, the top button of his shirt undone under his coat. The newspaper is dropping the investigation into Peter and Beartown hockey, he says without any preamble. She just stares at him. His words make her feel dizzy. Can this possibly be true? She doesn't know if she should jump for joy or throw herself down on the ground and make snow angels, and for a moment she even wants to hug him, but thankfully that passes very quickly. Tails, oh tailcoat, are you serious? What on earth did you do? She gasps. Called in a lot of favors, and offered a lot of favors in return, Tails confesses without any pride. Relieved, she plonks herself down beside him on the bench. But are you sure that Peter's safe? That nothing's going to happen to him now? Tails nods. Completely sure, but I need to ask you for a favor. Anything. Don't say that until I've asked. She squints at him. Is it illegal? He starts to laugh. A rattling, hearty laugh that starts somewhere deep in his stomach and rumbles across the whole parking lot. No, but I don't know if you wouldn't rather it was something illegal when you hear what it is. He tells her what he needs. What Richard Theo has asked from him. She blanches. A torchlit procession. That's your grand plan to save both hockey clubs. A torchlit procession. Tails shakes his head slowly. He holds his index finger and middle finger up toward her. 2. Not one torchlit procession. 2. Then he passes her a piece of paper. Who's this? Someone you have to persuade to be on our side if this is going to work. You're a hopelessly simple but horribly complicated person, the psychologist once said to Kira. It was a quote from a book he had read, and was followed by a long explanation about some theory about the functions of the brain that he liked a lot, but Kira never heard any of that. She got stuck on those words. Simply complicated. Complicatedly simple. Is there any other sort of person? After her meeting with Tails, she drives straight home from the office. She sits opposite Peter with the whole kitchen table covered with their fingers reaching for one another. She tells him everything Tails said, and Peter takes the longest breath she has ever heard him take. They don't realize until that moment how tired they are, how shattered. When they finally relax, their muscles start to ache, and as the stress eases, tears well up behind their eyelids. Neither of them says anything, but they're both thinking about Isaac, how they learned to cry inwardly when he died. Silently they taught themselves to cry for years so their other children wouldn't hear. They think about everything they fight so hard not to think about normally, when the very air itself hurts. How they wanted to lie down with their cheeks to the ground and whisper into the grass to him down there. How they wanted to throw themselves into his grave, go with him wherever he was going. He was so small, so very small. How could anyone leave someone so defenseless to journey alone into darkness? He wasn't even big enough to be left on his own in the kitchen, but suddenly everyone expected them to leave him in the churchyard. Overnight. Who was he going to call out to if he had nightmares? Whose bed would he crawl into? Whose shoulder would he fall asleep lying on? They hated themselves so much, his parents, because they couldn't die with him, because they went on living. How much of everything they've done since then has just been their attempts to do something important, something big, something worth being late for, so that they could whisper Mommy and Daddy just had to save the world when they eventually saw him again in heaven. Almost everything. Would he be proud of them now? Have they lived worthy lives? Have they been good enough people? They cry inwardly. Silently, silently. Then Peter gets up and washes his hands and turns the oven on and starts to make croissants. Kira kisses her husband and picks up her jacket and goes out to the car and drives to Hidi. They're simple, complicated people. You always find something somewhere and then you fight for it to the death, her colleague said to her. And that's what Kira does now. 94 women. Hannah is shoveling snow from the drive and clearing the yard. Johnny is at work. The children are at school and their things are everywhere. It's usually Johnny who goes around muttering as he tidies up, of course. He's a natural pedant, but today she's doing it herself. What you miss most when you have a family is the feeling of being bored. You're never bored again. Recently, Hannah heard some younger nurses at the hospital talking about a colleague who'd had an affair, and all she could think was, who the hell has time for that? Don't people ever sleep? She picks hockey pucks out of the flower beds and hangs lost gloves up to dry and gathers all the hockey sticks together and leans them up against the house. She sees the car out of the corner of her eye in the distance. It's a bit more expensive than the ones people on this road drive, the sort you have to really think you're something to believe you belong behind the wheel of. The woman driving stops and gets out, checks an address on a piece of paper and looks at the houses, then meets Hannah's gaze across the low fence and suddenly looks uncertain. Sorry, but are you Hannah? Hannah is still holding a Hidi hockey stick in her hand as she approaches the boundary of the property. She knows who Kira Anderson is, but Kira doesn't know that yet, so Hannah decides to act stupid. Who's asking? Kira almost smiles. Even the women in Hidi speak as if they're ready to start fighting at any moment. My name's Kira. I'm married to Peter Anderson. I believe he and your husband crashed into each other at the ice rink yesterday. Peter split his eyebrow. It was an accident, Hannah replies so sharply that Kira stops. I know, sorry, I didn't phrase that very well. I know it was an accident, that's not why I'm here. Well, it is why I'm here, but it's a long story. Can I start again? She smiles awkwardly, rubs her sweaty palms together. Hannah leans on her son's hockey stick with an expression as if Kira were there to persuade her to change her religion. By all means. Kira takes several thoughtful breaths and makes a fresh attempt. Okay, so my husband and yours ran into each other yesterday, so first of all I'd like to ask if your husband's all right. Hannah can't help smiling. All right in the head. There was nothing right about his head to start with. How's yours? Kira returns Hannah's tentative smile. Peter. When he played hockey, his coach used to say it was his thick head that protected his helmet, not the other way around. So I think you'll be okay. Good. I've got some things to do, so if you'll excuse me, Hannah says, clearing her throat. Kira nods understandingly and looks over at Ted's hockey ramp. Yes, of course, I can see. How many kids have you got? 4. You've already met one of them, Hannah says, slightly irritably, because she's starting to think that Kira is making fun of her now. I don't understand, Kira manages to say. Hannah tilts her head to one side. Why are you here? What do you want from me? Sorry, maybe there's some sort of misunderstanding. Which one of your children have I met? My daughter. I found your business card in her jacket this morning. Hannah regrets saying that. She doesn't want to sound like the sort of mother who looks through her daughter's pockets, but Kira doesn't look like she's judging her. Tess, is she your daughter? I didn't know. I'm so sorry. She was just asking me about my work. And today you're here to talk about my husband. Kira puts her hands in her coat pockets and nods. I understand that it must look like a strange coincidence. Hannah looks at her for a long time to see if there's anything there she can't trust. She doesn't find much, so she says, My daughter wants to study law. She doesn't know anyone who's done that. I assume that's why she was asking you. Kira can hear the pang of jealousy in the mother's voice. She recognizes it. She sounds the same every time Maya mentions one of her teachers at music college. She knows how it feels to have a child who lives in a world you don't understand. She just wanted some advice about courses. I'm a midwife. We have to study for our job too, Hannah points out. Kira blushes. I know, I didn't mean it like that. Tess is extremely smart and well brought up. I appreciate that comes from you, Hannah snorts. You don't have to flatter me. I was angry when I found your business card, but Johnny says I need to let go of the kids. So I'm trying. You have an office in Hd, right? If Tess goes away to study, can she come back and work for your company then? The question comes so abruptly that Kira is taken aback. This wasn't exactly how she had imagined this conversation going. Of course. Of course, I mean if she's good enough. Hannah replies like someone who knows nothing about law but everything about her daughter. She'll be the best. Kira lets out a short laugh. Lord, grant me the self-confidence of a mother from Hd, she thinks, but deep down she knows she's just the same. She and Hannah have very little in common, yet somehow still almost everything. She's welcome to come by the office whenever she likes if she has more questions. Hannah nods, jealous but grateful. Then she says, without sounding impolite but certainly not the opposite either, do you want coffee or are you going to get to the point? Why are you here? Kira is on the brink of asking for coffee but doesn't want to risk being unnecessarily provocative. So she explains everything as simply as she can. Some friends of mine saw our husbands collide in the ice rink yesterday. It made them anxious. Peter is something of a symbol for hockey in Beartown, and I think your husband is the same here. My friends are worried that people will think they were fighting. That could trigger even more trouble. But then one of them had the idea that our husbands might actually prefer to promote peace. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that the council wants to close down both hockey clubs. Hannah drives her son's hockey stick into the snow as if she was trying to plant it. All I've heard is that the council wants to shut down Hd hockey, that they don't want to pay to rebuild the ice rink here. My friends are pretty sure the real plan is to shut down both Beartown and Hd and start a whole new sports club. We want to try to get the politicians to change their minds, so that we can save both clubs. Hannah lets slip a doubtful snort. Why would you want to save Hd? Kira sighs so deeply that she leans forward and puts her hands on her knees, not even looking at Hannah. Can I be honest? I don't even want to save Beartown, but it is what it is. I'm just trying to keep everyone happy here, darn it. She doesn't mean to come across as angry. She's just very, very tired. Hannah smiles because she's never heard anyone sound more like a mother. Are you from down south? She asks. Kira replies distantly with her hands on her knees and her eyes focused on the snow. You can only tell when you get angry, otherwise you sound like one of us, Hannah says. It's a big compliment, very big. Kira glances up at her. Be careful. One day your daughter will come home from university with a different accent. As long as she doesn't show up in one of those silly cars, I think it'll be okay, Hannah replies, nodding scornfully toward Kira's car. Next time I'll smash the window before I arrive so I fit in, Kira replies. Hannah laughs loudly and disarmingly. She leans against the fence, hesitates a long time before she can bring herself to ask, do you know a young girl over in Beartown by the name of Anna? Kira starts to laugh. Are you kidding? She's my daughter's best friend. Hannah's eyes look glossy as she tries not to reveal the extent of her emotions. I was the midwife she helped deliver a baby in the forest during the storm. I'd just like to thank her again. What baby? Kira wonders. She hasn't mentioned it. No, but that's actually exactly the sort of thing I'd expect from Anna. Kira smiles. That she helps mothers give birth in the forest or that she doesn't bother to mention it. Both. The women laugh quietly. Kira straightens up and her back lets her know how old she is. Hannah looks down at her fingers. Anna's welcome to come down to the hospital whenever she likes. If she has any questions about my job, Kira nods appreciatively. I promise I'll tell her she'd make a wonderful midwife, and she needs strong female role models, as many as possible. The two women's eyes meet in a truce at last. Okay, so what do you want my husband to do to help you? Hannah asks. It isn't our husbands who are needed right now. It's you and me, Kira replies. 95 songs. The fire next to the campervan bounces up into the darkness, as stubborn as a 3-year-old refusing to go to bed. Benji's phone buzzes and he lifts it up. It's Anna and Maya. They're bored, want to know where he is. He says he's at the campervan and they reply simply, "On our way." Even if Benji would rather be alone with Big City for a while longer, if he has to accept more company, there were certainly worse options. He's missed those two goofballs. They're like two crazy squirrels darting through the world. They seem to live every moment, and he hopes they never stop. Never stop laughing as they embrace. Never stop sleeping back to back. They drive down in Anna's dad's pickup, with Anna swearing the whole time because he's left his rifle in there again when he was drunk. Maya has called Amat and Bobo and ordered them to come as well, and they evidently don't disobey in spite of the game tomorrow. So Bobo parks his car up at the road and lumbers down through the trees with Amat and Mumble following him, because they weren't going to let Mumble escape if they couldn't, so they picked him up from Hidi first. They get one last evening, the whole gang. They laugh so much, they'll be grateful for that in hindsight, that every time they look back they'll start laughing like Benji and Anna when the grass really got to them, when they started making really atrocious puns. Later on, Benji and Amat go off to pee, and as they stand there leaning against their respective trees, Benji says to his friend, "Listen, never forget that you're from the Hollow." "You're drunk and high, I'm not listening to you," Amat laughs, but Benji grabs him by the shoulder, almost making him fall in the snow. "I said, never forget that you're from the Hollow, because those people in this town have never let you forget it, so don't let them forget it now. When you're playing in the NHL and someone asks where you're from, say, 'I'm from the Hollow,' okay? That will mean everything to those scruffy little kids playing hockey out of the yard behind your apartment." Amat promises. They hug each other beside the tree one of them just peed against. Amat will never break his promise. As he walks back to the campervan, Benji stands back and looks out across the lake. After a while, Bobo wanders over to pee, and Benji pees once more to keep him company. "If you could manage not to turn Alexander into an alcoholic out here, that would be great. Zakel and I are going to need him this season," Bobo says, as sternly as he can manage. "I can't promise anything. Who knows, maybe it'll save him from the sport," Benji replies. Bobo laughs his deep rumble of a laugh, and if, against all odds, there was any game left in these forests, there wasn't after that. "I've missed you so much, mate. I hope you're going to stay here now. You know, one day you and I and Amat will be like Peter and Tails and the guys from the old team 20 years ago. We'll be sitting in the bearskin and we'll be heavy and rich and we'll own the whole town and talk about old times." Benji coughs out some smoke. "Time is relative, Bobo. This is now, but it's old times now. What you just said, already old." Confused, Bobo scratches his head. "How much did you say you'd smoked?" "Just enough," Benji declares. "Just stick around this time, promise." Bobo repeats. Benji shakes his head. No, I'm not going to do that, but I'll try not to forget to come back home." "I really care about you, mate," Bobo whispers, and the best thing about him is that he makes no attempt at all to laugh it off with a "but not like that." He's more than capable of just caring about someone, the gentle giant. Benji smiles. "I care about you too, but not like that, so don't go getting any ideas." Bobo rumbles with laughter again. They walk back to the campervan. Benji grabs a beer, Bobo takes one too. There have to be some advantages now that he's a coach and not a player. They drink a toast and look into each other's eyes. Everything is perfect. Anna gets it into her head to go down to the lake to see if the ice will hold. Restless as usual. The others go with her, of course, because what else are they going to do? Benji and Maya hang back, sharing a cigarette. She tucks her arm under his. "You look happy. That makes me happy." "You too," he says. She takes some deep breaths with her eyes closed, trusting him not to let her fall. "Do you think we'll be able to make peace with this town in the end? Just come back and live here as if nothing happened?" "Maybe," he says. "I don't know where I belong." He kisses her hair tenderly. "You belong on a big stage in front of 100,000 people all around the world." She holds his arm as if she's scared it's the last time. "You can do whatever you want to as long as you never hurt yourself. Promise me that." His heart is beating slower now, his blood is calm, as if it might actually be possible to make peace with everything. "If I liked girls, I might have fallen for you," he says. "If I liked donkeys, I might have fallen for you," Maya retorts, and his body bubbles with laughter. "When are you going back to college?" he asks a few moments later. She sighs. "I don't know. I pretty much fell out with everyone before I left." "Great," Benji declares. "Great. Yes, you write better songs when you're angry and alone. Worst compliment ever. You know I'm right. Sing something for me," he asks. "I haven't got my guitar here." "I'm not sure you know what a song is," he points out, and she hits him in the ribs. "Stop being such a muppet, you know what I mean. I can't sing if I don't play at the same time. It doesn't work. It's unnatural. All of you is unnatural." Says the most normal person in the universe, obviously. He smiles that smile. Free from cares, they walk down to the shore. Anna and the guys are competing to see who dares walk farthest out on the ice. She wins, of course, by a mile. Maya leans her head against Benji's shoulder and promises, "I'll sing for you tomorrow." She'll sing for him every night from now on. In the darkness farther away, a lone boy is standing far out on the ice. He hears the laughter from Anna and the others as they dare each other to go farther out, one step at a time. When Mumble slips and starts to laugh, it's obvious how happy he is. Mateo stands alone and lets his anger course through him. He almost enjoys it. When the youths in the distance go back up toward the camper van, Mateo walks so far out on the ice that in the end it feels like he's walking on baking parchment. He stops there, both feet firmly on the ice, makes himself as heavy as he can. Thinks calmly to himself, "If the ice breaks, I die. If the ice holds, you die." It holds. He walks back home and climbs through his neighbor's window. The house is dark and empty tonight. Perhaps the elderly couple have gone away somewhere, so Mateo walks all around their house looking at their lives. Imagines who he might have been if he had had people like this. On a chest of drawers in their bedroom, there's a row of photographs of their only grandchild, a blonde boy, apparently always so happy he could almost burst. The most recent picture shows him in ice hockey gear. His green top is a little too large, the look in his eyes euphoric. The oldest picture is from when he had just been born. The date is engraved on the frame. Mateo looks at it for a long time, memorizes it. Then he goes down into the basement and enters the code on the lock, and the gun cabinet opens. 96 torches. Richard Theo's idea is simple, but not simplistic. Kira and Hannah shake hands over the fence, the lawyer and the midwife, one from each town. Then Kira goes home and Hannah goes to see her neighbors. She starts with the ones who are the worst gossips, says nothing about whose idea it is. That way it will soon come to seem spontaneous. Cell phones start buzzing in Hindi when Kira gets home and goes around to her neighbors. The same thing happens there. The words that start it all are so simple, but there's nothing simplistic about them. The council wants to shut down both our hockey clubs. Whether you like hockey or not, you have to resist. Because these clubs are just the first step, then the politicians will come for everything else. They'll start by pulling down the ice rink in Hindi and replacing it with houses that no one who grew up here can afford to live in. But before long, they'll have built on the whole forest, because then we won't notice when our towns merge together. In the end, there won't even be a Beartown or a Hindi anymore. First, they'll create a new hockey club, then they'll create a new town. If we let the politicians decide how we watch hockey, they'll soon decide how we live our lives too. They have no respect for us or our history. They just want to turn this whole area into their personal cash machine. Don't let them get away with it. No one remembers if it's Hannah who says it first, or Kira, or someone else entirely. But the message gets repeated until everyone has heard it. Richard Theo sits in his office and waits. All the other politicians have gone home for the day, but he knows they'll soon come running back in panic. It will be too late by then. They will have missed their chance. It would have been enough if the people who set out had numbered in the dozens, but many more join in. It's one of those rare occasions when the combination of events in the past week, every little part of the chain reaction, has affected everyone, one way or another. Tails raises the flags outside Beartown ice rink, and the caravan of cars sets off along the road through the trees. Row after row of workmates, teammates, childhood friends, and families. In the space of just a few hours, the message seems to have reached everyone. The oldest are pensioners, the youngest still in their strollers. Even Timu and his guys show up. It's the first time anyone has seen them in jackets that aren't black. They could be anyone in the crowd now. Hockey supporters, citizens, voters. At the edge of the forest, the cars stop and everyone gets out and stands in a line. It took a few hours to get hold of all the torches. The last ones are homemade, fashioned from twigs and chicken wire. Then the forest burns. The editor-in-chief sees it from the roof of the newspaper building with her dad. Richard Theo is standing alone in the window of his office. He will never be asked exactly how he managed to fit all the pieces of the puzzle together, but if he were, he would have answered. In my experience, most people can only cope with having one enemy at a time. So instead of letting the towns fight with each other, he gave them a shared opponent, politicians. Because everyone hates politicians, even politicians, he would have said if anyone asked. But no one will, because all of this looks so spontaneous. Like a popular movement, grassroots, all those words that make it sound as if change just grows naturally. The torchlit procession from Beartown heads toward the council building like a never-ending flaming snake. The second procession, with just as many families and neighbors and hockey supporters from Hidi, is standing waiting a few hundred yards away. They meet just below Richard Theo's window. He's the only politician who is still at work, so he's the first one who can go out and meet them. I understand your frustrations. Believe me, I share them, he promises the people at the front before they have even presented their demands. Most of them never even realize that they haven't really formulated any demands, but that doesn't matter. Richard Theo has already done it for them. He climbs up onto a wall and gives a speech. Simple words. I hear you, and I promise that all the other politicians soon will as well. They want one team, one town, in the end just one party as well. They want everyone to think the same about everything. But I support your demand for 2 hockey clubs in 2 towns, not because I love hockey, but because I love democracy. It's a human right to be able to choose who you love, but it's also a human right to choose who you hate. People can be browbeaten and cowed and even imprisoned, but no one can ever force us to love something. We have the right to our hatred of people who aren't like us. We have the right to define ourselves. So our feelings and our boundaries are not for sale. These are our towns, and this is our way of life, and these are our hockey clubs. He says these last words slowly, as if he has just thought of them. When he says hockey clubs, a lone voice calls out from a long way back in the Beartown ranks. It's too dark for anyone to see who it is, but it shouts, "Do you want us? Come and get us." Soon even the Hidi crowd are shouting the same thing. It's a classic war cry between the towns, but it's being aimed in another direction now. Because people can only cope with one enemy at a time. Naturally, the rest of the council has belatedly realized the seriousness of the torchlit procession. But it's too late now. Some of them haven't even shown up, and some have made the mistake of mixing with people in the crowd in an attempt to look like ordinary people. Instead, it makes them look like nobodies. This is the end of their power and the beginning of Richard Theo's. He has the whole of his speech written on a sheet of paper in his pocket, and now he crumples it up. He didn't even need the whole thing. He was planning to say that each hockey club was like a ship of Theseus from the Greek myth, where each plank was replaced when it rotted, until in the end nothing remained of the original, prompting philosophers to ask, is it still the same ship? Ice rinks are also replaced, plank by plank, until everything is new, sponsors disappear, coaches get fired, all the players grow older and are replaced by younger names. Everything changes. The only thing that really is unchanging in a hockey club is its supporters. You're the ship. Richard Theo had been thinking of ending his speech, but then someone started shouting, "Do you want us?" And of course that was much better. Much, much better. In the end, two towns are standing there in two torchlit processions, chanting the same thing about how much they hate each other, demonstrating complete unanimity for the right to complete fragmentation. Not even a politician could have conjured up that solution. In the newsroom of the local paper, the editor-in-chief and her dad are drinking beer. They're planning to publish their revelations about corruption between the politicians and businessmen in the council district in a couple of days. About the leader of the largest party, who happens to be Richard Theo's biggest opponent, and how both her husband and brother work for a construction company that's engaged in dodgy practices. The paper will write about suspicions of widespread corruption in connection to the application to host the Skiing World Championship and the proposed construction of a conference hotel that has been under discussion for years. But not a word will be mentioned about the training facility. Powerful people will suddenly find themselves powerless. Some will end up in prison, just not the people the editor-in-chief originally had in mind. But the whole series of articles will be delayed. Neither she nor her father nor anyone else knows that yet. There will be other news to write about first. A cell phone buzzes somewhere in the forest near the camper van. Is that yours? Maya wonders. I shut it off when you and Anna got here, Benji says, because who the hell was he going to get a message from who was more fun than them? It buzzes again and Maya laughs. Well, it isn't mine. Everyone I know is here. A torchlit procession, they hear Bobo exclaim a short distance away. Anna leans over to look at his phone, then bursts out laughing. Have any of you heard anything about a torchlit procession? I mean, you get out of town for one night and suddenly something happens. Amat's phone buzzes too, a text from his mother. Then Maya's from Leo. Mom's lost her mind and pretty much organized a huge demonstration out here. Everyone's got like torches. Come home. So Maya and Anna set off in Anna's dad's pickup. Maya has to hold his rifle. Bobo follows with Benji, Amat, Big City, and Mumble squeezed in around him. Beartown is empty when they arrive, but they reach Hidi just in time to join the procession. At first they don't understand a thing about what's going on, but then they see, in the light of hundreds of torches, banners with the hastily written slogans, 2 towns, 2 teams. They see green jerseys everywhere, then they see the red procession in the distance. Maya walks among her childhood friends, and it feels like not having to be grown up for a little while longer. A few last minutes. For a single night she feels completely at home again. She knows that hardly any of her classmates at music college would understand this, but for the people in this procession, a town isn't just a place where you live, it's a place where you belong. A hockey club isn't a hockey club, it's everyone you know. It's your grandparents' club, your mom and dad's club. There's a pub in town that used to be owned by a crazy old woman and a nice old man, and it was their club too. It belongs to your neighbors and friends and the girl at the supermarket checkout, and the mechanic who mends your car and the teacher who educates your children. It belongs to lawyers and general managers and firemen and midwives. A hockey club is the girl you played with in the forest and slept back to back with throughout your childhood. even though she doesn't even like hockey. It's the most handsome, wildest boy with a smile that's big enough for him to be able to contain all that is darkest and most beautiful inside him. The hockey club doesn't play for itself, it plays for us. If you come here and play against Beartown, you won't be facing a goalkeeper and 5 players out on the ice. You'll be facing the entire town. That's why there are so many torches. Everyone is here. When they reach the council building, some old politician gives a loud speech about the right to hate each other. But toward the end of the night, the atmosphere is almost jolly instead. Anna finds some beer somewhere, so Amat has to drive her dad's pickup so she can drink in peace and quiet. When he tries to explain that he doesn't have a driver's license, she snaps. So do you need a police badge to eat soured milk too? There are 3 pedals and 1 steering wheel. I know you're a guy, but how hard can it be? Beer doesn't bring out her most diplomatic side. It really doesn't, but Amat does as he's told. Bobo follows them with the rest of the gang. They drop Mumble off outside his house and almost yell, "Beartown forever," across the entire neighborhood just for the hell of it, but Maya manages to stop them. She's had stones thrown through her bedroom window too. She knows what that does to a person. Mumble gets out onto the pavement and looks at her, and his eyes are suddenly full of a sorrow she doesn't understand. It might even have been shame. "Are you okay?" Maya asks him. Mumble nods shyly down into the snow. Maya has her dad's green woolly hat pulled down over her ears. Her eyes are sparkling as she holds her hand out through the window. "Don't let any goals in tomorrow, okay? Not a single one, you got that?" He nods again. She smiles. Then the cars turn and drive home, and Mumble stands and watches, without saying a single word of all the things he wants to say. When all the cars are driving back to Beartown after the procession, Kira turns to Peter in the passenger seat and says, "You should open the bearskin tonight, you and Timu. Open it up for everyone. People need it." So they do. A long queue snakes out along the pavement. Even Kira turns up to have a beer, just one, next to Tails. Peter drinks scorched coffee and Timu dances on the table with his shirt off, a green scarf tied around his head. The Ovich siblings are all behind the bar. Benji washes glasses and passes them back to his sister Keisha, who spent so many years working in the barn in Hidi that she's been serving drunks since she was barely old enough to get drunk herself. Their sister Gaby takes the money while her little children play games on her phone on the floor, and Adri walks around the pub doing what she does best, telling men to shut their mouths before she does it for them. Toward the end of the night, Tails is sitting alone at the end of the bar. He has one promise left to keep, the one he gave Timu. Kira has given him the documents he needs, and he's sold all his expensive wristwatches and has the money in an envelope. He waits until all the others have gone home and Benji has finished the dishes and has gone outside to smoke, before he goes over to the 3 sisters and says, "I have a business proposal for you. The scrapyard in Hidi may be isolated, but it has plenty of eyes and ears." Faint light is shining behind the curtains of some of the trailers, and a solitary black and white dog pads from the gate toward the little house a short distance away. But it's so old that it seems to get lost halfway and has to pad back and start again. A car stops outside the house and Adri gets out and knocks on the door until Lev opens it. "Yes. Are you Lev?" He's wearing sweatpants and a flannel shirt that's buttoned wrong. He looks like he's just woken up but is curious nonetheless. "Yes. I'm here to pay Ramona's debt," Adri says, handing him the envelope of cash that Tails gave her. Never would she have believed that she would end up being the business partner of that snob in a suit, or that she would be buying the scruffiest pub south of the North Pole with him. But life never stops being a surprise. Ramona left no will, but with Kira's help Tails has managed to sort out all the legal issues surrounding her estate, with her landlord as well as the bank. The only thing they need now is an agreement with Lev. Unfortunately, he isn't interested. "I don't want money, yes, I want a pub," Audrey looks him in the eye. She looks crazy. Lev likes that a lot. She reminds him of his nieces. They're also psychopaths, every last one of them. If you want our pub, you don't actually want a pub, you just want problems, she says. The tip of Lev's chin moves thoughtfully from side to side like an old metronome. He appears to consider her threat very carefully before he hoists his sweatpants a little higher up his stomach and says, "Drink, yes." She holds his gaze for several long, wary moments. She's unarmed and she knows that he isn't. But she still goes into the house with him. He pours drinks from bottles with no labels. She looks at him and asks, "You haven't got any bigger glasses?" He likes her at once. "A lot, an awful lot. Crazy women. Coffee cups, yes. Sure. Anything apart from these egg cups," Audrey mutters toward the shot glasses. They drink. They drink a lot. Exchange small talk, tiptoeing around the real topic of conversation, like two champion fighters testing each other's limits. Lev asks about the forest and about the town, and Audrey asks about the scrapyard and about the machinery in it. They talk about the criminal gangs that pass through here at regular intervals, stealing everything from fuel and tools to entire work sheds that they ship out on trucks in the middle of the night. They have a lot in common. They both hate thieves but have been called that plenty of times themselves. They aren't black and white people. Everything is gray to them. They've accepted their nature. Lev asks if she hunts, and Audrey looks like he asked, "Do you eat food?" Of course she hunts. Lev laughs and says he's hunted all over the world except in this country. Only rules here, yes. Can only hunt at these times, only these animals, only this gun, rules, rules, rules. Audrey laughs bitterly. The bureaucracy surrounding gun licenses is enough to drive anyone crazy, but crazy at the last thing you should be, because then you won't get a gun license. You know how it is. Every time the gangs in the big cities shoot each other, some politician decides it's time to ban hunting rifles. As if those gangs are running around with our rifles. They use smuggled pistols, for God's sake, she sighs. The man on the other side of the table smiles indulgently at this. The hunter is the most dangerous gangster in this country, yes. He pours more drink. She leans back in her chair. If you ask the authorities, it looks that way. They complain that the police don't have the resources when 17-year-olds are playing at war in their own cities. But when people up here go out in their free time and leave salt licks for the elk, armed police storm our hunting cabins just to make sure we haven't left a gun cabinet unlocked, or, God forbid, have infringed a wolf's rights. He laughs hoarsely. She stops talking and empties her glass, putting it down with a bang and a look that indicates that the small talk is over. He accepts that. And says, "Ramona owed me. This is my debt, yes. I want the pub." Audrey looks down into her empty glass, balancing between diplomacy and an angry outburst, closer to the latter. But just as she looks up, the black and white dog comes in through the terrace door, creeps over and lays its head in Lev's lap. He pats it tenderly. Audrey has heard all the rumors about him, about the drugs and guns that are supposed to be hidden in the scrapyard, but the man is now treating the dog as if it were the last lily of the valley on the planet. What sort is she? She wonders. She's a, how do you say, a pure-breed mongrel, Lev chuckles. The dog appears to fall asleep with its head in his palms. Do you treat it well? Audrey asks. Better than people, you're the same, yes. Yes, he pats the dog gently. She was a good watchdog in her youth. But now, almost blind, almost deaf, just kind. But what can you do? Never had a friend so good, you understand. Audrey nods, she understands. I have a good watchdog, the best you'll find. She's just had puppies. I'll bring 2 of them over here. I can train them for you too. But you take the money and leave our pub the hell alone, and then we're even. Understood? Lev smiles as he contemplates this for a long time. And Timu? He eventually asks. Timu won't do a thing against you if I tell him not to, she replies. Lev laughs. They drink some more, shake hands. Then the bearskin pub belongs to the Ovich sisters, and the first thing Audrey does is go over there and raise the price of beer. If Ramona is watching her from heaven, The old bag will be up on her feet dancing. 97 perpetrators. The stories of Beartown and Hidi could have ended here, but stories about towns never really end. The only stories that end are the ones about people. 2.5 years have passed since Maya was assaulted by Kevin. 2 years since she left Beartown. It was her story that started all this, which changed the hockey clubs and influenced politics and shook a whole town and half a forest to its very foundations. Maya had no butterfly tattoo on her shoulder, but she could just as well have, because she could just as easily have been Ruth. They were so alike in so many ways. The only thing that separated them was everything. Ruth is dead, Maya is alive. Ruth left Beartown 6 months before Maya did. Ruth fled, Maya moved away. Ruth will never play guitar in front of thousands of people or sleep back to back with her best friend in a camper van or laugh, so it echoes through the trees at dawn on one of the first winter days of the year. Ruth is forgotten, as if she never existed, as if what she was subjected to doesn't matter. There are always two of everything, one we see and one we don't see, Ramona used to say. She never knew who Ruth was, hardly anyone did. Her story wasn't the start of anything, but it will be the end of something, because one of the very worst things we will ever do in this forest is to try to tell our daughters that girls like Ruth are the exception. That isn't true, of course. It's Maya who is the exception. That's why those who do that, those who get the slightest bit of retribution or an ounce of justice, call themselves survivors. Because they know the truth about all the girls like Ruth. Many years ago, 2 little boys grew up in Hidi. They became each other's only friend, because they never had anything else to compare with. One was fairly big and the other rather small. One wasn't scared of anything, and the other was scared of everything. The smaller one was bullied by other boys on his street because he was the last to learn to ride a bicycle, the last one to learn to skate. The big one chased them away, not because he was strongest or most dangerous, but because he was unpredictable. The boys in the street called the small one Mongo, but they called the big one Psycho. He had no limits. Everyone knew that even then. The boys started playing in the forest together during the day, and in the evenings they would watch films in the smaller boy's home. He lived alone with his mother, and the bigger boy liked that, because he had 4 brothers and 2 angry parents, so in his house you could never hear the television. The smaller boy wished he had 4 brothers and 2 parents. Envy is the lot of almost every child. The first time they met, the bigger boy held out his hand and said, "My name's Rodri." The smaller one took his hand but didn't know what else was expected of him, because no other child had ever asked what his name was. Rodri grinned. "I'm going to call you Mumble because you always mumble. That doesn't matter. I like talking." It was Rodri who taught Mumble to skate. They attended their first hockey training session together in Hidi, and it was Rodri who suggested that Mumble should go in goal. You don't need to be good at skating for that, and you never need to worry about getting beaten up, because no one can touch the goalkeeper and the whole team will defend you. It's sort of a secret rule. Even if they think you're a Mongo, on the ice you're just the goalkeeper. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever given Mumble, the chance to hide behind padding and a helmet and just be allowed to join in. They played together for several years. Rodri had big dreams but not much talent, but for Mumble it was the other way around. They met up every day after school. During the summer holidays they spent all their time together. It was always Rodri who came up with what they should do. He dreamed of being a hero. He could spend hours conjuring up scenarios in which he rescued children from a burning house or defenseless women from dangerous people. They often sat in Mumble's basement and looked at the school yearbook and discussed which girls he would like to rescue most and how they should demonstrate their gratitude afterward. Naturally, the girls didn't even know who Rodri and Mumble were, but soon they would realize what they had missed out on. Rodri was convinced of that. If Rodri had been better at hockey, perhaps the sport might have made him a hero, but he felt the coach never gave him a chance to show what he could do. There was always one of the rich, popular, good-looking boys who was allowed to play instead. It was an intolerable injustice that Rodri could never accept, that the boys all the girls already wanted to be with were also the ones who were best at hockey. So in one training session, Rodri got into a fight with one of his teammates, and when the coach stepped in, Rodri hit him so hard he fractured his jaw. "That boy has no limits. He never has. He's always been a little psycho," declared one of the other coaches who lived on the same street as Rodri, and so Rodri was thrown out of the club. Mumble was left there. He was so quiet and took up so little room that it was as if no one really reflected on the fact that he was still best friends with the psycho. Mumble was the goalkeeper, after all, and you can't touch the goalkeeper. Rodri still came around to Mumble's each evening, waited for him outside the ice rink after training. Mumble got better and better at hockey, but there was hardly anyone who noticed. Rodri got more and more dangerous, but no one noticed that either. They became teenagers, and one day Rodri arrived at the ice rink on a moped. He said one of his brothers had gotten it for him. He had cigarettes too. Soon he taught Mumble all about drugs, without Mumble ever taking any himself. Rodri used to sit on his bed and talk manically for hours about things he had seen online: politics, conspiracy theories, adult content, guns, chemistry. He dreamed of producing his own methamphetamine. It would make him rich, and you didn't need much equipment to make it, he said. They could make it in Mumble's house. Rodri's house was no good because his brothers would just use whatever they made. Then he would talk about girls, the way he always had, ever since the boys were in primary school. Rodri still hadn't been with anyone, but he would soon, he swore. The words he used about girls changed so slowly and gradually that it was hardly noticeable. That pretty one became that hot one, then that attractive one, and the one with nice eyes became the one with a nice figure, and the mean one became that awful person. Soon he was sitting in Mumble's room pointing out the worst girls in the school yearbook, one after the other. He said exactly which ones had been with who at all the parties he and Mumble never got invited to. The worst girls were obviously the hockey girls, according to Rodri, because they only were with hockey players. It was unfair, because they were already the biggest and strongest and most popular. They already had everything. One evening he lectured from Mumble's bed. "Feminism has messed everything up for men. It's biological, did you know that? That women should stay at home and have babies and look after the home, and men should build society and protect the family. Women say they want equality, but they actually want tyranny. You understand that, right? They never want guys like us, because we're losers. They only want the meanest guys, because they say they want freedom, but biologically they want to be dominated. It's in their nature. They want a man to force them up against a wall. Do you know how many girls have fantasies about burglars, a masked man attacking them? They don't dream about heroes. That's just in films. Heroes never get the girls in real life." Mumble didn't take it seriously, or else he didn't understand. He just tried to nod and make his friend happy. When the drugs faded from Rodri's body, he would start to sweat. Then he would freeze. Then he would borrow one of Mumble's red training tops from the hockey team. His friend fell asleep on the floor next to Mumble's bed. He slept there the next night because his brother had fallen out with some other guys in town, and there could be trouble at home, Rodri said. Before he fell asleep the second night, he related a new fantasy he had, about how he and Mumble could stop those guys and kill them and become heroes. The next day they became heroes for real. Ruth left the country exactly 2.5 years ago, just after what happened with Maya and Kevin became public knowledge. Maya had gone to the police and the whole town had turned against her. Everything was going to change in time, but no one knew that then. Ruth didn't stay to find out what happened. She had been through all that herself a few months earlier. She knew what this forest did to girls like her and Maya. Shoot, dig, silence. During the last 2.5 years of her life, far away from here, Ruth hated herself most for two reasons: that she left her little brother, Matteo, alone in that terrible house with their terrible parents, and that she had forgotten to take her diary. She didn't dare contact Matteo because she was worried her parents might find out where she was. She wrote in her diary right up to the day she left, and the moment she left it was too late to go back for it. She wondered if anyone would find it and hoped that it wouldn't be her little brother. She wished him a real childhood, cycling and playing computer games and only encountering evil in comic books. Every day she counted the weeks and months before Matteo turned 18 so she could go back and get him. She didn't have time. The 6-year age gap was too great, and maybe he wouldn't even have wanted to go with her if he could. The sister and brother loved each other even as little kids, but they never had much in common. Besides, Matteo had something Ruth lacked: their mother's love. She always went where he did, and because Ruth couldn't stand her, she kept her distance as much as she could. Their mother and all her neuroses. Her phobia of stale smells that made her air the whole apartment until it was freezing. Her conviction that the neighbors were spying on them. Her fear that the dogs in the area were the devil in animal form. There was no end to it. Their dad just sat in a different room with his books, physically present but more and more distant mentally, as if he was conjuring up mental illness as a means of escape. Ruth both hated and envied him that ability. Every weekend they went to their church, full of other families that were different in the same way as Ruth's. That had just as many rules, just as many prohibitions, where everyone just talked to their children about fearing God but never mentioned love. One day Ruth yelled at her mother, "You say we have to be God's servants, but that's just another word for slaves." Her mother had one of her hysterical breakdowns. Several years later, Ruth still couldn't say for sure if they were real or if her mother was just pretending. Ruth didn't regret it, though. She just hated herself for how upset it made Matteo. She stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her, but was forced to go back home again that evening. She had no one to flee to then. She had no friends at school. All the girls there were perfect little dolls with perfect clothes and perfect parents and perfect lives. They giggled and talked behind Ruth's back, saying she's in a religious cult and that her family is crazy. In the end, it became so normal that it didn't even hurt anymore. Ruth became good at staying out of the way, making herself invisible. All she thought about was surviving school until she was 18 and could go somewhere far away and choose a different life. At least she did, until one day she found her first real friend and everything changed. Ironically enough, it happened in church. A family that had just moved to Hidi appeared, and their daughter was the same age as Ruth. Her name was Beatrice. They became best friends instantly. They shared the same hatred of the rules and prohibitions. They both had a sense that they were living on the wrong planet. As soon as Ruth got the chance, she started taking the bus to Hidi. And when Beatrice's parents were away, they listened to music and wore makeup and watched films they would never normally be allowed to watch. That was the best time in Ruth's life. You never get the same kind of friends again like you have when you're a teenager. Not even if you keep them your whole life. It will never be the same as it was then. When they were 16, Beatrice managed to get them invitations to a party in Hidi. They drank and smoked like all the other youngsters, and for the first time Ruth felt almost normal. She even kissed a boy and ended up on a sofa in a dark room with him, where he tried to be intimate with her but he couldn't manage. Ruth laughed nervously at him and he became furious. He rushed out and ran home. The next day, Ruth heard from Beatrice that he had told everyone in school that they had been together and that she was useless. That was how Ruth learned that the truth doesn't matter to guys. The rumor that she had been at a party in Hidi spread to the school in Beartown, and for a while the perfect girls couldn't decide whether to call her Hidi girl or cult girl. When she turned 17, Beatrice gave her a pair of good headphones so she wouldn't have to hear them. That evening they drank hooch alone in the forest, and Beatrice hissed happily in her ear. "Darn, I love being drunk. Shoot, now I need to pee. I'm going to pee like a camel." Ruth laughed so hard she was rolling around on the ground. She never had another friend like Beatrice. No one ever gets that. The text came so suddenly the next day when Ruth was on her way home from school, so drenched in panic that it froze her blood. "My parents have found my hiding place. They've called your parents." Ruth ran the last bit of the way, but it was too late. Her mother had turned her room upside down and found everything. The thongs, cigarettes, birth control pills. She had no idea what her mother would think was the most damning. But for Beatrice it was even worse, because her dad found her phone and all the messages from boys. Within a week Beatrice had moved away from Hidi. She was sent to an even smaller town over 600 miles away to live with a relative. Ruth couldn't help thinking that the girls at school were right. They really were dealing with a cult. It was Rodri's idea as usual. "Let's get the moped and go to Beartown. Find some Beartown girls. You know that all the girls in Beartown fancy guys from Hidi, right? That's because Beartown guys are weak. It's genetic." Mumble didn't want to go, but he didn't want to say no either. He didn't want to disappoint his friend when he was in such a good mood. So they put their red jackets on, so the girls would know straight away that they were from Hidi, and set off. They didn't find any girls, of course. It was far too cold. So they just stopped by the side of the road in the forest near the lake, and Rodri drank beer and talked about things he had read. He was interested in religion at the time. He talked, and much later Mumble would wonder if that was the worst thing of all about Rodri, that he was so intelligent, that he could do the terrible things he was about to do in spite of that. It was starting to get late, and with the darkness came an even rawer cold. They were about to turn the moped around and head back to Hidi when Mumble peered down toward the lake and saw the child on the ice. He wasn't standing up. He was just lying there with his body spread out in panic, to make himself as light as possible. On the shore stood several older children shouting and mocking him. Mumble began to run. At first Rodri didn't understand why, but when he did he saw his chance to become a hero. "What the heck are you doing?" he yelled. And when the kids on the shore ran off, he wanted to run after them and kill them, but Mumble stopped him, pointing to the child out on the ice. It was Rodri's idea to take their jackets and tops off and tie them together to form a rope. Mumble was the lighter of the two, so he crawled out on his stomach close enough to throw it to the boy. Then they pulled Matteo to safety. He was so cold and scared that he could hardly say a word through his chattering teeth, but they managed to get a name and which direction his home was in. Mumble rode the boy's bicycle, and Rodri followed slowly on the moped with the boy sitting behind him. Matteo's sister was the only person at home. She came running out and hugged her brother so hard that he couldn't breathe. Then she thanked the guys in the red jackets from the bottom of her heart. "Ruth," she said, holding her hand out in introduction. "Rodri," Rodri smiled. 3 years later she dies in a country thousands of miles away. He's never even been there. But Matteo knows he's still the one who kills her. 98 Stones. Every community has places that have strange names whose origins everyone has forgotten. Beartown has the Hollow and the Heights, which at first were presumably just nicknames based on the geography, but which at some point became proper names used on road signs. In the end, no one can really remember how that happened, or whose idea it was. Early on Saturday morning, there's a knock on the door of the Anderson family's home, hard but not aggressive. The clenched fist hitting the wood belongs to someone who has lost, someone who almost won, but she's still proud enough to stand with her back straight. Peter opens the door. The smell of freshly baked croissants hits the editor-in-chief. She's holding a cardboard box in her arms and looks as surprised by the smell as he is to see her. "Hello, Peter begins. They've never met before, but obviously he knows who she is. The forest isn't that big. "I wanted to give you this," she says ceremoniously, nudging him in the chest with the box. It's lighter than he expects. He looks down between the flaps and sees that it's full of documents. I don't understand, she breathes slowly to stop herself from screaming. You have good friends, Peter, powerful friends. I hate the corruption in these godforsaken towns, but now I suppose I'm part of it. Richard Thea wanted me to give you this so you could be confident that we won't write any articles about you. This is everything we managed to unearth about you and Beartown hockey. He looks down into the box. She's expecting him to play dumb or perhaps get angry. She's almost hoping for the latter. It would have been good for her self-image. But instead he blinks moist-eyed and asks, "So this is all my fault?" The editor-in-chief shuffles involuntarily on the steps. Yes, that's one way of looking at it. For what it's worth, in a way I'm glad I didn't have to ruin your life. I know your daughter has been through hell. You seem to be a good dad, so I assume you've been through hell too. I've heard that you do a lot of good things for youngsters in this town. Perhaps that balances things out. He can see in her eyes that that isn't true. She still wishes she could have nailed him, sent him to prison. He cheated, and she's the sort of person who can never quite live with that. She turns and is walking back to her car when he suddenly calls out, "Can I ask, do you think it's possible to atone for a crime without serving out your sentence?" She looks back over her shoulder. How do you mean? Peter clears his throat, clearly upset. I know what my crime was. I looked the other way. I didn't ask questions. I pretended I couldn't feel that something was wrong. I didn't get involved. I kept quiet. The editor-in-chief takes a deep, cold breath and feels almost calm. It feels almost like justice, that confession. Maybe she can live with this victory. What is it you say in that club of yours? High ceilings and thick walls, she asks. Yes, is that how I can make amends? By making the walls thinner, he asks genuinely. The editor-in-chief never expected the conversation to go this way. She has to fumble for thoughts and arguments and eventually comes up with, "My dad loves history, medieval most of all. Whenever we went on vacation when I was little, we had to go around looking at churches, and he would talk about every stone in them. I remember him saying that when a rich man had committed terrible sins, the priests would say he could get God's forgiveness if he built a cathedral. Obviously, that was just a way for the priests to trick someone into paying for their ridiculously flashy building projects, not altogether unlike the way hockey clubs exploit councils to build ice rinks these days. But when I was little it was, well, I don't know. I still thought there was something nice about that. That powerful men at the end of their lives had to humble themselves by turning their money into stone." Peter stands there looking down into the box, his tears dripping slowly onto the contents. "Thank you." The editor-in-chief bites her lip. Then she whispers, "Earn it." She drives away with angry tears in her eyes and a bag of freshly baked croissants on the passenger seat. 99 victims after Beatrice disappeared, Ruth was left alone again. It was worse this time because now she knew how the alternative felt. Her parents were so ashamed that they didn't even force her to go to church, possibly because they wanted to pretend that they too had sent their daughter away, because that was evidently what you were supposed to do. Whenever they went to any of the church's charitable events, they also left Matteo at home, because people would come to those from churches in other towns, and the parents were worried he might tell someone the truth about his sister. On one of those days when they were on their own at home, Ruth borrowed the computer her little brother kept hidden to send a message to Beatrice. Matteo was only 11, but he'd hooked the computer up to the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Ruth was amazed that he had managed to figure out their password, but he just shrugged his shoulders and said that almost everyone uses the names of their children or grandchildren. So he looked up the neighbors' names online and tested all the combinations he could think of until one of them worked. "You're a genius," Ruth said, making him blush. Then he went off on his bicycle so she could talk to Beatrice in peace. He thought that was what she wanted. He always assumed that he was just in the way, and she didn't even notice him leave. When several hours later she saw him come back, sitting frozen and terrified on the back of a strange guy's moped, she rushed out of the house in panic and hugged him to pieces. The guys in the red jackets told her what had happened. They seemed kind but a bit weird. One of them talked all the time and the other one didn't speak at all. One said his name was Rodri and that his friend was called Mumble because he never said anything. "Are you hockey guys?" Ruth said, nodding toward their jackets. "Yes," Rodri said, quick as a flash. "Shame, I'm so sick of hockey guys." Ruth smiled. Rodri immediately became obsessed with her. In the days that followed, he drove over from Hidi to ride past her house. He had heard that her parents were some sort of religious lunatics, so he didn't dare knock on the door, but he rode up and down the road, hoping that she was at home and would see him. One day she stopped pretending she hadn't seen him and crept out to meet him. He gave her a ride to part of the forest just outside Hidi, where he and Mumble had found an abandoned shack that they had turned into a den. Mumble read comic books and Rodri introduced Ruth to drugs she had never tried. When she threw up, he and Mumble took care of her. "You're just having a bad reaction, don't worry, it'll soon pass," Rodri whispered, holding her hair back gently so she wouldn't be sick on it. Afterward he drove her home, and when she jumped off the moped he tried to kiss her, and when she resisted he grabbed her wrist so hard that she let out a scream. "You're playing hard to get I like that," he said. She didn't know what to say. She felt so disgusted by everything and her head was still so giddy that she just went into the house and fell asleep. He started texting her, sometimes 50 times in a single day, and she didn't know what to do. She wrote to Beatrice and asked, but Beatrice merely replied that guys were just like that sometimes. A bit too forward. It wasn't that strange, was it? And he seemed nice, so perhaps he just didn't know how to behave with girls. Ruth wasn't sure. A couple of days later it was so cold when she left school that she went to the bus stop instead of walking home. Some of the perfect girls were there and started giggling when they saw her. "Nice clothes, is that the cult's uniform?" one of them said, and the others burst out laughing. "They dress like that because their dads don't want other guys to be tempted, so their dads can be with them themselves," another one declared, and they giggled more quietly but more hysterically. Ruth wanted the earth to swallow her up and wanted to smash their faces into the glass of the bus stop at the same time. Then someone in the road called out, and when she looked up she saw it was Rodri. He had swapped his moped for a cross motorbike. At least that's what Ruth thought they were called. He said he'd gotten it from one of his brothers. "Do you want to come to a party in Hidi?" he asked. Ruth looked at the perfect girls and saw how scared they were, how dangerous they thought Rodri looked. So, just so she could see the stupid looks on their faces, she jumped on the motorbike and he roared off. He hadn't been invited to the party, but everyone on Hidi's hockey team was invited, and because Mumble was with them, no one questioned them when they showed up. The party was being hosted by a rich kid in a big house, which was so crowded with people who were so drunk that once you were inside no one cared who you were. Rodri kept giving Ruth drinks and she never saw what he put in the cups. She started to feel funny. He whispered in her ear that she was lovely, that he was in love with her, that he wanted to make her feel good. She didn't even know how they ended up in that room, or if they were even still in the same house at the same party. He started to remove her clothes and she yelled no. She yelled at him to stop, but the music was so loud and he was so heavy. She passed out. She didn't know for how long, and when she woke up she was unclothed. Her eyes kept flaring. She felt so terrible, but when she tried to crawl away from him, he got her in a stranglehold and hissed that he would kill her and her little brother. She was so terrified that she froze to ice. For her the assault went on forever, but for him it never even started. For the rest of his life he could never understand that he was an attacker. He thought he was a hero. When he eventually breathed out and groaned and relaxed, she saw her chance, tensed her whole body and kicked him away, then flew up, but she was still so drugged that she could hardly stand. She stumbled toward the door as she tried to button her blouse and pull up her underwear. She could hear him behind her. She wasn't sure if he was laughing or something else. Afterward, she couldn't describe the room or how long she was in there, but she never forgot that when she emerged into the narrow passageway near the stairs, Mumble was standing there. She could see the horror and shame so clearly in his eyes. He had heard her scream, she was sure of that, but hadn't dared do anything. He had just frozen to ice out here, the way she did in there while Rodri did what he wanted. Ruth just ran. Her head was spinning and her heart was pounding, her legs could hardly carry her. When she got downstairs, the party was still going on. Someone whistled at her, someone else called out. "Had fun? Sweet. Do you want another round?" She elbowed her way desperately through the crowd of drunk teenagers, and it wasn't until she got outside that she realized she was half-dressed, but the cold was almost liberating. It muffled her. She couldn't even cry because her teeth were chattering so hard on the way home. In her diary, Ruth wrote, "When girls start primary school and the boys hit us and pull our hair during breaks and we go to an adult and ask for help, the adults say, 'The boys are only doing that because they like you.' That's how you teach boys that they have rights over us. Then we get bigger and then they assault us, but we're just stupid little girls because we don't take it as a compliment. They beat us and kill us, but it's only because they like us. Why don't we understand that?" On the next page it says, "Didn't even do that with the other guy in HD, but he told everyone I did, and that meant I was already a bad person, and bad people can't get assaulted." On one of the last pages she wrote, "I've got no chance if even my own parents don't believe me. Why would the police believe me then? Why would anyone? You aren't going to believe me until Rodri kills me." On the very last page, in shaky handwriting, she wrote, "Parents always think they have to talk to their daughters about guys. We shouldn't wear short skirts and shouldn't go out alone and shouldn't get drunk and shouldn't let guys like us too much. But you don't have to talk to us about guys because we already know all that, for goodness sake, because we're the ones they assault. Talk to your sons instead. Teach them to talk to one another and teach them to stop one another. Raise just one boy somewhere who can become a head teacher who understands that when boys pull girls by the hair, it's the boys there's something wrong with. Tell your sons that if they have to think about whether or not they've been with a girl who didn't want it, then they have. If you can't understand if the girl you're with wants it or not, then you've never been with a girl who wants it. Stop telling your daughters. We already know it all." The next morning, Ruth was so sick she thought she was going to die. She almost hoped she would. She wished she could pour corrosive acid into her brain and get rid of all her memories from the night before. His breath, his hands everywhere, him inside her. "I love you," he had whispered. "Don't play hard to get. I know you want it. I know you've been with other guys," he hissed. After that came the threats to kill her and Mateo. Then she just lay still, just trying to survive. Right before lunch the next day she received the first text. "Thanks for yesterday, gorgeous," he wrote. She didn't understand. Was he making fun of her? Was he threatening her? The next text said, "Love you, see you this evening, kiss." This went on for several hours until Ruth picked up her phone and wrote, still dizzy and hungover, "I didn't want to. I was drunk. I didn't want to." He wrote back, "Stop it. Of course you wanted it. Didn't I show you a good time? I can do better. Come to the shack and we'll do it again." She wrote, "Forget it, you creep. I'm going to report you to the police." Her phone was silent for several minutes. Then came a photograph. Then another one. She was wearing clothes in them, but she knew she wasn't wearing clothes just after they were taken. A minute after the photographs arrived, Rodri phoned. At first she didn't dare answer, but he kept calling until in the end she didn't dare not to. His voice was totally devoid of emotion, like one of those automated computer voices. "Then I'll post all the pictures of you online so everyone can see what a little person you are." That was what the flashes she had seen when she woke up in that bed had been. He had taken pictures of her while she was unconscious. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She switched her phone off and hid it under her bed as if that would help. She didn't dare leave the house in case he was out there waiting for her. She couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. She just lay on the floor, crying and crying and crying. That night he started sending more text messages. He demanded that she meet him. "You can have the pictures, I'm not going to show them to anyone, just come over here," he wrote. She didn't dare say no. They met in the shack in the forest outside Hd, and the worst thing of all was how gentle he suddenly was, almost afraid. He whispered that he was sorry and that he loved her and that he hadn't realized she didn't want to. He was drunk too, he said. He didn't know what he was doing, he said by way of excuse. But it was pretty much her fault as well, he went on to point out. Because why did she go to the party with him if she didn't want him? Was she just using him? Did she really just want to be with someone else there? Why wasn't he good enough? What was wrong with him? He touched her cheek and she shook with fear, and he interpreted that as love. "We can have a nice time. I'll make it nice. I promise," he said, and started kissing her neck. "I just want those pictures back," she whispered. So he promised. He promised and promised and promised. If she just was with him one more time voluntarily, then he would delete all the pictures. He'd let her watch while he did it on his phone, so she was with him. He deleted some of the pictures, but not all of them. Over the following days, he sent her text messages at night, and she had to do it all over and over again. He had drugs, and she took them so that she could bear it and forget and run straight home afterward. He interpreted that as love. In the end, he fell apart and wept in front of her, saying it wasn't his fault that he was doing this. She had forced him into it. It was her fault. When he took hold of her wrist, she knocked his hand away and ran. He hunted her through the forest, but she was quicker. When she got home, Mateo was lying asleep in his bed, and all she could think was that it didn't matter if the pictures ended up online. She just had to get Rodri away from here. She had to protect her brother. So the following morning she went to the police. She sat in a small room with a glass of water that she couldn't drink because her hands were shaking too much. She was 17 years old. The police suggested she call her parents. She didn't want to. The police talked and talked, and different people kept coming in and out of the room. Ruth felt as if she was floating about in a vacuum. Someone asked her if she had taken drugs. They told her that if she told the truth, she would get help. Nothing bad would happen. She made the mistake of believing them. She admitted that she had taken drugs. She admitted that she had been with Rodri several times. She even admitted that she had almost been with another guy at another party, but that he hadn't been able to. She showed them Rodri's text messages, showed them the pictures he had sent, but all the police saw was a 17-year-old with clothes on who looked drunk and happy, as if she wanted it. Nothing Rodri had written indicated that he was threatening her. He seemed almost regretful, as if there had been some misunderstanding. Ruth protested and protested, but she no longer knew how to explain. After all, she couldn't even remember all of it. She didn't even know what he had put in her drink. The police asked why she hadn't reported this before. She had no answer to that, other than that she had been afraid. The police said that they understood, and then they persuaded her to call her parents after all. They promised that they would talk to them, that everything would be all right. She made the mistake of believing them again. She remembers the look on her mother's face in that room, wounded, as if Ruth had hurt her. She remembers her dad, uncomfortable and anxious, as if he just wanted to get out of there at any cost. "We're not saying that you're lying, young lady, but surely you can see how this looks," a voice said, and it took Ruth several minutes to understand that it was her mother. Obviously she knew that her mom hated her, but this much. Her voice grew thick as tears began to fall. "He assaulted me, Mom." Her mother sighed at the police with a pointed expression. "Sadly, I think we're going to have to talk to our daughter at home. Perhaps we can come back tomorrow. She's something of a fantasist, and has issues, as you've realized. She has a whole drawer full of thongs and birth control pills, so this is hardly the first boy. Perhaps he didn't want to go out with her afterward, and then she regretted it and made this all up. You know how girls can be at this age." Ruth's mind spun out of control. She ended up throwing up on the floor. She remembers one of the police officers, a young man who seemed to understand that something wasn't right, placing a cool hand on her forehead and giving her some water and saying, "Perhaps you can come back tomorrow when you're feeling better and try to tell us what happened again. It all sounds very complicated, but perhaps we'll be able to make more sense of it tomorrow when you're a little more together." Ruth didn't remember how she got out of the police station. She didn't remember much of the drive home either. All she can remember afterward is her dad saying, as they turned onto their road, "You need to bear in mind that this boy could sue you for defamation. What you're doing is dangerous. You could ruin his whole life." When they got out of the car, Ruth's mother did something she had hardly ever done. She took hold of her daughter's hand, gently and tenderly, almost like a proper parent. "Come on, young lady, let's go in and have something to eat. We'll pray to God for guidance for you. God will help us, then we'll forget this. This weekend you can come to church with us again, I think, then everything will feel better." Ruth never went back to the police. The young man at the station waited. Perhaps he hated himself afterward for not doing more. Perhaps he managed to suppress it. Everyone like him is just trying to do their job. They all say they're just following the law. It's just that laws aren't written for girls like Ruth. They're written against her. In the weeks that followed, Ruth made herself smaller and smaller when she was among other people. She harmed herself more when she was alone. Bizarrely, her mother seemed kinder toward her than usual, as if her love was a bribe if her daughter could only stay quiet about all that silliness. Perhaps they can be a perfect family again, as if they had ever been that. Ruth's dad hardly spoke to her at all except to say, "We'll just have to hope the police don't contact the boy, otherwise he'll probably sue us." How would we afford that? If they had had any relatives, they would have sent her away like Beatrice, but they had broken off all contact with the rest of their families when they joined the church. Now they were imprisoned by each other. At night, Rodri would send more text messages, always about how he loved her, missed her. After a while, he started writing about how nice it had been in the cottage, as he had begun to call the shack in the forest, and Ruth began to realize that he had fantasized a whole parallel universe where everything that had happened was a love story. One evening she saw him in the street outside her house. Another time he drove past her school. She started to get messages from anonymous accounts on social media saying that she was a conceited little whore who thinks she's better than everyone else. She knew it was him, of course, but how could she prove that? Who would believe her? A few months later, a rumor started to spread around the school about what Kevin had done to Maya. Or rather, what Maya had done to Kevin. Ruth heard it in the cafeteria. Everyone was talking about it. Maya was a few years younger and Ruth didn't know her, but she had reported Kevin to the police after a party, and Kevin hadn't been allowed to play in a crucial hockey game with his team as a result. Everyone went completely crazy. Ruth didn't dare look around because she was so frightened someone would be able to tell what she had been through. She had turned the accusations of the police and her parents that she was nothing but a liar over and over in her mind so many times that she was starting to think they might be true. Perhaps it hadn't been so bad. Perhaps it was all her own fault. That night, she read all the comments online about Maya. Everyone was saying she was a whore, that she was lying, that they hoped someone would kill her. Ruth would be turning 18 that spring, and it struck her that she had to disappear far, far away from here as soon as she possibly could. So she did. 100 juice glasses. It's Saturday morning. Kira has gone to her office so she can sit and look out of the window, so Maya almost frightens the life out of her when she suddenly calls from reception. When Kira comes running out, her daughter exclaims irritably, "How big an office do you actually need? Talk about hubris. You could hold rock concerts in here." Kira is so pleased to be surprised and then declared an idiot by her daughter today of all days that she gives her an awkward hug, with the result that Maya gets annoyed because she almost drops the whole picnic. Anna had to drive her here so she could bring the flask of coffee, the freshly baked croissants from Peter, and most important of all, tiny glasses to drink orange juice from. She sits on the floor with her legs crossed and eats with her mom, the way she did when she was little, and Kira agreed to go camping indoors because she felt guilty about working too much, and Maya knew exactly how to exploit that. I have to go home after this weekend. Well, I need to get back to college, Maya says, hating the fact that she accidentally said home. Her mother just smiles understandingly. Does it feel tough? Maya nods a little pathetically, the way you only do in front of your mother. Yes, it feels like shit. I kind of burned all my bridges with everyone before I came up here, but I should probably go back and just fight. Maybe Benji was right, my songs are worse when I'm happy all the time. I'm sorry it's so tough, darling, Kira whispers. It's supposed to be hard, Mom, Maya smiles. I know, but I just want you to be happy all the time. Don't worry. I'm your mother, you can't stop me. Maya smiles in such a way that it's impossible to know if she's about to make a joke or start crying. I'm sorry that what Kevin did to me almost broke you and Dad. Now it's Kira's turn to look like she's about to cry. Darling, it didn't do. Maya nods, so grown up and so strong, so honest and vulnerable. Yes, Mom, it did. Your love was like organ donation. You and Dad and Leo gave me pieces of your hearts and lungs and skeletons so I could put myself back together again. And now, you hardly have the strength to stand up and keep breathing yourselves. I think about that so often, and I think about all the girls who don't have you. I feel like I only just managed to survive this. How the hell does everyone who doesn't have you as their mom even stand a chance? Good luck having a daughter and not going to pieces when you hear that. 101 Graves Mumble heard everything, remembered everything. He had stood outside the bedroom at that party while Ruth screamed no and begged Rodri to stop, but Mumble didn't rush in. The last thing Rodri did before it happened was ask Mumble if he wanted to join in. Come on, we can share her, he declared exultantly, but Mumble shook his head in panic and Rodri could see in his eyes that he was on the brink of running off. So his eyes darkened in the space of a second, his fingers shot out and grabbed Mumble by the neck and he snarled, "Stay and keep watch. If you leave, I'll kill you." Mumble just stood there and said nothing, but he heard everything. When Ruth came running out, he stepped aside and she ran past and out and away. When Rodri came after her, he stopped so close to Mumble that their foreheads touched, and he swore, "If you breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll say you were part of it." Mumble's life continued in something of a daze for the following few months. He trained so hard that he collapsed with exhaustion each night. It was the only way to stop himself thinking, the only way he could sleep. Every time he woke up, he hated the light, hated all the images that came back to him, hated his weak larynx and his feeble heart. Rodri called and sent text messages all the time. When Mumble didn't respond, Rodri sent him all the pictures he had taken of Ruth. Mumble deleted them all, but he knew what it meant. It was Rodri's way of making him his accomplice. Sometimes Mumble went down to the lake at night and hoped the ice would break beneath him. He almost hanged himself twice but didn't have the courage. The only thing that helped him forget was hockey, so that became the only thing he did. That was how he got so good at it. When everything happened between Kevin Erdahl and Maya Anderson, obviously he heard the rumors like everyone else. The way Kevin got suspended and the whole of Beartown protested. Mumble was a few years younger. His team in Hd was supposed to play a game against the Beartown boys the same age, but it got cancelled because the coaches were worried there'd be trouble. Everyone just forgot to tell Mumble, as usual, so he was standing alone at the bus stop to go back home to Hd when Ruth came walking along the other side of the street. They were both equally shocked. Neither of them could breathe. Ruth had been to the mailbox in the center of town. She had found a church online that took in young people with problems and needed to mail an application to go and stay there. She was walking past the ice rink, and when she reached the bus stop she just froze, just like the night of the party. She hadn't seen Mumble since then. She didn't know what she wanted to say to him. She didn't know if he even thought Rodri had done anything wrong. Maybe Mumble thought she deserved what happened like everyone else. So she plucked up all her courage and shouted across the street. "Can you tell Rodri to leave me alone? He won. No one believed me. Can he just leave me alone?" Mumble didn't answer. He just disintegrated inside. Ruth went home and locked herself away, and 2 days later a woman called from the church. Ruth recited such a magnificent series of lies about her problems that the woman started to cry. It was all made up because they would never have believed the truth. So Ruth left town, but of course never arrived at that church. By the time everyone realized she had gone abroad, all she had to do was stay away until her 18th birthday. Then she was free. She had stolen all her parents' cash before she left home. That was one advantage of having a mother who thought banks were a conspiracy dreamed up by atheists and devil worshippers. It wasn't much, but it was enough for train and ferry tickets, and her first few stumbling steps out into the world. Ruth arrived in a different country. The first few nights were chaotic, but she managed to make new friends. It turned out that she wasn't so peculiar here as she was at home. Unless she was just peculiar in the right way now. She wished she could contact Matteo and tell him, but she didn't dare. She just counted the months until he too was 18 and she could go and get him. She met 2 girls who worked in a cafe, and she borrowed their computer and plucked up the courage to go online once, and found that she had a message from Beatrice. Her old friend said she had made peace with her family but had left the church, met a guy, and got engaged. They were going to buy a little house. She had emerged from the other side of the darkness and was now happy, and Ruth thought then that perhaps it had all been worth it, if one of them was happy. She switched the computer off and never turned it on again. The girls at the cafe took her to a party. They danced. She had fun, undemanding, shameless fun for the first time in ages. The world opened up. Everything was possible. For 2.5 years she actually laughed an awful lot, replacing every rotten little piece of herself like some mythical ship until she had become a new person. Her universe became so large that her childhood started to feel invented. She thought about writing to her little brother 1,000,000 times but never did. She went to parties and danced, and one night the drugs took her. It happened so fast, in the middle of everything, her heart just stopped beneath the lights on the dance floor. She was dead before she hit the ground. The paramedics told her friends that it happened so fast that it probably didn't even hurt. Matteo will never think of it as his sister dying, only as her being killed. When he found her diary and realized what had driven her away, realized the pain she was numbing with drugs and what had led to her overdose, he had already made up his mind. He once heard a woman in his parents' church say, "If you're planning revenge, prepare 2 graves." Matteo's mom told her off, that woman, because she thought the quote was from the Bible, but it wasn't. Perhaps that's why Matteo remembers it. He's not planning for 2 graves now. He's planning for 3. One for Rodri for his crimes, one for Mumble for not helping Ruth even though he could have, and one for himself. Maya's story could easily have ended the same way as Ruth's story. The things that took everything in a completely different direction were so small. A mom who fought, a dad who loved, a brother who was there, a best friend who took on the whole damn world. An old witch who owned a pub, who went into a meeting at the hockey club and spoke in Maya's defense. And last of all, a witness who had seen everything and eventually dared to say so out loud. That was all, no more than that. Amat said what he had seen, and even if Kevin was never convicted or imprisoned for his crimes, the town could no longer close its eyes. But every time we tell the story now, we commit new sins because we pretend that what Amat did is normal. It isn't, of course. Hardly anyone does what he did. Mumble is the normal one. He's the one who's like the rest of us. One morning there was a knock on his door and it was Rodri. There was nothing but recklessness in his eyes as he held a knife to Mumble's throat and whispered, "If you tell anyone what happened, I'll come here and kill you and your mom. Understand?" Mumble nodded, not even daring to breathe. His mother was doing the crossword in the next room. Rodri's eyes fluttered for a few moments, then he ran off toward a motorbike out in the street and rode off. The next time Mumble heard anything about him was when someone said Rodri's brother had ended up in prison and Rodri had moved away. He'd moved to a town several hours away to live in his brother's apartment. The last text message he sent Mumble said, "Think about what happened to Kevin. No one will believe you. You're just as guilty as me. We'd both end up in prison and you'll never play hockey again." The following season Mumble got the chance to change clubs from Hd to Beartown when Beartown's goalkeeper, Vidar, died. The first training session with Zakel as coach was the best time of the life Mumble had barely felt he was living. Zakel seemed to understand him. She saw what he could be rather than what he was. Mumble didn't even know he had any real talent, but she turned him into a star. He started to arrive at the ice rink first in the morning and was last to leave it each night. He trained and he trained. He got real friends for the first time in his life. He got a complete life. Does he deserve that? If he can't be forgiven, can he be given this? The chance to live a life, play hockey, laugh, maybe even be happy if only for a few moments. Can he be spared? Is that fair? Is that right? He doesn't know. He'll never know. During the night between Friday and Saturday, once the torchlit processions are over and everyone has gone home and the towns are asleep, Matteo finds 3 hunting rifles in his neighbor's gun cabinet. He searches everywhere for cartridges but can't find any. So he closes the cabinet, climbs out through the window, and runs home, where he wraps the rifles in his sister's old sweaters and hides them in his wardrobe. Then he looks online to see how he can get hold of ammunition. Instead, he manages to find a forum where someone else has asked the question he's wondering about. Can you kill someone with a hunting rifle? One of the quickest responses comes from an anonymous account. Of course you can if you're an extremely good shot, but much better to get hold of a pistol. Any idiot can kill someone with a pistol. Much more effective if you're going to shoot yourself afterward too. If that's what you want, Matteo doesn't know. He really doesn't know. Is that what he wants? After a lot of hesitation, he creeps out of the house with his sweater-wrapped treasure under his arm and cycles through the forest, all the way to Hd, slipping over 100 times but managing not to swear. He doesn't feel pain anymore. He isn't even angry. Emptiness consumes him now, and that's a blessing. His legs are exhausted by the time he reaches Hd, but there are burned-out torches here and there on the ground, and the snow has been compacted so much that he can cycle without falling over the whole time, and everything becomes a little easier. As he approaches the scrapyard, he sees there are still lights on in the trailers, so he goes ahead and knocks. A bearded man in his 20s comes to the gate, but doesn't have time to say anything before a voice behind Matteo says, "We're closed, yes." Matteo spins around and looks Lev in the eye. The man has a black and white dog beside him which squints at Matteo and sniffs the air. Matteo forces his voice to stay steady and says, "I have 3 hunting rifles. I'd like to know if you take them in exchange for a pistol." Lev's eyebrows sink closer together, his lips narrow, his jaw tightens. "Pistol? No pistols here." Matteo stands his ground with a child's inability to realize the danger he's in. "I was at the game. I saw you in the ice rink. I saw that you had one. I want to buy one too. Come on, they're good hunting rifles." Lev adjusts the gold chain around his neck and looks very thoughtful. "And you want the pistol for what? Hurting someone? Yes. Bad idea, my friend. Very bad, little child. Okay. Cycle home instead. Sleep. Go to school. Live good life." Matteo loses his temper so fast. "I'm not a goddamn little kid. Do you want to do business or not?" Lev stands in front of him perfectly calm, but the look in his eyes makes the 14-year-old stumble backward and fall over his bicycle. "No business. We're closed, yes." Lev repeats and gestures firmly toward the gate behind him. Then he holds the palm of his hand in the air as if the next warning would be a slap. Mateo is whimpering in despair. He yanks his bicycle out of the snow and hurries out through the gate, but slips on a patch of ice and drops all the rifles, and only just manages to stop himself from screaming and crying out loud. He's thinking that if he didn't already have a mission, he'd have killed Lev too, because he isn't some fucking little kid. Everyone will see. Then he hears a different voice, younger than Lev's, from farther along the fence. "Psst, friend, come here." Lev might refuse to sell a pistol to a 14-year-old, but not all his employees have the same scruples. Mateo has to go home to Beartown again and fetch all his parents' cash and his computer. Then he exchanges them and the 3 old hunting rifles for a pistol that he can probably use to shoot his way in and out with. Early on Saturday morning, he finds a moped in the yard of a big detached house that some spoiled teenager couldn't be bothered to put in the garage like his parents had made him promise to do. Mateo breaks in through a basement window, sneaks up to the hall and finds the key on a hook. He drives far beyond Hd to the next town, slipping on the ice in the darkness and almost crashing several times. He comes so close to dying. It's dawn by the time he rides into the outskirts of a larger town. He waits outside a gray apartment block until he loses the feeling in his fingers and almost can't feel the trigger. When Rodri comes out, sleepy and with bed hair, Mateo waits until he's sitting in his car. For a moment he thinks about holding back and following him, just to see where he's going. Does he have a job? Friends? Does he have anyone in his life who loves him? Mateo will never know. He rubs his fingers together like crazy to get the circulation back in them. Then he walks across the parking lot and waits until Rodri sees him through the windshield. Mateo wants to be sure that his sister's killer recognizes him. Then he fires 3 shots through the windshield. He waits until Rodri slumps down and he's sure that he's dead. Then Mateo gets back on the moped and drives home to Beartown. It breaks down halfway. He stands at the side of the road waving at passing cars for help, but those who see him don't stop, and those who might have stopped don't see him. One of the vehicles that drives past in the other direction is a police car. How differently this story might have ended if it hadn't just driven past on its way, because the police were hurrying to get to a reported gunfire incident at a parking lot in town. Then Rodri would have been the only person who died. A truck slows down, flashes its headlights a little way off, and Mateo runs over. The driver is so shocked that the boy is only 14 and alone out here that he makes a long detour out of his way to take the boy where he wants to go out of the goodness of his heart. He drives him almost all the way to Beartown. He never knows what he has been the cause of. Mateo gets home just before the start of the game. He fetches his sister's diary and cycles through the town. He stops at the Anderson family's house. He stands there for a long time, spending ages thinking about leaving the diary in their letterbox. He knows what happened to Maya. He knows her mom's a lawyer. Maybe they could tell Ruth's story. She would get some sort of justice. But Mateo doesn't dare. He's too scared that someone will find the diary too soon and figure out what he's about to do and try to stop him. Besides, he realizes in despair he can't do that to his mother. Once she's lost both her children, she's going to need to create some extreme fantasies just to survive. He can't deny her that by forcing her to know what really happened. So he finds an unlocked shed in a yard farther along the street, steals a hacksaw, and cycles down to the lake. There he makes a hole in the ice and drops the diary through it. When he gets back to the built-up part of town, he leaves his bicycle and just follows the stream of people, walking toward the ice rink with thousands of others, just one of the crowd. Invisible. Saturday morning, the first game day of the season. The towns have waited so long and the forest seems oddly upbeat. There's no violence in the air, no one's shoulders are raised, because after the torchlit processions there's peace once more. It may be a fragile peace, but it's still a brief pause for everyone. Today we're all on the same side somehow. Today is just about hockey. Amat sets out from home with his bag over his shoulder. His mother kisses him on his head. He crosses the parking lot and starts walking from the hollow to the ice rink in town like he's done 1,000,000 times before. How many steps in total? How many miles? Will he be able to measure the distance to a dream when he eventually reaches it? He hears the voice calling his name, but is so surprised that at first he can't place it. He spins around and the weight of his bag almost pulls him over. "Hello, what are you doing here?" he blurts out to Peter. Peter is standing with his hands in his pockets, gazing off toward the horizon. "Waiting for you. Have you got time to look at something?" "Now, I need to get to the game. I know, I'm sorry, but I can give you a lift. It won't take long. We'll still be in time." Something about the bright, unadorned enthusiasm on his face makes Amat curious. The former general manager leads him away from the apartment blocks, toward the forest at the edge of the old quarry, and doesn't stop until they reach a large, open space where there was once talk of building a supermarket. Then they said it might be a medical center. At one point, someone even dreamed of a small business center. None of it ever came to be, of course, because this isn't the part of Beartown where things get built. The town may be getting bigger, but nothing grows in the hollow. "There," Peter says, pointing at absolutely nothing. I don't understand," Amat says, seeing nothing but snow and gravel. Peter sees something else. He sees redemption. "I've been thinking a lot about how hard it was for you to make it all the way to the A-team, Amat. Almost impossible. You should never have managed it, but you're unique. The motor inside you, your heart, I've never seen anything like it. I just don't want every kid who comes after you to have to be like you to have a chance. I want the next kid from the hollow to have things a bit easier, just a bit easier." "What does that have to do with gravel?" Amat asks, touched but confused. Peter smiles. "I want to build an ice rink there. Not a big one, just somewhere to train, a place to hang out. Somewhere we can have a skating school, a kids' team. Somewhere people can do extra training if they want to. The council's going to build a fancy modern training facility over by the ice rink, but I think we can build something here as well. Much smaller, of course, just a classic ice box. But I'll make sure all the paperwork is correct this time. I'll ask all my friends for help. I reckon you have a lot of friends as well. Plenty of workmen live in these blocks, don't they? I know a few as well. I think they'll come if we ask them. I think we can get this done, you and me and a few others. I don't know, maybe one day the Hollow can have its own team. Maybe we can dream. Is that stupid? Does it sound ridiculous?" Amat's chest rises and falls at least 20 times before he takes his phone out and aims it at the gravel. "No, it doesn't sound ridiculous." "What are you doing?" "Taking a picture. So I can show all the spoiled, snotty-nosed kids in my hood where I come from when they have their own ice rink here in a few years and are taking it all for granted." Amat looks so tall, suddenly, as if he's grown taller than Peter overnight. Peter laughs. Everything is only a dream so far. He doesn't know if he dares actually believe he can get this done. But Beartown is a special place. What a fucking town. There are so many places and things here that have strange names whose origins everyone has forgotten. In a few years, hardly anyone will remember why the ice rink beyond the apartment blocks and gravel pit in the poorest part of town is always called the Cathedral. But the man who dreamed it up knows, and the boy who one day scores his first goal in the NHL knows. He'll be interviewed on television afterward. "Do you want to say something to everyone watching in your hometown? How do you pronounce it? You're from Beartown, aren't you?" the reporter on the other side of the Atlantic will ask. Amat will look directly into the camera and say, "No, I'm from the Hollow. 102 best friends. Kira and Maya's office picnic is wonderful. full of stupid jokes and uncomplicated laughter, until it is suddenly interrupted by the sound of something shattering on the floor down by the entrance, followed by someone swearing loud enough for it to echo through the building. They leap up and rush in that direction. Kira's colleague has stumbled in through the door and is now standing in an expanding red puddle, muttering, "That was my best wine. Why are the dorsals so tricky here?" Kira's voice is a mixture of concern and confusion. "What are you doing here? We're not supposed to be working today, are we?" Her colleague proudly holds up her bag containing 3 bottles of wine that are still intact. "I'm not going to work. I usually come here to get a bit of me time." "Don't you live alone?" Maya wonders tentatively. "That doesn't mean you can't have me time," the colleague declares. Maya laughs. "Can I have some wine then?" She can. "Kira doesn't get any because she's driving. Serves her right," says her colleague. When she and Maya have finished the bottle, Kira asks them quietly, "Can I ask something? I've been thinking." They look at her with half a bottle eyes and say, Kira speaks slowly, as if the words are trying to slip their leash. "I was talking to a young girl. A couple of years younger than you, Maya. Her name is Tess. She wants to study law. Her mother asked if she could come and work here with us once she's finished. I said of course she could, but of course that's a lie, because Tess wants to help women who have been assaulted and raped. She wants to defend them when no one else will help. She wants to fight for Maya reaches out and touches her arm and completes the sentence, "for the next girl like me." Kira nods, looking down at her daughter's hand. "And that isn't what we do here, not anymore. We work for money now, for big business and entrepreneurs. I don't want to do that anymore." "What are you talking about?" her colleague exclaims, suddenly horrified. Kira looks her in the eye. "I love you. I don't know how I'd ever be able to come to work every day without you, but I need to do something different. You can have the business. I'll sign my share over to you. Tails has just given us all the legal work concerning the construction of Beartown Business Park. You won't have any financial problems. I promise." "So what are you going to do?" her colleague wonders, aghast. Kira blurts everything out. "Set up a smaller law firm where people like Tess can come and work to fight for the next Maya, so that everyone doesn't act as if Maya was the last one. So that all those old men can't act as if they've fixed everything, throwing together a new declaration of values, a few molestation accusations, and PR brochures and fancy statements in the press as if that was enough. I want girls like Tess to come here and fight so that the old guys never forget that this job is ongoing. It doesn't end. I want someone to stand here and yell, 'What justice? Whose justice?' when they declare that justice must run its course in order to protect their sons. I want someone to shout, 'How far can this go?' When they say we need to protect boys too, this mustn't go too far the other way either. I don't want them to. Someone has to stand here and remind them that girls aren't the problem, that this isn't the last time, Kevin wasn't the last man." Maya and her mom's colleague just nod, and Kira can't for the life of her understand why they don't look surprised. "Okay, I'm with you," her colleague says curtly. Kira shakes her head in frustration. No, you don't understand. I won't make any money. You can have the whole company. The contracts for Beartown Business Park will mean." Her colleague looks happily bemused. "What am I supposed to do? Stay here and get rich? I don't even like expensive wine. I'm going with you, wherever you go." Maya sits there and watches the 2 middle-aged women hug and thinks that when she gets old, really old, she hopes she's just as crazy as they are. Kira starts drinking wine without thinking about the consequences, until in the end Maya has to call Anna to get her to come and pick up all 3 of them. Anna comes at once, without asking any questions. None of the 4 women likes hockey, but they decide to go and watch a hockey game anyway. Kira locks the office. In a few months' time she will surrender those keys and hand the whole business over to some of the employees, and she will sell her expensive car. The new law firm's first office will be her kitchen. One day women throughout the country will know who they are. That too is a sort of cathedral. In Hindi, Johnny is cleaning the van. He can never figure out who makes more mess inside it, the kids or Hannah. Every morning with them is like waking up in a garbage dump after a tornado. But Hannah comes out and pinches his backside when he's leaning over with the little vacuum cleaner and whispers in his ear, "Be careful today. Don't get into any trouble and don't get hurt, because when you get home and the kids are asleep, I'm going to have sex with you, and the only person who gets to hurt you is your wife. Do you hear?" He laughs. She's a crazily beautiful woman. A beautiful, crazy woman. She dances off teasingly into the house to get the children ready. They are going to watch the game with him. Hannah has to go and work at the hospital. When Tess walks out of the house, her mother stops her and hands her Kira Anderson's business card. "You dropped this. It fell out of your jacket." Tess smiles, forgiving her mother for the lie. Fell out." Hannah breathes through clenched teeth. It's hard for me to admit that you look up to other women rather than me now. It's really damn hard. But Kira said you can come by her office. One day maybe you could work there." She doesn't get any further because it's hard to talk when you're being hugged so tightly you're suffocating. Audrey drives through the forest and stops on the slope above the camper van. She has Alicia with her. The girl rushes down through the trees and throws herself into Benji's arms. "Hi, best friend," Benji whispers. "Hi, best friend," she giggles back. They go to the game together. Big City gets a lift but almost regrets it when Alicia asks 500,000 questions before they've even left the forest tracks. "Are you good? How good? How hard do you shoot? Are you quicker than a cat? A normal cat, I mean, not a superhero cat, just an ordinary cat. How quick are you, Benji? How quick is a cat? Can we train together one day? Today, maybe. How old are you? 50. Benji, is he any good? Are we going to beat them? By how much?" "What do you mean? Don't know, just say a guess." It never stops. Big City has a headache by the time they arrive. Benji laughs and says to Alicia, "Do you want to come into the locker room and say hello to Amat and the others?" Alicia stares at him with her mouth open, as if he's just asked if she wants to go and say hello to Spider-Man and Wonder Woman. Benji holds her hand as they walk into the ice rink. She's cocky at first, but the stands are already full of people and the noise sounds like a roar to her young ears. And just outside the A-team's locker room, Alicia's nerves get the better of her and she whispers, "No, let's not, I don't want to, it doesn't matter." Benji holds her hand a little tighter and says calmly, "Look up at the roof. Only you and me on the planet. We're alone. No one's going to hurt us." They stand there until she can't hear the crowd anymore. Everything is quiet. There's nothing to be scared of. She's still holding Benji's hand when they go into the locker room tightly, as if it's the last time. Zakel is sitting in her office making the last preparations before the game. There's a soft tap on the door. Big City is standing there and she looks up. "Yes," he fumbles for words. "I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for believing in me and giving me a chance out here. I guess I never thought I'd be happy in a place like this. But it already almost feels more like home than home." "Yes," Zakel repeats with her usual perfect ear for expressions of emotion. Big City clears his throat. "Is there any particular way you want me to play this evening? In terms of tactics?" She seems to think for a while. Then she says, "Surprise me." She will never tell him because she doesn't do that sort of thing, but there will be few players over the years who give her as much joy as him. Few players who do the unexpected so often. Who are so different. Big City goes to the locker room. Everything is still unfamiliar so far, but he will stay in this town for many years. He will buy a small house not far from where Benji's camper van is now, and he will spend a lot of time sitting in a boat catching 0 fish. He will learn to tell lies properly, but never about himself anymore. His mother will eventually move up here. Well, maybe not move, but she will come to visit and never go home. She's forest folk too, it turns out. You don't always know that until you have a forest to be folk in. Bobo is standing in the corridor outside the locker room. Tess gives him a quick kiss before she leaves him to get on with his job. She will move and study in a town far away, but she will come back when she's finished and work with Kira. Hannah is right, she's going to be the best. Bobo will run the car repair workshop with his dad. He carries on as Zachel's assistant coach for a few more years. But when he and Tess get married and have their first child, Bobo stops coaching the A-team and starts coaching the little kids' team instead, because they train earlier and he can always be home in time to have dinner ready for his wife when she gets home from work. One day he will coach his own kids, all of them. In the stands, Hogg takes his seat, as proud as anything. He's sitting on the Beartown side of the rink, but a man from HD still makes his way over there. Johnny holds out his big hand. Hogg shakes it after a moment's hesitation. "He's a good lad, your Bobo," Johnny says. Hogg nods, initially surprised, then grateful. "He still doesn't deserve Tess." Johnny grins weakly. "No, he doesn't, but none of us deserve our women." Hogg moves over. The two men are both so big that 3 seats are barely enough for them. Half a lifetime ago they did their best to kill each other out on the ice, but now they're going to be family and have to become friends somehow. It can be useful to have a bit of help with things like that. Fortunately, Anna and Maya are sitting a couple of seats away, so Hogg leans toward them and asks if Anna has any beer. She does. Obviously, you aren't allowed to bring beer into the ice rink, but if Anna wasn't allowed to do things she shouldn't, she'd never leave the house. She'd never be allowed to be in her own house either, come to think of that. Hogg and Johnny drink surreptitiously from paper cups, not because Johnny is afraid of security, but because he's afraid of Hannah. "You'll all have to come around for a family meal," he declares through clenched teeth. "Bobo would like that," Hogg replies curtly. "I hope so, because he'll be doing the cooking," Johnny grins. Hogg bursts out laughing. They drink a toast. They sit next to each other and actually talk about hockey for 10 minutes without falling out. One day they will both be grandfathers to the same kids. Good luck to those grandchildren if they dare to pick a favorite team. Down in the corridor outside the locker room, Amat is walking along with his bag over his shoulder. He stops when he reaches Bobo and they give each other a long hug. "This is our last season together, then you're going to be a pro," Bobo says, his voice thick. "You're going to be saying that every season," Amat smiles, but Bobo is actually right. The rest of the team is already in the locker room. Amat sits down between Big City and Mumble, and as they get changed, Amat asks them, "Do you want to do some extra training tomorrow?" They nod. Then Big City asks, "How about tonight? Are you busy after the game?" They aren't. Out in the stands, 1,000 voices are roaring as one. "Do you want us? Come and get us." Both standing areas are chanting the same thing. The whole forest is in uproar. Mumble's face is impassive, but his knees are bouncing nonstop. "Nervous?" Big City asks. Mumble nods, embarrassed. "Don't be. We aren't even going to let HD borrow the puck." Big City grins, as if the hubris of the forest folk has already started to rub off on him. "Fight us! Fight us! None of you dare fight us!" The standing areas are chanting outside to politicians and those in positions of power and to the whole world all at once. "I'd forgotten how much they yell," Amat says. "I've never heard anything like this," Big City admits. "Wait till we go out. It's like a hurricane," Amat declares. "Any tips on how to handle it?" Big City asks. And Mumble surprises everyone, not least himself, by suddenly grinning and replying, "By winning." They roar with laughter. And just then Benji comes into the locker room holding Alicia by the hand. She has questions, many, many questions. Zachel comes down from the office and walks back and forth outside the locker room. She's nervous, which doesn't often happen, so she smokes more cigars than normal. The caretaker swears and goes and opens the emergency exit so that the fire alarm doesn't go off. He forgets to shut it. Anna's dad is sitting in the row below his daughter. He's sober. She called the guys on his hunting team and they told her he didn't drink anything yesterday because he knew he was going to the game with his daughter today. "Let's hope he has a drink before the next hunt anyway, because he's the best hunter in Beartown when he's sober, and that's unfair to the rest of us," the old men grumbled. Anna leans forward and asks, "Dad, did you bring the pickup?" He nods quickly but assures her eagerly, "Yes, yes, but I haven't been drinking. I swear." He's so afraid of embarrassing her, so horrified that she'll be ashamed of him. But she smiles, and then he smiles too, the smile he keeps just for her. Then she asks thoughtfully, "Dad, did you remember not to leave the rifle in the truck?" His eyes open wide. I wasn't drunk, I was just stressed." She shakes her head wearily. "Did you at least lock the truck?" He gets up at once and pushes his way along the row to rush out into the parking lot and check. She calls after him. When he turns around, ready for her to start shouting at him about something else as well, she yells so that the whole stand can hear, "I love you, Dad." He isn't perfect, her old man, but he's hers, and she's never ashamed of that. 103 questions. The game is about to start, but it will never be played. Instead, now everything that we will never stop regretting starts. Every single person in the ice rink will go over and over these minutes for the rest of their lives, asking silently, "Could I have done anything different? Something small, something microscopic, anything at all. Could I have stopped him?" We're on our way into a night when we question everything we have ever done, all that we are, and the entire society that we've built. Because what is it? The whole lot of it. Only the sum of all our choices. Only the result of us. Can we cope with the way it turned out? This hockey game will never be played, and for many of us it will feel as if we never really emerge from the ice rink. We will be stuck in the nightmare forever. We are a people who tell stories, who try to use stories to put what we have experienced into some sort of context, to explain what we have been fighting about in the hope that it will excuse what we have done. But stories reveal both the very best of us and the very worst, and can one ever outweigh the other? Are our triumphs greater than our mistakes? What are we responsible for? What are we guilty of? Can we look ourselves in the mirror tomorrow? Can we look each other in the eye? No, not after this. 104 regrets. Lev is sitting on the terrace outside his little house next to the scrapyard in Hd. The black and white dog is resting by his feet. The evening is cold, the air fresh, his chest aches with loneliness. He's so good at never revealing this to the guys he employs, because otherwise they would be uncontrollable. He has always been amazed by grown men who show that they are scared. That's such a luxury, like a rabbit that knows nothing about predators because it's never seen one. Where Lev grew up, a man didn't show his fear even if his heart broke. That was why he picked Hd. He's lived in many places, but he chose to settle down in this forest because the people here are also survivors, and not that much less dangerous than he is. He thought that perhaps here he isn't quite as different as he was in the places he has been chased away from. Perhaps here they would let him live a peaceful life among them. Perhaps here he would have time to build up something. He is a violent man, but if you ask him why, he will reply that it's because he hates violence. He has a pistol so he doesn't have to kill anyone. He frightens people away rather than take the risk of letting anyone get too close. That is how he has survived, but it has also left him lonely. He doesn't often let himself feel that, but that woman, Audrey, who was here and bought the bearskin from him, she set off something inside him, kicked a door in somewhere inside his rib cage. She made him remember his nieces. It's for their sakes that he wants to build something. For their children's sakes. Lev never had children of his own. Almost his entire family died in a war the rest of the world didn't even call a war. He has seen good people capable of great evil, but also terrible people capable of great goodness. It's the same everywhere. Almost everyone loves too much, hates too easily, forgives too little. But most people want the same as him. To live in peace, to let your heart beat a little more slowly when night comes, to earn a bit of money to support the ones you love. He built up the business at the scrapyard so he could send money to his nieces and their children. One day perhaps he will build a big house here that they can all come and live in. Is he a good man? No. He knows that. He has done many things he ought to regret, but he regrets hardly any of them, and isn't that the definition of evil? A man can do a lot of bad things to protect his family, might be prepared to defend all he has built up with violence if he built it for their sakes. One day perhaps Lev's nieces, own daughters and sons can become lawyers and bosses, he hopes so. One day perhaps they can belong to a place as obviously as Peter Anderson does, without having to apologize or say thank you the whole time, without either stealing or begging for charity. But until then Lev will do what he has to. Regret? Yes, there's one thing he regrets. The boy Amat. Everything that happened with the NHL draft. Amat reminded Lev of his younger brother as a small child. In another forest in another time, they played hockey the same way. So no matter what Peter Anderson and other men might say, it wasn't greed that drove Lev to help Amat. At least, no more greed than was driving Peter Anderson himself. Lev helped him because he saw someone he loved in that boy, and now he regrets not seeing him as just that, a boy. Where Lev grew up, there were no boys of Amat's age. They were already regarded as men, because in a violent place childhood is over in the blink of an eye. If that. Lev isn't a man who finds it easy to admit his mistakes, but he knows now that he should have asked Amat which he wanted more, acclaim or money. It was so obvious to Lev that only people who are already rich care about acclaim, but it might have been different for the boy. Perhaps he wanted something that Lev can't even understand. Regrets. Yes, Lev probably does have a few in spite of everything. He regrets not listening. He regrets not being at the game now. He would have liked to see Amat one more time, flying forward just like Lev's brother once did. It's a miraculous game, a wonderful game. He closes his eyes, hears footsteps on the gravel outside, heavy breathing. One of the men who works at the scrapyard comes out of one of the trailers, wild-eyed. He runs as fast as he can out through the gate and along the road to Lev's house. He bangs madly on the door until Lev opens it angrily with a small glass of strong liquor in his hand. That's how he finds out what another of his employees has done. What he sold to that 14-year-old who was here wanting to get a pistol. One of the other men at the scrapyard saw Mateo in Beartown earlier today. They were on their way to sell hot dogs outside the rink and saw the boy walking to the game. He looked like darkness, the man says. There probably isn't anyone who has driven his car through the forest as fast as Lev does, either before or since. The parking lot is empty when Anna's dad gets out to his pickup. The game is about to start inside. Somewhere up by the road, an old American car is driving far too fast, presumably in a hurry to make it to the start of the game. Anna's dad tries the door of his own truck and crumples with shame when he discovers that it's unlocked. The rifle is there, of course. He had forgotten it just as Anna predicted, not because of drink but because of age. That's worse. Just as he's about to hide it under the seat and lock the truck before going back into the ice rink, he sees a lone figure pad along the side of the building. At first, it's just a movement in the corner of his eye, like when he sees something in the forest and doesn't immediately know if it's an animal or a person, but he can always rely on his instincts. He knows when something is wrong, when something is moving in an unnatural way. A whole life in the forest has taught him what fear looks like, what flight looks like, and what hunting looks like. He takes a few steps between the cars and sees the figure, a young boy, peer in through all the windows and try all the doors. Then he sees one that's open, an emergency exit at the end of the corridor by the locker rooms. It ought to be closed. It can only be opened from the inside, but the caretaker left it open to air out the cigar smoke. The boy suddenly runs toward the door, and that's when Anna's dad sees the pistol in his hand. He doesn't have time to shout and warn anyone before the boy has slipped inside. It happens so fast, so incredibly, remorselessly, horribly fast. The American car swerves into the parking lot. Anna's dad grabs his rifle and runs toward the ice rink. Mumble is sitting on the bench in the locker room. Mateo walks in. To begin with, no one sees the pistol, but then it's as if everyone sees it at the same time. At first, someone thinks it's a joke. It looks so unnatural at the end of a 14-year-old's arm, but then they see his eyes. There's nothing there. If there was ever a human being in there, he's gone now. Then comes the first shot. Bang, the second and third. Bang, bang, and everyone screams. Runs, flees toward the shower room and bathrooms. Anywhere. They crouch down beneath basins and behind doors. No one who is there will forget how it feels when you stop believing that you're going to die and start knowing that it's happening right now. Now it's over. So many people say that your life passes before your eyes, but for most of us, we only have time to think about such small things. A single person, a small hand in ours, a giggle, breath against the palm of our hand. Bang, Mumble knows he's going to die. He's the one Mateo is aiming at. Mumble realizes that it's all over the moment the boy walks in, so he just sits still and screws his eyes shut and hopes it will be quick, that it won't hurt too much. It doesn't hurt at all. He waits for his chest to explode and for his body to slump to the ground, but nothing happens. When he opens his eyes, there's blood everywhere and there are two bodies lying on the floor. Alicia is moving around the locker room like a small but persistent fart. Questions, questions, questions. A top she wants signed, a sort of skate she wants to know more about, a way of binding a hockey stick that she wants to know the secret behind. She gets a hug from Amat and looks like she might faint. Benji is sitting on a bench on the other side of the locker room. He's relaxed, leaning back, almost on the point of dozing off. He doesn't notice Mateo walk in. He doesn't see Alicia standing in the middle of the floor, right in front of Mumble. Bang, Hannah is at the hospital. She doesn't hear the cries in the corridor, doesn't know that the alarm has come from the ice rink, where her family is, doesn't hear something breaking in her colleagues' voices. A splinter of glass in the soul of every nurse and doctor who passes the information on. Hannah doesn't even know it's happening because she's in here doing her job. Twice, in fact. It's like a cruel joke, as if God wants to point out that he can do what he likes with us. Unless this is the opposite, his penance. As two cherished lives end over in the ice rink, the twins' hearts start to beat in Hannah's arms. Two childhoods begin. Beep-bo tickles and helpless giggling, climbing trees, puddles and boots that are too big, ice on the lake. A million ice creams, whisper shouts from parents on the phone when you're playing with a ball indoors. Swings, best friends, first love. This day brings incomprehensible violence and incredible mercy. The greatest fear, the smallest people. Everything belongs to us. How are we to talk about Alicia? All our stories are about her, of course. All the ones that end here, all the ones that begin here, she has been the reason for all of them. Bang, Mateo stands in the doorway and she doesn't understand what he's holding in his hand. She just sees the darkness. It comes like smoke and envelops her. She just hears the sound of screaming and noise of things crashing over. All the men around her run. Bang, bang, the first shot goes too high. The recoil is too sharp and Mateo's hands are shaking too much, so he lowers the weapon and squeezes the trigger again. The second and third shots hit home, right in the chest. The body is dead before it hits the ground. Bang, all the men in the locker room run. Some toward the bathroom, some toward the shower room, some try to crawl out through the window. All except Benji, because he's the sort of person who runs toward fire. He always has been. Anna's dad rushes across the parking lot toward the emergency exit and peers breathlessly into the gloom. He sees Mateo fire his first shot into the locker room, sees him walk into the room to fire again, but then someone flies into him from inside the room with all his strength. Mateo tumbles back out into the corridor again with a much larger body on top of him. Bang, bang, those are the two shots that take Benji's life. Both to the heart. What else could they have hit in there? He was all heart. Mateo heaves his body aside and jumps up to his feet again, aiming wildly around him to carry on killing. We will say it couldn't possibly have happened the way the police and the media describe. We will say that no one could possibly have hit at that distance, under those circumstances. Not even the most exceptional marksman could have done that. Not even the very best hunter in the whole of Beartown, we will swear. That isn't true. Anna is on her feet in the stands and hears the first shot. Like everyone else, she thinks it's kids letting off firecrackers. Then she hears the screaming, and from the angle she has when she stands on her seat, she can just make out the corridor down by the boards and the door to the locker room. She sees when Benji throws himself straight out through it, right at the pistol, and tackles Mateo to the ground. The following two shots go right through his heart, right through his body, right through the ceiling. When Mateo gets to his feet again, the next shot hits him in the head. Anna doesn't even need to see who fired to know. No one else could have done that. She runs straight toward the emergency exit where she knows her dad is standing with his rifle in his hands. Mateo is dead before his body hits the floor, but so is Benji. Everyone who knew Benjamin Ovich, particularly those of us who knew him well enough to call him Benji, would have wished him a really long story, a secure life, a happy ending. We hoped, oh, how we hoped, but deep down we probably knew that he wasn't the sort who would get that. Because he was always the sort who stood in the way, the sort who protected, the sort who ran. He always thought he was the bad guy in all stories. The real heroes always do. That's why stories about boys like him never end with them growing old. Stories about boys like him only end with us no longer dreaming of time machines, because if one was ever invented in the distant future, it would already have been used to travel back here by someone who loved him. There are so many of us. We can't fight against evil. That's the most unbearable thing about the world we have built. Evil can't be eradicated, can't be locked up. The more violence we use against it, the stronger it becomes when it seeps out under doors and through keyholes. It can never disappear because it grows inside us, sometimes even in the best of us, sometimes even in 14-year-olds. We have no weapons against it. We have only been given love as a gift in order to cope with it. Everyone is running in different directions, trying to find a way out. But Anna and Maya stumble down the stands and force their way through the crowd. When Maya's foot gets caught and she screams, Anna throws everything and everyone around her out of the way until she's free. Then they rush toward the locker room. The first people they see in the corridor are Amat and Bobo, covered in Benji's blood. Bobo is holding his friend in his arms and rocking him as if he were merely sleeping. But he's gone. He no longer exists. There are thousands of things Maya's instincts are yelling at her to do just then, but all she hears is the scream. Not her own, but a little girl's. She's standing 3 yards behind Benji's body and just screaming and screaming and screaming. No one seems to hear. Everyone is so paralyzed. They're just staring at the blood and the bodies. No one sees the child. Perhaps Maya sees herself in Alicia. Perhaps this is the moment when she becomes an adult. She doesn't know. But instead of kneeling beside Benji like everyone else, she picks Alicia up out of the chaos and runs, out through the emergency exit, past Anna's dad, out into the parking lot and on into the forest. She sits there keeping the girl hidden in her embrace so she can cry and scream without having to see what's happening in the ice rink. Maya just wants to protect her from the blood and the images and the memories. That's all she's thinking. She doesn't even let her own brain absorb the fact that Benji is dead. It's impossible. Protect the child is all she's thinking. Perhaps there are more men with guns in there. Perhaps there will be more shots. So protect the child, protect the child, protect the child. People come rushing out into the parking lot. Screams and sirens pierce the last streaks of daylight. Maya wishes she could stop shaking. She wishes she could hold the girl tighter, that she could hug away all the shock and despair and all the terrible darkness that will never leave either of them now. But she doesn't know how. She isn't big enough, isn't strong enough. She can't breathe. She's gasping for air, trying to think away the blood and death on the floor in there, and she needs to be strong for the child's sake. But how do you do that? Where do you find the strength? She doesn't have it. She's certain she's going to collapse on the ground in the snow when she feels two arms around her own shoulders. It's her mother. Kira didn't run toward the fire, she ran after the children. Behind her comes Tess, and soon other women will come, from all directions in red and green jackets, some even in black. They wrap their arms around each other in circles, ring after ring, forming a wall around Alicia. Nothing that happens to the girl in the rest of her life will ever be worse than this. But in the very worst moment, in the midst of the greatest terror, mothers and big sisters from the whole forest ran here to protect her. No one can fight against evil. But if it wants to take Alicia, it's going to have to go through every last one of them first. Almost everyone runs as if they don't understand what's happening. Adriovich runs as if she already knows. Words. There are no words for this. Everything is just shock. Everything is just darkness. Everything is just empty. We have gotten used to so many types of violence, but we could never foresee this one. This one we will never understand. This one we will never get over. Adri picks up her brother and he feels so small in her arms. She carries him out of the ice rink and the whole town stops breathing. A hole in every heart. How will the sun rise tomorrow? How can daylight still exist? What is the point? Lev is out of his car before it's even stopped moving. Anna's dad is standing on his own by the emergency exit with his rifle in his hands. Everyone is screaming inside. It doesn't take Lev many seconds to understand what has happened when he sees the blood and the bodies on the floor. He sees the pistol. He could rush over and snatch it up because it's the only thing that could be traced back to the scrapyard and him. But he has too much to regret now. Too many sleepless nights ahead of him with Mateo's face in the darkness. Good people can be capable of great evil, and evil people can be capable of great good. So instead of thinking about saving himself, Lev turns around and saves someone else. He sees Anna come running over, so he grabs hold of the hunter beside him and asks, "Your daughter?" Anna's dad nods, confused, as if he's lost consciousness but his body hasn't realized it yet. Lev waves hysterically to get her to come over to them, and Anna runs, jumping over the blood. She will never forget that, never forgive herself for that. Even if Benji is dead, even if she did it to protect the living, even if it's what he would have wanted her to do, neither she nor her dad really know who Lev is. They've heard the rumors like everyone else, but that's all. He doesn't seem to be in shock, perhaps the only person who isn't. He's seen too much in other forests. "Your car. Which one is your car?" "Yes," he yells. Only then does Anna understand what he's thinking, what she needs to do to help, and how badly this could end for her dad if she doesn't. She grabs her dad and drags him like an overgrown child across the parking lot. He's already crying, but she can't allow herself that luxury. She drives. He sits beside her. Lev follows them. They stop in the forest, down by the lake where no one can see them from the road. Anna fetches tools from the back of the truck and they work together to make holes in the ice. A lot of holes, all spread out. Then they dismantle the rifle and scatter the pieces in different parts of the lake. Then they drive to Anna's dad's house, where Lev goes straight into the kitchen without asking permission. The dogs sniff curiously but don't stop him. He searches the cupboards and finds hidden bottles of drink that Anna's dad had hoped his daughter wouldn't pour away so that he has enough ammunition for a relapse. "Drink, yes," Lev says, and starts pouring 3 glasses. "Are you totally fucking mad? Are you going to start drinking now when it's too foo?" Anna snaps, but Lev just hands her the glass and replies, "What do the police call it?" "Alibi." "Yes, alibi. We were never at the ice rink. We were here. Yes, we were drunk. Your dad can't shoot anyone drunk. Yes, alibi." Anna and her dad breathe out in a single long sigh of melancholy as they accept his reasoning. They have no other choice. Then they empty their glasses. Lev pours more alibi. They say nothing at all and are soon drinking alone. Lev sits on the floor in the hall. Her dad sits in his chair by the fire. Anna in the kitchen. She cries and cries and cries, and this is the last time she gets drunk. She has never had any idea what job she wants to do, but now she will spend her life trying to save others' peoples. She doesn't know that yet, but this is where it starts because she couldn't save Benji's. So she can't afford to drink from now on. She loves her dad, but she can't risk turning into the sort of person who falls asleep in a chair in front of the fire the next time someone bangs on the door in the middle of a storm, the next time someone cries for help, the next time she might be able to save the world. What an incredible place this is, in spite of everything, Maya's mom once said. Her dad replied, "What's incredible is that it's still here, that there are still people here." Maya will remember how incomprehensible it was that the sun even rose on the day after Benji's death, that she was still alive, that she kept going. But she understands her parents for the first time, really understands them. How they learned to cry inwardly when Isaac died. Silently, silently they cried for years so that Maya and Leo wouldn't hear. How the very air must have hurt their skin. How they must have wanted to lie down with their cheeks to the ground and whisper into the grass to the child beneath it. How they must have hated themselves for not being able to die with him. How many of all the things they have done since then have been their attempts to achieve something important, something grand, something worth getting to heaven late for. Almost everything. It's unbearable that the sun rises again, that Maya is here and not Benji. For the rest of her life she will stop almost daily and think, would he be proud of me? Have I lived a worthy life, been a good enough person? Because of course that's all she is, all everyone she grew up with in Beartown is, hopelessly simple but horribly complicated. Ordinary, unusual people. Unusually ordinary people. We try to just live our lives, live with each other, live with ourselves. Accepting joy when we find it, bearing grief when it finds us, and being amazed at our children's happiness without falling apart when we think that we can never really protect them. Maya has never felt that she belonged here, but this place finally belongs to her more than anyone else. The little town in the big forest. She will talk about the people here with her back straight, her voice steady, will say that most of us don't want anything remarkable. A job, a home, good schools. Long walks with the dog. The elk hunt. A cup of coffee at the start of the day and a cold beer at the end of it. A good laugh. Nice neighbors. Safe streets to cycle on. A lake where you can learn to skate in winter and sit in a boat for 9 hours and catch 0 fish in the summer. Snowball fights, trees to climb, a new hockey season, all that's all we demand. She will say that people around her love a simple game, even those of us who don't love it at all. A stick each, 2 goals, us against you. Bang, bang, bang. She will say that we're just trying to live, damn it. Live in spite of each other. Live for each other. Live on. Soon millions of people will know Maya's name, but every night she will only be singing for Benji. Not all her songs will be about him, but they will all be his somehow, even the ones that are Anna's. One evening, several years from now, Maya will be so famous that she'll be performing in one of the biggest arenas in the whole country. It will be sold out. The first time she steps out into it, she will realize what it is used for when concerts aren't being held there. It's an ice rink. It's the biggest moment in her career, and she cries her way through every song. 105 trees when Benji is buried. It isn't in a church with open doors, but under the bare sky. 2 entire towns turn up. The notification in the newspaper is superfluous. Everyone knows the time and the place already, even the factory closes. But beneath Benji's name is printed what everyone is feeling. This hurts too much to touch with words. It was the man at the undertaker's who showed the quotation to the Ovich sisters. "My favorite poet, Bottle Malmston," the man said, a little embarrassed at his own declaration of love. Now she's the Ovich sisters' favorite poet too. Their brother is laid to rest beside their father, not far from Ramona and Vidar. Around here, we usually say that we bury our children under our most beautiful trees, But not even the best among us can find a tree beautiful enough to watch over Benjamin Ovich. So we grow new ones, all around the stone bearing his name. We let Alicia and other children plant them in the soil so that they grow up around him. Until he is no longer sleeping in a churchyard, but where he was always safest and happiest, in a forest. Words, this hurts too much. Alicia comes to the funeral hand in hand with Adri and Sune. When she sees Maya, she lets go of them and runs, not for her own sake, but for Maya's. "Are you scared?" the girl asks. "Very scared and very sad," Maya replies with her eyes buried in the girl's hair. "Is Benji scared, do you think? Will it be dark and cold down there in the ground?" Alicia asks. "No, no, Benji isn't scared. He isn't even here," Maya replies. "Isn't he?" Alicia wonders with her first smile in thousands of breaths. Maya blinks 1,000,000 times. "He's on the ice somewhere laughing now. He's playing hockey with his best friends. He's lying on his back looking at the stars. He isn't scared. In 100 years you'll see him again and tell him about all the things you've done, all about your fantastic life, all your adventures. He'll look forward to that." When Alicia runs back to Adri, Maya sits in a corner of the church and writes on her arm with a pen. She feels her skin. Then she asks Benji's mom and sisters if she can sing at the funeral. She stands on the church steps. The forest has never been as silent as it is then. Slowly, slowly, everything she wants to say to him leaves her. "Are you scared?" Someone who loves you wanted to know. I said, "Oh no, he's in a different form, though, because the grave's only a place for memory. The earth around his coffin isn't where he'll be. Where you are now, I cannot say you're not here. You've gone away. There's a folding chair by the water, and there I think you sit and laugh and feel a love so rare. There's ice around your island. You've got your skates. There goes a boy whose beauty never fades. You're playing a game. Don't even feel cold. There plays a boy who will never grow old. You're everything you wanted to be. You're safe and happy, wild and free. I don't know where you are now, my friend, but in 100 years we'll meet again. There are many types of leadership. The one we find easiest to admire is, of course, always the one that involves having the courage to lead your followers out into the unknown, bravely going where no one else has gone, upward, forward. But what helps more than anything to take Beartown back to mornings where we can breathe again at all after all that has happened is something far less conspicuous. Bobo and Amat lead all the players on the A-team out into the town, and they gather the children together. They play and they play and they play. In the ice rink on the lake, in yards between apartment blocks. They play and they play and they play. It's the only cure they know, the only way they know how to make the world a little better. Big City goes with them, silent at first, but soon something else, something new for him. He becomes the sort of person who talks, puts a hand on a shoulder, picks up someone who's fallen, carries someone who's gotten hurt. As time goes on, he starts to realize that when he sets off, the others follow, rather than the other way around. In other teams, he was always notorious for being complicated and peculiar and disloyal. Here he becomes the opposite. One evening when they are playing with the children, the parents stay and watch. The following evening, one dad asks if he can join in. Soon everyone is playing everywhere. It's that sort of town where everything can change and the people can be transformed, where we find the strength to play even though our lungs are screaming. Possibly because we're used to withstanding the darkness, both inside and outside. Possibly because we live close to wilderness. But perhaps most of all because, just like everyone else in every other place, if we don't have tomorrow, what's the alternative? There are many types of leadership. The sort Big City, Amat and Bobo demonstrate this year isn't the sort that goes forward but rather goes backward. Back to everything we are. Sometimes the greatest leadership is knowing the way home. A few months from now, Hannah will be holding a newborn baby again. It is a good day. It's incredible that days like this will ever happen again, but they do. She goes home and packs a picnic together with Tess. Johnny is repairing the van down at the fire station with Lev's spare parts and Bobo's help. When they're done, they go out into the yard in front of the fire station with all the other firemen and have a snowball fight with their children and younger brothers and sisters. Tobias is there. He already looks like a fireman. He's going to be exactly like his dad, so his dad is trying to be as good as he can possibly be. Tess will move away from here in a few years' time, but she'll come home again in the end. She's too much forest folk for other places, but she doesn't know that until she sees the world. One evening, Ted's coach calls to tell Johnny and Hannah that he started to get calls from coaches from bigger clubs, men from hockey academies, and even a few agents to ask questions about Ted. The coach says his parents should be prepared for the lad's life to change. Ted is one of the brightest talents he has seen. One day he will be the best. Johnny spends hours in the kitchen after that, looking at the whiskey in a glass that's really a tea light holder. He doesn't touch it. Instead, he gets in his car and drives to Beartown, knocks on a door, eats croissants in Peter's kitchen, and confesses in a low voice, "People are saying my boy could go a long way, maybe all the way. I was just wondering if you have any advice." Peter shakes his head apologetically. "I don't think I can give you any advice about his career. I don't know anything about money and contracts and all that. But I can give you the phone numbers of some old friends of mine. They can." The fireman on the other side of the table looks up, his eyes glossy with uncertainty. He sounds very small when he whispers, No, I don't mean like that. I didn't mean advice for him. I mean for me. I need to know what I have to do to be a good dad. I want to know what you wish you could have had back when you were his age, when your phone started to ring." Peter is silent for a long time. Then he talks more about his childhood than he has done with any other man. A few years later, Ted becomes the youngest team captain in HD's history. A few years after that, he becomes a team captain in the NHL. When he is asked by a reporter where he thinks he got his leadership qualities from, he will reply simply, "From home." Timu and other Black Jackets are going to the hockey games again, are singing again, always with slightly heavier voices and a greater sense of loss now, always with a beer in their hands after the game when they walk all the way to the churchyard. Then they sit there and talk to Vidar and Benji and Ramona and Halger and all the others who couldn't come, so they know how it went. Every detail, every shot, every goal, and every wrong decision by the referee. The beer in heaven is expensive and the whining is the same as always. Hardly anything changes. But one day Timu brings his newborn son here and introduces him. His son will grow up and decide that he doesn't like hockey, he likes soccer, and there's a hell of a lot of laughter in heaven then. Oh, so much laughter. Elizabeth Zackel becomes a famous coach. She wins hundreds of games. She wins leagues, titles, and trophies. The only thing she never really wins back is that first, uncomplicated joy. Hockey never really becomes a game for her again. But one day in many years' time she will coach a national team, the one Alicia plays on, and then Zackel will make an exception to her strictest rule. She lets someone play with the number 16 again. For one single game. Alicia gets up from the bench in the locker room and leads her team out and storms the ice, and Zackel watches her, and for a single moment forgets that it isn't him. Leo spends several days sitting in his room after Benji's funeral with his headphones on, inside his game. He plays and waits the way he has done, night after night, for a particular name to appear on the screen. For a player he has never met in real life but encountered here so many times in recent months that it now feels as if they know each other. That stranger has killed Leo every time, almost as if he sought him out every day and hunted him down. Leo can't let go of the desire to get him back. If he's just a bit quicker, a bit more focused, he's sure he can get the bastard. Whoever he is, but his opponent never shows up. Never again. Leo will never know why, but for years, long after he has stopped playing this game, He will log on from time to time just to look for that particular username. If he had looked it up online, perhaps he would have found a page in a foreign language that explained that the username is the literal meaning of the name Matteo. But he never does. There's a knock on the door to his room. Maya is standing there with her guitar in her hand. "Can I come in?" She asks quietly, the way he always did when he crept to her room when he was younger after he had a nightmare. He nods, of course. She sits down on his bed and plays her guitar, and he sits in front of his computer and plays his game. It's the last night before she goes back to music college. She will be alone down there for a while. She will be angry, and she will write some of the best songs she has ever written. "I'm proud of you," she whispers to her brother. "I'm proud of you too," he whispers back. Leo will do great things in life. He will go far and give her every reason to really be proud of him. She's just being proud in advance. That's the job of big sisters. When the two Anderson siblings have families and children of their own, one night they will sit in a house much like this one, a Christmas Eve when the generations above and below them have all gone to bed, and they will talk about the people they might have become if their circumstances had been worse. Just a little worse. If they had been born a little poorer, been hit a little harder, a little earlier by how violent people can be. If they hadn't had a mom and a dad who would fight anyone for their sake, who would rush through the forest and take on hooligans, the whole town if they had to, who never gave up, who only backed away when they were getting ready to attack, who knew no limits when it came to what they were prepared to do to protect their children, even when they knew it wasn't really possible. Leo will smile and pat his sister's hair gently. "Without Mom and Dad, you'd have been fine. You're a survivor, but me, I wouldn't have stood a chance." The police never find the rifle that killed Matteo. No one manages to prove where the pistol that killed Benji came from either. The police go door to door from one end of Beartown to the far side of Hidi, but no one says anything. There will be one or two people around here who will be happy to point out to the authorities after the event that they put more effort into tracking down that rifle than anything else. As if the man who killed a murderer with a hunting rifle was a bigger criminal than the man who gave the murderer an illegal smuggled pistol in the first place. The trouble between us and those who aren't from around here never really stops. We're that sort of town too. Lev carries on living in Hidi, running his scrapyard. Every winter he travels to another forest far away, with his cases full of toys and cuddly animals. There he drinks strong liquor out of small glasses with his nieces and plays hockey with their children. All the things people say about him are true. This part as well. That's why he fits in so well in the towns deep among the trees. They're also capable of being both their best and their worst at the same time. Perhaps it is grief that brings Tails down, or perhaps his conscience finally catches up with him. Richard Theo goes to see him a week after the funeral and tells him about a series of articles that the local paper is about to publish. It will uncover a corruption scandal that will crush Theo's political opponents but spare the hockey clubs and Peter Anderson. Theo has built an alliance of businessmen who find him useful and politicians who are scared of him. He's untouchable. But sadly, he explains with what appears to be genuine sympathy. Not all of his political allies accept that the hockey club should get away entirely scot-free. Everyone needs a small victory, he says. Everyone needs to feel that they've won something. So Theo suggests the simplest solution. Give them a few of the contracts Peter signed. Not the ones concerning the training facility, not the very worst ones, just the basic graft so they can feel that they're uncovering something. But then, of course, a scapegoat will be required, and if it isn't going to be Peter, then the story needs to be told in such a way that someone is revealed as having deceived him. Theo holds his arms out amiably. "I suggest Ramona. She's already gone now anyway, and from what I've heard of her, I can't imagine she'd have anything against being used to save Peter Anderson. If we pin the blame on her, The whole scandal will be forgotten in a couple of weeks, and everyone can carry on as if nothing happened. Tails sits at his desk and looks at his hands for a long time. Then he whispers, "Peter was my best friend all through my childhood. Did you know that? He was so good even before he went to the NHL that opposing players who came here for games would sometimes ask for his autograph for their younger siblings. So I learned to imitate his signature so I could sell signed photographs without him knowing about it. I can still do an almost perfect imitation of his handwriting." Theo sits with his eyebrows raised and a look of confusion that's extremely unusual for him. "What are you saying?" Tails replies calmly. "I'm saying that we do as you suggest. We give the paper and your political allies a small victory. We give them some of the contracts and say Peter was tricked, but not by Ramona. I'm going to say it was me who signed those contracts in his name." Richard Theo looks both appalled and impressed. By the time the story reaches the local paper, it has already been leaked to the police. Tails is convicted of fraud. He is sentenced to a few months in prison. He doesn't let anyone take even a fraction of the blame. When he gets out, he goes straight home to Beartown and starts building, but not Beartown Business Park or a fancy training facility next to the ice rink, as he had planned. Instead, he helps his best friend from childhood build a cathedral. Tails pays for the roof with his own money. He works on it with his own 2 hands. And afterward he and Peter drink beer sitting right at the top while 100 kids play down below. It's a simple little ice box, not a luxurious rink. It's reminiscent of the one the factory workers built in Beartown 3/4 of a century ago when they founded the club. When there was nothing but storms and longing around here, love and dreams, hope and struggle. The cathedral isn't much to look at, it really isn't, but it's the start of something. It wouldn't have been completed without Tails's help, but no one apart from Peter knows how great his contribution was. Tails never tells anyone. That's his atonement. The editor-in-chief and her dad go away on holiday. She takes him with her to the sun. They eat good food and take long walks, look at churches and fall asleep on shaded terraces. It's their last trip together. Her dad passes away not long after that. The editor-in-chief returns to Beartown and Hidi, but soon moves on to work for larger papers in bigger places. She gets more power. It takes a while, longer than she would have liked, but one day she gets the chance to take on Richard Theo. She grabs it. He too is living in a larger town by then, sitting on higher pedestals, which makes the fall all the harder. In the end, she digs up so many scandals about him that she destroys his whole career and ruins him. She doesn't do it for justice, nor even for the satisfaction. She does it because she can. She does it because people like him shouldn't always be allowed to win. Amat makes it to the NHL in the end. The night when he scores his first goal, the whole of Beartown is awake, despite the time difference. In fact, the whole of Hidi is probably awake too. And if they aren't, they probably get woken up when Amat scores and the whole damn hollow explodes. A few years from now, far away from here, a young man will be sitting on a sofa at a party. Everyone around him will be dancing and drinking, but his eyes will be glued to the television. It's just a short clip from a concert by one of the country's most famous female performers right now. Her name is Maya Anderson, and the young man has always loved that name. How ordinary it sounds. He's never thought about her accent, has never reflected upon why it sounds so familiar to him. But now he sees her on television and she's singing a song about someone she loved, because it's his birthday, and on the huge screen behind her a photograph of him flashes up for a moment. She knows no one will really see it. 1,000 more images flash past right after it. She just included that particular photograph for her own sake. But the man on the sofa recognizes it, because he remembers fingertips and glances. Beer bottles on a worn bar counter and smoke in a silent forest. The way the snow feels as it falls on your skin, while a boy with sad eyes and a wild heart teaches you to skate. The man on the sofa packs almost nothing. He takes just a light bag and the case containing his bass guitar and travels to the next town on Maya's tour. He elbows his way past her security guard and almost gets knocked to the floor, and he calls out, "I knew him. I knew Benji. I loved him too." Maya stops mid-stride. They look each other in the eye and see only him, the boy in the forest, sad and wild. "Do you play?" Maya asks. "I'm a bass player," he says. From then on he is her bass player. No one plays her songs like he does. No one else cries as much each night. Mumble plays hockey. That's all anyone will ever really remember him doing. He's either at the ice rink or at home with his mother. He never tells anyone who Mateo's bullets were really meant for. How could he explain? Who would let him say all he needed to? He's too scared. Too small. So he says nothing, upsets no one, lives his life quietly and tries to save every puck each time Beartown hockey puts him in goal. The crowd loves him, the people in the seats as well as those in the standing area, and in many ways he becomes one of the club's true legends. He never plays for any other club, only here. He becomes more Bear than anyone else. He was born in Hidi, but Beartown becomes his place on earth. When he eventually has to stop playing hockey as a result of an injury, he is a little over 30, and half a lifetime has passed since the event he has spent every day trying to forget happened. He has played every minute as if he is trying to be forgiven, as if he could just be good enough and valuable enough, and possibly even a little loved, to somehow be able to live a life without always feeling that he doesn't deserve it. He plays as if the ice is a time machine. It never is. The club hoists his jersey up into the roof of the rink and thanks him with a grand ceremony after his final game. The following day he climbs on board a bus with a large hockey bag over his shoulder. He travels many miles to another town, walks through it until he reaches a small cemetery, then moves through the gravestones until he reaches a small, ignored memorial tucked away in a corner. It's positioned beneath a beautiful tree, the sort that gives protection in winter and shade in the summer. Mumble clears the weeds from around it and lays flowers beneath the name, Mateo. No surname, because his parents were too scared that the people who can never stop hating him would come and vandalize the grave even though it's a long way from Beartown. Mumble traces the letters with his fingers and whispers, "Forgive me, you should have lived my life. Forgive me." Then he opens his hockey bag and loads the rifle that's inside it. He wipes the tears, picks up the rifle, and goes into the forest. Is that punishment enough? No one can answer that. No one will know. What is life other than moments? What is laughter other than a small victory over sorrow? A single moment, just one, when everything inside us isn't broken. There's a tentative knock on the door of the house where Ruth and Mateo grew up. When their parents open the door, the old couple from next door are standing there. The woman is holding an apple pie, the man a flask. He says quietly, perhaps embarrassed about how little he knows about the people who live only one fence away, "You can talk if you'd like. We can sit quietly if you'd rather, but we thought it might be good not to be alone." They sit in the little living room. "So many beautiful books," the old woman from next door says. "I'm better at reading than living," Ruth and Mateo's dad whispers. A little later there's another knock on the door. Outside stands the priest who buried their daughter. They didn't dare bury Mateo in the same churchyard. The priest comes anyway. That's a special kind of job, but also a special sort of person. They sit in the living room and the priest's eyes wander slowly over the spines of the books. "I see a Bible there. May I read something from it?" Ruth and Mateo's mother stands up and takes it out and hands it over, her whole body shaking. The priest holds her hand and reads from the 5th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." From further down the same page, the priest reads, "A city that is set on a hill cannot be hid, Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works. Ruth and Mateo's parents devote the rest of their lives to charitable work. They move to the other side of the world, work hard in poor villages, and build things for others. The largest of all is a children's home. Every morning they wake up and think they can hear their own children laughing. Just for a moment. The little house where Ruth and Mateo grew up stands empty for several years, but in the fullness of time it fills with people again. A young couple renovate it plank by plank until almost everything is new. Their twins play in the yard. The neighbors make small talk over the fence. Hockey pucks get fired at the wall. Benji's mom's life goes on, arduous but uncompromising. It has to, the days don't wait for us. She has grandchildren, that saves her. Grandchildren don't wait either. Birthdays and summer holidays and Christmas Eves and scrapes and gnat bites and giggling. Ice creams to be eaten, skates to be skated on, wonderful, magical adventures to be experienced. And eventually enough time has passed for it to hurt only almost all the time. She has endured. She can miss him without screaming every time, hug without crying all the time, laugh without always feeling guilty. Life goes on. It doesn't give us any other choice. Alicia has a bed she sleeps in, a place where she lives, but she's hardly ever there. She is either at Seuns or Adries. She grows up in 3 homes, one very bad one but 2 really great ones. Besides, she has the ice rink, people who love her, and a sport that worships her. Benji's mom and sisters hug out all their grief for him until it becomes merely whispers of love for her, like small diamonds made from coal. Alicia comes home to Seun one day with a puppy Adri has given her. The girl explains very firmly that it's her dog, no one else's, but that it has to live at Seun's. I have to go to school and I have to train, and I can't leave the dog all on its own then, so you're just going to have to help, she declares. I see. Yes, I see. Well, I suppose that's what will have to happen, the old man nods. Can I have jam sandwiches? Alicia asks. Of course she can, as many as she wants. The Ovich sisters visit Benji's grave every day. If he had been there, he would have said that they talk to him more now than they did when he was alive. Whenever they think that, they want to hit him, and that's when they miss him most of all. They carry on running the Bearskin pub, even if everyone just calls it Benji's these days. There's no sign outside. There's no need. They honor Ramona's tradition of simple beer and bad food, at least to start with. Then the food gradually gets better because Keisha, unlike Ramona, knows how to use a cookbook. Gaby's children do their homework in the bar. She worries about being a terrible mother half the time. But when they grow up they will tell her that they wouldn't swap the way they were raised for anything. Their Aunt Adri is mostly responsible for threatening to punch men in the face or actually punching men in the face, depending on the time of day. Timu and a few of the other black jackets come in one day and offer the sisters a new billiard table that fell off the back of a truck. They carry it in, and some of the biggest idiots in the pack try to play a couple of times, but naturally they're so hopeless that Adri contemplates burning the thing just to put an end to their torment. But then, early one afternoon when she's on her own cleaning up in the bar, there's a knock on the door. A group of young boys are standing outside, eager and naive, asking if they can play billiards for a while. She lets them in. They don't go home until she drags them out. They come back the moment she opens the next day. She heats up microwave pizza for them and they play and get better and better. She wouldn't be surprised if one of them ends up being world champion one day. This is that sort of town, it really is. It's Anna's birthday. She's not expecting anyone to remember, but her dad is sober and has been up all night decorating the whole ground floor with balloons. The dogs have popped every single one. Anna has never felt so loved. The doorbell rings and Hannah is standing outside. Tess is waiting shyly a little way behind her. The van is parked by the fence. "This is for you," Hannah says, with eyes she has to blink the tenderness out of. "It's a voucher for driving lessons." Anna laughs for a long time. Then Hannah asks if Anna and her dad would like to go on a research trip, so they do. Her dad hasn't even forgotten to take his rifle out of the pickup. They drive several hours to a larger town. Far enough for there to be a college, but close enough for Anna, if she gets a driver's license, to be able to live at home and commute to college. Hannah clears her throat and says, "This is, well, it's a small college, possibly not what everyone dreams of. Tess didn't want to come here because the law course isn't good enough, but maybe for you, well, I just mean, they have a course in midwifery here. You need to become a nurse first, but I can help you. I want to help you, if you'd like that." Tess stands beside them, rolling her eyes at her mother. Anna doesn't quite know what to say. She isn't like Maya. She doesn't know how to use words to get them to say what she wants. So she goes to the car and fetches a large envelope and hands it awkwardly to Hannah, looking everywhere except into her eyes. "It's just a stupid thing. I made a Mother's Day card every year at school after Mom left because all the other kids did, but I never had anyone to give mine to. But I thought you help all mothers, so fuck. Does that sound stupid or weird?" Hannah can't get a single word out, so Tess has to step over and say, "No, Anna, it isn't stupid. It's lovely. You're lovely." Anna looks in one direction and Hannah looks in the other, and neither of them knows what to do with all the stuff you just carry around all your life without anyone seeing. There's a hospital a stone's throw from the college, and they're both very relieved when someone over at the entrance suddenly starts shouting, "This needs to move. It's blocking the ambulances." It's a nurse, not altogether unlike Hannah, angry as a whole hive of bees. Right in front of the entrance is a truck and trailer. It turns out that the man who drove it there had acute appendicitis the whole way. Getting a taxi was out of the question, of course. Did they think he was made of money? But he wasn't able to park the truck properly when he arrived and tumbled out of the cab, exhausted and in severe pain, so it's been left there. The nurse is yelling at a security guard who replies, "You think I can drive a truck? Are you mad? Who the hell can do that?" So Anna steps forward and says, "I can." The guard, a man in his best years with his life's worst hairline, turns around scornfully. "You can? A truck and trailer. You can drive that." Anna merely shrugs her shoulders, but her dad replies firmly behind her, "My daughter can drive anything. Give her the keys." The guard just scratches his chin at first, then his jaw drops. Hannah and Tess stand and watch. Neither of them has ever seen anyone reverse park a truck and trailer before. When Anna jumps out, the guard calls out a compliment that no one hears because his voice is drowned out by a roaring sound. A hacking, thunderous, whirring sound that fills the air and sends shock waves across the grass. Anna tilts her head back and looks up. Then she runs over to Hannah and tugs at her arm and yells, "Hannah, what do I need to study to be able to drive one of those?" Hannah looks up at the sky and smiles as her eyes follow the helicopter ambulance. It flies to those who need it, those who are injured and those who are crying for help, and those no one else can reach. It flies where no one else dare go. Right into fire if necessary. Maya sings for thousands of people in hundreds of arenas over the years when she's grown up, but mostly she sings for herself and the best friends she had as a child. One day Anna takes her up in the helicopter, rising straight up into the sky. They take the girls with them, the girls they used to be, two laughing kids they wish they could go back in time and protect. They pick them up off the ground in the forest and hide them inside their jackets, and the rotor blades spin and they fly far above the earth. High and free. Just one single time, 10 years after the rape, Maya sees Kevin again. She's just getting out of her tour bus in an arena parking lot. He's just been shopping in a mall nearby with his wife. He's reversing a rusty little car, and when he turns around he catches sight of Maya through the windshield. He's put weight on, looks different now, softer, more uncertain. His wife is pregnant, She has her hand on his and looks happy. He's built a whole new life. Can he be allowed to do that? Maya fixes him with her gaze. He is so shocked that he stops the car abruptly. For Maya, the incident only lasts a few seconds, but for him it never ends. Then she turns away and walks toward the arena she's going to be singing in that evening. The bass player is waiting a short distance away. Who was that? He will ask. No one, she will reply and mean it. She doesn't forgive, doesn't forget, but she doesn't use violence just because she can. She doesn't destroy Kevin's life even though he deserves it. She spares him. But Kevin's wife will ask him who that woman was. Kevin takes a series of terror-filled breaths, but eventually he is too weighed down to carry the lies, so he whispers the truth. Everything. The whole of the reality he has constructed since that night in Beartown collapses around him inside that car. He loses everything. Can he be forgiven? Can he be spared, allowed to have a life? That's something for other people to argue about now. Maya is already flying high above it all. Spring comes and summer. It's almost unbearable. But then autumn arrives, as brief as the blink of an eye, before winter finally hits us again. Life doesn't go on, it starts again. Everything is possible once more. Anything can happen. All the best and all the most beautiful and all the biggest adventures in the world. Early in the morning, the caretaker opens the door to the ice rink and turns the lights on. Alicia looks so lonely and small as she skates out onto the ice, but she isn't. She's bigger than everyone and never alone again. She lies down in the center circle and looks up at the roof. When she closes her eyes and reaches out her fingers, she hurts in so many places inside. But there and then she doesn't feel anything, because Benji is lying beside her, and soon a new hockey season will begin and everything can still be okay. Throughout the whole of her long career, in every ice rink and in every national game, she will do the same thing every time she gets scared or nervous. Look up at the roof, reach out her hand, feel that he is there. Because Benjamin Ovich isn't in a grave. Benjamin Ovich is at the game with his best friend. In the stands sit the caretaker and Sune and Adri, and the whole rink smells of cherry blossom. It's easy to love hockey then, because hockey isn't the past, it isn't yesterday, it's always next. The next change of line, the next game, the next season, the next generation, the next magical moment when something we didn't think was possible becomes a miracle. The next chance to fly up from your seat and yell with joy. Next. One day Alicia will be the best in the world. She comes from a town with grief in its heart and violence in the air, and she has Ovich on her back. She doesn't skate onto the ice, she takes it by storm. Good luck trying to stop her. Every time she scores, all the people who have loved her leave the ground, and for a few blessed moments it feels like all the sacrifices were worthwhile. This is life. One day she will come back here and teach other kids how to skate. One day she will be the one who is Spider-Man and Wonder Woman. Her 100 years will be our very best, most loved, most told story. And that says a hell of a lot, because we're a hockey town. We have nothing but stories here. But all our stories have really only been about one thing. Ever since the very first, about a boy who made it all the way from here to the NHL and came back with his family. About his daughter who found the best friend in the world. About a terrible crime and love that was like organ donation. About tears and struggle. About hugs and laughter. About a stage and a guitar and thousands of people in the audience. About a boy who was born in a place that had never seen ice but who one day could move faster on skates than anyone else. About other children who became the best in other ways. About the boy who became a coach, and the ones who became parents, and the girl who flies a helicopter to save the whole world. About a young man who could never see himself as a hero but who died like one, who ran toward fire to save a child. About families and friends. About climbing trees and adventures. About a vast forest and 2 small towns and all the people here who are just trying to live their lives. Sit in a boat, tell lies, catch 0 fish.